From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Found it outlet in Washington. Back to Doncic. Fade away. Oh, my goodness. Blow out the candles. Luka hits the extremely difficult shot, drawing the foul as well.
The birthday reference from Mark Followell on Bally last night. That's how we start the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. Good morning, Metroplex, right here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And the Dallas Mavericks bounce back from the Cavalier devastation. They run away from the Raptors 136 to 125.
That's more like it. That's more like it. And that's more like Gafford, which I didn't. Nobody was understanding his rotation on Tuesday. Yeah, so I try to go back in time, right? Nobody understood his rotation.
Then a couple games where the Mavs fans are like, hang on, didn't we acquire this guy? Don't we have Shaquille O'Neal? Why isn't he out here playing?
It's 6-7 minutes against Cleveland. And I get it, right? Like, he lost the game, but then that last night was more like it. Like, you got him getting his mid-20s in minutes. P.J. Washington had a good night. But again, Luka means filling things up. And he was fantastic yet again, which is what he is just about every night.
We got to start putting this into some kind of different context for Luka Doncic. But yes, P.J. Washington with his best night as a Dallas Maverick, 23-6. Derek Lively was a force. They just tell this young pup, go out there and be on a trampoline. You could tell the young legs because I think he had like a put-back dunk attempt on the other side of the floor. It wasn't the Mavs basket. It was a blown whistle dead, and Lively goes up for a put-back dunk attempt. He's leapfrogging around, blocking everybody's shots. He had 5 blocks on the night. Kyrie had 29, but Luka on his 25th birthday with 30, 16, and 11. And I'm going to be guilty here, probably of hyperbole, and I'll even have some of the old heads on the fan text be like, oh, you don't know Magic Johnson? You don't really know his game? But I was sitting there watching this and asking myself, was Magic Johnson really this good offensively? Like, you tell me that Magic Johnson can play better than what this guy is doing right now. He's playing perfect offensive basketball. He is efficient. He is well-rounded. The sport of basketball is too easy for him. It really is. It's a joke. It's like people who don't prepare for this job and they just go like God. This is going to be a mistake that haunts me. Hopefully he does not. Hopefully he does not hear this because he has not texted us early on. A lot of people ask me about Bassick, and I'm like, yeah. What's funny about Mike is he doesn't give you any impression that he's prepping hard for his show. He comes in here, he does yoga. He comes in here, he goes downstairs and works out. He comes in here half the time, he's BSing with us in the commercial breaks. He's not even participating in his own pre-show meeting. But when the show starts, who else are you going to listen to more when it comes to breaking down a baseball game? He does the same thing with basketball because he's Maverick obsessed. And it's okay, it doesn't feel like Mike is if I did a show with Mike, we'd kill each other. The whole thing would get canceled and blown up because we'd choke each other out because I'm like, dude, you're not doing anything beforehand. It doesn't seem like, but when the light goes on, Mike is right there and he's prepared. It's easy for him to talk about the sports that he loves, in my opinion. I know you got your Bassick haters out there, just like all of us have our haters. The sport of basketball is too easy for Luka Doncic. He sees everything. He does everything. He's too big, too strong.
Too big, too strong.
As LeVar Ball would say, every time he gets a jumper, I think that it's going in. That's not like a LeBron weak spot of his game early on in LeBron's career. You can double check me on the shooting percentages. It's a treat to watch. It really is. It's too easy. Followell dropped his line from the other night, and Derek Harper was like, do you see how casually you said that? And that's what happens with Tiger. That's what happens with Brady. That's what happens with these greats. They put up these stat lines and we're like, 45, 15, and 9.
You get numb to it. I mean, we've gotten, Russ made us numb to the triple-double.
Yep.
We just get numb. Yeah, Luka didn't have the best shooting night last night. But it doesn't matter. I mean, he just seems to be.
I mean, he was almost 50% from the field. Yeah.
No, but was he 1 of 8 from 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, like he was not very good from distance last night, but he recognized that and he filled it up from underneath. It was like, and look, this game today is so different anyway. I mean, these guys are so skilled now. They're so much more skilled than they were 20 years ago, or 30 years ago, or 40 years ago. Like, just every player has offensive game. They all do, and you can make that into they don't play defense anymore, and that's why they're getting more open looks. They're just as good as they always were, just now the shots are open and uncontested. Okay, fine. Or you could point to the fact that these guys play more basketball as youths now than they ever did before.
And they know the cool thing to do to be recognized is to hit crazy shots. So when they're practicing...
They practice those wild shots.
Yeah, just like Am1 back in the day, right?
Yeah, Steph...
You go on the court, you develop your handles.
Yeah,
try to be like Iverson.
Steph practices shooting from the third row in warm-ups. Like, he'll go...
Yeah.
He actually does that. It's not something that they just... like they're in the gym all the time.
There was a whole article written on The Athletic. No offense to the writer. I wasted 5 minutes of my time skimming through it, but it was only on Luka's trick shots. That's it. And I was like, okay, this is going to transition into something meaningful because these trick shots don't mean anything when it comes to actually like winning regular season or playoff basketball unless Luka hits a Max Strus type half-court shot. But there's a whole article dedicated to Luka and trick shots. That's it. That's what the whole thing was.
That's it. And that's part of the game. Like, it's part of the intrigue of the sport. Like, the sport is now, all sports are now done on Instagram.
And he did it last night with his passing. The oohs and ahs that came from the Toronto crowd came from his passing. He whipped a couple around to the corner. The one that went viral when he went in back of his head, and then he swung one around his body. He is a treat. I'm like, there's just no way. Maybe passing wise, Magic better offensively, but obviously Magic could not score like this, the way this cat is doing it. And Luka making some birthday history for the NBA and the Mavericks last night. Just the fourth NBA player with 75 points, 20 rebounds, and 30 assists over a 2-game span, joining Pistol Pete, Wilt, and Oscar. And then on his birthday, the first player in league history to record a 30-point triple-double on the big day. He's now scored 25 or more in 9 straight games, topping 40 twice in that stretch.
Wow.
He's a monster.
He is a monster. I mean, he fills it up, dude. Like, and when he doesn't shoot well, I mean, he just finds other ways to get guys involved too. It's like he is a
if he gets
unicorn.
2 titles, I was thinking about this driving in. I'm like, if he gets 2 titles, where can I put him? Where am I going to go ahead and put him all time with the ranks? I was starting to think about it. It's going to be.
Well, look, I think that it's going to the top 3 are locked.
In who?
In MJ, LeBron, and Kareem.
Okay.
I just think they're locked. I don't think there's a way to get in.
I agree.
Now, look, there is a way to get in. LeBron, have another LeBron come around.
Can he pass? Can he pass Kobe, Magic, Bird? Because the problem with Magic and Bird are all the titles.
Well, it's the
but like statistically, he's gonna have better numbers than that.
Yeah, like the numbers. I think the numbers is something you got to look at, like with a side eye, because the numbers are gonna get skewed. Just like in football, right? The numbers, like wide receiver numbers, are gonna get skewed. We're gonna lose guys from yesterday, from like even 20, 30 years ago. Yeah, I don't know. I think Bird is gonna be the tougher one to get ahead of than Magic, because Bird's offensive game was so much better, and he could pass.
But Magic is looked upon as better all time. It's Magic then Bird. No one really puts, no one puts Bird over Magic.
Which is, and I think that's, I don't disagree with it. But like, I think that, like, Magic's having a lack of an offensive game, and that's a hard thing to say, because he still averaged like close to 20 points a night, isn't it?
Triple double.
Yeah. Bird was like just so nasty. But can he get ahead of Wilt? We forget about Wilt.
Yeah.
We forget about Bill Russell.
Oscar.
Yeah. I mean, then you got to put in KD somewhere.
People in the Metroplex would probably say Dirk. How's he going to get past Dirk?
Yeah, but Steph? How's he going to get ahead of Steph?
How's he going to get ahead of Steph? But either way, the conversation's already taken place. The damn kid is 25. Holy freaking crap. Luka Doncic and the Mavs getting the W last night in Toronto.
There are kids in college older than him that are playing basketball.
That's what Barkley said. Stop going back to college. Y'all about to be a doctor with your 6 years of eligibility.
Yep.
But look, last night, even though the Mavs were playing, that was not the must-tune-in event. All I cared about yesterday was in the afternoon with the live play-by-play covered right here on this radio station, Yamamoto and the debut against the world champs. Let's talk about it. And a sad, sad day of deaths in the sports and entertainment world. We'll tell you about it. Thursday edition of Sean and RJ, trying to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible. Thanks for waking up with us on The Fan.
Swing and a miss. Throws a fastball right by Marcus Semien. He's got some giddy up on that heater.
That is what I was locked into yesterday. The debut of Yamamoto. He's taken on the World Series champion Texas Rangers. In case you did not know, this is Sean and RJ. We are your home for your favorite baseball team throughout the entire season and years to come. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider, will be joining us in about 15 minutes. But I was excited for this, and he delivered. Shohei was not playing, but he still decided to show up. 2 innings, 1 hit allowed to the great Evan Carter, 0 runs, 3 strikeouts for the highest paid pitcher in baseball history.
This is going to be a situation. I can't wait to see the second time through the league. That delivery he has is going to mess with people. Because I had no idea going in, like, he didn't have a leg kick. Like, I didn't
Slide
really.
step.
I mean, it is. I mean, he does his normal rock back, right? The normal pitcher rock back. He comes to that first balance point, and he does the typical, and it's a very standard pause you will see a lot of Japanese or Asian-born pitchers in general. They stop just about at every balance point, right? They stop when they're going back. They'll rock.
Yeah.
They'll pause. At the top, they'll pause, and then they'll go, right? It's a very common technique. He doesn't, I mean, he stops at the first balance point, but then he doesn't even lift his leg. I mean, he kind of slide steps after that. It's very strange. I've never seen a pitcher just do that normally, right?
It looked like the first fastball exploded on Simeon.
And that's, I think, what's going to be the case. Like, the guys use the leg kick as a timing, and, you know, even, let's just say he threw the ball 88 miles an hour. With that slide step, it's going to maybe feel like 92 the first time you see it, 94. But he's throwing like 94, 96. So that feels even faster, right? So it's like, it's a wild. I think that first time through the league is going to be a nightmare for most teams. He's got incredible command. I mean, that dude, now maybe he was not trying to throw anything and he wasn't working to scouting reports. But what did he throw, 3 balls the entire time?
Yeah, well, ones that were called balls. He threw a couple balls that Nate Lowe and others just swung at, because the thing that everyone was talking about the most on social media was the splitter.
Splitter's nasty. The splitter's, I mean, it's very, very nasty. I mean, he got, who did he get? He got Tavares to chase badly on a splitter. I mean, it was just like,
I mean, Nate Lowe was just like, here.
Flailing at it.
So how does the splitter fool you that badly? Like, because this looked like he was playing cricket.
Yeah.
He really bounced it. And I'm like, well, explain to me. I know what a splitter's supposed to do, but like, to not pick it up early enough to tell that was a ball or going to bounce? How?
Same release point. Well, they all should be the same release point for the most part, but like, it looks like a fastball coming in. There's no eye, you know, like when you see like a curveball, there's like the little dot. None of that. It's basically you just wedge the ball between your fingers and it comes out, and it just comes out slower, and then, you know, it just drops like a rock. Because it loses its velocity and just drops down there. It's a fantastic pitch. It's not very good for your elbow. At least at the youth, they do not throw a splitter as a young pitcher. By the way, sidebar. Look, I know they look sharp. They look sharp. You can't change your hats, guys.
The Dodgers?
Yeah,
I agree.
Guys, you got an all-time hat.
Yep.
It looked great. It looked fantastic. It was a great looking hat too. I would absolutely buy that Dodger hat they wore yesterday. You can't do that.
Well, then why can't they change it if you love it?
Because that you got it's like changing the Yankee logo hat. You can't do that. You can't the Tigers hat, can't change that. Can't do it. There are a handful you just can't touch with. You can't mess with that. I mean, and listen, they ripped that logo off from SMU and anyway, right? And that's what the SMU does with their Dallas jerseys. Same hat, same logo. What a ripoff. You can't change your hat, guys. You are the LA Dodgers. You are the LA Dodgers.
Yep, I agree.
Can't do that. Look good. Look great. Totally would buy it. Can't wear that.
So the Rangers end up beating the Dodgers with the Yamamoto debut. A sad day of people passing away yesterday. The Rangers mourn the passing of longtime major and minor league coach Hector Ortiz. He passed away yesterday morning at the age of 54 after a long cancer battle. So that was the Rangers' death that took place. And then terrible, terrible news out of Boston. Just months after, about a half a year after Tim Wakefield passed away from brain cancer, his wife, Stacy, dies less than 5 minutes after his passing. She has 5 months. I'm sorry. She had cancer as well.
That was awful. And I think Kurt Schilling's the one that broke the news.
Yeah.
That she had it and he shouldn't have done that.
Yep.
But like that's how awful for the poor family, kids. I mean, like, gosh, you lose both your parents in 5 months.
Just a few weeks after Tim's passing, Stacy found a message that he had written down before his death. It reads, "Never forget where you came from. Be a mentor to others. You did not get to where you are today by yourself, and no matter what status you accomplish in life, you should assume the responsibility to help those who are less fortunate than you. I've been involved with different charities my whole career, and I can tell you that I've received much more than I've given. I've also learned it doesn't matter how much money you've made, how big your house is, what kind of car you drive. What matters most is, did you make a difference in someone else's life?" So his wife tried to go ahead and continue that, but she passed away with the news coming out yesterday. I guess the only positive spin on it, if you believe in that, both of them now together. So there you go.
There you go. That is that's a good way to look.
That's what I thought of.
So it's a good. The lone positive way to look at this.
And then I'm shocked you did not make Peyton put something on the cut sheet, because there's no possible way he's going to know who this guy is. I passed along the message to RJ yesterday. I knew this one would hit him the hardest. Comedian Richard Lewis passing away.
I didn't know, like, because he's most known now for being on Curb Your Enthusiasm, and I don't know that there's actual lines that you could probably even put on there from that show. But this one was tough because the new season's out. The final season of Curb is out, and I have not seen an episode yet. I'm waiting for them to get, most of them together so I'll watch them at once. I don't even know that he's in this season because he's been dealing with some health issues, but he was one of my favorite recurring characters in this. I mean, him and Larry had a great relationship. They knew each other for a long, long time, and from the answering machine message to the pants tent, it's a great episode. So I think it's the first episode. He was tremendous on that show.
Heart attack.
I mean, look, that guy treated his body like an amusement park. Let's be fair. I mean, he was dealing with issues from
Parkinson's.
Yeah, Parkinson's, but like alcohol abuse and drug abuse for decades. But he lived, and he was funny. I thought he was a very good comedian. Always wore black on stage. He was just very, very good. And if you like comedy, I love comedians. Love comedy. He was a treat.
Larry David released a very Larry David-esque statement. "Richard and I were born 3 days apart in the same hospital, and for most of my life, he's been like a brother to me. He had that rare combination of being the funniest person and also the sweetest. But today, he made me sob, and for that, I will never forgive him." So that's Larry David. Bringing Richard Lewis back.
Yep.
I remember watching on the airplane some Curb episodes. I wasn't obsessed with it like you, and I was like, "Wait, is that Richard Lewis?" Like he brought Richard Lewis back.
He did. I mean,
notoriety.
I can't think of another thing that I would remember him from other than Robin Hood Men in Tights.
Courtside NBA games, people were showing I love the NBA, or I can't remember what those old commercials were.
The NBA is fantastic.
Yeah,
is that what it was. Yeah. And he's out there. Peyton, you have no idea who this is, do you?
No idea.
What about Curb?
Well, I know the TV show. Never seen it though. But Larry David, know who that is.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line here on Sean and RJ. Early shout-outs to Jared Sandler up and at him. We have the Jared Sandler charity dinner tonight at the Greatness of Knife in Plano. Pepe, are you coming to this?
I was in the text message chain, so I
can't tell. I wasn't or was?
I was in.
You were in.
I were in. There I was.
I were in.
I were in. I were in.
Right.
I don't believe in world champions.
So I will be there.
I don't think I've ever been to a formal dinner with Peyton. I'm very much looking forward to that.
I assume he's going to wear a very baggy undershirt with his Old Navy Patagonia tech vest.
Oh, I should wear the vest.
Yeah. I mean, steakhouse.
Is that proper attire? I mean, inform me on this.
As crazy formal as your usual steakhouses, because it's like kind of connected to a mall. It's a little bit more casual, but don't dress like Bobby. Whatever you do.
Okay.
Do not dress like Bobby, a.k.a. Mike Fisher. That's the one thing that did not change with our Cowboy insiders.
Might be a night for the cowboy hat.
Swap. Oh, buddy. All right, NFL grades. This is fascinating. This is fun. And late last night, if you're a Dak hater, this is going to get you excited. There's another insider saying, nope, no extension has to actually take place. Let's start off Bobby's day in a very bad mood as we touch on all of that next on The Fan.
If you're a new listener to Sean and RJ. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. We got the entire squad here now. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt on his way to the NFL Combine in Indianapolis tomorrow. Peyton and Rai in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. And late last night, Roberto sent us the story from Michael Gelkin, one of the few people that I actually like and respect at the Dallas Morning News, along with Calvin Watkins. I can't remember who else right now, but really Michael and Calvin. The rest can go ahead and kick rocks and slip on their 2-page paper. But Michael Gelkin, who is in the know, writes, Cowboys didn't plan for a season in which their entire coaching staff and franchise quarterback would be in a contract year, but that scenario is a possibility. Mike Zimmer, other new hires signed 1-year deals. That's a 1-year deal for Mike Zimmer. And then the final line, which will make the Dak haters, Mike Bassick, RJ Choppy, stand up. A Dak Prescott offseason extension is not promised. This is the second guy over there, along with David Moore, with a similar report. Bobby Belt, what do you make of that?
I mean, if Michael is talking about it, it's legitimate. Like, Michael is, typically I will, anything that Michael Gelkin or Todd Archer are talking about is going to make me sit up and take a little bit more notice. But yeah, this is something that we've heard leaked a little bit or suggested a little bit, is that like, oh, this could be their play, but you know, it feels like this tide. It's almost like the Fields versus trading or Fields versus Caleb Williams discussion in Chicago, where we keep hearing this changing tide of like, oh, it's going to be Fields. Oh, it's going to be number one. It's Fields. Same sort of thing where we keep hearing, oh, Cowboys could let this play out. And then it's like, no, they're going to get this done. They're going to sign it probably in the next 2 weeks or something. They've got to get it done. And then you hear Steven say stuff the other day like, hey, we don't have to get it done. Yeah. Like, we want to, but we don't have to get it done.
We can restructure it. The way it is.
Exactly. That they don't feel like they have to do anything with his contract in order to operate the way they want to this offseason.
And of course, the key question is, okay, are these reporters being used for leverage, or are they setting the table that they really may not give him $60 million a year anytime soon? That's the question here. Because when David Moore writes it, I think leverage. When Michael Gelkin follows up, I say, oh, Is this not happening? Is this actually going to be a reality? That's the way my brain is thinking about it right now.
Look, I mean, that is a good question, and it is the reality. Like, what are they going to do? What is their whole motivation behind these kind of throwing out their little tidbits to the morning news or to certain media members? Like, are they and it's really like, are you really going to negotiate in the public media? Is that how you're doing it? Like, that's the way you want to go?
They've done it a lot of times
They
before.
have. A lot of teams have done it. Like, is that really the right way to go about it? I mean, I don't know the answer to that.
So when they brought back McCarthy, I remember that was one of the things that you had said, Chop, is that you felt like, hey, if you're going to bring back McCarthy, it can't be on a 1-year deal. At the very least, you need to tack on a meaningless extra year. It's got to look like there's some level of security. And Michael Gelkin writes in this article, he says that, you know, short-term contracts are not necessarily a surprise following a 48-32 beatdown in the wildcard round. He goes, still, there is some resulting discomfort and unhappiness within the building. One person close to the situation said the sentiment extends deeper than the coaches, adding that little sense of commitment is felt anywhere. And look, I think that whether you're Dak or Mike McCarthy or some of these other people on the roster that feel, if Dak is one of them, feel offended or uneasy or unhappy with the lack of commitment, tough.
Yeah.
I mean, tough. Like, don't get your ass kicked in the wild card round by a team that's not better than you at home.
Okay. Cool. Hardline stance. Well, guess what? At the end of the day, I have the leverage still. I'm on the higher step in the Suns game.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I'm Suns in 4. So, yeah, we got our ass kicked. Yeah, I got some playoff issues.
He was on the lower step.
The guy who got his ass kicked.
No. Suns and 4 guy was in the lower step. He didn't have the.
Oh, he didn't?
No,
The
that was the
leverage?
most amazing part of that entire
He was
thing.
literally punching up.
That was the most amazing part of that fight.
Well, in my opinion, the top step in this scenario is going to purgatory. Go ahead. Live it all over again post Aikman. So go ahead. Take your hardline stance.
Sure.
I'll go get paid somewhere else, and you can possibly rot.
Yeah, and I mean that's the way that I would look at it, is that you're really risking something here. But I mean, I also think that if the Cowboys want to hold the position of none of you have earned anything, then they all have to kind of eat that. Whether they care or not.
Yeah.
Like Dak may not care. Dak may be like, fine, you're the one who's really jeopardizing things. Dak may not care. But for Dallas to have an internal sentiment of, we're not giving any of you anything after what happened last year, I don't hate the thought process.
Yeah, but they should pay CeeDee Lamb.
Well, so here's what's interesting.
You have your little blow-ups and whatever. Like, you have to pay CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
you do, but I guess the thing is, like, if you're gonna move on, if you're gonna like not pay Dak and you're gonna move on from Dak, then the play is to not pay CD and not pay Micah, and it's to trade him.
Yeah, that could be the play, but it'll never happen. Ever.
No, I wouldn't think so. But I mean, I could easily make the argument that they're in purgatory now. And if I was Jerry, I would come back to Dak and I'd say, son, we're in purgatory today. We're trying to get to heaven.
Right.
You can make the argument as an organization. I still don't think you can make that as a quarterback. Like, he just finished second in the MVP. He played his best football. You can't, I don't think
I understand that.
There's two different purgatories.
Yeah, there's a regular season and a playoff.
No, you're not relevant. Like, there's no reason to watch your games, and there's you're technically a contender. You're a division champ, probably, possibly, until we get to the postseason. There's two different type of purgatories. It's you're on that third level of contenders versus you can be a top 5 drafting team.
I would not pick them. I was going to pick against them in all likelihood in the divisional round if they would have made it, everything else. But we can't say it's not just some impossibility at the start of the playoffs every year. We're not talking about like, well, it's completely impossible for the Cowboys to go on a run and win the Super Bowl. Like, they're talented enough. That to me is not purgatory. Purgatory is like you are stuck in the middle, and there is no hope of going up or down even,
or below. The Commanders have been stuck forever. The Chicago Bears have been stuck since the beginning of time with their quarterback.
What's the number? Is it still, there's never been a 4,000-yard passer in the history of the Bears, which is an absurd note, especially with the way the game's gone. But yeah, that's being stuck. Now, what I think is interesting here is one of the last lines of Michael's article where he says,
this is Michael Gelkin saying a Dak Prescott offseason extension is not promised. This came out at 10 o'clock last night.
Yeah, at 11 o'clock Indy time. So he's pushing this way late because he's in Indy. So this is the East Coast. He's pushing it out near midnight where he's at.
And why would he be writing it that late in Indy, Bob? As you're about to find out.
I mean, I don't know. Who knows? He may have just been a little busy bee, or maybe he was out late at a restaurant and talking to somebody that made him say, I need to go write something real quick. Talk to you later.
Yeah, Peter King, who went on G-Bag yesterday and finally retired, he said, I've retired because like I didn't want to go. I wasn't excited for certain events like the Combine. He goes, I'm excited to be in bed by 9:15. At the Combine, you're out every night till 1 a.m. Part of the reason why I wanted to go to the Combine.
Yeah, exactly.
And
1 a.m. and
cocktail
6:30 start. We're gonna be pushing for that. We're going to spend the whole next year pushing to go next year.
Yes, I am.
It says talking about the Dak agreement, Todd France, the agent for Dak Prescott, Torrey Dandy, the agent for CeeDee Lamb, David Mulugeta, the agent for Micah Parsons. The Cowboys have zero plans to meet with any of the three while they're in Indianapolis.
Who said that, Michael?
Michael Gelkin said that they have no plans to meet with any of them and that they feel... it said 2 people familiar with the team's thinking said that they consider in-person meetings unnecessary to advance contract-related talks because they're familiar enough with the agents.
What do you make of that?
I think that's kind of nonsense. I think you need to, if you want to get these things done, you would sit down and just say, hey, come on the bus, let's hammer it out real quick. The fact that they're not doing that, that's not about familiarity or anything else. It's about, here's opportunity, get it done.
Stephen Jones, the other day in Indy, on having to get Dak done to free up some other cap space.
Well, we got ways to adjust his cap number. for this year. We are, obviously between Dak and between Micah and CD, it's, the salary cap's real for us, with those three guys, in a situation where we want to, do deals with all three of them. Do you get to do everything you want to do with the salary cap? I don't think any team does. But, we're certainly going to be able to, go out and go to work and get the things done that we feel like we need to get done to be successful.
Do you want to do those deals this offseason?
Yeah, we're not, like I said, won't expound on any details, timing, amounts, anything.
No, not timing, but you said you want to do deals with all three of them.
I'm not going to say when.
Okay. Look, this is getting interesting, a little bit dramatic. I still think it's negotiating. That's what it is. Give me the percentage on Dak Prescott getting his extension done this offseason. I will still say it's 80-20.
Yeah, I was going to say 75.
80% gets done.
75-80 was what I was thinking.
All right. So we're not totally buying all this.
It can be posturing a little bit, but it is interesting when, again, it's Michael referencing various sources, numbers of sources on different things relating to the lack of commitment.
We should get Gelkin on to talk about it.
That'd be great. Hopefully they don't rewind to 6:01 and hear you talking about the Dallas Morning News.
Yeah, Dallas Morning News, who's in bed with the ticket, shutting down anyone that we want to have on as a reporter there. So glad they're giving their reporters some more exposure on 100,000 watts on the home of America's team. Good job. Don't get uncomfortable, Bob. Don't get uncomfortable. All right.
I'm going to start blowing up all your spots on the air.
Blow them up. I blow them up. Go ahead.
True. You do.
I'm looking. I'm trying to get Calvin. I want Calvin Watkins to get some airtime. I want Gelkin, work on his on-air delivery. He's a beast. We're reporting.
Love Calvin.
We can go ahead and get, let's get these guys on. But DMN wants to go ahead and shut it down. So you are paying attention to the combine meets. You said that is something to really pay attention to. The guest list. Who's on it so far?
Yeah. So you'll hear people talk about, the Cowboys are meeting with this person or meeting with that person, and you'll hear them differentiate between informal meeting and formal meeting. So one of the things I learned early on when I started developing relationships with people in the league or with the Cowboys is when I would talk about, they met informally with this person, I would have multiple people text me and go, hey, that doesn't matter at all, right? Informal means absolutely nothing. That could be informal could count as Brian Schottenheimer walks up to somebody and goes, hey, great workout, young man. Where'd you go to school? Where'd you go to high school? Oh, yeah, I had a friend that went to that high school. All right, good talking to you. Good luck in the draft. That counts as an informal meeting. Like that would go on the record as that. So the formal meetings are more important. Those are 20-minute sit-downs in a suite or in a conference room with multiple people from the team doing whiteboard work. And the formal meetings that the Cowboys have so far, Edgerrin Cooper, the linebacker from Texas A&M, Junior Colson, linebacker from Michigan, who has caught the attention of Jordan Lewis, as
the morning show has.
Oh, my God. The amount of people who just completely misinterpreted that yesterday.
Explain.
Correct me if I'm wrong, none of us said that they should stop going after players from Michigan, right?
We talked about fan reaction might be that they just go, oh, no, Michigan, which there were people replying to us going, no, he's from Michigan. I don't want him. So
we did the topic Oklahoma quarterbacks, Penn State running backs. Do you stay away from Michigan defensive linemen after Taco and Mozzie?
Right. And then people kept saying, you guys are idiots. How dare, why would you consider staying away from somebody? This is why radio sucks.
Now that was during the show or after Jordan Lewis responded to the fan story.
But it was after
people who were listening also said that.
No. It was the people who were responding to either Jordan Lewis's comment or
the fan article
tweet.
Yeah.
Which is you obviously didn't click the link.
Yeah, because we
obviously didn't listen.
Because we obviously also said a clear outlier of this is Jordan Lewis has been with the team and played well for 7 years, and that didn't.
Well, I mean, look.
Or Aiden Hutchinson, as Sean brought up, he's been a monster in the NFL.
But I mean, we brought up Lewis by name and said he's been a good player for them.
To be fair, though, for someone who didn't listen to it, first off, that is on them. But if you just read it,
the headline,
you're going to think that we're saying stay away from Michigan players, and Jordan Lewis tweeted back, damn.
Yeah, that's all he said was just damn.
Yeah.
But it got the go blue. It got the Derek Hollins and the Mooney Demers just blowing up our spot. Another Michigan player that they formally met with, Chris Jenkins. Remember Chris Jenkins?
Panthers, D lineman.
Yeah, this is Chris Jenkins Jr.
Oh.
Again, we're hitting this cycle now of how old we are of, players that we saw growing up that were dominant at one point. Now their kids are getting kicked into the NFL. But lots of defensive linemen. Tavondre Sweat from Texas, the defensive tackle. So they formally met with 5 defensive tackles, 3 linebackers. They'll continue to meet with various people, as more position groups get in there. But
all defense?
All defense so far. So and they get
the Matt Rule approach in Carolina.
They get 45 meetings, so they've used up 8 so far, all of them on defense.
Thank you, Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider, who is on his way to Indianapolis tomorrow. Did the NBA apologize to the Mavericks for the Cleveland game? And Luka Doncic celebrates 25 in style, even though not everyone is in love with his game. We'll talk about it next.
But let's get you over to the
5-3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Window Nation.
There's still work to do with 4.5 minutes left of the game. 122-110 Dallas. Hard drive. Tough shots. What an acrobatic finish.
That was Follow on the call last night on Bally. The Mavs respond like I knew they would, even after the Cleveland devastation, beating Toronto 136-125. Luka, triple-double. Kyrie, who you just heard in the highlight, had 29 points. PJ Washington with his best game as a Maverick with 23-6, 3 blocks. And Derek Lively, I cannot love this guy. It's just Tyson Chandler Jr. with 9 points, but the 5 blocks. And then Tim Hardaway. They were playing. This is how bad Tim Hardaway has been. I tweeted out like the gif of the guy shooting the bricks, behind the 3-point line, GIF, whatever, screw you. And Tim had 2 awful misses. Well, then Bally goes let's run the Tim Hardaway highlight package. He's in double digits. And I did go and check the numbers. Is Hardaway scoring 30? And I just look stupid tweeting out the bricks. He scored 16. Woo! 5 of 13 for Tim, but he's been in such a bad slump they had to go ahead and crank out the highlight reel package for him.
Yeah, I mean, look, 16 points on, 40% three-point shooting is notable when you put up 4 points in 26 minutes and don't make a 3 against Cleveland. You recently put up 12 points on 11% three-point shooting against Phoenix.
This guy's got a quicker release than Brady had. I'd like to go and get the NBA time measurements on catch and release and how long the ball is actually with you. Hardaway's got to be top 3 in the league.
He can't wait. He can't wait to shoot it. He just can't. Now sometimes that works, when he's on a heater. But other times, man, it's just what he's doing is just trying to get the rebound from somebody else.
I've made the comparison a bunch before, I know, but he really is. He's basketball Joey Gallo, where it's either he's going on these hot streaks where he's making 9 out of 11 threes that he's putting up, or he will shoot 12% over the course of 2 weeks. He is completely hot and cold.
Jason Kidd, after the devastating loss in Cleveland and the bounce back last night.
I thought the intent, the energy pregame was in the right place. I mean, I understand we lost on a 50-footer. He could easily been still thinking about that game. But I thought the guys moved forward, pushed. I thought about Toronto, understand they had a 3-game winning streak. And I thought, you look at what Exum did, back in his 16 minutes, he was good. I thought Gafford was good, Timmy, and then I thought PJ had another good game for us on both ends.
Yeah, it's nice for Gafford to actually get playing time this time, as opposed to the Cleveland game when he played 3 minutes. That was one of the things people complained about coming out of the Cleveland game. It was why the hell is Gafford, who's been playing pretty well for you and giving you size and rebounds and everything else, why is he playing essentially, I think, 7 minutes or something like that?
His minutes since being acquired, 17, 24, 23, 17, 19, 7 against the Cavs, then 25 last night.
I mean, the Cavs don't have a good big man, though. They don't have a notable interior. Oh wait, no, they have Jared Allen. So never mind. Well, I mean, at least Derek Lively played a bunch. Oh no, Derek Lively played 22 minutes against the Cavaliers, while Tim Hardaway played 30. They did go small.
They went small because what's his name? He only got 7. It was just crazy. The rotations are crazy. It's sometimes we just wonder, and this is the same thing with football. Well, why do you only get this many carries? Why they lose track of the run game in this? And I wonder how much that happens in basketball too. Do you just get lost in rotations?
Well, it seems like if you go small, you dictate.
Yeah.
No one is we're staying big. No one does that because you're in an offensive league and you're gonna have the advantage offensively. They don't worry about you pounding small guys in the paint.
Which is perfect because you got yesterday Toronto went small with Grady Dick.
Well done. We got the officiating report. Bobby with a lot of the specifics and details. Final 2 minutes. Did the league apologize to the Mavericks for all the calls?
They did not. In fact, they gave us a bunch of CYA responses. Now, they did admit fault in one area that we didn't even discuss, and we'll touch on that in just a sec. But let's go over the play specifically that we were talking about. So the NBA, I love that the NBA does this in games that I think are between, like as long as the final scores within 3 points, they will release a game log of here is the reasoning behind every call and non-call that was made in the final 2 minutes of the game. It's called the final 2 minute report. I love the transparency. I think it's great that they go into detail explaining everything.
I could not believe that there was a write-up on all the different things we talked about on yesterday's show.
Yeah, and so the first one, Josh Green basically getting tackled by Darius Garland on the three-point shot. The NBA in their post-game review said correct non-call. They said Garland legally contests Green's jump shot, making contact with the ball prior to high-five contact after the ball is released. So they say that was right, shouldn't have been a whistle. On the Kyrie offensive foul, the NBA said Irving overtly hooks his off arm.
Wait. So they were saying with Josh Green that was, the whole handball
post-release, and so it didn't affect the shot.
Did not affect the shot.
Yes.
But if you make body contact, that's still a foul.
Well, they said it was high-five contact. So they call
But Josh reacted like he got sniped. That's the way he reacted. He shot back like this.
He did, and he kicked the leg out.
Yeah.
He did the Reggie Miller kick.
So they were saying a little acting.
The Kyrie offensive foul, which Mike Bassick, to all of our surprise, said thought that was the right call. And the NBA gave the same line. They said Kyrie Irving overtly hooks his off arm around Strus's left arm and initiates contact that affects Strus's ability to defend the drive. So they say that was definitely him trying to draw a call and impeding Max Strus's ability to defend. On the PJ Washington last second layup, they say Jarrett Allen gets to the height of the ball and makes contact with it during Washington's shot attempt at the basket. Any ensuing contact with Washington's wrist is marginal. Okay, so that's where I think they're getting a little more. That's not a technical definition. That's them judging. Well, how much did he catch the wrist?
I still have a problem with that one.
I think it should have been an and one. The one area they
wait. That was with the Kyrie layup or the offensive
That
foul?
was the PJ Washington layup.
Yeah,
that was the PJ Washington layup where it's the same contact to me anyway that Ginobili had on Dirk's famous Game 7 playoff layup that sent it into overtime. But the one area where the NBA acknowledged a call was incorrect, and it was a missed call, one we didn't even discuss, on the possession where Donovan Mitchell hits the go-ahead three-pointer to take the lead at 1:15-1:13 with like a little under 2 minutes left. So not the bank shot three, but the other one. The NBA's officiating review determined that the possession should have resulted in a Cleveland turnover because officials missed an offensive 3-second call against Jarrett Allen. And they will give you a video clip showing you here's the incident and this is what it is. When you watch the video of the play, Jarrett Allen is in the paint for 6 seconds and it's never called.
Oh.
And that's one where
I believe that's illegal.
That's 113-112 lead for the Mavericks. You're talking about 150 left in the game. That's a turnover by the Cavaliers, Dallas ball. I mean, that's a big missed call. But they listed everything else and said either the no calls were correct or the fouls that were called were correct. That's the only one that they said was missed in the final 2 minutes.
So last night, Luka becomes the first player in league history to record a 30-point triple-double on his birthday. He scored 25 or more points in 9 straight games, topping 40 twice in that span. Here are his NBA ranks before the age of 25. Points, he's third. 3-point field goals made, he's first. I even think maybe his shooting is not talked about enough because right now when he shoots it, I'm like, that's going in. If he's open, that's money. By the way, I went back and checked. This month, I ended up being right with my gut. I had to check the numbers, though. His best shooting month since the 3 games in October to start off the year. Highest field goal percentage, highest 3-point percentage as he's playing perfect offensive basketball, in my opinion. Assists 7th all time in the history of the league before the age of 25. 40-point games, 4th. Triple doubles, 2nd. Any of those surprise you that he's low? Like that he's 7th in assists on that list, that he's 4th in 40-point games, that there's other players in the history of the league who actually did more before the age of 25 than him in those categories.
7th in assists is kind of interesting to me.
Yeah.
Because when you talk about younger players and younger point guards, like that's such a cerebral position and the way that you're orchestrating and everything else. Like I wouldn't think there's just a bunch of high volume assist guys before 25 or not
also,
6 of them
until the last, recent years. most of these players were 22 before they got in the league. They were in college. You weren't getting the same amount of Euros that came in the league at 19 years old or high school kids. So it surprised me a little bit that he's that low in assists.
Yeah, I would have thought he would have been higher. The rest of it sort of makes sense to me. Like I mean, the most 3-point field goals make sense because it's just an era of he's putting up 10 threes a game right now.
Yeah. So someone that Bobby loves said he didn't necessarily love Luka's game, and it feels like both you guys kind of agree.
Well, this is Bill Simmons.
The GOAT.
Now, how are you on Bill Simmons?
Me?
Yeah, you.
I used to be obsessed with his column at ESPN. I can't stand his voice. I don't, it's all nasally. I don't go and seek out his... When he says something about basketball, I'm interested in it because I respect his basketball opinion. I got his book of basketball.
Great book.
I don't listen to his podcast ever.
I
used to love him at ESPN. I loved his pop culture. I loved his columns. I loved his columns.
He's a really good writer. Like I still to this day think he's a good writer. I don't love that he's become
Does he still write for The Ringer?
No. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Does
I don't
he own it though. Didn't he own it?
he owned Grantland, and then when Grantland shut down, he owned The Ringer. But I still think that's where his talent really is writing.
All right, so he was on a podcast with him and Ryan Russillo.
Well, great voice.
Yeah, he does. It's a very good voice.
Like me.
Peyton, I don't think you said you don't have this. Peyton doesn't have this audio.
I do not.
Okay, great, cool.
I mean, it's not like it was in our group message.
Did one of you guys send it?
Yeah.
No, well, I mean, you sent it like 2 days ago.
Anyway, go ahead. We don't want to mess up
Way to go,
Peyton's
Peyton.
mindset for his segment coming up.
Oh, yeah, it's
I know.
Thursday. I forget he checks out.
That's already known. Anyway, he said he doesn't like Luke. He hates Luka's game. So he was talking about the most watchable, his favorite players to watch in the league, and he had Luka 8th. He did not have him in his top 7 of players to watch because he doesn't like mono ball. Now,
what?
Mono ball, but he called it, and this is where he lost me, heliocentric. That's not a word. It's not a word, okay? Stop. And please, young broad. I'm going to sound like Peyton Manning here with you, young quarterbacks, young broadcasters out there. Your job is not to make me feel like an idiot. I do that enough of my own. Your job is to present the facts, the information, report, whatever, without making us feel like we need to. If I need to go to a dictionary, shame on you.
Nick Wright loves doing this with his vocabulary.
Yeah, you're not smarter than everybody else because your vocabulary is bigger. All that tells me is you were a loser as a kid.
Heliocentric, having or representing the sun as the center, as in the accepted astronomical model of the solar system.
Yeah, that's Luka, right? Like he is the focus. He is Mr. Usage Rate. Like that's his game. I don't fault.
There's ball dominant. I don't know. It kind of means the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't doesn't thin
smart?
the herd. Doesn't thin the herd out of the listenership. Look, I think that it's a little upsetting, like when you look at it on the face. But I also looked at it. I was like, this is essentially my criticism of Lamar Jackson. Like that, he's got this ability. He's like, but to me, it's like he doesn't play the position the way I want the position played. And so that's basically what Bill Simmons is saying. He's saying he's an incredible talent. He doesn't play basketball the way I like basketball played. So I'm not a fan of his style.
He is as selfish as Peyton with sushi and subtitles. The Payload is next on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course.
On 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is Thursday at 6:40. It's time for the payload, and I don't believe in national champions, and I don't believe in subtitles. I'll get to that in 1 second because you guys are a bunch of losers out there using subtitles.
Ooh, come at me, bro.
So I need some relationship advice here. Nothing bad. No, it's not going downhill with me and Mackenzie. We had our 4 months, Monday, so we're doing great at our new house.
Do people mark that?
Gen Zers do, and she's a Gen Zer, so she's all about it. But look, so we all crave certain foods, right, that we got to have at that moment or got to have within the next couple of days.
Yep.
Sean, you're a big barbecue guy. You got to have the barbecue. You got to have the meats. So I crave sushi every once in a while. It's not every day I can just it's not like a burger or chicken. I can just have it whenever. If I crave it, I got to have it immediately or got to have it within the next day or two. My girlfriend Mackenzie is anti-seafood everything, just like Bobby. She does not like seafood. Her and Bobby are like the same person.
Cheap
it's ridiculous.
dates. Cheap dates.
God, but there's some times where I really want the sushi and she refuses to eat it, but she's very thoughtful and says, you know what? And she swears by she's fine with it. It's not like a trick or anything, but she has told me if I want sushi or seafood, we'll go to the restaurant, you order. I won't, she won't get anything, but we'll pick up something on the way home.
It's like taking a 7-year-old to dinner.
What do I do?
We'll get McDonald's on the way.
That's why I said she's immature, because of that right there.
Wow.
But look, what do I do in this situation? Do I just take her word and just go to the restaurant? It's not like every night I'm doing this. It's just once every month probably. I'll drag it out a little bit.
Will she eat like a stir fry? You know what I mean? Like sushi restaurants sometimes have, that's the thing though, like a sushi restaurant is mainly sushi. It's not like you can go and
get fried rice.
You can get fried rice, get some edamame.
What if I told you she's not a big rice person either? There's not much she likes. It's mack and cheese and dino nuggets for her.
Wow. You're not being serious,
like
right?
Pittman yesterday.
She went to Sam's Club the other day and just got a 12-pack of mac and cheese and a big bag of 60-count dino nuggets.
Well,
I was like, I'm good.
Dino?
Hold on. What kind of mac and cheese? Is it just the regular old Kraft one, or is it like the deluxe?
No, this is Kraft.
Is there a certain sushi restaurant you're trying to go to in particular?
Really anything at this point, honestly.
Well, they have what's the fried appetizer that you can get there, Amanda?
The wontons?
You can get wontons, but when they tempura things, tempura shrimp, something like that.
The seafood, should like shrimp at all.
But
nothing seafood. Yeah.
You can't talk her into anything. Like, hey, come try this with me. Like, you can't nothing.
She doesn't like trying new things. It's like she has her set menu, and that's what she's going off.
Do you believe that she's that cool that she would sit there, watch you eat, be cool with it, and then get something on the way home?
She said there's a couple things. One, we just can't go super late to eat. It can't be like a 7 o'clock dinner where I'm over by 8 and then she's eating at 8:30 when I pick up the food.
Yeah.
And then I have to buy her food on the way home of her choice.
What about ramen? Does she like ramen?
Ramen.
Noodles?
Yeah.
I think so. I think she could do that.
You can
do
order
ramen.
You can order ramen there. Look, the simple solution to this is one night while you're at home, have sushi delivered.
Just get delivered.
Just get sushi delivered. She eats her chicken nuggets, and you're good to go. I
can't believe this is a conversation. I'm stunned. A mid-20s, only eating mac and cheese and dinosaur nuggets.
You have to be exaggerating on that front. Like she will go eat places.
Oh,
You guys
yeah,
go to
yes,
steakhouses and stuff.
Yes. Burgers, chicken, like that's her
Steak?
vibe.
No, steak. Does she get like
Steak is fine.
Does she get it? You guys have gone to Olive Garden because I know you love it there.
We have not, but we went to Culpeppers.
That was the other date.
Yeah, she's
sorry,
listening right now.
sorry.
That didn't work
We
out.
just called her immature.
Yeah, you're worried about us saying I haven't taken her to
But I do
Olive
believe
Garden.
it's not going to jeopardize the relationship if I do take her to place.
I don't
it
think
looks
you can
bad
do
for
it.
me. It looks bad for me.
I don't think you can do it.
Yes.
It's a selfish move.
No, you can do it. It's like 'cause
Bobby would do it.
Bobby would do it.
I do this to you guys every time we're on the road, and you guys want to go to
sabotage
some
our dinners.
You
We're
guys
not
want to
sleeping with you.
No, but you want to go to some. No, we get our own rooms now. No, but one of the whenever we're out at somewhere, I will, if I don't want to eat there and you guys are all in favor, I'm not going to say anything. When we went to the fish taco spot in Oxnard, I was not going to eat anything there, but I was also not going to like throw up a big protest and like prevent y'all from
Like
going.
you did the buffet?
I didn't throw up a protest on that. I just wasn't going to go to that one. But I sat there, we did the whole thing, and then on the way home, I picked up food, and it wasn't a big deal. She seems...
It's different with you.
Different with a group of people, too.
You're not a girlfriend.
She seems cool enough from what I've seen that I think she would be okay with this. I would let Kristen do this, and I think Kristen would let me do it.
Tonight or tomorrow or the next time you have the craving, say, look, tonight I'm ordering sushi for myself, and order it to the house. Then you don't have to go out and have the awkward... I would not do it in a dinner setting out and about. Let her just sit there.
He pays for shared margaritas, won't pay for avocado. You think he's going to pay delivery charges?
That's true. Go pick it up. Do a call-in order.
Pick her pick it up.
You guys pick it. You have to go and find a place because you're going to pick something up for her on the way home too.
There you go.
There's not many like sushi places just right in Rockwall. I'd be driving, halfway across the country to get something. I'd rather just drive to a nice scenery in Dallas or Plano.
3 in Roanoke. Surely there's more in Rockwall.
The fan text is suggesting you just go to a hibachi place because they're saying you can get the sushi and then she can find something to eat there.
You get the sushi at the
we
table.
have hibachi.
Yeah.
So you're never gonna go. You have not taken her to your all-time number one favorite Korean barbecue.
I have not.
There's been no Korean. You took her to the casinos before you took her to your Korean barbecue, which you went to every single weekend.
There's been one time since we've been dating, and it was a couple weeks ago that my friends went to Korean barbecue, and she was busy. She was babysitting for the weekend, had to stay at the house.
Would she hate it?
No, she would like it, but she would not, even though like I'm paying for it, she wouldn't get the money's worth. She would eat a little bit, and then like that would be it.
You can't ask. Okay, so here's the thing.
Because it's just meat. It's just meat and meat and meat.
You can't ask her to give up something that she loves and she's always loved, and she can't ask you to do the same.
Which she's not.
She's not, but she is. Because if she's saying that no one's going to go on a date with your girlfriend or your wife, and one of you eat at the table and the other one just sits there. Like, that's just not realistic. That's not sustainable.
Just get it to go. It's not a big deal.
But that's not fun. Like, the whole point of getting something out, going out to eat is like just being out.
So what would you do?
I have no idea. First of all, I mean, I don't know. I would date a normal person. No offense. I'm just kidding.
Geez.
No, but
No
like,
offense.
Peyton's normal. Don't talk about it
like
like
I
that.
think it's something you'd have to have a conversation. Like,
You
look,
just have Wolchuk pick it up.
I know, right? Like, this is what I want to do. I want to go to sushi. I want you to. You don't have to find something there.
Yeah.
And find something there that you can eat. And you have to. You're gonna have to give something up on your side that you don't like to do that she does.
Bobby's wife has to deal with this all the time. On the flight to Vegas, I was just looking up restaurants, and this poor girl, she was looking over my shoulder, like, I would love to go to one of those, but I can't because of Bobby. So she could not, we couldn't go to you were asleep.
I played
You were
along.
asleep when we were talking about it. You were asleep. That's why I got the
but
neck
still.
pillow shot.
Yes.
And she's like, I would really like to go to one of these, but I can't because of Bobby. So she feels the same.
You know what? And because of her thought process with this, and this is Mackenzie, I know you're listening right now. So if you're annoyed that you're like, what else am I supposed to do? I've told you can go do this, and now you're making this deal of it. Mackenzie, you need to do what I do, which is you tell them, yeah, I'll get something to eat there. And then when you show up, you don't. You just go, yeah, I was never getting anything, but I knew you wouldn't come here if I said I'm not getting anything, but I wanted you to enjoy it. I think she's being pretty selfless here.
Yeah.
No, it sounds selfless.
Right.
And I think it's genuine.
I've said that. I believe her 100% that she's not putting me through a trap, because girls will say, oh, it's fine, when it's really not fine.
Yeah.
But,
and, get a soup. Get an egg drop soup. Get a wonton soup.
Yeah.
Get something like that.
So I love sushi, but
Chicken skewers.
I absolutely hate people who use subtitles to watch TV and movies. Since when does subtitles make you hear the movie better?
Have you ever watched? Do you like Narcos?
No.
Do you know what that is?
TV show, never seen it.
Oh my.
Well, yeah, that's it. You can't watch a show in Spanish if you don't speak it without subtitles.
that's not the point though. I get it.
Foreigners.
I get that. If it's a foreign film, then yes, for sure, put the subtitles on so you can understand it. But I'm talking about just watching The Office and having Michael Scott's, dialogue at the bottom.
Closed caption.
Do a lot of people do that?
Dude, my whole family does it.
I
turn on the Netflix and that's the first thing, and so I have to switch it every single time.
Do they not realize that maybe they don't know it's on? Are they hard of hearing?
You have subtitles?
Not on every single one, but there's a lot of shows that just because of the sound mixing or whatever else, it's like, this is difficult to hear what the hell they're saying. And so, I throw up subtitles for certain shows.
I have two counters to this. Number one, if it's like Narcos or something like that, or Griselda, which a lot of people did not apparently
Crouching Tiger,
like.
Hidden Dragon.
You got to have it on. It used to bother me, but my two counters to this are, number one, the inconsistency of television sound. Like Bobby's saying, I get in, the most arguments I get into with my wife is about the sound of the TV. She said, why do you have to have it so loud? I'm like, I literally have not touched the remote. It's the commercial. It doesn't even it out. I know there's supposed to be TVs and technology, and Bobby, you're a sound nerd with all this, but it's not even. Like, some shows are really, really low. She even gets mad when she hears the DirecTV, like, click, 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 click with the volume. And that's my other thing. If you're trying to watch something while they're going to sleep, if you're both in bed, sometimes you need the sound lower with the subtitles to match them up together. But otherwise, man, I feel like TV sound is inconsistent.
Just have your eyes up, and it's helpful for, like, what the hell did they just say? You can quickly dart your eyes down, pick up the dialogue, look back up. Vox did a video on this last year. It was called Why We All Need Subtitles Now. It was talking about the epidemic of bad sound mixing that has caused people to go like, what the hell's the dialogue? I can't hear it. This was a big issue with Tenet. When the movie Tenet came out, people were like, the mixing here is so bad you can't understand what they're saying. There's 11 million views on this video because it's become a problem that with the mixing, like, you can't hear the dialogue clearly.
Does Mackenzie need subtitles?
No, she doesn't. That's why I chose her to be my girlfriend.
Oh,
that's what. But a lot of Tolas waiting on the truckrate.com fan text 877-881-1053. A lot of people saying they have kids and that's why they use it, which is understandable. But some are saying their kids are 18, 20, 22 and still use it. And so I think it gets back to RJ's favorite generation. It's a Gen Z problem.
What would you?
I can't believe they would want to do more work.
What would you rather
read during TV?
What would you rather? Would you swap Mackenzie willingly eating sushi for her wanting to have subtitles on everything y'all watch?
Ooh, good question.
Because subtitles throw me off because I'm reading it and I'm not paying attention to what I'm watching because I have to read ahead of it. It throws me off. I'd rather her just not have sushi. I can get sushi on my own time when she's busy.
Ooh, he really hates the foreigners.
You do.
Whoa.
No, I don't mind them. I used to hate it. I used to hate it be distracting, but again, the TV sound inconsistency, late at night, you're watching, a Spanish movie, but mixed with English. Narcos is the perfect example.
Narcos is a perfect example. I mean, I would never even think of using it on a regular English,
exactly.
speaking.
Right.
Now, maybe Game of Thrones.
Never saw it.
It's because, like, sometimes, they it's English. It's a real English. It's fake English, right? And sometimes their accents I don't understand.
Yeah.
But other than that, no, I would never use that.
How did the Rangers? Good job, Pepe.
Very nice.
With the payload.
Mid.
Thursdays. Maybe you have to take over Bobby's segments Friday and Monday here on DFW Sports Station. How did the Rangers do against Yamamoto? The Phenom made his debut, and the rest of the NFL telling us that Mike McCarthy's way better than many in DFW think. NFL report cards are out from the players themselves. One of our favorite things to go to next. But one of my favorite places to go to.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Loaded Thursday edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. We're going to get to the Yamamoto debut that took over the national scene yesterday in Surprise. We had our shows all over it. But first, NFL player team report cards.
Yeah.
This is fun.
This is fun. Unless you're like the Chiefs.
Oh, yeah.
It's not fun for them. It's not fun for some other teams, too.
So this is 1,700 NFL players basically filling out a report card.
Yeah.
And the NFL Players Association wants to keep tabs on what the players think about the coaching, locker rooms, treatment of facilities, food in the cafeteria, the nutritionist, the training staff, the weight rooms.
They got a really good response rate then.
Yeah,
because I just did 53 times 32. It's 1696. So they must have gotten free agents and practice squad guys and everything else.
So last year they only had 1,300 respond. This year is basically everybody. And the best two organizations in the entire league were Miami and Minnesota. They were the top two. This year, Miami finished ahead of the Vikings. And they were the same as last year, the top two in the league.
Too comfortable in Miami. They're too comfortable. That's why they play poorly on the road.
The Chiefs are the worst. They're right there. Now, last year, the Cowboys finished fifth. They were tied for first or first by themselves in 5 categories. There's more categories this year, by the way. They're first or tied for first in 5 categories. They were also 8th, 15th, and 23rd. 23rd was team travel. This year, their highest was 2nd, and that was locker room.
Like the way the locker room looks, the facility of it.
The locker room facility.
It specifies under the team page, it says 100% of players felt like the locker is big enough. That was first overall. And 97% of players feel like they have enough room in their individual lockers, which was third overall.
In other categories, treatment of families, they got an A-. They were 4th. Food, cafeteria, 11th with a B. Nutritionist, dietitian, 11th with a B. Training rooms, C-, 26th. Training staff, D+, 30th. Weight room, A, 5th.
Is that shots fired at my guy Britt Brown?
That would be like trainers and stuff like that.
Dr.
And
Cooper?
Specifically, well, I don't know if Dr. Cooper would be there. It says only 62% of players feel like and this is specific to the Cowboys, only 62% of players feel like they receive enough one-on-one treatment. That was 30th overall. The players feel that the training staff only slightly contributes to their success. That was 30th overall. It's a little, look, these anonymous things can be a little vindictive sometimes. So
they can. Let's see. Weight room A, 5th. Strength coaches B+, 17th. Team travel C-, 22nd. That was their lowest grade. Head coach A.
Wow.
9th. Ownership.
In your face, Bobby.
Ownership B, 19th.
Now, they were 9th on coaching. 96% of players for the Cowboys feel like Mike McCarthy is efficient with their time. That was 9th overall. They were 4th overall in the sentiment of players feel that Mike McCarthy is very willing to listen to the locker room.
Yeah.
That would definitely be on display after he walked that trash-ass offense out there for 5 weeks, that 1994-ass offense, and then the players said, hey, let's not do this anymore. He's like, all right, fine.
What jumps out to you here with the Cowboys?
Well, with the Cowboys, I mean, it does jump out to me that, that Jerry was 19th among all ownership. That surprises me a little bit. That McCarthy got a better grade than him. This is a team that generally does very well with this survey. They were kind of mid here.
This is the biggest drop any team had in the overall rankings.
Oh.
They went from 5th to 12th. That's the biggest drop in the league year over year.
Like a D+ for training staff. Like Bobby said, that could be vindictive, but also consider this. And I like in this organization, I like to make a lot of. I think you could draw a ton of parallels between this organization and the New York Yankees. Right, a ton of parallels with the way the organization is run, the children taking over, or in this case, about to take over, the spending. I think you could draw the lack of championships lately.
Yeah, Dallas's team captain is actually an elite player, though.
Aaron Judge?
No, I was talking about Jeter.
So the Yankees have notoriously the worst training staff in the sport. They're so outdated. Like, people make fun of them. And I wonder, Are the Cowboys up to date as other teams? I remember, I'll never forget this, when DeMarcus Ware went to Denver. The first thing he remarked of, man, we have weight room here that, like, they have equipment I've never seen before. And it's like, what? You're the what? How?
Yeah, now that was Valley Ranch days.
Was it when did the Star open?
So the Star opened in 2016. So this was, when DeMarcus and Valley Ranch was getting killed as being out of date. Now, it's interesting on the ownership thing. This apparently is a very, when they're supposed to grade them as owners, it's a very specific, narrow definition that matches up with some of the stuff about the training room and everything else. Because apparently the 19th ranking comes from club owner Jerry Jones, received a rating of 8.6 out of 10 from Cowboys players when considering his willingness to invest in the facilities. So that's sort of, I guess, how they're grading ownership. Like, how much is ownership willing to spend to upgrade your day-to-day experience? So the fact that they think the training room isn't great or whatever else, that probably is reflected in Jerry's grade.
What else jumped out to you in this player survey, Choppy?
Well, I mean, look, it just helps me further my my efforts to just rid the sport of anything but quarterbacks. I'm just even more so. The Chiefs get a terrible grade. Let me read you the Chiefs grades. Owner F-.
Wow.
The worst owner in the league is the Hunt family.
Clark Hunt.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't say
Clark
anything.
Hunt.
Treatment of families, D+. Travel, D. Strength coaches, C+. Weight room, C+. Training staff, F. Training room, D. Locker room, F. Nutritionist, F. Cafeteria, C-. Woo! These guys don't these guys don't lift weights. They don't have good diets. They still win. It's quarterback. And
So how would the rest of the league vote on, like, their facilities and their food? Or are they taking the team vote?
Yeah, it's just basically just the players within the organization.
Okay, so just the players on the team, on their own team. Okay.
And now you go to the Patriots. And I use the Patriots because, like, they at the time, this survey, Bill was still the coach, right? At the time the survey was taken. Everything from the dynasty era is still in place there until when the survey was taken. All we heard was what a model organization this was. Oh, the ownership's fantastic. Oh, this, oh, that. Treatment of families, F-. Cafeteria nutritionist, B-. Locker room, C-. Training room, C. Training staff, B-. Weight room, F. Strength coaches, C-. Travel. Oh, the craft plane is so amazing. I mean, it's parked at Alliance Airport right now. D. Ownership, D+. It's the same owner over the title teams. And meanwhile, you get the Panthers or the Bears or the Vikings. They get generally good grades across the board. They don't win. You know what? It's just, give me the quarterback. That's all I care about, man. It even furthers my cause.
Why didn't Bill Belichick get a job? Well, you got to remember this was when this survey would have taken place while Belichick was still the head coach of the Patriots. 55% of Patriots players feel that former head coach Bill Belichick was efficient with their time. That was 31st in the NFL. Players feel that Bill Belichick was rarely willing to listen to the locker room. That was 31st overall.
Wow.
That's important to young people right now.
Now,
like, more than ever is like, are you listening to what my problems are, what I have to say, and are you wasting my time?
I'm listening, an Odyssey podcast. What's interesting is I want to jump to the Eagles. I was curious, like, what was the anonymous sentiment on Sirianni? Like, because we talked about, like, how was his reputation? Was stuff cracking there? 100% of players feel that head coach Nick Sirianni is efficient with their time. That's first overall in the NFL. The players feel that Nick Sirianni is very willing to listen to the locker room. That was 7th overall. So they were not anonymously cracking on Sirianni.
Now, I told this before Big Dom was suspended.
Yeah, I mean, look, he is the glue that holds it together. I'm trying to see if J.C. Treader said when this was commissioned, because if this was commissioned before the final month of the season, maybe this is different.
I love this.
I love these surveys, anonymous surveys.
We need to get like all the best coaches, all the worst coaches for a little bit later on. But that's the Cowboys falling from 5 to 12, and Mike McCarthy getting rave reviews. That does not surprise me whatsoever, and it's the reason I want Mike Zimmer, and I'm okay with Dan Quinn leaving and Mike Zimmer replacing, because I just think things are a little too comfortable, a little too nice. It's good to have that. You just need a little bad cop. You know what I mean? I'm a believer in that.
I just want to know how the Cowboys went from an A- training staff.
It was A- last year.
And a B training room to this year having a D+ training staff and a C- training
Tyron
room.
Smith probably voted on it. You're costing me. You're costing me my bonuses and my playing time. I'm just playing around, kind of.
Did you, and I'm not identifying anyone here.
And have we thought of the Cowboys in the past year or two as like, we used to do, right? We always have a soft tissue discussion.
Yes.
Have we thought of this about the Cowboys in general, about the injuries? I don't remember it last year.
I don't feel, in fact, I thought we all felt like, the management of Tyron Smith's injuries were better this year than they had been at any point. And you hadn't really had the soft tissue question, like you mentioned there, Sean, that had been plaguing them for so long. I wonder, they did go out and bring in more outside veteran free agents this past offseason than they had in years past. So is this veterans coming in who have experience in other buildings going, well, I'm comparing it to what I had over here. I'm comparing it to what I had over here. And is that dinging them at all? That they just don't think it's as good as wherever they were previously?
877-881-1053. Treatment of facilities, F-. Cincy, New England, Pittsburgh. The Chargers got an F. The Buccaneers got an F. And the Commanders an F- with a new stadium name.
It won't be FedEx Field. Arthur Smith's daddy saying no more. I don't want to sponsor this team anymore.
Arthur Smith's daddy, Arthur Blank.
Arthur Smith's dad is the founder of FedEx.
Oh, he is?
Or the CEO, whatever, yeah.
Wow. So you had Arthur Smith and Arthur Blank together with FedEx and Home Depot.
Yeah, just
that's a power couple.
That's a power company. That really is. That really is. It's a fascinating documentary on FedEx and like how hard it was for them. Their first.
There's a FedEx documentary?
Yeah, it was like the brands that built America on History Channel, and like their first. They started this company, and like he started it by lying and saying that the U.S. Postal Service was gonna already sign an agreement with them, and they. It didn't take off. Like they had 6 packages their first day. They bought 6 airplanes. They had 6 packages. The whole first day.
And then the Carolina Panthers are being called like the new Commanders. They're raising season ticket prices.
2-15,
or the Mavericks,
2-15, raising season ticket prices. All because the owner is paying out about half a dozen coaches still. I mean, he's had 7 people as head coaches in 4 years. If you count interim coaches as well.
Yeah, they've had like double the coaches pre-Tepper. Like Tepper has already doubled the number of coaches that they had before he got there. Like it's been ridiculous how fast he's turning through people. But I mean, this is just another poor PR look, because one of the things that was pointed out yesterday was the amount that they're raising the ticket prices is above the percentage increase of inflation right now. So it's not just a inflation raise. They're saying this is more valuable now.
All right. How did the world champs do against the Yamamoto debut? And how did drunk Brian Broaddus do all over the G-Bag Nation? The commercial-free Expressway is next right here on The Fan. But how are you doing at that job? It's a Thursday.
because it is the expressway right now.
It's a real 12-6 curveball. It'll drop. Oh, there you go. Lowe just no chance with that one. That ball disappeared on him.
The splitter getting much of the attention yesterday for the debut of Yamamoto against the Texas Rangers. Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Expressway with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. What does that mean? We are commercial-free for the next 35 minutes. We are also your home of the World Series champs. Yamamoto yesterday going 2 innings, giving up 1 hit to the great Evan Carter. Quickly got out of that with a double play with Wyatt Langford at the plate.
Bust.
0 runs, 3 strikeouts. 19 pitches, 16 strikes. He faced 6 batters. He threw 6 first pitch strikes. 1 hit allowed. Strikeouts to walks, 3-0. Swings and whiffs, 12-4.
He's the best.
All the hype got met, at least yesterday, for a couple innings in Arizona.
It did, and there is going to be, I think, a real adjustment these hitters are going to make against him. That delivery is very unorthodox, and it's a typical, from the windup, but without a real windup, and he just goes for he rocks back, does his pause, and then goes right into basically a slide step. Mm-hmm. You don't see that. And I can only imagine the first time you see that, or the first couple times you see that, you use the windup or the leg kick to get your timing. And that ball may jump on you. So I remember Nomo when he first came in. Peyton doesn't remember this, and it was like 1994.
Yeah, you don't. But, do you have any clue who Hideo Nomo is?
He doesn't
yes,
know
for the Dodgers.
He doesn't know who Yu Darvish is.
Hideo Nomo.
Matsuzaka.
What?
Daisuke Matsuzaka.
Daisuke, there you go.
It's been a great week for references for Peyton.
Yeah, it has been. So, but when Nomo first came in here, it took hitters a good 1 or 2 times through the league before they figured out his delivery, because it was wild.
He'd show his back.
Yeah,
it was sort of the Dontrell Willis delivery.
Yeah, and his arm slot, he hit the ball well. So it takes a while. And I can only imagine this is going to be very, very similar. They're going to have much more advanced scouting than they had back in '94. But still, there's nothing like getting in a box with somebody. I can imagine that throws something like that, and then all of a sudden he's throwing 96 and it jumps on you.
The one thing I wonder about watching him pitch, with that delivery specifically, is the arm angle looks weird. And that's difficult to pick up, I'm sure, but just watching, I was like, is this going to be is he going to have arm issues over time? Because it looks so bizarre, the angle. It just looks like it stresses his elbow, I would think, just the way that it looks. But
I went and got this old clip from Lewis Brinson. Remember him?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Lewis Brinson on MLB Network Radio. This was months ago, talking about facing Yamamoto himself.
He is going to be a problem over here. I'm going to let everybody know now. He is going to be an issue when he comes to the States, because obviously he was an issue over there. And I tell everybody I don't like to admit that, but, I like to admit when I'm wrong or when I'm, out of place. I felt overmatched against him. That was the only guy over there in a while that I felt overmatched. Facing him, he has a lively arm. Like I said, he has 4 good pitches. Then he can throw every single one for a strike. Every single one is a get me out pitch or get you out pitch. Curveball, splitter, cutter, slider, fastball. I mean, everything explodes out of his hand. Like I said, whatever team lands him, good for you, because he is disgusting.
That fastball on Simeon looked like it exploded on him.
Mm-hmm.
And then the splitters that he threw to Nate Lowe and Leote, they swung before the ball was halfway there.
Yeah, and
he's already skipping there on the ground, and they were like, "Here you go."
They say you can tell a lot about what the pitcher stuff based on how many chases you get. You get a lot of balls outside the strikes that you're swinging. And again, it's so early in spring. I mean, the hitter's eye is not nearly what it's going to be in 2 weeks, let alone 2 months.
Well, and there was the one that was he threw the pitch, it was inside, but it wasn't super far inside. There was the one that he threw to Leote the ball, where Leote almost fell. No, the one that was at knee level, it was a little inside, but Leote fell back like he thought it was going to hit him. And it's that really wasn't that close to you, dude.
So the Dodger hype is being met in their first 2 games. Shohei hits a home run, and then Yamamoto yesterday. But the world champs actually get the W. They get the win. A lot of plays being made. It was a fun game even after Yamamoto went out. Rangers get the W. Bruce Bochy yesterday was on KMC, and they asked, when do you really start focusing on results in spring training?
Well, first of all, there's three. One, Arizona. It's a tough place to evaluate. Sinker's not quite sinking as much, or the breaking ball. It's just easier to hit in the Cactus League, and results can fool you. As spring goes, pitcher stuff gets better. They get better command. They get sharper with the breaking balls and change ups and splits, whatever. So it gets a little tougher to hit. So and the hitter, sometimes they come in, they just don't have their timing. Look at Wyatt right now, Langford. I mean, come on, we know he can hit. So, are we going to evaluate him on these 3-4? No, absolutely not. I'm going to tell him today he's still better than Willie Mays. I think he went over 22 when they called him up or something crazy like that. But I was in the big league.
That's a reasonable bar to set. I like it.
So to your point, I just think when we get a little deeper in this is really when you'll see the guys.
Yeah,
That's a great clip.
It is, and the Langford stuff specifically, it's a little disappointing we don't have a wow moment yet. I mean, because he's 1 for 10 at this point. He's struck out half the time. That's a little bit of a bummer because he's got all this hype and you want to see it. But I mean, this is also just the nature of it. I remember he mentions Mays there, but I remember Teixeira. Like when Teixeira came up in spring training, and then when he first made the big league club, he couldn't hit anything for the first month. It's a big jump. It's a big challenge.
Massive challenge. And especially so early in the season. Like, again, pitchers are throwing basically their top speed, and your eye just isn't trained for it yet.
All right, also taking place yesterday was not just the Yamamoto debut, it was Brian Broaddus getting drunk on the air again.
Yeah, this was I don't know. I had been given a heads up.
What's going on around here? Are there memos? I'm probably one of the few employees who checks his email every 2 days.
Loser.
Are there emails that I'm not aware of, that I'm not being tagged on? That
I haven't seen a get drunk on the air email yet.
I didn't know that this was
but I support it.
Random Wednesday activity around here.
I mean, what else are you going to do in Surprise, Arizona? Drink. In Vegas, you have other things, I guess.
Championship celebration, parade, I get it, Broaddus, da-da-da. Was this a bet payoff? How did this come about?
I don't know the context of it, but I definitely, when I first turned it on, I wondered. When I first turned it on, I was going to listen. I was like, is Brian leaning into this a little bit? Is he playing a character? So I knew I could trust Ruben. So I texted Ruben, who was sitting back there. I was like, hey, is this real, or is Brian leaning into this? And I realized it was real the later you would listen. But at the time, I was like, is this real? And Ruben was like, oh, no, it's real. He's like, he and Eric are in here just cleaning a bottle of Tito's.
Oh, Eric was drinking too.
Allegedly.
He can handle it. He can handle his liquor.
Yeah, well, look, every time we're in a social setting with Broaddus, he doesn't drink.
No. I've
usually driving them around.
I think I've been out in a social setting with him where he drank one time. It was like a Super Bowl party, but that's it.
But it was a drink.
Yeah.
Not, a
I've
bottle.
never seen Broaddus in person hammered.
And I have not either, and I'm really bummed I haven't been able to see it yet.
Same here.
I want him to match my energy. I want him to go drink for drink with me. That's what I want.
Well, and you'll be done after 4 drinks. Yeah. You think you're this hardcore just because you drink it faster than everyone doesn't mean you have a great tolerance level. You're going like that.
Okay, that has nothing to do with tolerance. That has to do with attention, Sean. That's why I drink it like that. Yeah, it's about I'm starved for attention as you psychoanalyzed me in Vegas. I just because I get gone quick, I sustain through the night and then bounce back the next morning, so I can hold it.
Enough about you. Let's get to the audio.
Yeah, so this was yesterday. We got several clips here, and we're going to jump ahead to 6 o'clock. Good 4 hours into Brian feeling...
So they started this at 2?
Apparently, yeah. And this was by 6 o'clock, the bottle was gone. I don't know if this is a handle or we're talking about just one of the skinny bottles of Tito's. But we're going to start.
There's 2 of them. I hope it's the skinny. The skinny bottle is still 16 shots.
There's no way it was a handle. Spittle just said bet payoff.
Bet payoff. There you go.
Okay.
So Brian,
I like it.
Brian yesterday.
Yeah, because it's giving us a green light.
Yeah, Brian, obviously, formerly with the Packers, Bart Starr is huge in that community. Him and his wife were both very big in that community and stayed there years past their career and everything else. So Bart Starr's wife died yesterday or the day before, and Brian knew her. And so Dawson decided to kind of set it up. Brian, super drunk, decided to set it up for a Brian Broaddus eulogy for Bart Starr's wife.
It would be understandable if Brian is broadcasting with a little bit of a heavy heart today.
Yeah.
As maybe the first lady of the Packers, Sherry Starr, the widow of Bart Starr, has died of an undisclosed cause.
Yeah, and yes, the Packer family mourns her loss. I had the opportunity when I worked in Green Bay to meet Bart Starr.
Yeah.
And you start to talk about the pillars of the National Football League.
He was one of them.
He was one of them, and this is a big loss for everybody there in Green Bay. Bart Starr, an Alabama guy, by the way.
Yeah.
University of Alabama. And so him and the missus, though, they did so much great things for Green Bay in the championships.
A lot of R's being thrown in.
There's
pillows.
I don't know.
He's a pillow of the community.
Bar Star.
And he called him Fart Star.
Did he?
Yeah. If you think the first.
I didn't hear that. Packer family.
Let's hear it again.
It would be understandable if Brian is broadcasting with a little bit of a heavy heart today.
Just the funny drops that are in there. We'll try not to talk over it like Broaddus is about to do here in a second. But I don't know about the strategy of letting Broaddus do any eulogies while a bottle of Tito's deep.
My favorite part of that, like the subtle thing, there's the obvious, the stumbling, the family, there's the Bart Starr. That's good. My subtle favorite there is him thinking like his drunken factoid, like, did y'all know Bart Starr went to Alabama? It's like, what does that have to do with the eulogy? He played for Alabama, Bart Starr.
Damn guy, not like a Longhorn.
Are they local?
No, yeah,
not a Sooner.
Yeah, it's just like, he played for the Crimson Tide.
Did he say Fart Starr or anything else in there, Pepe?
I had the opportunity when I worked in Green Bay to meet Bart Starr.
I don't know. I think it's just slurred.
Yeah.
But it's close.
I'm going with fart.
So in this next clip, there was a little bit of regret for the drunken eulogy, even though Chiafalo was trying to give him props for it.
For a drunken eulogy, I think that was actually pretty impressive.
That was A+.
Broaddus.
About halfway into it, I thought, what the hell am I doing setting up Broaddus for a serious eulogy moment here?
Yeah, and Will Chambers said tonight,
that was typical Dawson move right there, bro. What are you talking about?
He's kind of like let's throw Broaddus in the deep end of the pool and watch him drown. But Broaddus is not going to drown.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to drown. I drowned it in Tito's today. But I will say this, though.
There's a drop.
Yeah.
I drowned in Tito's today.
Did I say that kind of slurly?
No, it was great. No,
Will Chambers, who always listens to the show weekend, for the fan that was this. What are you guys doing now? Why is everybody kind of laughing at me?
You're saying things funny.
Will told me not to drink wine tonight. I'm not drinking wine, Will. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do that.
Slurly.
Drowned it.
Slurly. Drowned it in Tito's. I drowned it in Tito's.
Why are you guys laughing at me?
Yeah, it's the self-conscious drunk. Why is everybody laughing at me?
Because there's two kinds. You're either an angry drunk or a happy one. And that's great to see that he's not the angry drunk.
I drowned it in Tito's today.
That is going to be a good drop.
Cheaters today.
I did notice, I had to take a look. When Chiafalo posted the team dinner photo last night, I did look for Broaddus' glass. Looked like he had iced tea. So he did not continue to consume.
Long Island iced tea. It's possible. He's leaning in that photo, though.
Yeah, he's leaning.
He looks like he's still very cheery. I can't believe he made it to the dinner, although I guess it was right after their show.
Yeah, he's like, I mean, he's trying to fit in the photo, but he definitely looks like he's about to tip over a little bit. So after this eulogy for Bart Starr's wife, we obviously had known yesterday, what was it, around like noon, the news that Richard Lewis had passed away came out, and people were reacting to that everywhere. Well, Brian had discovered.
So we have Bart Starr's wife, Tim Wakefield's wife.
Yep.
Richard Lewis and Hector Ortiz, Rangers longtime major and minor league coach.
All yesterday, yeah. And so Brian had not heard, I guess in the flood of news, had not heard about Richard Lewis and was informed of this drunkenly on the air.
What was the lady who passed away today? I'm sorry. What was her name?
It's Bart Starr's wife. Okay,
Mrs. Starr.
pay attention.
Yeah. It's a bummer. No, I just feel bad that she passed away on the same day as Richard Lewis. because now she's she's taking a back seat.
Wow. Oh, Richard Lewis, great hair. He passed away?
Great guy.
He did, yeah.
The hair will stick around probably for a couple more centuries.
Comedian. Yeah, the hair's not going anywhere.
Gosh, he had great hair. You guys help me a little bit here.
Yeah, we got you.
No, you don't.
Next here.
No, you don't.
Two things happen with your drunk voice. You're either going to get gravelly, like I think me and RJ would get gravelly, or Broadus like going up.
His
voice is going way up high.
Yeah, it's very. It sounds like he's kind of on helium. It's on weed
Whippets.
and helium.
Yeah. He's on whippets out there.
Hey,
Richard Lewis died?
Yeah, hit that high pitch.
Lewis died?
He would, and again, he gets the self-conscious thing. Help me out. We're helping. No, you're not. No, you're not. So this one here, this is a little bit, this is a little more subtle, but I think we're all going to have an appreciation for it. Is, Sean, you say it. If we're trying to get through a story, it's like, hey, let's not talk over each other, right? Let's not pop in with little interjections. It slows things down. Let's all use our space.
So I throw myself under the bus here. One of the longtime criticisms of me, stumbling like Broadus now.
Yeah, you got some Tito's?
Interrupting or stepping in. Bassett calls me a control freak. Let's stay on the clock. Let's get back to the subject at hand. Broadus is always accused of from Tolos as well. It's probably me and Brian the most often being like, sit back. Wolchuk told me one time. He's like, hey, you want to be as popular as me? Let it breathe. Let the guys go ahead and BS and joke and talk.
So that was not the case yesterday because he was drinking. And kudos to Dawson. Dawson is trying to get through some article about Nathaniel Lowe and his process this offseason, and just continues to press on despite repeated random interjections from Brian on the article.
Last year, he was great defensively, and his patience at the plate was great. He had a lot of walks, but he only hit 17 home runs. This year, he's trying to become the complete hitter. He's focused, and you're going to see him working a slightly wider stance in hope of increasing, I guess, this window of time where you can barrel up the ball and everything comes together with your timing well. He's trying to barrel up balls.
Silver slugger
guy.
Silver Strugger.
He's like the ad lib guy in a rap song who's just starting like, yeah, what? Like that. You get one every 5 seconds there of just like, he booted one today.
Silver slugger guy.
Silver slugger guy.
I think it was 4 interruptions.
Four in 20 seconds. So every 5 seconds interrupting. And then last clip here.
This is good.
This was the Eric was stepping in for Wolchuk's top 10 list, and Brian was just letting the drinks flow.
All right, 877-881-1053.
What's the top 10 today?
It is happy birthday to Luka Doncic, 25 years old.
What are you doing? Hey, I have in front of why the oh my god. Over the topic? Didn't like the topic?
Didn't like the topic, I guess.
I guess so. Yeah.
Over Luka being 25? Like, jeez, are you kidding me?
To be 25 again. Maybe it's that.
Let's hear it.
It is happy birthday to Luka Doncic, 25 years old.
What are you doing?
I have in front of me
another cocktail.
I have in front of me. No, you've been overpouring the entire duration of this.
I had a
program.
muscle spasm. I couldn't stop. I'm sorry.
I can't have any more Tito's today.
Yes, you can.
We in front of me right now. Okay, I have the top 10. I have the top 10.
What? Yes.
Third double play of the day for the Rangers is in the books.
Yes.
As they get out of the 8th inning with a lead 6-4.
I think that's over.
Oh, that's
we
game.
win.
Nice job.
Go home, Dodgers.
Rangers win.
Yes, you're damn right we win.
World Series preview.
I see the umpires walking off the field. I know that's a win.
Oh my goodness.
Unreal.
Peyton, you have a job to put in a lot of new drops in the system. That was amazing. Dodgers?
There was one I met, I heard it yesterday and I forgot to timestamp it, and I went back and I kept trying to find it and I couldn't find it. But there was at one point yesterday where they were talking about Tony Parker or something like that, and Broadus just starts, Lucius is talking about Tony Parker, and Broadus jumps in and starts going like, how attractive was that lady he left? How attractive was she, Lucius? She had
home, Dodgers.
She had some pretty feet. She had the white tips on her toenails. Oh yeah, those were pretty feet. He was leaning in.
Let me hear the last one again. One more time.
As they get out of the 8th inning with a lead 6-4.
I think that's over.
Oh, that's
we
game.
win.
Nice job.
Go home, Dodgers.
Rangers win.
Yes, you're damn right we win.
World Series preview.
I see the umpires walking off the field. I know that.
I know that's a win.
That's a win. It's over.
Nice job, Bobby. Monitoring, editing, cutting, and Brian brought us delivery. The big story here is we can just get hammered on air
It's
now.
a little bit more difficult at 5 a.m. to engage in such activities.
I mean, you gotta rise above that, fact chop.
Yeah.
You gotta show greatness on the air, and I think I'm up to that challenge.
Yeah,
I'm ready to take my game to another level.
Worst thing that could have happened to us is Bobby getting a green light like this. Worst thing that could have happened.
I mean, it might be the best. You never for that day. For that day
On the show. If it was on the show, I guess maybe. Yeah, possibly. So there it is. Bet payoff on G-Bag. It is a Thursday. It's Expressway. It's time to catch up with the local.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
That's right. It is Thursday at 7:40. So this is our neighborhood watch, our look at community issues facing the Metroplex and sometimes beyond in the state of Texas. And one of the biggest news stories right now, the first thing I want to jump to is, we haven't talked about it yet, but these wildfires in the Panhandle are out of control.
Yes.
So at least one person is dead in the wildfires in the Panhandle that have now grown to the size larger than the state of Rhode Island. The area that's covered. It's over 900,000 acres has been burned up at this point.
Hundreds and thousands of square miles. It's terrible.
Yeah, and they said the most recent note as of this morning is that apparently they have 3% of the fire contained at this point.
Oh.
So this is already the second largest fire in the history of the state of Texas. And shout out to our wonderful friends at the Grand Prairie Fire Department. We did the first firehouse tour there in Grand Prairie, and they're sending a group of their firefighters to the Panhandle to help fight things. So they're asking people to keep them in their thoughts and prayers as they go off, a local impact to help our fellow Texans up there in the Panhandle.
Did they say how it started? Have they announced how it started?
No, I have not seen that yet. And so, I mean, it feels like lately, like when these sort of things happen, it's like, oh, somebody was launching
campfire, cigarettes.
It's a campfire.
Fireworks.
It's a gender reveal.
Yeah.
It's just basically, usually it's somebody doing something they absolutely should not have been doing. But that's exactly the thing, is that it just takes a small instance there.
The photo, the video of it happening.
Good job, Ryan.
And then, sometimes like it comes to a road and you're like, oh, wow, cool. Maybe it'll stop at the road. But those embers, just, the wind carries them over and they go to the other side and keep on churning.
Ugh, that's
terrible.
Terrifying. So we've talked a lot lately about Facebook community groups. Okay. Peyton, big time member, big time contributor. I think he has one of those like top fan badges in the Rockwall group.
Yep.
You're in like 8 of them.
Yeah, but from a community group, like the community group is like your neighborhood community, right? Is that what you're talking about? You're just talking about
you got some that are like localized to a block, and then there are others that are just the city in general. So because of Neighborhood Watch, I wanted to, keep up with things that were going on outside of just like our regular city. So like I'm in the Louisville one, Grand Prairie, Allen, Frisco. Like I'm in probably 15 community groups at this point, and it's great for tea. And so I want to bring this to you guys every week. So what we're going to do here on the Neighborhood Watch now, every week, I am going to bring one Facebook community group post of the week to the Neighborhood Watch.
Okay.
And so this week's contribution comes to us from the Grand Prairie Texas Talk Facebook group. And it's not specific to Grand Prairie, but it caused a lot of intense debate. So this poster, will not identify, said, should a father who pays almost $600 a month in child support also have to pay $250 for equipment so the boy can play football? It should come out of the $600, right? Or am I wrong? And this kicked off a lot of really intense debate where people were like, yeah, you're wrong. Somebody else saying, you're wrong to an extent. You guys should go half, like you should contribute to this. Chop, your thoughts on this specific question.
Oh, man, this is a tough...
What do you think about that $600 number?
I'm not even going to go there. I'm not even going to go there. Okay, like this is a fight that happens with every divorced couple, and subsequently happens with the new partner of the parties involved.
Would you like to expand on that?
No, it's like, look, my ex-wife's husband has to deal with this, and Sarah, my fiance, has to deal with this, and it's a nightmare to deal with if you're them, because they're like, okay, this is... And it's a weird dynamic. It's a really weird, and it's very difficult on the other parties. But look, we try to split as much as we can. It does kind of piss me off if I pay child support and she's like, "Hey, can you get them haircuts?" So, well, okay, why? I mean, I pay for that already. But the other side is, and this is just the reality of it, half, I would say much more than half of, and I'll use guys here because that's the position I'm coming from, of guys agreeing to just pay this money is, I'm sick of fighting, man. I don't want to deal with the crap. If I say, no, you pay for the haircut or you pay for this baseball glove, it's going to cause a nitpicking dollar for dollar spreadsheet. And it's just like, I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to fight. I just want to keep I guys want to be, I want to live my life. And, the kids need the kids need the equipment anyway.
Yeah.
So let's just split it. So I don't know. It's tough.
You guys split the baseball equipment and everything then?
So like we split the fees for the leagues or the club. So we'll split that down the middle. And then for like the baseball equipment, like she bought like Julian his cleats and I'll just buy Luca his.
Okay.
Or I buy one bat, she'll buy the other. And then Derek Holland will give us a lot of free stuff. that's a good point.
Derek got worked into the separation agreement.
He got worked into the separation agreement, absolutely.
Silent party.
Your thoughts on this, Sean? Should this come out of?
I don't have any thoughts on it.
You have
I have
none?
no experience with it. Choppy has, been through all this. I don't know what the money's supposed to be allocated for.
It's supposed to be allocated for the children. Like the money's supposed to be allocated for the children. A lot of times what happens is that it just goes into like, and there's no way, I have no idea.
Right.
I have no way of proving where it goes. It very well could go into paying off her house.
Infrastructure. Goes into infrastructure.
Which, I mean, they could say, well, that's the roof over the kid's head.
Right.
It's so there's a lot of feedback on the truckwreck.com fan text. 817 says, my father paid $1,200 a month. Also, always bought my sports equipment. He struggled with it, but he loved watching me play. It was always unfair. 214. How about $1,600 a month in child support for one kid? That's what I pay. Should that include extras? The system is broke. And 214 says, dude, I pay $2,000 a month. 214, 100%. RJ is spot on this one. So we talked a couple weeks ago about this glow-in-the-dark park that was opening in my hometown of Farmers Branch, Texas. And it's
Chicaline down the hall at his country club. Well, they're doing like glow-in-the-dark pickleball. And I couldn't stop going through the photos and the videos. It looked awesome.
So this park, the photos looked really, really cool. So it's like just a normal, like it's upgraded equipment and stuff, but this really cool like playground equipment that it glows in the dark. So everybody could go out there at night. Their kids could play around on the glow in the dark equipment. Very, very popular. Too popular. I think we, like with our strong reach as the number one station, Sean, in the Metroplex, I think we pushed too many people there because the amount of people that have gone in the course of a month have apparently already worn down equipment. The equipment has taken a beating, and it's introduced several safety concerns with the amount of parking and the amount of people that have been there. So 1 month into this, Farmers Branch announced that starting Friday, this is shut down for the next 10 days.
Wow.
While they repair equipment, and apparently review and look at, are we doing everything right with safety measures here? Because there are too many people coming out to this thing. So if you wanted to go to the Joya Park, which is what it's called, you are not going to be able to do that starting tomorrow. So tonight's your last chance before they shut it down for 10 days.
And what does the park have?
It's just glowing. It's like these big jungle gyms and these cool like future. Look right there. Yeah, Ryan's got everything. This is what the park looks like on the fan cam. Wow. It's just this cool like lit up equipment, and
that's awesome.
Kids would love that.
That's I grew up playing at that park. That was the park that I grew up with. But they've renovated it and done all this different stuff. And a month in, it has just
so many people are out there. They've worn it down already.
All used up. There's been damage to the new equipment and everything else, and so they're like, all right, we
get like a bouncer out there with a rope, like
Big Dom.
So many, Big Dom. Only Little Dom.
Yep.
Only so many people are allowed at a time, and then they got to leave, and the next can come in.
Exactly. You got to be on the list. That's what it is. We need Big Dom following us around here by the station, guys, because I was checking Reddit yesterday. And under the Dallas section.
This was your random text message of the day.
I send a couple random text messages every day.
This is the most random.
But I this one caught my eye because it said Knox Henderson, which we're right by.
Yeah.
And
thought about living there, Knox Henderson.
Well, it's a good thing you didn't.
Thought about.
Yeah, you would be.
I moved to a much safer place.
You'd be washing your eyes out right now. This poster on the Dallas Reddit page, it said, "Be careful if you're walking around at night in the Knox Henderson area. I was walking on Hester Avenue, right about to cross McKinney, when someone stopped me and asked for the street name. Before I could answer, he pulled out a can of pepper spray and sprayed my face for no reason.
Dang!
Not sure if the dude was trying to rob me or just mentally ill, but thankfully I ran off without him following, just got done filing a police report, and there were a couple other people who chimed in here and said, like, yeah, this has been an issue lately in this area, that there's
random pepper spray.
And some people are trying to figure out that one of the things that people are trying to figure out in the discussion is this like one of these TikTok trends, or is this like a prank trend, or is this just is this crime? Like, is this? I mean, it's definitely crime.
Yeah,
it's assault.
crime.
But is it somebody trying to? Is it about robberies? Is it about mental illness, or is it about like pranks or whatever else? But either way, not very cool. So we need Big Dom following us around out here by the station.
I mean, that person is lucky they don't get shot.
Yeah. What type of neighborhood now is Knox Henderson? I know the neighborhoods always change around here. McKinney Avenue used to be the hot spot. Deep Ellum.
Well, you know you're getting old, because I am too. I have no idea. Like, what's McKinney like now? I couldn't tell you last time in Uptown.
Yeah.
To go out.
I don't know. Yeah, like, has Kelvin Joseph brought down the home values over there? With everything else.
I usually go to eat on Greenville Avenue and soon to be Rockwall. Soon to be Peyton's Hood, as I'm eating sushi while he can't in Rockwall.
You need to join the Facebook group too. You need to jump into the Rockwall one. I don't think we have enough time. I'm probably going to save this for next week. The Dallas parking minimums that are being talked about. So we'll do that.
Let's talk about what today is. You both have notes on today.
February 29th.
Tommy said we're working for free.
Working for free today.
G-Bag gets to get drunk, and we're working for free.
Man.
Well, I mean, let's say you earn a base salary with your company. Your base salary, you're a full-time worker, your base salary is $50,000 a year.
Okay.
All right. So if you were to break that down into a per day, you would make a rate. Do you think they're going to pay you an extra? Let's say it's like $200 a day. You think they're going to pay you extra $200 a day? I think you're getting your $50,000 a year salary, and we're getting forced into work. This should be a holiday. This should be a day off for everybody. Nobody should ever work.
It was last time. You guys did not work the last February 29th in 2020 because that was a Saturday. And so I just went back and I used the Internet Archiver to look at some of the headlines that were on ESPN and stuff like that back on February 29th. So the last time we had a leap day, here were the headlines in the sports world. Cowboys expected to use exclusive franchise tag on Prescott. Report, CBS to retain Romo at $17 million annually. Boy, you think they'd like to...
17.
2020 NFL salary cap projected at just under $200 million. We just got it last week. It's $255 now. Jason Tatum's leap to stardom can make Boston a title contender. So he was still not considered a superstar 4 years ago. Top prospect, Wander Franco, collects first spring hit. And then a couple February 29th birthdays. Ja Rule, had no idea. Taylor Twellman, the soccer guy. Eric Kendricks and Tyrese Halliburton, all February 29th birthdays. Would you celebrate February 28th or March 1st if that was your birthday?
Oh, good question.
I would do March 1st because that's the day it was supposed to be. Kristen last night said, well, I was born in February, so I would celebrate it in February.
Does
so I do
one
February 28th.
switch over to a sign?
No, the same sign. Signs usually start like the 22nd.
Because I'd pick the better sign.
And well, you be the same sign. Yeah, you'd be the same sign either way. I don't know.
I'd do March 1st. That's when the day was supposed to be. But Kristen's like, if you were born in February, you should celebrate it in February.
Neighborhood watch during the Thursday Expressway here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. The Dallas Stars make a move. And where are the Dallas Mavericks in the new power rankings after last night's win? That's next right here on The Fan.
Let's get you over.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Found an outlet in Washington. Back to Doncic. Fade away. Oh, my goodness. Blow out the candles. Luka hits the extremely difficult shot, drawing the foul as well.
That was the call last night on Bally. The Mavs bounced back from the Cleveland ending, which the league said they got right in like 4 of the 5 instances. They beat the Raptors 136-125. This is the 8 o'clock hour of Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Before we get back to the Mavericks and the power rankings, Dallas Stars deal. They acquired Chris Tanev and Cole Brady in a 3-team trade with Calgary and the Devils. And the hockey hawk, Gavin Spittle, was giving me the recap of this. He said Tanev is actually, I'll read his Twitter account first at GJ Spittle. Of course, Spits and Suds podcast. He said, I really like this deal for the Stars. You land a top NHL trade candidate in Tanev. Calgary retained salary to make it happen. You kept your first-round pick and protected your top prospects. Solid trade. Then he told me Tanev is a warrior, great at blocking shots, is a solid defenseman. You land a top candidate, as he said in his tweet, and he seems to be a fan of it for the Stars.
Good. The trade deadline, look, your main goal is to obviously get better, but keep who you have and keep what resources you have. Maybe there's another one on the horizon. Maybe there's another thing they can do.
All right, Dallas Mavericks beat the Raptors. Trentwright.com text line, 877-881-1053. Luka doing it on his birthday with a 30, 16, and 11 triple-double. How about P.J. Washington? His best game as a Maverick. When you look at what he was feeling it so much, he was not trying to burn any clock at the end. He was either stat padding, lack of awareness, or he just wanted to score. 23 points, that's his Mavs career high. 7 rebounds, ties his Mavs career high. 3 blocks, Mavs career high. 9 of 18 from the field, Mavs high. 5 of 10 from 3, Mavs high. That all from Mavs Muse, and Derek Lively doing all the dirty work with 5 blocks. So the Mavs getting that W.
Yep, starting lineup yesterday shoots
7th seed now in the Western Conference.
Yep, they're look, it's a steady climb. That's what we're worried about here. But yeah, starting lineup yesterday shoots 55%. The PJ Washington thing was going to come around. I don't think we could expect that he was going to continue to struggle that way. It's just the ebbs and flows naturally of the season. Had hit a little bit of a down point on his way out of Charlotte, and then coming back this way, it just kind of continued and carried over. So hopefully he's starting to find a little bit more of a rhythm. Dear God, anything to keep Tim Hardaway Jr. off the floor, please. So,
hey, Tim had a good night for him. He had a good night for him. They're running the highlight reel package on Bally after he shot like 2 bricks. I was like, oh, we're that desperate?
4 for 10 from 3? Great. So what does that mean? We'll get 2 for his next 47. So that's what we're in line for coming up with the Maverick schedule, I guess, is Tim Hardaway struggles.
I'm trying to get closer to a bold Maverick proclamation.
I love bold.
I'm trying to come up with formalizing my hot take. May not be as hot as Mike Bassick's NBA championship take, but it could be very, very close. First, I want to see where the Mavericks are now in the power rankings. And before we get to them, Kendrick Perkins, Bassick's favorite, on ESPN, talking about the Mavs as a contender.
I am buying it. And I said it last week. I feel like Luka is the most dangerous player in the Western Conference. The pieces that they picked up at the trade deadline, P.J. Washington, that was a huge pickup. And also the kid from the Washington Wizards. I think when you look at what Luka has been doing and Kyrie has been doing, one could argue that they have been the most, lethal offensive duo in the game. Jason Kidd got them playing fantastic ball on both sides of the floor. I love what this kid Derek Lively is bringing to the table. Tim Hardaway Jr., he could be up for 6th Man of the Year right now, what he's doing. And right now, it looks like they're playing agenda-free basketball, and everybody has bought into their roles. And when I look at the Western Conference, no team really want to face that duo of Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic, because both of those guys are capable of having an explosive offensive night that can win you a game in any series or win you a series in against any opponent in the Western Conference.
Go ahead, Chop.
What the hell is gender-free basketball?
Hey man, it's new age.
It's new age. I've never heard analysis like that. But I don't know.
He said agenda free.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, he had the. Okay,
he got me at first.
Because he kind of put an R on the end there, like
Caitlin Clark could come in and dominate.
Like somebody would say Utah. It's, you know what I mean? Like it's just like they would throw that in because they're going on to the next word.
Yeah.
All right, agenda free. Okay, I got. I thought he said gender free. I was like, what?
Agenda free. Okay. All right. So Bobby,
agenda-free basketball.
There we go. All right, there you go. If you break it down like that, there you go.
All right, so Bobby, RJ, and I are going to guess where the Mavericks end up in these NBA power rankings. Who are these coming out from?
These are from ESPN.
Okay.
So
Timothy Bontemps.
We'll start at the top.
Yep.
Ralph, would you like to go first?
Boston.
Got it. The Boston Celtics hold that number one ranking with a record of 46-12. They've had that number one ranking now for like weeks for ESPN. So number one is Boston. The next opponent for the Mavericks, by the way.
I'll go second, I guess. Oh, by the way, yeah. So what was the Porzingis love that you were reading the other day?
Oh my gosh, yeah. So this was Yahoo had written an article that we all felt like Kristaps Porzingis what was the deal? Why wasn't he a chemistry fit here? Why did he have his issues in New York that he did? Well, Boston loves him. Things are just clicking into place for some reason in Boston of all places. Couldn't handle the Dallas media, couldn't handle New York, but all of a sudden he goes to Boston and things are just great there. Joe Mazzulla talked about how Kristaps Porzingis just makes life easier for him. He couldn't get on the same page with Luka. He's apparently super close, best friends on and off the court with Jaylen Brown.
Porzingis?
Yeah, they're really tight. They do a bunch of pranks on each other and videos and stuff like that when they're off the court.
We're not analyzing their high fives like we did here.
No, not the same thing. Jason Tatum had talked about, hey, the way that Miami played us last year and some of the teams that played us, the way that, they caused trouble for us, Kristaps Porzingis essentially is the ultimate answer to that. You can't do the sort of things with double teams and stuff like that you want to do when we've got Porzingis. So I don't know what gives there, if that's maturity, is Porzingis just becoming more mature? Is Luka difficult? Does it even matter? The question, since Kyrie is Kyrie, it's the same thing we talk about with Brunson, but it's a little odd. In Boston of all places, it's Porzingis is the hero here.
I will guess number 2 is the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Nope.
Oklahoma City.
Nailed it, Chop.
Hey.
Basketball Choppy coming to play, baby.
Yeah,
number 3.
You want to stay on fire here?
Let's go Minnesota 3.
No.
Denver
Nuggets.
Back.
Correct. Number 4
How about the disrespect for the Minnesota Timberwolves?
Top 4 team. Number 4 is the Minnesota Timberwolves, which you guys would have guessed. Number 5.
The Dallas Mavericks.
No, it's not the Dallas Mavericks. Slow down, Bassick.
I will say it's either the Clippers or the Cavs.
It is the Clippers. Got that one.
You gave me credit. It was like a 50-50 guess. Thank you.
Walk it off.
And then Cleveland?
No, Cleveland is number 7. So number 6, you've got a team between Cleveland and the Clippers.
Cleveland and the Clippers.
Philly?
Nope.
Philly?
I mean, look,
Embiid's not there.
It doesn't matter. You know power rankings.
It doesn't matter.
They still got Eric Snow and Aaron McKee. They're good.
Let's go Phoenix?
Nope.
Mavs.
Eastern Conference.
Knicks.
No. Knicks are 8. Milwaukee. Milwaukee is 6.
See? I told you they don't matter.
It's the Doc Rivers Impact. You guys just named the number 9 team, the Phoenix Suns. And then coming in at number 10,
the Dallas Mavericks.
The Dallas Mavericks, who are, for the first time, cracked the ESPN rankings in 6 weeks. They hadn't been in the top 10 for quite a while, which is insane to me. 6 weeks ago, their record was not that good. They played okay coming into those rankings, and ESPN had them 6 weeks ago.
Here's what I'll say about the Mavericks right now. I want to stay far, far away from them if I'm another Western Conference team.
They're dangerous.
They're really, really dangerous. And if the Dallas Mavericks, I'll stop short of Bassick. If the Dallas Mavericks made it to the Western Conference Finals, I would not be shocked.
No, I wouldn't either.
I think they're a Western Conference Finals possibility now with what they have going. I mean,
nobody wants to see them.
No, hell no.
In their write-up, Tim McMahon points out, talking about how just small the margins are in the Western Conference playoff race right now. He says, how tight is the fight? When the Mavs' 7-game winning streak was snapped Sunday in Indianapolis, Dallas slipped from 5th to 8th in the standings. Like, it's just that quick.
Wow.
Yeah.
And this is a ridiculous East Coast swing they have going on for the next several games. They've got Boston coming up. That's the next game. And then it is at home for an Eastern Conference set against the Sixers, Pacers, and the Heat.
I thought everyone was just down on Milwaukee, so I didn't. That's why it took us so long to get them and being incorrect with ESPN's power rankings. You got to relay this Dame Lillard story. This made me sad last night.
Man, this made me sad too. So Dame obviously got traded in the offseason to the Milwaukee Bucks. And in the process of getting dealt and leaving and going to Milwaukee, he split with his wife. And there was a story now in Sports Illustrated about this entire situation. So he split with her on October 2nd, a week after he was dealt from Portland to Milwaukee. And he's like, I'm such a family guy. My life is my family. So after games, his family would come out and they would be there in the back waiting for him. His kids would come out of this playroom. There's a playroom for the families there. His mom, his brother, his cousins, they had all moved there. All of his friends, he says, were in Portland. This past month in Indy, his kid, when he was named the MVP and the winner of the three-point contest, his kids were all there, right? By the way, all of his best friends, he say, are in Portland. They would go to dinner all the time. They come to his house after practice. He says, now I'm lonely. I was filled up by those people, all those people that used to be in his life. And now he's like, I have no life. I go to practice. I go home. I watch boxing. I play video games. I type in this boxing website, Fight Hype, on YouTube 100 times a day, praying for something new to be on there. He goes, I have zero life. But that's what comes with making a big boy decision. You got to be down for that and figuring it out. Like, his kids are where? Are they in Portland with his ex-wife?
Right.
You know, they're not with him now. His friend now, and you know this, when you move to a new city that you didn't grow up in, your friends become work friends for the most part. And there's an element of people that want to get away from that. Like, they don't want to hang out with just work friends.
Right.
So it's a tough spot for Dame Lillard to be in. And I imagine the transition's difficult on the floor. Yeah, you can concentrate on your craft more because you're doing nothing but that. But sooner or later, like, you need a break. I don't know. I found that as kind of sad.
We never hear that side of it.
No.
We never hear that side of it after the trade, separating from your family and Dame saying, I'm so bored, I just go and refresh the same boxing page and pray that new content comes up.
Now, look, if you get traded in the NHL to Vegas, okay, you're in Vegas, right? Whatever. You get in trouble. Or New York City. You go to Milwaukee. Milwaukee in the wintertime, I can't imagine there's many places that, like, you actually would, rather not be than Milwaukee in the wintertime.
Yeah, I mean, that's just brutal. I know we've talked about the show True Detective before, which is obviously this dark show about murder and stuff like that. But that first season, the thing that made me the sickest about that was the flash forward to how sad and lonely, like, Woody Harrelson's character was after the divorce and he was away from his family. That's the heartbreaking stuff.
Are we responsible for stopping a fast food empire from raising their prices? And RJ, we got to check his temperature. He's going to defend President Biden over ice cream. Next on Sean and RJ. But let me read you the headlines that are coming out.
Soda and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Below the belt coming up at 8:40. Back to your World Series champion Texas Rangers at 9. And then we say below. Bye-bye to below the belt for a couple of days as we send Bobby off to the NFL Combine in Indianapolis at 9:20. You don't care for that?
I don't care for that.
You're going to miss Bobby?
Yeah.
Aw.
Yeah.
That's sweet.
Someone's got to be dumber than me in here.
That's true. But Peyton's in here. Although he isn't in the room, he's on the other side of the glass.
You were in the morning show, Bobby.
Kyle tweeted the payload at 640 keeps going this well. Sharif is going to have to start calling it Sean, RJ, Bobby, and Peyton.
Oh!
And then you responded, let's go. Hey, Alec, start learning Chinese, buddy.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
That's like an NBA reference, like if you start screwing up in the NBA, they send you off to China.
It's the old, that was the Dirk trash talk line that everybody said was so brutal. Is Dirk, when he used to get you, he'd say, you better start learning Mandarin.
Ah, okay. Hey, craziest story of the week. Tyreek Hill. What the heck is going on with this story and this woman?
Okay, so he's being sued by a plus-sized influencer. Okay? OnlyFans. Her name is Sophie's Selfies 224 on Instagram.
Sophie's Selfies?
SOPHIESSELFIES 224.
Okay.
Sophie's Selfies. Try to follow along the best you can.
This is amazing. This is just perfect Tyreek. Perfect Tyreek. Whether it's Antonio Brown. Antonio Brown's the 1 seed, but he's got the 1 seed cornered on crazy, but Tyreek Hill's right there when it comes to bizarre. As yesterday with the story coming out that Tom Brady apparently thinks Giselle was cheating on him for years. Antonio Brown responds on social media with his Giselle Super Bowl picture and be like, really, Tom, you surprised?
Yeah, did AB know something?
Yeah, did AB know something? He's such a piece of crap.
So this girl broke her leg after she says Tyreek charged at her with, quote, crushing force during a backyard football lesson. So she's 29. She says that he felt humiliated when she managed to hold her own and knock him backwards during a series of practice drills at his Florida mansion. And that he retaliated by rushing at her, knocking her to the ground with such ferocity, she needed reconstructive surgery and months of physical therapy.
Okay.
Now,
Pause. So this plus-size Instagram model went over to Tyreek Hill's house, and they engaged in football drills where she kind of had her way with Tyreek in winning some of the football drills.
Right. So here's how this whole thing starts.
Please.
She says that he sent her flirtatious Instagram messages.
She says this?
She says this.
All right. Now, is Tyreek divorced or not? Because that was a thing.
Who knows?
His house caught on fire, and then Mike Florio said he filed for divorce papers. He came back and said, no, that's not true. I don't know where that stands.
Yeah. So she enrolls her son, 10-year-old, in the Tyreek Hill football camp. Okay. The day after, according to her, he sent her flirtatious Instagram messages. Lots of people like to slide into other people's DMs. It's amazing.
Yeah. Antonio Brown did that with Slater.
Yeah. Now, she says that he refused to believe that she was 6'1", which is 3 inches taller than him. He flew her to Florida on June 28th, invited her to hang out at his $7 million mansion. And defendant Hill invited her to participate in offensive drills with him. He told her that since her 10-year-old son played offensive lineman, she should practice that position as well. He asked her to adopt a defensive line position and said, rush me, as if she was chasing the quarterback. She did as instructed, and on contact, caused him to be pushed backwards, garnering laughter from witnesses. Tyreek, you beat, including the defendant's mother, sister, friend, and trainer. Apparently embarrassed by his loss of stability, his attitude changed and he became angry.
He was embarrassed.
He was embarrassed.
Got mad.
For the next few plays, he instructed her to play offense, hiking the football to an imaginary quarterback, and he became the pass rusher. And on the third play, Hill rushed through as she held her own against him. And on the fourth one, he got so mad.
It's like Bradley Cooper and Wedding Crashers.
Hit her with violent
a sack
and great
lunch.
force, resulting in significant and serious injuries.
Wow.
And we wish Sophie Hall a very speedy recovery.
Who does?
We.
Oh, we do.
The royal we.
Oh, okay. I was going to say.
Wish a very speedy recovery.
So her mother and sister got flown out there as well. Interesting.
Well, it was his mother and sister that were there.
Oh, his mom and sister. Okay.
I have. They played the Dolphins this year. I watched tape. I completely believe that Tyreek Hill was unable to block her. I've seen Tyreek Hill struggles to block anybody. He's 130 pounds soaking wet. That all sounds totally true to me. The unrealistic part of this is...
Wait, so you're buying that the plus-size model kind of won some of the one-on-ones?
I 100% believe she stonewalled him looking at her pictures.
She is...
So, yeah, I think that's definitely the case.
She did have a surgery, a weight surgery. She was 6'1", 270. So now she lists herself as 6'1", 200, which that's still bigger than Tyreek, right? Tyreek is 5'10". He's probably close to
183.
183, yeah.
Yeah, because what is he? He's thick.
Jacked.
He is, but I mean, he still is. He's a little guy. That's going to be tough.
There's no way he can survive this on the NFL. The NFL is going to destroy him. Like the players, trash talk with this.
Oh, you think like the kid beating or the wife beating or whatever accusations that hasn't gotten to him? If he got past that,
he obviously got more upset over this.
Yeah.
This is look, I mean, this whole story sounds ridiculous. Like if he really did this just in general, the fact that there was like a place that this was able to happen because of this insane practice rep that he set up is he deserves whatever's coming to him.
I can't even talk about this seriously. Like you just gave like a serious sentence or two. I don't believe anything in the Tyreek Hill universe. I guess that means I should possibly believe this.
I mean,
that maybe it did happen.
She does have a broken leg. She got a broken leg somehow, and she says it's from him. So
wow, cannot wait for the follow-ups on that.
Yeah, I had to give you serious because there are just too many things I know I could say here as jokes that would get us in trouble.
All right, Chop, what's going on with the ice cream?
Okay, I am here. This doesn't happen often. Okay, and I had to check myself, but I'm here to defend the president.
The what?
Gosh.
The president.
The president.
There are some people on the Twitters and on the social medias and on the TVs. Okay, Clay Travis is going after him for this, and this guy on Fox. I don't watch news. I don't watch news at all. Jesse Waters is on Fox News.
Oh yeah,
you know this guy.
Yes,
Jesse is very prominent,
and he is going after the president for eating ice cream in public.
The ice cream, you know my rule about men eating soup in public. Mm-hmm. I don't think it's manly to go like that with a soup and you're blowing on it. It's just not a good look. I think the same thing for ice cream. You should save that for vacation. A grown man, especially the president, should not be licking ice cream in public.
Imagine being so insecure that you derive your masculinity through food, frozen food, for that matter. I am not going to stand.
I guess hot dogs are out too for Fox News.
For old Jesse, yeah. I am not going to stand for ice cream slander. Listen, I know maybe Jesse thinks that licking an ice cream cone is one small step away from licking something else. Maybe that's what he thinks. Either it's lunacy. Give me all the ice cream you want. I don't care if it's soft serve. I love soft serve. Okay. And by the way, if you have too much soft serve in your life, BlueChew.com, promo code RJ. But I have no problem licking an ice cream cone. I will lick it from the bottom to the top. I will lick it hard. I will lick it soft. It doesn't matter what it is. You want to throw some stuff on there? You want to throw some sprinkles on there?
Nuts.
Some chocolate sauce? You want to give me all the nuts you can? I don't care. I will not. There's a lot of things you can complain about in this world. Men licking an ice cream cone should be the least of our worries.
I'll probably end up taking a loss here. In fact, it's a definite loss, but I'll try to demonstrate on this lotion bottle. Okay? I know, Chop. I'll end up topping you here.
Where are we going with
Suck
this?
it for charity. Is this more about the way you need to eat ice cream is not like this with the lick, but it's supposed to be like you know what I mean?
You're supposed the whole thing. You're
supposed to kind of take like
Vince Vaughn it right
mouth
there,
bites of it. Like you're not supposed to lick it like a puppy dog would do a puppuccino. It's supposed to be like, you kind of engulf it more. Slurp him like you did.
You're supposed to bury your face in it.
It's
a casual eat. It's a casual eat an ice cream cone.
But, and again, like that soft serve's easy. It's a must lick. You eat the top.
You could eat it from the top.
But then it's gonna drip, and it's got to get all around the side, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's ice cream, man. I mean, like,
I think knowing Jesse Waters' reputation and hearing him talk
this is where we are in news coverage. By the way, this is where we are in politics and news coverage. CNN and MSNBC would pick apart the way that Donald Trump eats his medium well steak or his cheeseburgers. And Fox News will pick apart Biden for the way he eats his ice cream. It's so predictable. It's such a freaking joke.
I feel like this is a troll job. I feel like this is like intentionally trying to let's get this one out there.
It's a gateway dessert.
Who said that?
Truckred.com text line.
That's pretty good.
A gateway dessert.
How do you think Biden would order ice cream?
The peaches, butter. The pecan, the butters. I want
Fox.
I want.
How can we help you, Mr. President? What can we serve you with?
Fox, I want the pralines and the cream.
I want the cream.
So there it is. And then you're going to defend the president one more time. He's talking about the secret to a great relationship.
He's 100% right. Okay, he's 100% right on this one. It's amazing he was able to say it in a complete sentence.
All right.
He says the key to their 47-year marriage has been good sex.
Ooh.
I think he's 1,000% right on that one. I don't know what old Dr. Jill's working with, but that is 1,000%.
Maybe tie his ice cream.
Maybe
to this.
Maybe.
I mean, maybe if we get a replay, we see exactly how he attacks that ice cream cone. That may give us the answer right there.
I want to see if anyone gets worked up over the ice cream topic. If you allow politics to consume your life that much, and people, I don't think anyone in our audience would be that silly. To be that foolish, like, oh gosh, look at the way he's eating the ice cream.
Especially after the show you just gave us. That's gonna be Carter Freeman's top clip on the fan cam highlights at the end of the year.
And unfortunately, this lotion bottle had like the lotion at the end of it, like, kind of dripping off.
A little pre-lotion.
Oh,
Poppy.
Okay. Through your post. I think you should have to do the tease now. I'm not going to try to be a professional after that.
Cowboys players think I'm an idiot, and we have data points to back it up. That's next in Below the Belt.
Right here on the fan.
Let's get you over to PlatinumFord.com. Get pre-approved. There you go. PlatinumFord.com for that brand new vehicle. You want that new Ford car, truck, SUV. Go see my good friend Adam Vinci over there at Platinum Ford in Terrell. It's, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. Gilchrist Automotive, they're going to hook you with a brand new Ford car, truck, SUV right between I-20 and
Texans love classic Chevrolet in Grapevine because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. The Cowboys players may be the ones that are responsible for Mike McCarthy still having his job. More on that in just a second. The NFLPA did their annual survey. We talked about this a little bit, where they got over 1,700 anonymous responses from players about the state of facilities and, the locker room, team travel, ownership, everything like that. And one of the things that they really drilled down on was coaching and how good your coaches are. Now, on these rankings, the NFLPA only lists consistently, they're only listing 2 results. And that's if players feel like the coach is efficient with their time and if players feel like the coach listens to the locker room. They were asking other questions, like asking them to give us your grade. Give us your grade out of 10 on your head coach. They don't list that for every coach in the results. There's a couple of them they are.
Oh.
And so, like, for instance, Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh is somebody who ranked 6th in players feeling like they're efficient with his time, and he was 9th in listening to the locker room, yet he finished 5th because the grade he got, this is one of the ones they show, he got a 9.6 out of 10 from the players, and that's good for 5th overall. So these rankings are based on what, like the actual grade for the rankings of the coach overall are just, they asked him to give an individual rating. Give us a rating on your coach, tell us what it is, and then they stacked them that way. And then they asked them individual questions where they fell down. So it's interesting to see somebody like Tomlin, who the specific questions they ask, he falls lower across the league than when you just say, okay, but how do you rate your coach? And then they rate him higher. So it gets a little squirrely there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little specific. So is there anybody in particular that you're interested in knowing about? Now, one of the things, Sean, I know we talked about earlier, we're surprised about where Nick Sirianni was on some of this stuff. We're trying to figure out when would the poll question have been? So the answers given for the Raiders are in regards to Josh McDaniels. Josh McDaniels was fired at the beginning of November. So this is at the very latest. This poll was done beginning of November, which would be when at the beginning of November, the Philadelphia Eagles were 8-1 in the bye week, just coming off of beating the Cowboys.
Yeah.
So things had not completely fallen apart yet.
I want to know about Brian Daboll.
So the results here across the board are really fascinating, and Daboll's one of the ones.
By the way, McCarthy got great grades.
Yeah, McCarthy was 9th overall. So that's just in, hey, rank your coach. On a scale out of 10 grade they gave him, he finished 9th. He was 4th in terms of listening to the locker room. He was 4th in the NFL in terms of grades there. New York Giants, Brian Daboll. What do you think the grade is that Giants players gave Brian Daboll?
7.1.
But like a letter grade, because they have to do a letter grade. A-. 13th in the NFL. Wow. 100% of players feel Brian Daboll is efficient with their time. That's 1st overall in the NFL.
Wow.
13th overall in the NFL. Players feel like Brian Daboll is very willing to listen to the locker room.
Now, you know what a fan is going to say in New York? Oh, he's just not working him hard enough.
Yeah.
Like he's letting him out of the building too quick.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's the fallback that you have. But again, when we talk about coaches that could have been let go or coaches that were moved on from, for instance, let's jump over to Washington. I think people generally like Ron Rivera, like as a person. They like him as a coach and like as a leader and as somebody who deals with personalities. Whereas Daboll, we've heard, is a little gruff. Daboll was 13th in the NFL. Ron Rivera was graded 31st in the NFL by his players.
Wow.
And he got fired. And so is it a case where if they think you're a good coach, it'll save you?
I'd like to know about Dan Campbell and Sean Payton.
So
Andy Reid graded out the best with this overall.
Andy Reid was the number 1 overall head coach based on these rankings. He got an A+. A 9.77 out of 10 was the individual ranking. That was tops in the NFL. So he's way up the top. Detroit and Dan Campbell. Detroit and Denver are right next to each other. Dan Campbell grade. Gentlemen,
A+.
A+. He was 3rd overall in these rankings. Lions players give high ratings to Dan Campbell, making him the 3rd highest ranked coach in the NFL. 91% of players feel the coach is efficient with their time, which was 16th in the NFL. The players, though, feel like Dan Campbell is very willing to listen to the locker room. That was 3rd overall. Jump over to Sean Payton, who I think we feel like it's a very complicated first year for him.
Very, very nice start, good start, messy finish.
Yeah, and it was something where, I mean, they actually started really horribly, and then they turned it around, and then it finished awfully again. And there were questions about personality, like how he was grading on players. So Sean Payton is 17th in the NFL. So right middle of the pack, A-.
It's like, only the media is fooled by Sean Payton. The players like McCarthy better.
Only 72% of players feel that head coach Sean Payton is efficient with their time. That was 27th in the NFL. The players feel that Sean Payton is somewhat willing to listen to the locker room. That was 24th in the NFL. And so, I mean, it's interesting. There was a clip yesterday that had taken place at the Combine that I wanted to get y'all's thoughts on since we're talking about Sean Payton. Payton, this is cut 15. He was out there talking about, and he got killed for this by a couple different websites. Deadspin wrote something on, I think the Big Lead did, that Sean Payton was killed as being petty for this comment about the quarterback position and how they need to get the next one right.
I saw this like humorous meme the other day where there's a Bronco fan with a shirt on and there was like 8 quarterbacks names with a cross through it, and he's drinking the quarterback Kool-Aid, and our job is to make sure that this next one, doesn't have a line through it.
I have no problem with what's said there.
No.
Is there anything in there that sounds objectionable at all?
Nothing.
No, he may have said something. I know he said something a while back, towards the end of the year, that was like, okay, that was uncalled for. I don't remember exactly what it was. That's nothing wrong with that.
He's thought of as being a little petty, but to me, like the hit here that, like for instance, the Deadspin one. The headline at Deadspin was, "What the hell is wrong with Sean Payton?"
Yeah.
And it says, the Broncos coach continues to badmouth Russell Wilson as if the quarterback is already on another team. Newsflash, he's not. And here's the thing. This is the biggest argument people make, is that when he's griping about the quarterback situation, you kind of had your choice of a couple different jobs and you chose that situation. And so people said, like, dude, you misevaluated that. This one still sits on you a little bit. But to me, I think he's saying this has clearly been an area where we failed, is the quarterback position, and I have complete ownership of what happens with the next one, and there better not be a line through it.
I would be interested in if Kyle Shanahan is beloved, and maybe about Pete Carroll. While you look those up, some of the other takeaways from this NFL players poll that came out with the report cards yesterday, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers charged some players to not have a roommate on road trips. The Buccaneers charge players close to $1,750 to opt out of having a roommate, just like Odyssey used to do. If players had 4 or less years in the league or were not a starter, they would have a roommate on the road unless they paid the sum. Last year, the Bengals did not provide 3 meals a day for their players. This year they do, but only on Wednesdays.
Oh, well, only on Wednesdays.
Patriots players felt their weight room facilities were below where they would feel otherwise trained if they weren't in the facilities. Josh McDaniels, who was fired on Halloween, ranked as the worst head coach. Miami and Minnesota coming out 1-2. Then Green Bay, then Philadelphia, Jacksonville.
So Kyle Shanahan, somebody who I think has gotten by a little bit. You know, when we talk about how when Greg Popovich starts losing, then you start hearing more of like, why is this guy such a jerk? Like it's less funny than it was. Kyle Shanahan, I feel, is like one of these type of guys too, where Shanahan can be kind of a D in media availability. He's not afraid to embarrass people who ask him questions that he think are dumb. So what's interesting is he ranked 16th in the NFL in terms of players feeling like he was efficient with their time. He was 14th in terms of listening to the locker room. He comes in graded 7th overall, though, as a head coach. So he gets an A, comes in 7th overall. Pete Carroll, he was ranked 11th in the NFL with an A. So players liked him as a coach with that. 87% of players feel that head coach Pete Carroll was efficient with their time. That was 21st overall. So that's like back third of the league. The players feel that Pete Carroll was very willing to listen to the locker room. That was 15th overall. I was really excited to see what the feedback was going to be on Josh McDaniels, because we heard how toxic and awful that was.
Yeah.
He gets a D. Players are actively in that locker room playing for him, probably giving, like, what do you grade him out of 10? A 3. Like, I mean, I would love to know how bad this was. So it says the players gave former head coach Josh McDaniels the lowest head coaching score in the NFL. Only 39% of players felt like McDaniels was efficient with their time. That was dead last in the NFL. He also ranked least likely to listen to his locker room of any NFL head coach. To provide some context for their dip in the ranking from last year, if Josh McDaniels received an average score compared to the other head coaches in the league, the Raiders would have ranked in the top 5 overall in this year's overall organizational rankings.
And of course, Jerry Jones, he got a B grade, but ranked 19th out of the ownership.
Which means somebody ranked him 30th.
Yeah. Well, did you see?
So that's improvement.
How about this news yesterday, late last night? A judge upheld the decision that Jerry must take a paternity test to determine whether he is the father of a 27-year-old woman who sued him in 2022, according to the Dallas Morning News. Y'all want to talk?
You starting to feel that chill in the air? The chill of Don Van Natta's presence in the Metroplex. Like he's coming for another story.
I think it needs to happen on the show.
We give him the Maury test.
Bobby goes to Indianapolis and hands him a cup.
Or it's a swab. Just swab him.
How embarrassing! I mean, this whole thing is embarrassing.
It's very embarrassing.
It really is.
And
it makes it. And look, I could be wrong. All this makes it look like that Jerry is the father.
Where's Maury?
Where's Maury?
Where's Maury?
Back to Phil.
I mean, that's the biggest thing is that's what it comes across as, is that it just feels like
he's trying to avoid.
You're trying to avoid the putting on the record what you don't want on the record.
Well, if I was his defense attorney, I would say, no, we don't want to do this because the whole thing is embarrassing. Like, number one, my defense is he's not the father, and number two is to sit there and have to go through this. It's a little bit humiliating. It's a little bit embarrassing. So that's why we don't want to do it. But from a perception standpoint, I'm gonna guess Jerry is not happy about this whatsoever, and it seems like he's the dad. It seems like that.
Zero chance this is. I mean, this is something they fought for 2 years now. There's no chance that this is something that they're happy with at all. One more note really quickly, because I think you're going to find this fascinating, Sean. First off, the second graded head coach in the NFL, any guesses? It's a guy you are a big fan of, Sean, and got rave reviews in the survey.
Steichen.
Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota. Ooh. People love him. And
they do.
So
He seems like he's like that. He'd be a great guy to play.
Him with Cousins on the quarterback thing really showed how good he was. Now, the bottom 3 head coaches.
I'd also be interested in hearing Vrabel.
So I'll jump down to Vrabel real quick. The bottom 3 head coaches all got fired. Ron Rivera, Josh McDaniels, and then Arthur Smith. Really quickly on Vrabel, he was 22nd. 94% of players felt he was efficient. That was 13th overall. They felt he was somewhat willing to listen to the locker room. We're seeing this consistency. People from the New England culture are only somewhat willing to listen or not at all. But what's interesting is the next 2 coaches after the bottom 3, New Orleans' Dennis Allen finished 29th in this. And he was somebody who had them competing the whole way, has been in the building for a long time. And this one stunned me. 28th in the NFL, Kevin Stefanski in Cleveland, who a lot of people think should be coach of the year. Only 70% of players felt he was efficient. That was 29th in the NFL. And they said he was only somewhat willing to listen to them. That was 23rd in the NFL.
Below the belt right here on your home of the Cowboys. The spring training MVE delivers again in the Rangers clubhouse. And a member of the world champs calls out the morning show. Final hour. Sean and RJ starts after this.
But first, you know what the definition of insanity is?
in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. DFW Sports Station. RJ Choppy getting the plyometrics. Bobby Belt with the slow-mo train conductor. And Peyton Russell. Oh, I can't wait to see Pepe at dinner tonight. Knife in Plano with the Jared Sandler charity dinner.
So what's considered bad form in terms of my alcohol consumption tonight?
What's considered bad? Well, nothing if you listen to G-Bag nowadays. We can all just get hammered and slammed on the air and just call it a bet payoff. I mean, that's the bet payoff for March Madness. It's already settled. They're drinking mimosas. My wife will drop me off or I'll get an Uber, and we can do that. Those are all our future bet payoffs here on the show. Whoever finishes in last place, you sit there and you get slammed.
I drowned it in Tito's today.
Yeah, that'll be the way to get Bobby in at 5:30 for once.
I was gonna say, you guys are gonna. I mean, if that's the bet payoff, I'm gonna start picking like northwestern Oklahoma states in my bracket.
I mean, bad form is based, I think, upon the Tolos that won the dinner.
Oh, I have to drink to their level?
Yeah, like, are they buttoned up? Are they fun? Are they going to cut loose? Are they going to rage? I've been a knife a couple of times. Well, it's not like a stuffy, quiet steakhouse, so you should be able to go ahead and be. Have you ever been there?
No.
Pepe, have you ever been a knife?
Never.
Okay. You don't have to be really quiet. Now you get really loud, and then of course the most important thing is driving. So be careful with your driving.
Oh, I'm gonna Uber.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Oh, so are you planning to turn up a little? Well, you don't have to work tomorrow.
I mean, I gotta drive early though.
What time?
I'm probably gonna leave like 5.
Okay.
That's earlier than I leave for the show every morning.
That's right.
I mean,
I think it kind of depends on the Tolos, and their mannerisms throughout.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, I can get down with that.
Pepe, what's your strategy?
Well, I already picked out the outfit. You guys sold me on the vest. So I'm going to go vest with the khaki pants and then my nice Cole Haan shoes.
Vest.
Okay. So I already have that picked out. But then drink-wise, I mean, I'll see what the table vibes are. I'm not going to overdo it with it. I'm not going to pass anyone, but I'll be there at 2 drinks probably.
Well, okay, but what are you going to drink?
Whatever the table drinks. What do you drink at
Well,
night?
Choppy always...
You go wine, steakhouse?
I could go with an old-fashioned. I'd go with just straight bourbon on the rocks or a ranchy. Depends on what I'm in the mood for.
Ranch water. I can do ranch water. Oh, yeah.
With tahini? There you go.
I don't like the vest decision. I don't like that y'all talked him into the vest.
Well, what are you going to wear, more importantly? I'm more worried about what worried about what you're going to wear than what you drink.
I'll
Rafter P Construction hoodie.
Shout out to Rafter P Construction, absolutely. Great guys over there. Colt Heron, love those guys.
No, he should wear that fan jacket. Cedric and Cedric and the fan windbreaker.
No, look, okay, I promise I will.
Your appreciated sweatshirt.
I will dress up for this dinner just as well as I dress up for a wedding. I'll make that promise to you guys. Meanwhile, he's going to show up looking like Earl K. Sneed in his little sweater vest.
Earl K. Sneed.
Oh my god.
Then he tried to charge us to come on one time.
He did.
You know, then he passed that.
Was that before he got charges?
Then he passed along that to McMahon to go ahead and charge.
But at least Tim was kind enough to allow us to listen to his podcast.
That's right. Now, didn't you? He said, "Listen to my podcast and grab the audio from there." Now, didn't you wear shorts to that wedding in Houston?
No, they were jeans. It was jeans and just like a polo, but I was wearing like dirty Chucks. So
okay,
you were wearing the Chucks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So tonight the Tolo charity dinner from the Sandlot at Knife and Plano, and last night they had their group dinner. Did you guys feel any FOMO? Now, for the people asking why aren't we in surprise, it became a little tasking for us to keep asking. Very nice people out there, very nice people.
Very nice.
But it became kind of an issue year after year to have them open up the park for us at like 3 a.m. in the morning, 3:30. One year we got locked outside the gate. No one showed up. We started the show like on the cell phones. And then, just the access to it. Now, surprise, in Arizona, Heaven's Waiting Room. along with Florida.
Yeah, they're on their own time frame. They're not on their own
as
clock.
up as early as maybe we thought. So it kind of became a little bit of a hassle to do that.
They're truly on God's clock.
Yeah, so
On God.
So that's why we're not there. But did any of y'all have FOMO or notice anything from the fan team picture last night? Any observations?
Yeah, I mean, look, I enjoy spring training. I like going. I sure had FOMO.
You did?
I've never really even. I've barely talked to Eric Nadel.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
like I've met him one time.
Really?
25 years, met him one time.
Yeah, that seems like someone you would probably click with. So
think so.
Here's how they sat: Eric Nadel on the end. It looked like he had some fish and vegetables. Very, very healthy, boring order. Then there's wasted Brian Broaddus, not able to sit up straight. Then there's Corey Majors. Looks like he got a medium rare steak. Then there's Bassick in the corner. Across from Bassick is Eric Chiafalo. Then Jared Sandler. Kevin Hagelin with some leftover tater tots. He left the tater tots alone. Then there's Gavin Dawson with his weird mean mug. Took a shot at me last night, too.
Did he?
Yeah, someone must have told him what I said in crosstalk. Because he tweeted, hey, if you're ever in this part of the country, go to this place with the smoked wings. It's nothing that mine are still better than Orange Magic, but Sharif could never dream or imagine of creating something like this. So a little barbecue shot. And then you have Matt Hicks on the end across from Nadel. Looks like Hicks ordered some really bad looking ribs. It looked like he did not finish his meal whatsoever. And a fruit cup. He's trying to be hell. You got a fruit cup here, maybe a biscuit, mashed potatoes, and some ribs.
So
they look terrible.
Mainly it's the back left of the table that stands out to me here in this photo that I'm curious about. One, Mike Bassick extending all the way across the table to make sure he's got his hand just on Corey Major's arm for the photo.
Oh yeah, that's a very Bobby uncomfortable touch of Chiafalo in Oxnard.
Outreach. And the fact that he has to reach out like that tells me, why is there such a sizable gap?
Team photo is, by the way, on Twitch and YouTube.
The table is unbalanced. Jared has no one across from him. There's just this large gap there between Corey Majors and Mike Bassick. And I don't know why Bassick was just so like, well, I'm not going to sit next to Corey. I'm going to go all the way against the wall.
Yeah,
strange.
That is a long reach. Yeah. It's like Mike Maddox out on the mound.
It is. He's trying to check his pulse.
He's trying to sit there and check his pulse and comfort him. So there's the team dinner last night with Nadel and Hicksy. RJ, where would you have liked to sit amongst this group? Right there with Nadel and Hicks, just straight up talk some baseball? Talk about the latest performance.
That'd be cool. That'd be cool to do. Maybe talk some college hoops with Sandler. He's the only other one at the station that likes to watch college hoops with me.
Hagelin, maybe? Does Hagelin watch college hoops?
No, he watches Duke. That doesn't count.
Oh, with their injured player.
Oh, Kyle Filipowski, yes, who was in the starting lineup last night.
He died, right?
He did not die. He was in the starting lineup.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they trampled him. He may have tore his ACL, but doggone it, he was in the starting lineup. I mean, they've got a better training staff than the Cowboys do, apparently, over at Duke, according to the reports.
All right, so the MVP, in my opinion, of surprise has been EC, and that would be Eric Chiafalo, who is wreaking havoc every day in the clubhouse of the World Series champs. Bobby does a great job going through the audio, and this is Brock Burke, who is not sure yesterday what to make of Eric's interviewing style.
Brock, how are you, man? Good, how are you?
Hang on,
I'm
stop
doing
it.
great.
See, that's how he disarms them.
Brock,
Hey,
what's up? Brock. What's up, man? Long time no see. I did the Mario Lopez one time.
Whoa, that name
I saw him in a
dropped.
casino in New Orleans. I was like, Mario!
You didn't say Mario?
I was like, RJ Choppy. Yeah, I was at ESPN at the time. I was like, ESPN. He goes, hey, man, we had like a 10-minute conversation. He had no idea who I was. I'd never met him before.
Oh.
I just pulled that move on him. I wanted to see if it worked.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I had never met him.
Bro, I haven't seen you forever.
Oh.
Brock, how are you, man? Good, how are you? I'm doing great. You wear a cup? No pitcher wears cups. No pitcher wears cups.
Wait a second.
Only like 8th grade.
Hang on, stop. This is what he opened
This
with?
is the beginning of the interview.
This is the beginning of the interview. Do you wear a cup? Just like that.
Do you wear a cup?
Went right for it.
Break the ice.
Restart it from the very beginning, Pepe.
Brock, how are you, man? Good, how are you? I'm doing great. You wear a cup? No pitcher wears cups. No pitcher wears cups. That'd be insane. Only like 8th graders. So only an idiot would ask that question. What's the first thing that comes to your mind, Brock Burke, when you think about Sonic? Sonic? Drive-through slushies, probably. maybe the video of that guy falling at the Sonic drive-thru and just delivering the food. That's about it.
Are you a sauce guy?
I like ketchup. That's probably about it.
Are you serious?
We'll dip everything in ketchup. Big ketchup guy.
Have you ever had a crush on a cartoon character?
I don't think so. Not a big anime guy.
Another guy who's never seen the movie Aladdin. I'm telling you, dude. Get a little Jasmine.
I've seen Aladdin.
Jasmine?
I mean, he's a cartoon. I'm not into that.
I hear you. That makes one of us. Adolis Garcia has actually been described as, they say muscle compromises 95% of his body, and that the remaining 5% is made up of the souls of the pitchers he's gone dong on.
Who came up with that?
That's just the legend, it's just the mythology around.
I can get behind that.
How different are your showers in the clubhouse compared to like at home? Like the duration of them? Are you like trying to speed through these?
Not really. No.
It's like pretty much the same?
Pretty much the same.
And you're a loofah guy, right? I think I read about that.
No, not a loofah guy. No loofahs for me.
This guy sounds like he could be a regular member of G-Bag.
Yeah.
He could replace Wolchuk. Wolchuk, stay-at-home dad, and throw Brock Burke onto the show.
Brock, how are you, man?
They have a vibe.
Yeah, they do have a vibe. Now, I don't know what the showers are like in Surprise or at the Globe. Are they the wall? Are they around the tree? Is it a tree? Is it a standing pole with 4 spouts around it? Do you have splash guards?
It's a good question.
In high school, some of them had splash guards, some didn't. Some was just a pole, and you were just, flipping and flopping everywhere. I think a loofah is a must thing to have.
Yeah.
Now, in a situation like that, I don't know. It's a speed thing at a sporting event or at a locker room. A loofah is a must. It's a must.
Eric came out of that and he was like, "Yeah, I don't know. I think like he was he thought it was a little awkward at times, and he was just a little like, huh? Like, but I think to me,
he wore a cup the first question.
I think happened was I think he's actually leaning into the whole like thing. Like he's doing like a between two ferns type of thing, like Zach Galifianakis did. I think he's leaning into the awkwardness. I think he's actually really savvy and is trying to make it uncomfortable with his own answers.
The KMC Masterpiece had Dane Dunning on. This guy's the most forgotten, disrespected member of this championship team, in my opinion, for what he did early in the season, being the absolute glue to hold the staff together. He was an early X factor, then Evaldi and Montgomery late. Well, KMC told Dane Dunning about Bobby Belt's confidence in shooting an 80 first time out on the golf course. Dane Dunning's response.
Bobby, I would have to say that's probably not the smartest idea, considering I've known plenty of people who are the most athletic people in the world that, they can't even get off the tee box. Golf is a very technical sport, very course management type sport, and it's a lot harder than you think, and a lot of people who go out for the first time end up having that realization real quick.
Oh, the old realization.
Yeah, look,
Very
I mean,
Canadian.
For a guy who has to wear spectacles to see the ball, I would imagine it's a difficult thing to sport. So Dane, I completely understand that. If you want some pointers, I'm here for you. Some of us are just naturals at it, that's just the way it is. I actually love Dane Dunning. That was a total set. But I do want to take issue with what Hagee said. Set it up. Hagee said he's confident he could shoot in the 80s. No, I'm shooting 80 minimum. Like it's going lower than that probably. Once I get some muscle memory.
You mean 80 maximum?
Yeah, whatever. 67, 66, once I get a few reps in.
We pack up Bobby's bags for Indianapolis. We send Bobby to Indy, and there is another Cowboy insider who is going to make the Dak haters happy. That's next on Sean and RJ. But let me go.
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
A second person from one of the Cowboys' favorite organizations has now talked about a Dak Prescott offseason extension not happening. This was around 10 o'clock last night. Michael Gelkin, Dallas Morning News, one of the 2 or 3 people I actually like, the only people I like over at the Dallas Morning News, who won't allow their people to come on our show because
I wonder why.
because they're not like true journalists, because they have deals behind the scenes with the AM sports talk station in town, and they use that to manipulate who goes on other radio shows or not. They don't want their people to grow and get exposure. This is me saying it. This is my opinion. So when we want Calvin Watkins on from the Combine, they put the Knicks on it. Oh, the Fans #1 in the city right now? That probably makes other people uncomfortable. Don't allow writers to go on their show. Michael Gelkin probably would not be allowed to come on today either, because the Dallas Morning News is slanted and they're in bed. So that's the truth. Just like I told the truth months and months and months ago. I had to get in a fight with someone that I like. A Dak Prescott. You want to respond?
No, I'm good.
Okay. A Dak.
Love you, Calvin. Love you, Michael.
Yeah, it's nothing towards them.
No,
we
I
want them on
know.
the show.
I know.
We want them on the show. They're just not allowed to come on. That's not them saying anything. Rules are rules, as silly and petty as they are. A Dak Prescott offseason extension is not promised. Michael Gelkin wrote that last night. Cowboys did not plan for a season in which their entire coaching staff and franchise quarterback would be in a contract year, but that scenario is a possibility. And this is where I learned that Mike Zimmer only signed a 1-year deal.
Yeah,
I didn't know that either. Because we asked Michael Lombardi about this former GM, and he's like, well, in Dallas, everyone knows if Jerry and Steven like you, you can survive the head coach getting blown out. You'll just stick around for the next regime, and they'll tell you that's your coordinator.
Yeah, and that's I like it. I like the idea of giving them the 1-year deal. I don't want.
You like the idea of it?
The coordinators. Yeah, because I don't want, like, if they're going to bring in a new coach, I think he should be able. I don't want necessarily to have, like, people set here. Now I get it, right? If you've got a coordinator, like an offensive coordinator that's really like in tune with the quarterback, and you don't think he's head coach material, you don't want to make a change. I get that, but I do think it's good, like, to have coaches allow them to bring in their own people. Now, I don't think it should be just their decision. It should be an organizational decision. That's how you get Mike Nolan in here.
No,
right?
I agree with who hires them. It's just feels like it's all teetering. It's all teetering.
Oh, it's teetering.
And I'd like to have more security if Mike Zimmer does the job that I think he's going to do, and having him around for more than a year.
Look, I mean, that 1-year deal.
But it kind of looks weird to have Mike Zimmer on a 2-year deal, Mike McCarthy on a 1-year deal.
It does, but I mean, the industry standard is 2-year contracts.
I wonder if that was the holdup.
Could be.
I'm throwing that out there. Mike Zimmer, I wonder, like, I would imagine Zimmer wanted long. Who would want the 1-year deal more, Zimmer or Jerry?
I mean, Jerry does not want to pay out contracts. He doesn't want to pay assistants to sit on the beach.
Yeah.
So I
maybe
mean, Jerry
that was
definitely
Zimmer being like,
could
want
be
longer years.
Could be, but I mean, also, yeah.
And
maybe,
Jerry's like, we're not going to give anyone longer years, because if this does not work, everyone's out of here.
Or it could be a situation where he says, fine, I'll sign a 1-year deal, but you got to make this money, right? And then they were squabbling over like how much money that 1-year deal should be worth. But I mean, it is unusual to have coordinators on 1-year deals. Any assistant coaches. Assistant coaches are supposed to be 2 years generally. So that is a little bit of a break from the norm, the standard within the NFL. But I mean, it's like I told you last week, where I talked to somebody who said, like, if this doesn't go, they're blowing it up in 10 months. Like, it's getting detonated. It's over for everybody if it doesn't go well. And so the biggest testament to that would be if you don't get Dak done with an extension. But I think if you don't get an extension done with Dak now, you're saying goodbye to him anyway, whether you want to keep him or not.
You think if they don't get an extension done with him this offseason, he leaves?
Yep.
Wow.
All right.
I mean, I can see it. I can see both sides of it. I can see where Dak is like, screw you guys, I'm tired of this. And they're like, dude, you're not the answer. You have to prove it before we give you $60 million a year. I can see both sides of it. I would err on the side of caution if I was the Cowboys and give him the money and redo it. That's what I would do.
There are 3 options to take. Option 1 is you sign him. Option 2 is you don't sign him and he leaves. And option 3 is you trade him now.
Oh, but the other option is you don't sign him and he signs after the year
okay, so
because he wants to be here.
Right. I mean, the 2 ones that you
I think they're so arrogant. And they might be right. They're like, he's never going to want to step away from being the quarterback. He can take the insult right now during the negotiations. He's not going to leave us. He's not going to walk away from this when we put down the same amount of money or more than other people on the market.
If they put down the same amount or more, then no, he's not. But if they put down less and he gets a better offer somewhere else, he's going to take it. I would think. I mean, there's no reason not to.
And if I were him, I would, unless I just didn't want to uproot my family. I don't know where his girl's family lives and all that stuff. At this point, I'd be like, yeah, I want to leave.
Yeah,
I don't know how things are really playing out behind the scenes, but I'd be like, I don't care if you give me the same amount. I made up my decision. Yeah. I'm done with this crap.
From what I know of the girl is that she was in Florida. His girlfriend, baby mama, was in Florida. But look, I mean, because the worst case scenario is, you don't sign him and then he leaves in the offseason because at the very least, if you or you didn't want to sign, let's say you don't sign him, he doesn't play to the level that you want, and you decide to move on. I mean, that's the worst possible case scenario because then you get nothing for him when you lose him. At least
you get a third rounder, you'd get a comp pick.
Cool.
But I mean, like
you replace him with the third round because they ain't gonna spend a first on him.
But I mean, if it gets to the point that we're talking about, why in the world would he play ball? He's got a no trade clause. He'd just say, nope, I'll play this year. I'll hit the market.
Like Derek
I'll get
Carr.
my money. I'm not giving you guys anything.
What do you make of Gelkin saying this after David Moore basically did?
Well, it sounds like they're potentially being a little more frugal this offseason because Michael Gelkin also just tweeted out a note 10 minutes ago. Here at the Combine, the Cowboys have fewer scheduled meetings with agents than in years past. There is no hint they're on the precipice of a high-priced free agency flurry that would resemble what most associate with the all-in buzzword from Jerry Jones.
Wow.
So
didn't you tell us earlier they're not meeting with Micah CD or Dak's agent out there? And now is Michael saying they don't seem to have meetings set up with other players' agents either?
Yep. That's what it looks like. So this is man, look, I mean that would definitely speak to the idea of you guys are sinking or swimming. Like you guys are all on 1 year like reviews, and if it doesn't work out, we're blowing it up. So we're not investing in anything this offseason. But all in, like that doesn't even speak to Choppy's theory of all in.
Right.
That's
signing our own.
Yeah.
It would not speak to that.
Nope.
Because you're not getting any of it done. You're not meeting with agents.
Would Michael know that though? Would they tell other reporters why would they tell reporters we want to meet with so and so's agent as a free agent?
Michael would know the agents. Like he talks to enough agents that the agents will go, I don't have anything scheduled with Dallas. Dallas did not put us on the schedule.
Wow, that's interesting.
All right, so that is the latest coming from Indy, where Bobby Belt will be going tomorrow morning. You love this trip?
Yeah, no, it is by far my favorite like work trip to take. And so we gotta make sure we get the whole show out there next year.
Yeah.
6:30 a.m. start times. I mean I'm only saving 30 minutes that way. But I mean for you guys, I would think you'd love it. That city is so walkable and everything's connected. I mean, you're anywhere you're staying, you're a mile away from where you got to be.
Now you were blown away when you heard the travel accommodations.
Oh, that he was driving?
Yeah.
I was blown away by that. I mean, you could probably get a flight relatively inexpensive to Indy versus a 12-hour drive. Like 12-hour drive is a lot. 13 for it. I was first surprised it was 12 hours. The speed limit changes in the United States of America far different than I was traveling 55 to Knoxville in 1997.
So 12-and-a-half-hour drive.
I mean, 11 and a half because I'm driving.
Oh.
I mean, there were
with
times...
your horn. This is why you got your horn redone for Indy.
Used it twice this morning, baby.
Oh,
no
really?
one on the road.
No, there were people on the road. There were idiots on the road. A couple of them. Yeah, I mean, come on. You got to think about, like, how many various people can be on the road at a given time, and just think about a random draw of 100 people. How many of them are probably idiots, and then they're out there on the road? It makes sense.
I drive every day too. I come into work and leave work like you do.
Well, then what that says to me is you're probably the one who needs to be honked at if you're not doing the honking, Sean. That's what that tells me.
So what else? What else do you do here? What's it like?
I mean, it's great. So this year I'm not doing the actual, I didn't get credentialed to go to the actual combine stuff. This is more about
Bill Belichick. You just watch on TV.
That's exactly it. From my suite, eating popcorn. No, this is, if I was there for the whole week, I would have gotten credentialed for it. But this is more about catching up with people that I haven't seen in a while, going to get lunch, going out, getting drinks at night. Just, it's a good chance to get face to face with a few people and catch up with them because everybody's centered there at the same time.
So if we went, because all I think about is being in a steakhouse every night at 9 or 10 p.m. Is that what we would be doing?
Yes.
We're in our 40s. Can we do 6 or 7?
Oh, yeah. That's fine for me. I requested dinner tonight at 6 in Plano.
Yeah. You're not going to want to go home at 9 though, especially if it's if it's East Coast time and you get to start at 6:30. And
I'm starstruck too.
And it's 11 o'clock and it's Mike McDaniel's at the table behind you. Will McClay's over here. You jump over here, there's Matt LaFleur. It's NFL power.
But random Joe Schmoes like us can just walk in?
Yeah.
And, do we all stand in the bar area? Because I'm assuming we're not getting a table.
Yeah, if you get a spot at the bar, at the bar top, you can't move. Because if you get up, it squashes in. So, example, Prime 47 is one of the really popular spots there. It's a steakhouse normally. 10 o'clock when they would normally close. Combine week, they stay open, and at 10 o'clock, they remove all but 2 tables from the floor, and it just becomes open space for bar. But, I mean, you got to walk through.
It's the Moxies of
Moxies, yeah.
You've got to walk through
Canadian waitresses.
It's 5 people deep at the bar, so I mean you got to push your way up there to get a drink.
That doesn't sound too fun. I hate
getting
that type of bar
getting the drink is not fun. It's not great. But I mean are
you standing up there amongst other people that you would know?
Yes.
Or is it all the reporters over there like a bullpen?
No, you could be standing there next to you could be standing next to D'Amico Ryans ordering a drink.
Oh.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
So if I make a reservation, try to make a reservation for next year right now, could I get a table?
Possibly.
Okay.
Because
or are they just no, this is Jerry's table this year, this is Sean Payton's table this year.
David Cantor, DeMarcus Lawrence's agent, every year makes sure to have a table set aside. So I think
he's a little more important.
No, I know, but I'm saying he runs it for the whole week. So every night he's got a table there. A couple of years ago.
God, what a dream. What a dream.
A couple of years ago.
Have your own table sitting there like Rayo's.
Being an agent is a dream.
I had asked
people, right?
I had asked Cantor, I was hey, are you going to be at Prime 47? He's like, I got a table there every night. He's like, come on by. He said, I'm flying in 20 of my bottles of wine so we have them at the table.
What?
Yeah, so he has his own wine that he brings into Prime 47. And he doesn't even go to the bar. He just sits there pouring wine for people.
You can ask him if he gets tired, like his client Tank, of pouring the wine around.
Yeah, he's burnt out.
Look how Bobby shuts down,
out
y'all.
on that very wine.
Look how I get Bobby to shut down.
That's a bad. I could not
talk about.
I couldn't be friends with that.
Talk
guy.
about the Dallas Fort News. Talk about his agent buddy. He just shuts it.
He was
down.
a great interview on this very show.
I would love to have him on all the time.
I couldn't be friends with a guy who drinks wine every day.
That was a shot at Tank. Why not?
I don't know. It just seems like a very pompous thing to do.
So you drinking your 3 fingers of scotch isn't pompous?
No,
you think that's more everyman? You and your cast iron bourbons or whatever?
Bourbon, Sean.
You see?
All right, bourbon's American. All right, I drink bourbon.
Can we be honest about the Tank thing? By the way, has the dust settled now? Are people not angry about it enough that we can say the reality is he just was having to come up with some answer sitting there? He doesn't really believe that, I don't think.
Oh, now you say that?
No, I said
right before you go meet with his agent?
I said
you haven't said that since the Super Bowl. I haven't heard that
we can we
play the tape. You killed him for it like we all did.
No, it was a bad answer, but I also said I think he's just talking. I think he's trying to come up with some sort of an answer. It was a bad answer.
It was a bad answer. Yeah. Be smarter about it. He's given a lot of very pointed comments. So, why is he thrown off guard? He's not a rookie. And he hasn't come out and clarified anything either.
Maybe because it's easier than saying our coaches.
And he took,
or the quarterback.
Well, tell it to Micah, too. Micah took shots at him. So he's catching strays from his teammates. What do you have to say about that?
I'm sure Micah catches a few of his own, too.
Let's talk about the
fourth quarter, he won't.
Debut.
He just doesn't catch his publicly.
Yamamoto versus the Rangers. We'll bicker in the commercial break as we crosstalk with KMC next. But
relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Found an outlet in Washington. Back to Doncic. Fade away. Oh, my goodness. Blow out the candles. Luka hits the extremely difficult shot, drawing the foul as well.
The birthday boy with a 30-point triple-double. Mavs get the win on Bally over Toronto. It's a KMC crosstalk here on 105.3 The Fan with Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, and Corey Majors. Kevin, you look like you want to say something.
I do want to say something. Oh, dear. I want to know, Sean, there's been rumblings throughout the day. Is it or is it not true that you called Mike Bassick the Luka of 105.3 The Fan this morning?
It's 5:32 in the morning.
So he's called a selfish player, doesn't make anybody else around him better.
Leave it on. Doesn't matter what state you're in, what country you're in, turn it on, leave it on. Is that factually accurate that you love Mike Bassick and you called him the Luka of the station?
I didn't say I loved him. I did make a Luka comparison, and screw you. I'm not even going to say to what degree because I don't want to fill his head up. But it's a little insulting, and it's more of a compliment.
Did you say that he can be the biggest volume scorer here, but at the same time will bitch to the referees about everything?
Oh, that's the best comparison. No, I said first off, screw you, Sandler, because I knew that had to be your big mouth. He's the only one texting me at that time.
Nope.
It wasn't.
Hey, look.
Baby. We
I can promise you, Sean, I promise you, I did not get any of that information from Jared Sandler.
Okay, here's what I said. And you guys...
Good, I'm excited. I'm excited to be compared to Luka.
I'm going to reverse this and make Kevin and Corey uncomfortable. What I said was, the game... Last night I was watching this guy, and I'm like, was Magic Johnson really better than this? What I'm seeing right now, what I've been watching this guy do, Magic Johnson really better than this guy in his prime. The game is too easy for him. He was put on earth to play basketball. He's a maestro. He's a master of the sport. And I said, it's too easy for him. And Bassett came into my head, and I said, Mike, it doesn't seem like Mike prepares if you watch him here at the station ever.
Oh, no.
He comes in here, he does yoga. He comes in here, he does segments with us. He comes in here, he's downstairs taking a shower. He comes in here, he's on the phone with attorneys. And then, when the light goes on... It's okay, is this too easy for him? You're not going to listen to anyone else talk baseball more. He's right there with basketball. You can't tell that he has quit on the Cowboys for 10 or 15 years. He for the most part, knows the storylines. And I'm like, is it too easy for Mike with sports talk with no prep? And that's what it seems like. But that was my Luka comparison. There you go. That's a compliment, right?
That's so nice, Sean.
You want his autograph, Sean?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
How good I'd sound if I worked hard.
Yeah, that's basically what Sean said was naturally gifted, no work ethic. That's basically what he said.
But I like Corey's comparison even better. You know what? Enough about this. I don't want to fill up his big pale head. What's coming up on the show, Corey?
Right out of the gate, guys, what do we do with Cody Bradford? He could be your fifth. He could be in the bullpen. Where do we put this guy? My buddy's an idiot at 11:20, and Kirby Yates will guarantee will join us today. Kirby Yates
guarantee it.
And then we have some floaters out for some other players that we're looking for. But man, yesterday the Dane Dunning, Bruce Bochy back-to-back expressway was glorious. Dane Dunning is just so easy to listen to and to talk pitching with, and then Bochy comes and sits down and just. He's such a king, man. He's so awesome.
And Dunning didn't call me Mr. Mike?
He didn't call you Mr. Mike this time.
Yeah.
Mike, are you wearing Dane Dunning glasses? Are those different shaded color? Or
no, they're the black ones, the Oakley ones that I have. They're my Jason Kids.
Your cheeks are so red. I thought it was like a pinkish hue or something like that.
All I'm getting is compliments today. I'm in the clubhouse getting compliments. I'm on the air and I'm getting compliments. It's just...
Have you ever ridden with Mike, by the way?
Never.
Oh, my God.
Never in a car.
Okay. So
Especially a thrifty car.
By the way, Corey and Mike know how great a driver I am because I drove them an hour from LAX to Oxnard and hit some great U-turns, and they saw it on display.
You drove us around the entire week, and I felt very comfortable the entire time.
In y'all's faces.
But I will put. I'm connected my phone to the navigation system here, and there is literally a map on the screen for Mike to follow. And every time it's time to turn, Mike's like, "Oh, I'm supposed to turn right here," and then he like just wheels over right at the last second.
One of those turns, I was really concerned.
I probably want to be in a car with Mike less than Bobby.
I would see that.
Okay,
I could see that.
I could see that.
Mike, how many times do each of you use your horn per week? This is a Bobby Belt topic. Mike, how many times are you a road rager?
No,
Maybe.
Hold on a second.
Mike is the reason.
Just because you honk your horn does not mean you're a road rager.
Yes.
If somebody's sitting there with their thumb up their ass because they can see the green light, then they need to be honked at.
Yes,
so
the
they
green
know
light horn is
that
a
they
must.
need
I
to
totally
go.
agree.
It's not a
horn.
toot. It's a light toot. Yeah, pop up. That's it.
Let's mark that.
You can't put your hand on it. You got to tap tap. That's it. That's the.
Yeah.
But okay, Kevin, how many times a week then? You sound angry.
Probably about,
He is angry.
I think probably about 12.
What? Yes!
Yeah.
No
That's
way.
too much.
Knuckleballs,
Yeah,
Aggie.
something like that.
12 in a week?
Yeah.
There's no way.
Is that too low? Do you think
That's too
low?
high.
I'm
2 a day.
I'm 10 to 15, Hagee. 10 to 15 a week.
No, that's right. Hey, look.
We work in Dallas, you guys.
Yeah.
So what?
And I get it. The second the light turns green, you don't have to like floor it because some idiot might run through a red light. But if you sit there and you can look up and you see that person not paying attention, you need to honk your horn.
Are you saying 50% of the honks are at a light turn? Or is it a merge? Break down your horn pie ratio.
Man, that might be the best question you've ever asked.
I need that as a drop forever.
you?
No, that's a compliment. That's an amazing
It's a Bassett
question.
compliment.
No, I bet it's probably about half because that's where people are most likely to be staring at their phone, right? And it's the honk to, hey, we're still going on the road. Look up from your phone. Your TikTok can wait.
Okay, cool.
I guess the people in Plano are better drivers because I don't honk that much at all.
Yeah.
I'm usually really just popping onto the highway. So
Yeah,
I'm
I think
always
people
on the
in
highway.
Plano are just soft. They're enjoying their bitches, and they're just driving around in their giant cars.
Getting ready to get back into their
Yeah.
house and probably lay around in their pool and then
You're
go
like,
hang out in the parlor.
Hey,
I get
Hit the
it,
gas,
yeah.
Mookie Blaylock.
In Garland,
Mookie
if you live in a
Blaylock.
nice neighborhood, you're 1 block away from somebody getting murdered. All right, I love Garland, but let's
That's
face
true.
it,
I lived there for a
you
while.
have to be prepared.
All right. I really want to know about the Yamamoto buzz and scene. As yesterday I recorded it, I was all in on following what looked like a performance that matched the hype.
I'll tell you what was really interesting to me is I've never seen anybody with the delivery that he has from the windup.
Nope.
He steps directly back. Obviously, there's a lot of pitchers that do that. Not many anymore. They're kind of side steppers instead of back steppers. He steps back, then he kind of sets himself, and then he just slide steps forward at about, yesterday he was 94 to 96 miles an hour here on the gun on the screen. And I just have never seen anybody not lift their leg, like lift their knee up in a windup or a no runner on base situation. Yet he's delivering the ball in the mid 90s. He had a very good breaking ball. He had a really great split finger yesterday. I think he's going to be an all-star pitcher in the National League. But I want to know why that delivery. Like there has to be something there. Like there has to be. Mechanically, they said if you do this, this would be the most efficient, the best way to throw the ball this hard at this location and stuff like that. So it's just, I've never seen anybody pitch like that.
It's crazy.
Emotion.
It's crazy. Like
Somebody just texted in and said the splitter is going to be a problem for the league this year, isn't it? And I think Jared was telling us last night the splitter is being used like 80% of the time now. Like it's being used across the entire league now. And there's a big article on it. So I don't know if his splitter specifically is going to be that difficult, but the splitter pitch itself is back.
Well, and it's been back for a while. It's just getting used a little bit more. The issue is when you have pretty much all hard throwers, there are some guys, obviously we talked to Dane Dunning yesterday, Cody Bradford threw. He was 88 to 91. I mean, there are still guys in the major leagues that aren't flamethrowers, but when you throw the ball hard, they do not like throwing changeups. Most hard throwers hate changeups. They don't feel like they can get the decrease in velocity by just gripping it usually with your middle finger and your ring finger. So they go to more of a split finger where they're like, throw the living crap out of it and just let it dive at the end. So I do need to read that article, but I do know playing with, the hard throwing guys, they do not like throwing changeups. They just don't have confidence in it because they feel like you're just speeding up the bat.
Who's the best changeup from a velocity guy that you've seen, Mike?
In my lifetime?
Just currently pitching.
Oh, crap. Obviously guys that come to mind are Johan Santana. He's not pitching today. I remember this. He's pretty much done now. Zach Greinke had a great changeup.
Yeah.
He had a good breaking ball too. But I think of Evaldi has a great split. Like that's what he goes to for his strike 3 pitch. I'm trying to think of guys that are strikeout changeup guys, and for some reason, and maybe I just need to study the league better.
Yeah,
I'm thinking of older guys. I'm thinking of Trevor Hoffman out of the bullpen. I'm thinking of Johan Santana.
Pedro.
Even like Spencer Strider uses a slider 34% of the time over his changeup.
And you'd have to go down. I don't think they list split there. You have to go down and see and make sure that it is a changeup that he's using. Like for me, I don't know Strider's mix except he throws the crap out of the ball.
Yeah, I'm just fascinated to see how many times the league is going to take hitters to get used to that delivery, because that has to speed your bat up. It has to.
Yeah. That's a question. Obviously, only 6 guys faced him yesterday, but the timing on it, because he changes the rhythm of his slide step windup. Sometimes it's quicker, sometimes it's a little bit slower, and maybe guys would tell me it's not that. Not being a hitter, I would think it'd be difficult. I think as a pitcher, I'm like, oh, I'm doing something smart. I'm changing the rhythm of my motion to mess up their timing before I even pitch the ball. Maybe hitters are like, we don't really care until he releases the ball, but I don't know the answer to that.
Somebody said he throws like a javelin thrower, and doesn't he actually throw a javelin around?
He practices javelin throwing.
That's wild.
Was Broadus still drunk at dinner?
Yes.
Yeah.
Love it.
But he wasn't whip your ass drunk.
Go home, Dodgers.
He wasn't me drunk.
Oh, Dodgers. He was carrying on great conversations with Nadell and Hicksy last night.
He was seated perfectly.
He was
at
exactly
that
where
dinner
he
for
needed
that.
to be at the dinner table.
Did I say that kind of slurly?
Real quick, Ryan, throw up the team dinner photo. Mike, can you explain your arm placement with Corey here? How far away were you seated? Because that's a weird arm placement to be like, I'm connected here with my co-host. What was going on there?
Broadus was almost laying on me in this picture
Yeah.
at that point. And so I was kind of holding him up just a little bit. And out of nowhere, I just feel Mike's hand on my shoulder. And Mike, what did you whisper in my ear whenever you did that?
Just so they know we're together.
That's what Mike wanted.
Oh, nice. Well done.
I think we're done here. KMC Masterpiece from Surprise, next on The Fan.
There's no reason to search sports headlines. from our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live out here in spring training, courtesy of Sonic. Also want to thank the on-time experts and Best Buy Windows and Siding for making this trip happen. We've had a blast. We're going to have Kirby Yates on the show, as well as we're hoping either Marcus Simeon or Wyatt Langford. So I am looking forward to today's show.
Are you already ready to trade Wyatt Langford after yesterday?
I am not.
Back down?
I am
He
not.
made 3 outs and 2 at bats.
He grounded into a double play after Evan Carter rocked one. It was a great shot by Evan Carter.
He said, "Give me some more Yamamoto."
And then he did. What was the second one? Was a strikeout.
Good exit velocity off that double play ball. Though.
So he did hit it hard.
It was a tough day, but it was the environment here was just like we like it whenever it's like that. Dodgers fans showed up. The whole thing out there was full, and it was a packed place. So, again, like we were saying, it did feel like a smaller group, obviously, but it did feel like bigger moments as people were stepping to the plate.
Obviously, we're hoping to get Wyatt Langford today. I can't say we will or will not, but we're hoping to. And what if we gave, because he'd be on the Blue Chew hot seat.
Yep.
What if we gave them, a subscription to Blue Chew for joining us here in spring training?
Do you think maybe the older players would be, I don't know, more
like the
interested?
coaches, the coaching staff would be like,
Yeah.
"Thank you very much."
Yeah, I don't. We'll have to talk again with our advertising team about that. And yes, for people asking, we will talk about the Stars' excellent trade from last night. But I wanted to talk about the man who took the bump yesterday for the Texas Rangers. Let's go ahead and fire off cut number 3. Now, this is a regular season cut. Or, excuse me, this is a last year cut, not spring training from yesterday cut. But still.
Bradford ready. Hayes is ready. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck out on a pitch that was up and in. The fastball there from Bradford. So 2 men are gone in the inning. Bradford with 3 strikeouts here in relief.
Now, I get the focus was on Yamamoto yesterday. 1 hit, 3 strikeouts. Yes, I know it was Evan Carter who got that hit. 3 strikeouts in 2 innings, whereas Cody Bradford looked fine out there. Not overpowering, but fine. And I feel like that is frequently the MO for Cody Bradford. So what I really wanted to chat up with you guys, maybe the Tolos, the Chuolos, the YouTubers as well, if you want to get involved in the conversation. I get it that right now at this juncture, he looks like he's going to be the 5th starter, but wouldn't he, isn't he better suited to be a long relief option in the bullpen?
In a perfect world, I'll agree with you.
Okay.
I mean, I do think that he's going to have to start at least 15 games this year for the Rangers, if not 30, if he's healthy. I think he can improve from last year. I thought we saw, to your point, he did his job when he was a reliever in the playoffs in situations where he'd have to kind of come in early in a game. He did his job and gave the team still a chance to win those games.
7 2/3 innings in the playoffs. In 5 appearances, he gave up 1 run.
Yeah.
To your point. So, hey, feel great about that.
So that would be in the biggest situations, obviously playoffs. He did great out of the pen. So you would lean towards maybe he's a better relief option than he is a starting option. Last year, obviously, in limited time, and I don't have it broken down here, he had a 5.3 ERA.
Right.
He had 5 starts, and he had 3 relief appearances in the major leagues. So his sample size isn't big. So I go back to the minor leagues, and it's interesting. He kind of came out of nowhere because when you look at in 2022 in AA, he was 10-7 with a 5.01 ERA in Frisco, and that's as a starting pitcher.
Yeah.
But then last year in AAA, in his 14 starts, he goes 9-2 with a 3.63 ERA. So there was a huge jump in what he was able to do from 2022 to 2023. I think in a perfect world, you're healthy enough that you can move Cody Bradford to a multi-inning type of guy, a guy that maybe you just use for 1 inning if you need it on a certain night. But I think where the Rangers are today, I hope he's best suited to be a starter because I think for April, May, and June, he's going to be a starting pitcher here.
When I look back at what he was last year, Kevin, it was kind of a bridge to get to the next Evaldi moment, or at times. Remember, there were lots of moments where it was like, okay, who's going tonight? And then they'd be like, well, Cody Bradford is. And Bochy came on with us a couple different times, and he was like, it's not like we're forcing this kid to do it. He's earned this. And Mike just pointed out his numbers, how they changed. He's actually earned this spot. Now, earning the next spot is what he's attempting to do, and that's where he is at the moment.
I am so happy that you used the particular word bridge, because this is Bruce Bochy, and I just thought this quote was really interesting, talking about Bradford. He was so valuable in the bullpen. He did such a great job of being the bridge to our high leverage guys. In fact, at times he was one of our high leverage guys. There are things that we're talking about and discussing with him, but he showed he can start, and right now we need starters. So that is an option. It's a good option to have, and then he talked about how flexibility is great and everything like that. So even from Bochy, you can hear like he loves the flexibility, but perhaps he also thinks that Bradford would be a better fit for them in the bullpen. But I wanted to ask you one more question, because Cody Bradford said something that, Mike, I'm sure you and a lot of pitchers can speak on. I'm not saying that this has to be the case whatsoever, but the stigma at times, especially if you go to the bullpen for long relief, is that you got demoted. Mm-hmm. Is that a fair...
Most of the time, That's how you feel. If they move you to a long reliever, you're going to do your job to your best ability, but inside you're going to feel like, dang, the money's like. Tell me the long reliever that gets paid, and the reason that they pay is because a starter is way more valuable than a long reliever. But sometimes that ends up being your role.
Yeah, and so Cody Bradford said he feels comfortable out of the pen, but that, quote, his heart and soul is in starting. I'm curious if you could, and I appreciate what you're saying right there, if you could elaborate a little bit more. Was there ever a time, I know probably not in high school, but like ever in the minors, ever in Major League Baseball, where they're like, hey, we're going to need you as a long reliever, not a starter?
Kevin, can I give my own
Did this happen to you?
This not in the same way,
but I'm excited for that.
But when we were a weekend show. They would say, hey, come in and start for us for a couple weeks. And we'd go on, and we'd do a week. We'd fill in for whichever show back in the day. And then they'd go, all right, thanks a lot, man, and pat us on the butt and send us back to the weekends. And it was just like the energy. Reggie, a lot of times he'll go back and forth on hosting, and then he's producing. And it's kind of like you're having this moment of, dang, am I ever going to crack through? Is this all that I can do? And also your energy for it, your passion for it, you're like, I still want to do the best, but the adrenaline rush of being a starter, the adrenaline rush of going out there on this game is completely different. And I presume, Mike, this is a different thing, but I feel like that's where you're he said his heart, his soul is in starting. Yeah. That's what he wants to accomplish in his career.
Yeah, and that's, I know I go to the financial part of it, but let's be honest, like people that do nighttime radio make not very much money,
Fair.
And there's a reason they're not paying a lot of money for nighttime radio, and there's a reason that they pay more money for somewhere between 6 a.m. and 7 p.m. because those are your starting spots. And it's nothing against the people they're working their way or trying to become, a person that can work somewhere 6A to 7P. But you do feel that way. You do feel like, what can I do to become a starting pitcher? Now, you want to stay in the major leagues. The thing is you don't want to be like, I want to be a starter so bad, just send me to AAA. You want to stay in the major leagues because there's going to be plenty of games that you're going to get opportunity to show you can get major league hitters out. And you can't show you can get major league hitters out in AAA and AA. It's impossible to know. That's why, hey, it's there. And you look at him and you go, I think he can, whether it's hit in the major leagues or pitch in the major leagues, but you don't know until they face major league pitching or major league hitting. But he's going to have to do this. For Cody Bradford to be a successful pitcher this year in the first 3 months and to keep his job and to thrive at his job, he's got to find a third pitch. His fastball last year, batting average against, and I know these are not a lot of numbers because he didn't pitch a lot of innings. 260 batting average against. I can live with that. That's fine. He's not a strikeout guy. There's going to be contact against him. 260 is fine. I can live with that. Against his changeup, .200 batting average against his changeup. He threw those two pitches. You can help me out with math here. 54% and 28%. Those are the pitches he used.
So 82% of the time, that's what he's throwing out there. So 4 out of every 5 pitches.
And that's really tough to be just a 2-pitch pitcher and not a strikeout guy with one of those pitches. His slider and curveball he barely threw. But I'm going to give you the batting averages on these 2 pitches. 333 and 500. So that's why was he a better reliever than he was a starter? Well, as a reliever, I'm throwing anywhere from 10 pitches to, let's say, 50 pitches in a long relief outing. Well, if I only throw on average 30 pitches, I can get away more with I threw 17 fastballs and 13 changeups.
Yeah.
When I throw 100 pitches, and I'm just guesstimating here, but I throw 55 fastballs and 28 changeups, they're going to see that pitch more and more and more. So those are the 2 pitches I go to. So the one thing that Cody Bradford, I hope, is out of spring training, he feels more confident because he's executing a slider or a curveball better.
And one of the things that we were talking about off air is who's that candidate to replace him if I, this is my thought, but who's going to replace him? Because that's a hard learning curve for Jack Leiter or your Cole Winn, who's been lingering for the last 2 years. Do you think that Owen White's ready? Is Zach Kent ready? Do you think, I don't know, like Adrian Sampson can do something similar? It just does not feel like there's a viable option straight away.
You're right. I wonder this. To try to do this, and it's not easy to do this because you need all 4 other guys to stay healthy because you're taking a risk here because all it takes is one guy to go bad. Would you... If you feel like Cody Bradford isn't a great 5 or 6 inning pitcher in the major leagues, but he's a good 3 inning pitcher. He can kind of get through a lineup once and maybe face a couple of guys twice. Would you have a combo platter of Cody Bradford and Adrian Sampson?
Yes,
so I have a lefty and a righty. I'm protecting this game. I'm trying to win this game. I now need these 2 pitchers, though. They have to get me 18 outs.
Yeah.
Because I'm burning Sampson for pretty much the next 2 days. And then that 3rd day, maybe I can throw him an inning because I'm planning on throwing him another 2 to 3 innings. And maybe you look at teams.
They did that last year a lot of times. I mean, it felt like Martin Perez got paired up with some other starter, and they were expected to get you 7 innings in a game last year.
Are you sure it wasn't with Heaney?
Maybe it was with Heaney, but and they went lefty there. They were like, but that was
no. I'm
had.
saying like it was. You sure Martin Perez was just a 2 or 3 inning starter?
Not even a starter. I think he would come in second half of games.
Yeah, that's true. I'm trying to remember who he got paired up with, but that could be something that they look at.
Yeah.
With Bradford and go, yeah, he's a starter, but we're facing, and I'm sorry I don't know lineups right now. I have no clue of the Cubs lineup like all together. What if the Cubs only have Cody Bellinger and one other guy as a left-handed hitter? Well, maybe you start Adrian Sampson in that game because
I get what you're
Adrian is going to face this lineup because it's primarily a right-handed lineup, and Bradford's actually going to come in relief. So maybe I'm hoping Sampson gives me 4 innings today. Bradford gives me 2, and then you face a team that has 5 left-handed hitters in it the next time, and you look at it and go, Bradford's starting today. Sampson will be the one that we're looking for 2 innings of relief.
And Kevin, I mean, this part of the conversation is obviously like the first half because everything could change in the second half of the season or late in the season whenever you got now. Obviously, they have to be really healthy, but like Dane Dunning, he could be pushed to 5. At some point because you're bringing back, DeGrom, Scherzer, Malley might have is Malley later in the season as well.
Yeah, they're hoping all of them after the All-Star break. I think they're probably later on Jacob DeGrom, probably closer to mid-August.
Yeah,
if hopeful for DeGrom.
But that could all like shift down, and then where's Cody Bradford trying to find? He's probably like, you know what, this is the only role I have. And I guess there's a lot that goes into the conversation of how good do they do, and then you're like, there's no way you're not putting DeGrom back out there as a starter. You're paying him too much.
Yeah.
So sorry, man, that's just the way business is.
Well, and that's where obviously Boris is holding out, but then we get the reports of, hey, not from Chris Young, not from Bruce Bochy, the Jordan Montgomery thing. If Jordan Montgomery were to somehow sign a 1-year contract or a 2-year contract with the Rangers, it does push Bradford or Heaney. They might see Heaney as a more valuable bullpen piece because of kind of his slingshot action. Yeah. So then you'd have to be making a decision on that. But that would be a dream come true, I think, for Ranger fans, is if we heard in the next week or so that Jordan Montgomery's coming back on a 1 or 2 year deal. I'm not saying that is going to happen.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We are live from Surprise Stadium for Texas Rangers spring training. Coming up next, though, we're not going to ignore what else is happening in the Metroplex. Mavs, Raptors, big win. And then is this the first time in a long time the Mavericks are actually a deep team? Let's talk about it next right here on the Fan.
This is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Found an outlet in Washington. Back to Doncic. Fade away. Oh, my goodness. Blow out the candles. Luka hits the extremely difficult shot, drawing the foul as well.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We are live at Surprise Stadium in Arizona, where the big story of the day, we're going to talk about the Mavericks, is the grounds crew apparently running afoul of Corey Majors thus far this morning. What's the deal? What's your deal?
That sound drives me insane.
Of the leaf blower?
The leaf blower sound drives me nuts. And right when you think that he's done, he starts back up. And you're like, what is happening over here? And Mike, all he's really doing, there's some areas at the stadium that get condensation and create puddles. All he's really doing is drying out the puddles. But it drives me nuts because it reminds me of a time, Kevin, when I worked nights and I would have to wake up in the morning, get the kids off to school, get back home and try to go take like a 2-hour nap if I could because we had the small windows. And then all of a sudden somebody's lawn guy would show up, and now I have to hear that droning for the next hour and a half. I'm not going to get any sleep. So, and I want to raise this window, man. I want people to get the ambiance of that, not of leaf blower guy. My apologies.
Is that not also ambiance?
There's my guy Jake. Look how hard he's working on the right-handed batter's box.
So quietly and calmly brushing dirt into another pile. It's a wonderful. Jake is my favorite. All right, leaf blower guy, get out of here.
You know what's amazing watching Jake right now do the batter's box? When you go to dirt fields where they have tournaments and stuff in Dallas, Fort Worth, I'm not sure you can see the kid by the Sunday games.
You
because
step into the Grand Canyon.
The holes are so big.
Oh, yeah.
You're like,
it's like the end of Wimbledon or whatever.
Yeah,
the court's all torn up.
Yeah, and just I get it. Like, it's tough to maintain dirt fields. That's why so many high schools that if they have the money are going to just turf fields to get rid of dirt and grass. But I do love the dirt grass field, but you do have to put a lot of work into it to keep it nice.
And then
go ahead.
I would also like to put public pressure on Derek Holland. We're in the midst of a conversation with him, and he just said hello to both of us. Tolos, YouTubers. Is Derek Holland still in Arizona? Why is he not coming on our show?
He's about an hour away.
Oh, man. That's unbelievable. We're in a different state together, and he's an hour away?
He's about an hour
he
away.
Won't come on the show?
I might see him tonight. I might see him tonight.
How's that help our audience?
Yeah.
I can interview him.
Will you?
I mean, I can.
Okay, great.
I don't know. Do you want me to?
I want you to ask the hard-hitting question.
I told him I missed him on Sunday night when I got here.
Yeah? What did he say?
And then he came out?
He didn't. Well, he came out to Arizona, but not to see us or the Rangers. He just came out to, I think, play golf and hang out with friends.
Kevin, we go back to the highlight that opened the segment?
Yes.
And Alec, would you mind pulling this up because
blow out the candle.
I want you to hear Derek Harper and how baffled he is at what he just saw. Just listen to the Derek Harper moment at the end of this cut.
Found an outlet in Washington. Back to Doncic. Fade away. Oh, my goodness. Blow out the candles. Luka hits the extremely difficult shot, drawing the foul as well.
He goes, He's just exasperated by it all.
You're going to make so much fun of me, aren't you?
It sounded like Mike when he was about to go on the counterattack of something he doesn't agree with. And he's like,
you're waiting. You're like, I'm ready. I want to say words, but I'm trying to let you finish your sentence.
Yeah.
But he was so exasperated by it. Like, you just don't see stuff like what that guy does.
Now, it looked like this segment might be exasperating for all of us after the first half. Now, we were kind of combo watching this while we were at the team dinner. And at halftime, I know, Mike, you were just like, well, we're losing. And was it 1 point, right? And then they poured it on in the third quarter. Obviously, Luka was phenomenal, and we can talk about that if you want. But I wanted to talk about the broader concept that we've been discussing for a couple of weeks is usable depth. And is this a deeper Mavs team than we've seen in I don't know, some time. Jason Kidd said specifically, we're deep. This is the first time the Mavs have been deep in a long time. And I know we used to pretend how deep we were because we had the best 8th through 12th guys in the league. But now it feels like the Mavericks have depth in terms of what you would see in the playoffs.
So think about it this way. I agree with everything you just said. In the playoffs in 2022, the Mavericks used at most a 7-man rotation. At times they had to use a 6-man rotation. You were playing Dorian Finney-Smith and Spencer Dinwiddie, I believe, 43 minutes a night on a consistent basis in the playoffs. Obviously, you were playing Brunson and Luka, 40-plus minutes. Dwight Powell was pretty much out of the rotation because he can't play in this league. So, you're just looking and you're like, this is tough. And you thought, not only is Golden State better than the Dallas Mavericks, but they have to be tired after playing a 6-game series against Utah, a 7-game series against Phoenix, and they're pretty much going with a 6-man, at times, sometimes a 7-man rotation. This year, I would say you're going to have at least 8 players. If you make the real playoffs and you play in a 7-game series, you're going to play, that 8th guy is going to play 15 to 25 minutes, give or take. You might even play a 9th guy 10 minutes.
I think.
Because Exum came back.
9. Yeah.
So maybe, you have to be careful. Obviously, when it's playoffs and it's do or die, and the timeouts are longer, Luka's probably going to play 44 minutes out of the 48. So that means there's 4 minutes for his spot, for a bench guy. And if Kyrie's healthy, you have to watch his minutes. But I do think that this is the deepest the team has been. They're not this good. This is the deepest the team has been since the championship team. Because Mark Cuban I hate saying this. I don't hate Mark Cuban. I've met him multiple times. We don't really know each other well, but he had done a pretty pathetic job after the championship. And we gave him that leeway to be like, no, he knows. He knows he's getting Chris Paul. He knows he's getting Dwight Howard, or he knows he's getting Darren Williams. And he got none of them. And it was confusing because you were trusting him after the championship. Okay, fine. You're letting Tyson Chandler walk. Fine. You must know what you're doing. You just won a championship. But from 2012 through about 2019, you're like, what the hell are you doing? When you go back and look. And he just is very bad at evaluating NBA talent. He's a great entrepreneur. It doesn't mean just because you're a great entrepreneur, you can judge talent in the NBA.
Do you think that, and we'll start with the regular season, we'll get to the playoffs in a minute. Do you think Exum is going to be taking some of Hardaway's minutes? And that could be a week-by-week basis where you're like, it's Hardaway. I'm not taking him out.
I kind of wish Hardy could take some of Tim Hardaway's minutes.
That's what it seemed like the other day when he was cold. When Hardaway was cold, they brought in Hardy. Now, Exum wasn't available for that game. It's like the offense off the bench. Exum's not going to give you offense off the bench. He's going to give you defense, maybe a nice pass or two to set a guy up, a drive.
He fills in the gaps.
Yeah,
with things.
But Hardy and Hardaway are the guys that you're hoping the instant offense, that you get 20 minutes from one of those guys and they give you 15 points because they were hot. So that's going to be really tough on Jason Kidd because I'm with you on Hardy. But when do you quit on a Hardaway? In a game, he's 0 for his first 6. There's a 50% chance that's what he's going to do.
Yeah.
There's a 50% chance he's going to go 4 of 6.
Yeah.
And have 11 points in 2 minutes. So when do you quit on a guy who never knows he's hot or cold? He's just in his mind, he's always on, and that's a tough decision because Hardaway can go 0 for 6 and then make his next 3 shots, and he's not going to be afraid to take the next 3 shots. But yeah, you have depth with Kleba coming off the bench, Gafford coming off the bench. Then you have Hardaway coming off the bench, possibly Exum, Derek Jones Jr. Now you're like, wait a second, they did it. Anytime Dwight Powell is considered one of your 10 best players, you have no depth on your team. That'll be my line for do you have depth? If I put Dwight Powell on your team, is he one of your 10 best players?
If he is, Mike. You don't have to worry about it anymore.
And he was always, for the last 8 years, he's been one of your 10 best players on your team, so you don't have depth. And so now he's pushed his way out of the 10 best players on your team, which to me would consider, yes, this team is deep enough that if you get in foul trouble, something happens in a game, you can go in another direction off your bench and you still have a guy who's competent in an NBA playoff game.
You know what I thought was really funny is it wasn't last night, but it was a couple of games ago, is the discussion for PJ Washington was, hey, did this feel like playoff basketball out there? And he goes, I don't know. I've never been in the playoffs. And, that's got to spark you right there. Is all the Rangers players we've talked about is like, they're focused here, they're focused now, but they were like, everything you play for is to get back to the playoffs and do that. And PJ Washington's got to be pumped right now.
I think so. He did PJ Washington last night. He was great.
He started off, he found a rhythm early, and I think that might be an important factor for him is to find something early. Maybe, look, Luka's going to get his. And Jason Kidd even said that the other day. Luka's going to get his. He can get his in 30 minutes. He can get it in 25 minutes. Luka can get his in whatever. He wants to play all the minutes. That's just what Luka is. But if Luka can look around and say, hey, man, let me get these guys going a little earlier, maybe that's the solution for a PJ Washington, is he just needs to find it early. So then, as you were saying, he's not even trying to run clock off late in the game because he's just like, I'm still getting mine. I'm filling up the bucket, baby. So maybe that's the factor for him.
It's always weird because there's been a zillion coaches who've had PJ Washingtons in all sports, and they can't figure out. I'll tell you who fits in that category a little bit for the Dallas Cowboys. Brandon Cooks. He's been on so many teams because so many teams see the talent, and they're like, I'm going to get a number one receiver out of him. Now, I think at this point the NFL has moved on from he's never going to be a number one. It wasn't smart enough, but he's a good number two receiver for the Dallas Cowboys. But still, we were asking 6-7 weeks into the season, hey, where is he? Why is he not doing anything? And then, he'd have a breakout game, and for 2 weeks, you'd be like, all right, this is the Cooks we want. And then the next game would be, I don't know, I'm just guesstimating, 2 catches for 22 yards. Like, what happened to Brandon Cooks? Where did he go? And so there's guys in all sports who are PJ Washingtons, who coaches and general managers go, that 23-point game, I'm not saying he's going to average 23 or 25, whatever he got last night, but I can get a consistent 16 points a game. I'm going to get him to average 16 points. His bad games are going to be 10. His good games are going to be 22. But I know most nights I can count on him to give me around 16 points. That's the goal of the Dallas Mavericks and PJ Washington throughout these next 3 years. I don't assume that they're going to fix this issue when they've had him for 3 weeks.
I think that's very fair. And now we look ahead to tomorrow in a Boston game that – for Boston, obviously they've been playing exceedingly well all year. It feels like Jason Tatum is finally breaking some people down and getting pushed into the MVP conversation. This does feel like a really big game for the Mavericks, especially because they lost that Cavs game. If they would have beaten the Cavs and the Raptors, I would have thought, hey, if you can win this game, rock on. If not, but this feels like a game if you win, not only does it help you get closer to the 5 seed, and maybe throws out a little bit of, hey, here we come.
It kind of that mindset like we were talking about with the Cowboys where, hey, it's time to play a good team. And they just well, we didn't show up today.
Whoops.
And then, the ability to put hey, guys, we're here. Everybody keeps saying this. I mean, I know I was listening with Sean and RJ this morning, even Toloing out here in Arizona, Kevin. That's how we do.
Turn it on, leave it on.
And I heard Kendrick Perkins talking about how dangerous this team is.
Really?
Oh, yeah. He's
Kyrie.
Like, look, like I've been saying the whole time, Luka is he's probably the greatest. They're him and Kyrie are probably the best duo of scorers in the NBA right now. He said that kid in Washington that they added, PJ Washington, I love that too. And then he's like, this kid Derek Lively, but he's going on and on. He's gushing about the team because they're kind of in that position. But I think you're starting to hear more people around the NBA, not necessarily saying NBA championship for the Mavericks, but nobody wants to see them. You're starting to hear more and more people say that, and I think a game like that against Boston would be one of those that they could really put the stamp on and say, hey, I don't want to play against that team.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're out here at Surprise Stadium for Texas Rangers spring training, brought to you by the new $1.99 crispy tender wraps for a limited time only at Sonic.
It's so good.
Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
Well, let's talk about what we're going to see today versus the Brew Crew. And man, Broadus has to be happy. The Brewers are in town. Next.
Attention.
So many Texans love classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live from Surprise Stadium. Thank you very much to the on-time experts as well as Best Buy Windows and Siding for making that happen. And right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right, so the Rangers, for the first time since we were here, played at their home field in Surprise, Arizona. They get to do it again today against the Milwaukee Brewers. Let's go backwards until we go forwards.
I like it.
Okay. Yesterday, we already talked about Cody Bradford. I thought he was solid. Look, it's February. Was I going to go? The only thing that would have surprised me was like last year when we were here around this time, and Cole Reagans was throwing 98 miles an hour. And I'm like, what in the world? I was like, I do not remember Cole Reagans throwing 98 miles an hour in 2022, and he had improved his velocity by about 4 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So there was nothing like that from Bradford. He was throwing 88 to 91 when I saw the gun. It was only 2 innings, and that's to start off spring training. It's solid. Guys throw a lot harder now. What I mean by that is not just velocity-wise. They are going after it a lot harder in February than we were ever allowed to in spring training.
Really?
You weren't even allowed to, let it loose. For the first 5 to 7 days of spring training, it was catch, and they would tell you in your bullpens we want you throwing your bullpens at about 75 to 80%. And I hated it.
Yeah.
But they just wanted to kind of slowly build you into spring training. And I was like, man, I've been throwing 70-pitch bullpens at 100% effort. I want to keep going. But then you also want the coaches to know that you're listening to them and you're doing what they're asking. So I would always back off.
Why do you think that changed? Why are they letting guys do that right now?
I think obviously they're like, you guys are coming in throwing. If you're ready, let's go.
Okay.
But I don't know. I don't know the analytics behind it. I don't know the science behind it. I don't know the coaching behind it. But it changed into as soon as you get here, and it used to be this: your first 2 bullpen sessions and your first live batting practice, you weren't allowed to throw any breaking balls. It had to be fastball, changeup, or just fastballs, and that was it.
That sounds like the age-based pitching training that you give out when you're like, nope, you have to be this old or this advanced to be able to throw breaking balls.
And so they just wanted you for those first 10 days to, 1, not go 100%, and then 2, not throw any breaking balls. And then, for me, my breaking ball was always horrible my first 2 or 3 outings in spring training because I'm like, well, you guys took it for 10 days. I couldn't throw one. And then if you're throwing a curveball, it's more of a feel pitch. If you're throwing a slider, it's more of just throw it as hard as you can.
Okay.
And so that's a little bit easier to do when you're just trying to throw it as hard as you can and it's not as big of a break. You're just kind of throwing it off of your fastball. So yesterday, seeing Cody Bradford, he was fine in his 2 innings. There was nothing that stood out, nothing good, nothing bad. He was fine. Now, on the other side, obviously, it was the story of all of spring training yesterday, and that was the debut of Yamamoto. And I was impressed.
I was too.
Watching him pitch, I thought it was weird the way he warmed up from 200 feet away, not doing any replacement steps / crow hop, whichever one you want to call it, really getting his legs into the throw. Now, I'm not saying he didn't get his legs into the throw, but usually a coach would say you're not getting your legs into the throw from this distance because you're not kind of getting that crow hop type of situation. That's where you see, if you're not sure what I'm talking about, when an outfielder throws the ball, let's say to home plate, you see them really plant that back leg on kind of a replacement step or a crow hop to get as much into the throw as possible so they can throw it as far and as hard as they can on a straight line. And usually when you see pitchers warm up before games, they're all usually throwing long toss. Some of your sinker ball pitchers won't, like Brandon Webb's my buddy, and he would say, I never wanted to throw a ball past 90 feet. He never wanted to feel like he was getting almost, in a weird way, complete full extension because he wanted his sinker to sink. He didn't want it to stay straight at that 55-foot mark or so, or that 50-foot mark, he wanted the ball to be diving. He did not want the ball to keep carrying to the catcher.
Yeah.
And so watching Yamamoto, his fastball was getting on the hitters, and then his split was tremendous. He, against Simeon, against Nate Lowe, it was devastating. And then his breaking ball was good. His breaking ball wasn't, oh my gosh, but his breaking ball was good. I thought it was the fastball, the look of it, even though it said 94, 96, and it's spring training, and it's February. The hitters looked like it was getting on them quicker than 94, 96, but this is where, in a weird way, I don't know this. I don't know the science of this at all. And obviously, most teams hate pitchers under 6 feet tall. That is the death of your pitching. Like, I'm praying that my son, who can pitch, who's 5'9", gets 3 more inches of height.
Yeah.
Because I'm just like, I know for a lot of colleges and for a lot of professional teams, the death of a pitcher is being under 6 feet tall. And Yamamoto is maybe 5'11", and I might be stretching it there. I think he's listed at 5'11", but he looked short. He looked little, but sometimes guys that I played with that are shorter guys, it seemed like their fastball got on guys quicker. It almost had like this extra carry, and I'm wondering, because they're not getting the downward angle on the pitch as much as a taller guy would, is that the ball, in a way, it can't do this, but in a way, is the ball looking like it's rising to the hitter, even though it's not. It's impossible for the ball to rise. Is when you're shorter, you got to throw the ball harder than taller guys, but does it, I think to the hitter, it must look like it's rising because it is coming from an angle that's more like starting at your chin rather than starting above your head.
Yeah, whenever that it does come out of their hand too, even as their hand motion goes down, it looks like it's still kind of coming from that area. Although he already released it probably, a couple inches higher, but by the time they pick it up, Mike, it does. I've seen him throw a number of times like from a catcher's view, and it does kind of have that look to it as it comes in. It's pretty interesting.
Have you guys ever seen Ohtani in person? Yesterday you saw him in person.
Yeah, I went. I definitely saw him at a game last year.
Okay.
We've seen him in person a few times.
I thought about this after our show was over and then the game was over. I got back to the hotel and I was like, Ohtani does something to me that it makes me feel like I'm seeing somebody special. Like I'm seeing Michael Jordan, or I'm seeing LeBron James, or I'm seeing Patrick Mahomes. I don't know how many baseball players do that for me. I don't know how many baseball players do that for you. He didn't play yesterday. All he did was he was here to watch Yamamoto. After the third inning, he left and went back to their complex.
And did you see, the giant horde of both fans and media following and watching them as they left?
What was crazy was while he was standing out there in center field doing his warm-up with, just like pitching warm-up, is there were at least 9 dudes over here that are all specifically watching him. They were all like wearing pullovers with the Dodgers, but they looked like they were maybe some people he brought with him, but they were all just watching him. And I was like, that seems like an overkill for the job, but that was their job.
And the reporters that were back where we sat during part of the game, and I promise we'll get back to Ohtani. It was really interesting. They were only taking note of Yamamoto, and so when the Dodgers were hitting, they didn't pay attention to the game at all, and that was wild to me.
Yeah, when it comes to Ohtani, I think he's one of those guys. Maybe it's just for me, but I think when the audience sees Ohtani, Yamamoto was cool. That's his first time to pitch. But I think when the audience sees Ohtani walk by them and go to the dugout, or you see Ohtani, it's like you're seeing Shaquille O'Neal for the first time when he was with the Orlando Magic. Like, you're seeing something special when you see Ohtani in person. He doesn't even have to play, and you're like, that is Shohei Ohtani.
It's definitely not just you, because you could hear, for a person that was in regular clothes, you could hear a palpable buzz throughout the stadium when he came out. Even we were like, oh crap, there's Ohtani. But you could hear oh my God, there's Ohtani. You could hear the buzz throughout the crowd.
It is really cool. Now, I know I'm running out of time here. Yamamoto, 6 up, 6 down, looked impressive to me. He's going to have a lot of strikeouts on that split finger, and then he's going to elevate that fastball off of that pitch. So I think he's going to be an all-star pitcher this year. I don't think he's going to win the Cy Young. I won't put it past him, but I wouldn't pick him to win the Cy Young, but I will pick him to win Rookie of the Year in the National League, and then to make the All-Star team. Also the buzz that he'll create, too, that you want him in the All-Star game. Evan Carter, he was the only person to get a hit off of Yamamoto. First pitch was a off-speed pitch for a strike. Next pitch was a fastball, and he said, hey, watch out, watch your lips, because he's going right back up the middle.
Do you know who's at bat I really love? That's amazing.
I haven't heard that in a long time. I appreciate it.
But you know who's at bat I loved was Marcus Semien, because he's like, I'm going to swing at every pitch you have.
Yeah, he did get it to 2-2 before he struck out, right?
And I know it was a bit of a different approach, but Ezekiel Duran had a really good day yesterday.
Yes,
he hit
did.
the ball really hard, made really good contact. Did he have a stand-up triple?
Triple against Joe Kelly.
Yeah.
He had a great play in the hole at short.
And
That was
as
tremendous.
we've been discussing, if that dude if he can Evan Carter it and just harness the strike zone, he could be an invaluable asset.
Yeah, and he also, we talked about him having just that kind of, if he's getting pushed around the field in different areas, that seemed to also affect his hitting, too. Now, today is Nathan Eovaldi, who seems to also be an assistant pitching coach on the Texas Rangers, which is great, like not in a bad way, in a good way. He just seems to want to help out as much as he can all of his fellow pitchers. He'll throw a few innings today. Maybe he gets up to 3 innings. I have not heard if it's 2 or 3 innings. That'll be fun to watch.
For sure.
Just to see where he's at. I remember last year, the first month, he wasn't a great starting pitcher because he really was just a 2-pitch pitcher. He was a fastball split finger guy. His breaking ball was just way too inconsistent to rely upon. Batting average was well over 300 against that. And then in May is when he found that third pitch. And when he found that third pitch to go with his fastball and his split finger, that's when he took off and became the All-Star, became at one point a Cy Young candidate around the All-Star break. I don't know the lineup yet. I looked before this segment started. I didn't see it. I'm going to head back here in a little bit, in about 45 minutes. I do know that Andrew Heaney is throwing on field 3 against Wyatt Langford, against Evan Carter, and against Leody Taveras. So I might concentrate on field 3. And I'm wondering this. Evan Carter hit against Yamamoto. They bring in a lefty minor leaguer. I'm not saying he's not good. He's obviously in big league camp. But he struck him out pretty easily. And it wasn't even on a good pitch. It was on a hanging breaking ball. It's February. But Evan Carter, the more he can see off of left-handers, and maybe that's why he's back there hitting off of Heaney today. Like, we need to get him to see a lot of at-bats against lefties, because if we want him to play every day, he can't be an under 200 hitter against lefties and then an over 300 hitter against righties. It has to be like, even if it's 240, can you be 240 against lefties? And because we know he's going to bat 300 or above against righties.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, what the past decade says about the Rangers prospects defending their world title, plus a really cool thing that's happening at Surprise Stadium today. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
Live from our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Surprise Stadium in Surprise, Arizona for the defending world champion Texas Rangers Spring Training.
Say it again. What are they?
The defending world champion. Ooh, you know what I can do if you want? We're live at Spring Training for the reigning, defending world champion Texas Rangers.
Seems a little redundant to say reigning and defending. Can you just choose one and redo that again?
No, I might not be defending my title.
We've never said that before. And we've never said that before on 105.3 The Fan. It was created way after the Cowboys won their Super Bowl. So we've never said it about the other team we cover here. That we play their.
That's the kind of drive-by that I think makes people upset.
We play their games on the radio, knowing they're never going to play in a Super Bowl.
Right.
Okay, Mike.
By the way, I want to remind everyone.
They have awesome spring breaks, though.
See, I think the way our liners are set up, we should do it differently. I'm going to try it. Here we go. Here we're going to try the Sonic one. Tell me if you think this would be more effective. Hey. Every time Mike drives you crazy, try the new $1.99 crispy tender wraps for a limited time only at Sonic.
Oh, you're going to have a lot of tender wraps.
Yes, you can. I think that's how we should set up more of our liners. All right. You want to talk about the serious thing, baseball-wise, to start this off?
Sure.
So we're at the stadium. We're in the radio booth right behind home plate, and the Texas Rangers right now, like literally right now, they are stenciling it onto the field for the game today. I'm not sure how many people know this, but Hector Ortiz, who was a Rangers coach, former MLB catcher, he passed away at the age of 54. He had cancer. And so what they're doing right now is they're putting a logo or kind of putting like a stencil that says Ortiz and his number on the field right next to the big T down the first base line. And I just think that's a really nice gesture that his family and loved ones will no doubt appreciate.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a very tough time for them. Obviously, dying at a young age of 54 years old, and he's with the Rangers as a catcher in 2002, and then pretty much from there went into coaching, and as far as I can tell, was with the Rangers pretty much after his career ended, a little bit after 2002, and was the first base coach, I believe, like 2015 through 2018. I guess it says here, I'm just looking, 2015 through 2017. In 2018, he served as the bullpen coach. So he was still part of the Rangers major league staff. Yeah. Then returned to first base coach of the Rangers for the 2019 season. So then he was the catching coach in 2020. So he had been also, I believe, a minor league coach with the Rangers from approximately 03 till 2015 when he became a major league coach with them. So he was part of the Rangers organization for 2 decades.
Yeah.
So this is a really tremendous loss and a tough one for the Texas Rangers family because he wasn't a guy, I'm not saying it, if he was just here for 3 years, he's just here for 3 years, but this was a guy who had a lot of relationships with current Texas Rangers and former Texas Rangers.
Kevin, this is one of the things I love about baseball, and I really do love about the Rangers organization, is class and touch.
Yes.
That they always seem to do things. You're like, man, that's a really nice gesture. There's just some class that goes along with it, and just the way the Rangers organization has functioned our entire life, I've felt, is there's always been a lot of class that's gone along with it. And then Chris Young, I think, has continued to carry that torch along with it. I don't know if you did notice on the name OR Texas Rangers T-I-Z.
Oh, okay. I did not
stenciling
see that.
The Rangers T is on that as well. So that's kind of a nice touch.
And it looks like his number 4 is going on now.
That has to be, like, oddly, I would wonder if you feel different pressure for that as opposed to just, like, putting the logo on. I know you do your job, but, like, I would feel like I was like, man, I want to make this really, really nice for for everybody who knew him and loved him.
Absolutely.
But I agree with you. And then another thing,
as hard as Jake works on the dirt here, you feel like you're working twice as hard on that.
Jake has spent the last 20 minutes just working on the first base area.
Now, there's been a couple of topics. We've been lucky that we've had a bunch of content this week. There's been a couple of topics I wanted to get into the last few days.
The art of mastering a new pitch.
Not yet. I am really hopeful for noon.
Are
but
you ready for that,
if
Mike?
Rich Rice is like, you got Marcus Simeon at noon,
no!
well, you know exactly what's going to happen. What the past decade says about the Rangers prospects defending their world title, and also, could you hear that plane flying over our head, is, all right, so I went through the last 10 years, but only the last 9 seasons, because I didn't include 2020 because, What do you think is the average record for the defending world champion the season after?
90 and 72 will be my guess.
89 and
we're close. 73.
90 and 72 is going to be my guess as well.
That is correct.
Oh, it just sounds like a good round number. Instead of picking like 94 wins, you're just like 90 wins.
No, that is dead on.
Okay.
Well done, fellas. 90 and 72. So the previous 9 seasons, the defending champions' average finish was second in the division, which, you feel pretty good about your prospects of making the playoffs if that's the case.
Well, last year we finished second in the division.
And we won the damn World Series.
Whole
That's a good
damn
point.
thing. With 90 wins and 72 losses.
You try to do that next year. You're at 90 wins with 4 to go. You're like, just lose them all.
Yeah, we got to get back to 90 and 72.
We got to get into this road wild card situation again.
And then they lose their first road game, and you're like, oh, crap.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do. All right, of the previous 9 seasons, 4 went on to win their division the next season. 5 of the 9 made the playoffs, and 4 of the 9 made it back to the league championship series. So, although I realize there has not been a repeat champion in that run, you do see like 4 out of 9. So I told you, you got about 45% chance of getting back to a league championship series this year. I feel like we'd all be like, that sounds pretty damn good.
This is going to be tough because this first 3 months of the season, you're really, to me, Corey, going to have to outslug teams. I'm not saying your pitching's going to be bad, but when you look at it on paper, you go, all right, as long as Seager's healthy very quickly into the year, same with Josh Young, and you have a healthy offense, you might need to be a team that's maybe averaging top 5 runs scored in Major League Baseball to really put up a positive record.
Are you feeling like your mindset is 6-4 type wins or even higher? Like you're going to try and – I feel like
I would hope if you score 6 runs – you're going to win a lot of games.
Yeah, but as you're kind of talking about pitching here, I'm wondering is 4 good for what we're looking at early in the year here?
If our pitching staff as a whole is giving up 4 runs a game early in the season, I think I would.
Okay, I think if your team ERA is 4, let's say through April and May, I think you're going to have an over 500 record. I can't tell you if you're going to be 40 and 20 or not, but I would say if your ERA is 4, because the other thing too is, this was corrected last year, and I'm hoping it continues. You're not going to give up unearned runs. I mean, there'll be every once in a while you will, but it felt like in years past, okay, our ERA's 4, but how many runs are we giving up? Because there seems to be a run or 2 on the board that was an unearned run.
I put a lot of stock in when Bochy says things. He's gained my trust. He's gained all that trust for it. But when he said yesterday, and he said it last year too, multiple times, I'm trying to win today's game, and I'll worry about tomorrow's game tomorrow. That's where that part of it goes, you know what? I used everything I could to win yesterday's game, and I got what I got today. It might not be best interest for me to push everything, so we're going to do the best we can, and then we'll get to, but he's always trying to win today's game. And this is a group of guys that can hit like that, Mike. They can hit and produce runs and manufacture runs. They don't have to bunt to get guys over, but they can put the ball in play and make things happen.
Well, I was talking to one of the Rangers coaches. I don't want to, because it was I could probably say it and he'd be cool, but I'm just going to say I was talking to one of the Rangers coaches.
Bochy.
And it was kind of this. Look, it's the start of a new year. Are they thinking about the playoffs on February 27th? No, not at all. Or the 28th. Today I know it's the 29th. But they were saying, we were having this conversation, if they can make the playoffs, and if they make the playoffs with a healthy Eovaldi, a healthy Scherzer, and a healthy DeGrom, then teams will go, even if they just made it, right? They snuck into the last wild card spot, whether they won the division or not. If they can make it into the playoffs and they figured out a way in those last 2 months to have those three guys healthy and pitching well going into the playoffs, teams are going to look at it and go, son of a gun.
Yeah.
Maybe they're going to look at an April series or a July series and go, we had our
Not
chance
relevant anymore, yeah.
to take that series from them, and they just snuck in, and now we know they have a devastating offense. We saw it win a World Series last year, and these sons of guns figured out a way how to make the playoffs, and now these veteran guys who know how to pitch in the playoffs are there. And then, let's face it, Chris Young, I think, is going to go all in again if they have a chance. If you get to the All-Star break again this upcoming season, and they are lacking a starting pitcher, I do think Chris Young will do everything possible to use his farm system to go get another Jordan Montgomery, to go get maybe I don't know who the Max Scherzer would be on the market, but whoever it is, I do think Chris Young is going to try to beat the marketplace and add that guy to this team.
Is there? I know pitching is always kind of you're like trying to find that all the time, and this team lacks it at the moment. Do you see any other hey, I want to add a power hitting X to this team, or are you like, no, I'm good with this roster?
I think we're good because we talked about this way early in offseason, Kevin, is the only spot where you would feel like you could do that is maybe first base.
Yeah.
You have 3 all-stars in the infield. You have a super stud in Evan Carter. You have an all-star in right field in Adolis. You have a very good defensive center fielder, but then you have Wyatt Langford, who's supposed to be kind of, I'm not saying this year, but projected to be kind of a guy who can hit 40 home runs, drive in 100-plus runs on a consistent basis. So outfield, you're kind of like, I don't really want to add to the outfield when I know I have this guy ready to help me very soon. So if you were to do it, I've brought this up. If you wanted to do it, and I don't know how much it would cost you, you could add Pete Alonso. Because the Mets, if they're not in it, you could add a 50 home run guy from the right side. He probably will be available in trade, but is that the piece that you feel like really helps you in the playoffs, or would it be a starting pitcher who helps you?
I'm just going to assume
Both.
starting pitcher, but we'll have to see how the season plays out for that to take place. And Corey, I know it caught your eye the same as mine. Is first of all the Ortiz down the down the first base line looks really nice, and now they're setting it up on the third base line as well. So, again, I know in the grand scheme of things, you'd rather have your loved one back, but I do appreciate it. It's a nice little gesture by the Texas Rangers. And then also, I wanted to throw this out there when we were talking about defending your title. Since the playoff field expanded to 6 teams per league, is both defending champions have made the playoffs. So that is hopefully another potentially good sign.
Yeah. And the Astros are always usually in the ALCS or the World Series. Hopefully it's not, they don't do that again this year, but they're like when you said 4 out of 9, I'm like, well, the Astros are always making the playoffs every year. And then I guess the Braves,
last year they always lose in the ALCS.
That's a good point. That is a very good point.
Knuckleballs. And you know what else? I haven't done this in a while. Snap! You snapped on those Astros.
Oh, man, I'm glad you said it.
I really thought he was going to say something else as well.
That's what I said about the blower guy earlier.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Radio for all the family. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. How many dogs is too many dogs? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
They are 3 lifelong DFW guys talking sports, sharing laughs, and they love when you join in. You are dialed in to the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Soda Weight Loss is the #1 weight loss company in America. Trust me, I'm so excited, but I promise it's true. For client satisfaction and client results, and we have the proof. There are thousands of inspiring...
And this segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation.
Played to this point, we're 3-0. We're going to find out a lot about ourselves today. The ball is loose. It is jarred free and scooped up by Edgerrin Cooper. He's got a caravan down the sideline. Scoop and score for the Aggies.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We are live from Surprise here in Arizona. Want to thank very much the on-time experts as well as Best Buy Windows and Siding for help getting this trip going. Are you guys ready to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
Dip. 5-time Super Bowl champions.
Did you have that highlight played because of your affinity for Texas A&M, Kevin?
No. I mean, I do have that, but it's because of this story. Are you familiar with the player Edgerrin Cooper? He's actually come up quite a bit in terms of the Cowboys pre-draft discussions, but here's what's fascinated me and what I want to know from everybody. How many dogs are too many dogs? Not hot dogs, as some people have speculated on the truckwreck.com text line.
I might have another hot dog today.
Actual dogs that actually live where you live. How many dogs is too many?
It matters if you're living on like a ranch.
Let's say you just
live in a neighborhood.
Yeah.
I think 4.
2.
I think 3 is enough. I'm not saying 3 is the right number, but I'm okay with you having 3. I think when you get to 4, I think that might be too much for just a, let's say, a 2,000 square foot home in a neighborhood with a okay sized backyard.
Yeah, and also having a family kind of gives me the 2 because I got 3 kids running around that's like an extra dog. And I'm already having to pick up dog toys out everywhere. So I guess if you're like a single person, 4's good. 4's fine.
Okay.
The linebacker for Texas A&M said he is the proud owner of 6 dogs.
Okay.
Wow.
And one of the ways it sounds like he stays in shape is he takes them on walks in rotations. And so he doesn't try to, this is not like a...
How does he get to class? How does he get all his classwork done?
That is a great
walking
question.
dogs and footballing all the time.
He's probably studying.
I would like to tell you that most colleges do the schoolwork for the athlete.
What?
Not all of them. Some of them.
How dare you?
6 dogs.
Student athlete.
You know what, Kevin? If I was a single guy, I would be more than happy to have 6 dogs. Probably have a couple of rescues along with whatever. And I don't know exactly how I would measure it out, but you want to have those dogs have some companions and have some friends to hang out with, and that's going to be a good fun party around there. A lot of dog poop to pick up.
That is true. Now, we started to talk about this yesterday. We mentioned some of the bullet points from the NFLPA player survey. Is the Dallas Cowboys went from 3rd to 12th, and that was the biggest drop of all the franchise report cards. Here is how it looks for the Cowboys. They got an A-. Treatment of families. That's 4th in the league. Food and cafeteria, as well as a nutritionist and dietitian. B. That's 11th.
Whoa.
Locker room?
Serving up a lot of pancakes and syrup, huh, Mike?
Could be.
Yeah, waffles, though.
Waffles.
As long as you put the peanut butter on there, it makes it healthy.
This morning, though. Remember, he had some French toast sticks?
Yeah, he had French toast sticks and some sausage. I was like, that's old school spring training breakfast right there.
Locker room, A. 2nd. Training room, C-. 26th. Training staff, D+. 30th.
Whoa.
And one of the things that came up in there is the belief that there is not enough of a training staff to meet the needs that the team has.
Interesting.
So
there's no way the Joneses agree with that, though, right?
Do you know how big of a check they would write to hire more training staff?
We pay for the most. We pay for the best and the most.
It's the most amazing sentence that 95% of our audience believes. He created the salary cap. He was literally the leader of the owners who was like, we got to create a cap where you cannot spend the most money possible to put yourself in the best position possible to win. And then he's like, guys, I wouldn't tell you the check I'd write, but I made a rule where you can't write a check.
Well,
okay, thanks a lot, Jerry.
It might be.
But people buy it, so
But
good
the players
for them.
apparently do not. They give ownership a B, which was 19th in the league. The weight room got an A, 5th. Strength coaches, B+, which was 17th. We talked about it yesterday. The head coach got an A, which was 9th in the league. And team travel, C- for 22nd.
That was an A 9th in the league. Were there like
A pluses?
A pluses?
Yeah. And then I believe the owner for the Chiefs got an F- from at least one person.
Oh, because all the parking lots they're putting out there.
Yeah, it's really funny that their new Imagine Stadium is just more parking lots mostly.
Hey, just build more parking lots, man.
So that's how they dropped from 3rd to 12th. Now, let's talk about something more serious with the Dallas Cowboys. And we have been tracking this forever. Remember last week, we were talking about the saga of Alexander Davis and the will there be a paternity test or not after the hearing. Well, a Dallas County judge yesterday upheld the decision that Jerry Jones must take a paternity test to determine whether he is the biological father of the 27-year-old woman who sued him in 2022. That is per court documents, and you know how much I love flipping through these court documents. So the decision was made by Judge Sandra Jackson. They had the hearing. I'm pretty sure it was last week.
Is it in Dallas County?
It is.
Okay,
It is
I
in
was
Dallas
assuming either
County.
Dallas County or Tarrant County. I
Yes.
was just assuming one or the other.
It is in Dallas County.
Mike's the court expert now, so
That's true.
I am
That's a
not
good
an
point.
expert. I feel bad for the people who have to type everything.
The stenographer?
Man, that's a tough job.
So this was originally ruled on December of 2022. The Jones family appealed. Just think about that. An appeal for this took from December of 22. Now we think we're going to get resolution in February of 24, but that doesn't even mention when the test is going to be set up. But I'll tell you one way or another, those test results will get leaked. I'm not saying they should. In fact, they probably should not, but those test results, if they do in fact take place, those will get leaked.
It sounds like it's going to be public record. If you're getting this information from the Dallas Morning News because they're going to the courthouse, I don't know. Is that public record?
I don't believe, because I know obviously you can file a lot of things through Freedom of Information Act. I don't know if you can find out the results as opposed to knowing that the test has to take place. You might, but I honestly, I don't recall that offhand, but that's worth noting. I mean, I know we talk about people's frustrations with Jerry Jones on the field, but this is, I don't know if it will be a distraction or not, but it's a thing that's happening.
Do you buy that line of this is great news for families out there everywhere from her lawyer?
Yes.
You think that's like the driving? There's a lot going in here, but that seems
You're
like
about to ask a different question. I cannot tell you if this is the driving force.
Gotcha.
I can't speak to that. I do think it's a good thing because I do not think that anybody should be held accountable to an NDA where they had no conceivable way of actually signing or understanding it. Because remember, this NDA was allegedly signed when she was 1.
Mm-hmm.
I do not believe something that affects that person's life, they should have to follow an NDA from when they were 1 year old.
And whenever that was signed, the person that delivered it or asked for it to be sent probably thought that it would just never come back.
Yes.
It would.
Yes.
It's done. I'm done with it. Wash my hands. Let's move on.
Absolutely. So I can't totally speak to the motivations, but I do think this is a good thing.
Can I throw out a fun topic here,
yes,
Kevin?
Well, let's move into the fun again.
Have you heard? I'm watching some combine guys right now. I'm watching some of the guys for the NFL draft this year, and one of them that popped up today is Chop Robinson. Have you heard Chop Robinson?
That's a neat name.
You know what
he does a morning show.
His nickname is Pork Chop Robinson.
I love it.
And here's the story why. When I was born, and Kevin, you told your born weight and your sister's born weight. When I was born, I was 14 pounds.
Good night.
And my mom gave me the nickname Pork Chop right then. So he
Holy moly!
Pork Chop that's a fantastic nickname though. Choppy has a great nickname. That's his last name. 14-pound baby coming out, man. That is meat.
Oh, that poor lady.
That's beefy. What do you mean?
They have to push that out.
that?
Dude,
that sounds.
Their bodies are built for it.
I know they're built for. I don't know. They're like, man, I was built for like
their bodies,
maybe 9 to 10 pounds.
God put their bodies together.
Yeah,
and
I
said,
don't.
"Hey, this is how we're gonna do this,
That's-
even if this one's 14 pounds."
Man, that is a lot of baby.
Thanks a lot, Adam and Eve.
Yep, that is exactly true, man. You know what, Alec? Well done by you.
This is why I love
also,
Alec, man.
this is why you ask for some of the drops. You never know.
You never know.
When they might come in handy, but good for Alec for having that ready to go. Now, I also wanted to throw this out there from Stephen Jones. We talked with Stephen Jones about this quite a bit because he is on the competition committee. He said that the conversation on a potential rule changing fumbling out of the end zone has died. And the rule change is not happening, at least in 2024.
Yeah, that's
so
unfortunate.
The support's just not there. Do you feel like most fans support changing that? Because the competition committee, they haven't been able to wrangle up the support.
Yeah, and I guess where it dies is trying to evaluate. This is very similar to catch, like trying to evaluate exactly what the cause and or reasoning was for the fumble. That's what they're trying to avoid is, hey, well, it went into the end zone. Where does it get spotted? I would say it gets spotted the last time it was in the hand of the player. And wherever that was, obviously it didn't cross the goal line in the player's hand. Otherwise, it's a touchdown. So where was it in the player's hand last before it got fumbled? Now, then the question is, well, who gets the ball? Well, obviously, because it went out of the back of the end zone. Feels like it should be the other team's ball at that point because of those situations. So I feel like there's a lot more that needs to be discussed there, and we had it happen too many times last year. I feel like I saw it at least 4 times last year. And it really affects games. Like, it's massive to affect them. Or maybe the competition committee is just like, hey, hold on to the football, dummy, and you don't have to worry about it. Maybe that's the solution there.
I mean, and I think that is the counter argument, right? Well, hey, don't fumble the ball, especially when you know what the rule is. If you fumble it out of the end zone, then you lose the ball.
But it's hard to teach guys, hey, don't extend for the touchdown when you're that close because we don't want to risk you losing the ball on that play. So it's a real weird thing, and I wonder if Stephen Jones and that committee are more like, it's less likely that it's going to happen this many times this year. Well, and they're hoping it just kind of goes away for that.
And then for people asking legal questions, we talked about it last week. For now, all we're saying is that Mike's case has been settled, or a ruling was reached in Mike's case. And I think we're going to leave it at that for now. Coming up next, this should be a very fascinating segment. It's Tom from My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Plus, Mike Bassick is going back to the backfields where Andrew Heaney's going to be pitching. I think we're going to get some Evan Carter, Wyatt Langford going on there. So we're going to give you those live updates as well as My Buddy's an Idiot, an action-packed segment coming at you next right here on The Fan.
Attention.
Grapevine, they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
First down and 15. Here's Peterson with a burst. Peterson, first down. Peterson! He's going to go all the way. Touchdown with the high step.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We are going to also try to make contact with Mike Bassick.
3, 2, 1, contact.
As he is out on the backfield, so just watch out. I believe he's going to be calling in, Alec, so be watching out for that. But also, in the meantime, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot, 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or will they be bidding this evening to potentially irritate Adrian Peterson? All right.
Huh?
So, oh my gosh.
What is that? I have no clue what
Yes,
that is.
you do. We've been talking about this.
Tell me.
Tex-Mex Auctions has been running the Adrian Peterson auctions for, remember, there's a dispute, and Adrian Peterson's like, I didn't give authorization to any of this stuff being sold, and the auction site being like, hey, we came across it fair and square. So the auctions end this evening. I believe they end at like 7:20, which feels like an odd time for like a big established auction to be going off the board. But thus far, here are some of the highest bid items. Well, there's two items that are far and away higher than everything else. Adrian Peterson's 2007 Rookie of the Year trophy. That's lot 101A in your program. That's going for $10,600.
That's it?
The MVP.
I feel like that's better than a rookie card.
For sure.
Like I feel like rookie, the Rookie of the Year
this
trophy.
is 101 autograph, and I'd be like, dope. This is 101 too.
Yeah.
Is the Tiffany Trophy for the most valuable player in 2012. That's lot 1105 in your program. That is currently going for $15,600.
Where's my program at?
You should have got a program at the door. So all of these end at 7:20 tonight. They have other things like Offensive Player of the Year award, his SB trophies, which he's got a few of those, his FedEx Player of the Year honors, he's got a couple of those as well. And then there's a whole bunch of other, like, not necessarily only related to Adrian Peterson things, but like maybe they were all his personal effects. But he has a ton of stuff on there, and this is going to sell for thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, and he's not super pleased about it. Do you bid on this knowing that it could be an amazing bit of history that you get, or knowing that your next stop may be testifying in a court case where you're like, I don't know where it came from.
Wow.
I just bid it. I just bought it off the auction site.
I mean, I'm bidding on stuff. I'm probably bidding on it, not worrying about it. And how are they going to get it from
What's
me?
your, just real quick, what's your budget? Can you give me a budget? I can find some
$15,000.
Oh my gosh!
I'm going to get that Rookie of the Year trophy.
Well, yeah, I can get you a whole lot of stuff. If you want a Detroit Lions helmet autographed by Matthew Stafford that Adrian Peterson has, only $1,800. A Joe Mauer autographed Twins jersey, also $1,800. If you want
Hall of Famer.
This deal, this might be the deal for everybody. The custom-made NFL Adrian Peterson alligator chair right now is available for the low, low price of $980.
I don't want that.
It says Adrian Peterson on it. It's got Ruben wants it.
I don't want an alligator chair. Does it have alligator heads as the armrests?
No, it's like kind of the back. I think it's more the material, but then the back has like a cool little thing on it.
That might feel awesome to sit
Yeah.
on. But
Yeah.
I mean, that poor alligator. He's just sitting there, and you sit on him, and he's like, "Hey, can you at least feed me some chickens or something if you're going to come over here?"
All right, so you might not be in on that. What about this one? The double XL Versace zip front hoodie jacket right now, an astonishingly low high bid of $400 on that.
I am wearing a Target brand zip front hoodie jacket right now that I got for at least
$400,
$30.
See, this is
at
not
most
that much more.
$30.
It's only $400.
At least $14.
It's
So Kevin, no,
Versace.
I don't need Versace, dude. I'm not a Versace guy. That's not my thing. I'm not walking around going,
okay.
Oh, please give me that crushed velvet
That's fine.
suit.
You're probably not going to support this next one either. Size 11 and a half, Christian Louis Vuitton Dandelion glitter formal shoes at the low price.
Dandelion?
That's right. At the low price of $300. I can't do any better than that. In fact, it'll probably
When
go
will
up.
I ever wear those shoes?
Well, with that attitude, nowhere. You dress
Did
for
you
the
say
job you want.
Dandelion sparkle shoes?
Glitter formal shoes.
I'm never going to wear those shoes anywhere.
Oh, really? You're not going to be at any fancy events
I actually
over
am
the next
hosting. I'm
couple
emceeing
days?
an event on Saturday.
Well, there you go.
That is the
See?
a Bridgerton. I guess those would look really good.
Alex,
what
right.
size are they?
The 11 and a half.
Okay, all right.
The auction ends tonight, and you could, I don't know. I think the auction is based in Houston. Mike is back. Did you forget your phone?
No.
Okay, what is the story?
Well, they were doing defensive drills.
Okay.
And I didn't think that was going to be as fun to report as like a
Agreed.
pitcher throwing to a hitter.
It's the most ridiculous claim in the history of baseball.
So
Again, you never know when you're going to need these drops.
So I asked, I was like, hey, when is the
Fun
pitcher's going to throw live to the hitters? And I think they said that's tomorrow. So the board was for tomorrow that I saw. So
okay,
they're
so
working on pop-up priorities. That's
Does
what
that
the
mean
outfielders.
You're an idiot for reading the board incorrectly?
No, I asked. I said, "Hey, is Heaney throwing live on this field against?" And they said yes this morning in the clubhouse. I asked Ranger people. I didn't ask Andrew Heaney. He wasn't there yet. He wasn't getting dressed in front of our eyes. And then the infielders and the pitchers were working on pickoffs and rundowns.
Okay.
I don't know if this is something to talk about. I accidentally saw Nathan Evaldi's butt today.
What? No, that is not something to talk about.
Yeah, you're not supposed to say that.
Yeah, you keep that to yourself.
Are you embarrassed?
I mean, they do they don't
I
come,
am
to your
embarrassed.
point, we're just making it clear, they do not come to the field in their uniform. They do not get dressed at their apartment or their hotel. They actually come there in normal clothes, and then they get dressed.
And then we have to go in there and interview people while they're changing, and it's just a little awkward sometimes.
Not.
Well, it's more awkward when you go on air and you're like, "Here's whose butt I saw
I was looking
today."
directly in Kirby Yates' eyes, and then there was movement over the side. And I kind of
too
looked over
much.
there, and I just went, "Oh man!"
You just have to turn your head, like when it happens, like whoa, and then you turn your head.
I did.
It's kind of like your crack. I don't lay on your crack for a long time. I just see it, and then I get out of there, and I'm like, oh, I saw it. There it is. There's the non-underwear
in Vegas,
Corey.
remember
but
in
then
Vegas,
I'm like,
I was telling you, Mike, look away while I get out of
yeah,
this
and
car.
you did it, and I
So
looked away. I
To
didn't.
be fair,
I don't
though-
want to see your crack,
appreciate
but sometimes
that.
I do.
Mike, I feel like you're
Oh,
feeding into Corey's argument here, though, because you definitely talk about his crack on air.
I do, but I'm not. When I see it, I don't stare at it. It just is like, there's this
stare.
crack, and
I
then
just-
I turn my head.
Yeah,
And that's what you have to do as a professional. You have to turn your head.
And Kevin, it's not like during that conversation I tapped you on the shoulder like, "Hey, look at that over there," you know?
That would make me so uncomfortable if we're in the middle of interviewing Kirby and you're like, "Hey, Kevin, look." And then Kirby's like, "What are you pointing at?" And I'm like, "Oh my God, I wish I was dead right now." Like, that would be so freaking embarrassing. Now, are the Carolina Panthers idiots? Because despite their robust 2-win season,
The Panthers are raising their ticket prices by an average of 4%.
Yes.
You are already out on their quarterback.
Spud Webb?
Yes. And I was about to say, and I
Muggsy
believe you
Bogues?
have derogatory nicknames for him.
That's a person.
You mean that derogatorily because they're short.
Yeah.
Do
I
you not?
Well, I'm stating out the factual statement of Bryce Young is a very short quarterback who probably won't succeed in this league because, one, he's too short to see over the linemen and see where his guys are actually getting open.
So they're raising ticket prices.
They should raise the height of his cleats.
If they want to have lifts in his
and not by
football
4%, by 4 inches. If they raise his cleats into 4 inches taller and they don't dig into the ground, then he will be the proper height to see over the lineman to throw the ball correctly to the receiver that is open.
And then you will support his ability.
I wonder what the illegal amount of cleat size you can have. And they're just like, why is he doing that? Well, he's 4 inches shorter than he should be at this position, so we're trying to help him out.
This is fair from the 2-4. It sounds like you all are on crack. Look, if you've heard the show,
You're talking a lot faster on crack,
and
I feel
that's true, like Bobby. Then the numbers say you guys have heard it, and we appreciate you guys
Are you
very, very
suggesting
much.
that Bobby's on crack?
No, he just talks fast.
Oh.
Was my point.
If they ever needed to do new Micro Machine commercials, I don't think they're coming out
That
with those.
is true.
Bobby should be the new Micro Machine talker guy.
I want to take you to cut number 2. Do you think this NHL ref is an idiot for not realizing that he has a mic pack on and how that works?
Hagel needed to find Nick Paul in the slot, and he rips it past Sam Harrison.
Yeah, the official's clearly not aware that their mic is open.
Now,
that is awesome.
You hear the F me and then the immediate, are we live or are we not live? To which the announcers, I thought, did a really good job of bouncing off of that and being like, well, the refs do not appear to know that we are live right now. So, yes, the F-bomb very clearly went through the airwaves. Does that constitute as being an idiot?
Yeah, be aware of your microphone surroundings. That is one of the main things that they teach us in this industry, and I guess he's a ref, so does he really attune to that? But yeah, man, you got to be aware of your mic. What's the first thing that guys say to their teammates when they're mic'd up?
Hey, I'm mic'd up.
Hey, I'm mic'd up. Exactly. They immediately let their teammates know, do not say anything stupid right now.
Right.
Because I am mic'd up and it will or could be used.
You could be talking about two players' wives that are in a fight because they don't like each other, and then they're like, no, I'm mic'd up. We do not need this isn't going to go over the air, but we also don't need the people listening to this mic right now to know that this person's wife and that person's wife don't like each other, and they're in a squabble, and we're dealing with it as a team, and we don't want to deal with it because we would just like the wives to get along, and it's just driving us insane right now.
I'm mic'd up right now. Don't talk about the hot rockets out there on the third baseline. You know, stuff like that.
Were you ever in a scenario, not the Hot Rockets one, where wives were feuding on the team?
100%. I would say that happens on almost every team I won't say every sport. Obviously, I didn't play in the other sports. But I would say, yes, there is always, it is great when the wives get along and the girlfriends get along. It is great because there can be drama throughout a 6-month season when they are sitting in the stands a lot. And they also, they hang, when you're on the road, they're kind of in a foreign city. They didn't grow up there. They're living there now because their husband is playing there. So, yeah, there is a lot that goes on to trying to make sure it's not really the player's responsibility, but maybe they call them the veteran wives, the wives that have been around to make sure that everybody's getting along. Because the other thing, too, is that wife might feel disrespected, not her, but she wants her husband to have that job, that role, that spot. Yeah. And so then that wife is over there and maybe, not outwardly, but feeling like she's cocky and she's like, my husband is this guy and that guy. And so you deal with stuff like that during a season.
Interesting.
Yeah, I do also how many wives with kids travel to a bunch of games? That's a different story for a different day, though. Maybe later down the road.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
I don't know.
It's finally
time, I think, the art of mastering a new pitch.
What?
Let's tackle this segment like no other show can in DFW. We'll do it next, live from Surprise on 105 through the Fan.
from our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Surprise Stadium. Thank you very much to the on-time experts, to Best Buy Windows and Siding, and of course, it's brought to you by the new $1.99 crispy tender wraps for a limited time only at Sonic.
Tender wrap.
Sonic.
Wrap that tender.
Now, I have been wanting to do this segment all week.
I know, man. I've been waiting for this
Yeah.
segment all week. Every time we do an interview, you ask a question for this segment.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
every time they have great answers to this, and I have no clue what it's about.
But I also wanted to throw this out there. Bobby Wilson is wearing a Hector Strong shirt. He designed the logo to help raise awareness and show support for Hector and those battling cancer. All the Rangers catchers today, like Kisner, are wearing the shirts in tribute to Hector, and we've already talked about how the Ortiz is in the box down the first and third base line. So I appreciate the efforts that the Rangers are putting out there to honor somebody who, as you mentioned earlier, Mike, was a part of this franchise for a long, long time. Passed away at the age of 54. I believe it was pancreatic cancer.
You're correct.
Now, let's go into the art of developing a new pitch. So I was intrigued by this based on things that we had heard from Dane Dunning and John Gray. And luckily, we got to really dive into them. But one of the things that I noticed from we've talked with Dunning, we've talked with Gray, we've talked with Jack Leiter. These are all people who are in different spots in their baseball lives.
Right.
John Gray is firmly in the rotation. It seems like Dunning is firmly in the rotation, but he does not view it that way. And then there's Jack Leiter, who does not believe that he has a spot on this team right now whatsoever. And so he can't really spend spring training tinkering on things. While we found out yesterday that Dane Dunning had actually developed a forkball or been working on a forkball. And so what I wanted to do to start this out with is I wanted to go back to Dunning yesterday. This is cut number 6 on the mechanics of a new pitch. And then I want to pick y'all's brain as well about how this all comes together.
Yeah, I kind of let the cat out of the bag today about that. But StatCast popped up finally with the splitter. But it's more towards like Senga's Ghost Fork.
Okay.
So I'm throwing more of like a forkball. So it's a low spin splitter that creates a lot of depth. So like yesterday, the one I threw was, if people know any of the analytics behind pitches, it was -3 invert and 4 horizontal. So the ball just goes straight down. I started a little too high considering my last one went 47 feet. Probably bounced 2 times to the plate. So I was like, all right, I'm going to get this one in the strike zone and recording out with it. So I was happy about that.
All right. So there's the mechanics, or some of the mechanics that go into that. But what I really wanted to know, and I'm going to start with you, Mike, because I think you can give us...
I'd say like the numbers. He didn't talk about any of the mechanics of
the
throwing
numbers.
The ball. Right.
And I did like that he was like, I don't know if that's too far, if that's too nerdy or not. Can you walk us through the genesis of, at any point in your career, Mike, when you were learning a new pitch or had to develop a new pitch, and what that process is like?
So for professional ball, after my rookie ball year, I threw fastball, curveball, and I threw like a knuckleball, which was my changeup. And the Cleveland Indians at the time didn't want me throwing the knuckleball anymore. And they said, we want you throwing a changeup. So I had to learn how to throw a changeup. So I was lucky enough to have a father, I talked about this earlier, who played with Ferguson Jenkins, who had a great changeup. So, I had that in the off season. So my dad's picking Fergie's brain to ask him certain ways to throw a changeup, how to make it, more effective, because my father did not throw a changeup. He threw a forkball. So you just have to play as much catch, for me, a changeup at least. I had to play long toss with my changeup. So I had to throw it not off of the mound at first to feel comfortable. I had to throw it from 90 feet to feel comfortable. I had to throw it that one to me was easy to learn because you're throwing a fastball. You're just changing the grip from your one finger and your middle finger to your middle finger and your ring finger. You can put your thumb in different places. So you have to play with where I'm going to put my thumb. Is it going to be directly underneath the ball? Is it going to be on the side of the ball? Am I going to make kind of what they'd call a donut or a circle? And that is all your comfort. That is not, you have to do it this way. There has to be something comfortable about that pitch that, one, it's effective, that it's working, and you're going to get the result back from the hitter. The hitter's going to give you the result. I understand what Dane Dunning's talking about, where he's talking about the horizontal break and the vertical break, the downward action of the pitch. That doesn't matter if the hitter's cranking it in the gap for a double. You're like, I'm getting all the analytic numbers I want out of this. Well, guess what? The hitter thinks it's a load of crap. He is actually giving you the best feedback possible by, is he hitting the ball hard or is he not hitting the ball at all? The other thing, too, is can you throw it for a strike? So when it comes to a breaking ball, obviously at some point everybody has to learn a breaking ball, whether you're learning it at 10 years old, 15 years old. For example, my father didn't allow me to throw a breaking ball until I was going into 9th grade. So I just threw fastballs for the most part from whatever, age 6 when I got off the mound for the first time till age 14, I threw a fastball and I threw a knuckleball. And then at 15 years old, I learned how to throw a breaking ball. And it takes time. Now, for a breaking ball, I don't want to throw it from a distance of 120 feet because I'm going to have to throw it up to make it go down. I have to make the breaking ball, and they have all the cameras now to make it look like it's coming out of your hand as a fastball. Because if that ball immediately pops up out of your hand, they will call it also casting, like you're casting a fishing rod.
Yeah.
If that ball casts out of your hand, and now they have the video to show you if it is or isn't, that's going to be a different look to the hitter. He's going to immediately see the ball go up out of your hand, and now that's a bad pitch because now the hitter has recognized that pitch with 55 feet to go until he has to make the decision to hit it or not. So there's a lot that goes into it, but there has to be a lot of practice. I tried to learn Al Leiter's cutter. He tried to teach me it. To be honest, I didn't feel like Al Leiter ever explained it to me well because it was so easy for him, and he was like, just cut the ball in half. Just grip the ball like this and cut it in half. And I'm like, I am trying to cut the ball in half. Is there anything else you can give me besides just grip it this way and cut the ball in half? Because that's not computing in my brain. The other thing which was tough is the more I practiced it, the more my elbow hurt. So now I had to make the decision, do I try to push through this pain and possibly rip my elbow in half, or
for something that's not natural.
Right.
Yeah.
Or do I quit this pitch? I decided to quit trying that pitch because I'm like, it's not worth the risk reward here is I feel like my elbow's about to explode. I'm going to stop throwing this pitch.
And Al Leiter's like, well, you're not doing it right then.
100%.
And you're like, well,
yeah.
of course.
Yeah.
This is the conversation we're trying to have.
Do you know I throw a good cutter now? And the reason I throw a good cutter, yes, the reason I do, and I'll give Trevor Bauer this credit. Now, I'm not throwing it at a major league speed, but because Trevor Bauer has all those videos, and he talks about it in detail, and then I can see the ball in super slow motion coming off the inside part of his number one finger. Now it makes sense to me. I was trying to cut the ball with my middle finger. I wasn't trying to cut the ball with my pointer finger. And then when I saw it on slow motion replay and I'm seeing Trevor Bauer do it, I'm like, okay, so in my brain, now that I'm seeing it in slow motion and how the ball's supposed to come out of your hand and off of your index finger last, now I can actually throw a cutter. But in 2002, 2003, when I'm trying to learn a cutter, nobody could explain it in a way that I could understand it, that I could command it, that it would consistently break, and that it wouldn't hurt my elbow.
I love the line from Dunning, and we've heard a couple different pitchers say this too. They like to tinker with their pitches, and just when they're playing catch. You know, I remember whenever I was playing, there were a couple of seniors when I was a freshman. They were like, "Hey, freshman, catch this," and they were throwing different types of pitches, and I was like, man, I've never seen anything like that. And they're like, I'm working on this. Again, that's different for the timing, but it seems like you need time to get the consistency down. And that's where I wanted to ask Mike, how much are guys throwing in the off season that they can create that? Because it feels like that's the best place to build that and then walk into spring training with it.
Well, if it matters kind of what you did the season before. So let's just take Dane Dunning, for example. He threw quite a few innings last year, so he's not going to, after also throwing competitively in October, go, I'm going immediately into bullpens in November. There has to be a rest period for his arm. So I'm assuming he starts playing catch again in December, and by about Christmas time to the new year, he starts throwing bullpens off the mound. But he's not going to immediately start throwing splitters. He's going to be throwing fastballs. So I'm just going to throw a 20-pitch fastball bullpen at like about 80% to make sure everything, my balance, right? I call it 4 balance points, but I want to make sure that I'm hitting my 4 balance points. If I'm hitting my 4 balance points on my fastball, my next one I'm going to up it by 5 pitches. And then my next one, I might start, this would be quick, but I might start working in the new pitch, the split. But I want it with a split, you have to have good arm speed. So I have to start getting to 100% arm speed. Once I'm off the mound at 100% arm speed, I can now start working on a secondary pitch and a new pitch that I'm working on. The tough thing about during the season is I have to compete. Let's just say I'm a starting pitcher. I've thrown my 100 pitches. The next day I throw long toss. I get in my hard cardio. I get in my weight workout. The next day is my bullpen session. I have somewhere between 40, and this is a little high, but I'll go all the way up to 60 pitches to throw in my bullpen. Well, if I'm trying to work on a new pitch, I probably need to throw that 15 times in my bullpen. Let's just say I'm at 50 pitches for my bullpen session early because my arm is strong. I've now limited myself to 35 pitches that I trust in a game.
Mm-hmm.
Now I only actually am practicing 35 times the pitch that I'm going to throw in the game, my fastball, my breaking ball. Now if I split that up by, I'm going to throw 20 fastballs and 15 breaking balls. So instead of me getting 50 practices with the pitches that I'm going to throw in my next game, I'm actually farting around with a new pitch during the season that I might not even throw in the game. So now when I don't execute a breaking ball, I'm going to be like, what am I doing? I'm wasting 15 pitches trying to figure out a new pitch that I'm probably not going to have the confidence to use in a game yet this season. I need to develop that confidence in the offseason. I need to develop that confidence in spring training. And if I see that it's working in spring training, I can use it, and I don't have to work on it so much during bullpen sessions. I can just use it as a normal, hey, I'm going to throw it 6 or 7 times in my pen, maybe up to 10 to make sure it's feeling right.
That was going to be my question, is what percentage do you feel comfortable using it? But there you go.
Didn't Duffy say, Kevin, I'm sorry if you already said this, Duffy was like, I just accidentally fell into a grip.
Yes.
I changed it just a little bit, and now I have this other pitch that I didn't have before, and that changes everything. It could really change everything for a pitcher. I know it's not thrown anymore, but the knuckleball changed R.A. Dickey's career.
Right.
You know, he
gosh,
was like, I'm going to tinker with this. Somebody's going to teach me the way to do it, and it could change a dude's career for sure. I mean, Evaldi, with his splitter, it's life-changing for him.
Or look at John Gray with his slider.
Yes.
He made it a little faster, and it had a bit of a sharper break on it, and that pitch was incredible for him.
And now you get back so many more results when he's talking about the horizontal and the vertical, and then you can see a slow motion video replay of the ball coming out of your hand. And they talk about tunneling. It's how long can you make all 3 or 4 of your pitches look the same until it gets closer to home plate. Now, we knew about the hitter and the catcher can tell you about tunneling, but now you do have video evidence too. When the hitter's in swinging and missing at your breaking ball, guess what you're doing? You're tunneling the ball well because he thought it was a fastball, and that's why he was off timing. When they're timing it well, one, it might not have broke well, you might not have executed. The other thing too is you might not be tunneling that pitch well, so they're seeing it earlier, they're seeing it from a different spot, and their brain is connecting and saying, this isn't a fastball, it's in a different spot coming out of his hand. So that you get so much more feedback now on what you're doing. At the same time, I have to reiterate, and I think Mike Maddox would tell you this, and Bruce Bochy would tell you this, the hitter is going to tell you if it was a good pitch or not. The hitter is going to tell you if this pitch
feedback
works in the major leagues or not.
From the 469, man, we're so lucky to be able to listen to Mike B talk about the mechanics and insider info of baseball. Completely hooked. Bravo.
And hold that thought for just 1 second, because I want to throw out at least one more Dunning, and then we can keep diving back into this. I want to go to Dunning with cut 8, and this is him giving us some more background about the origin of the pitch, and then I want to get back into this conversation.
This whole pitch actually kind of started during the World Series. When I was playing catch, I like to tinker with all my pitches, and when I play catch, I always mess around with certain things, and I gripped this pitch and I started throwing it, and it was actually really good. And so I was kind of like, all right, well, maybe this offseason I'll kind of play with it and see where it goes. And so after the offseason, after we won and everything, and I was able to sit down and kind of like break down, this past year. I try to do that for a couple days during the offseason to break down, and then what do I need to work on. One of my weakest pitches was my changeup, which used to be one of my bread and butters, and just the velocity of my changeup got so high that it was essentially becoming ineffective at times, where I'm throwing a 91 mile an hour sinker and then I throw an 88 mile an hour changeup. The separation isn't big enough, so I wanted to work on something new to be able to create that difference. And so I started throwing that pitch in the offseason, and it actually turned out to be pretty good.
Now, one of the things he said in there that I thought was amazing, he goes, when we won and everything, like talking about winning the World Series just so casually. And his changeup is a pitch that I was looking at the numbers that Dunning threw almost 16% of the time. So this is a pretty decent sized part of his arsenal. Yeah. And if you're going to switch up one of your, I think it was like his third or fourth pitch, if you're going to switch up one of your primary 3 to 4 pitches, that could have a totally different look for you.
Yeah, and I don't have it in front of me. I want to know the batting average against, because when I've watched him pitch, I'm like, it's just a little bit too hard. And he's recognizing it. Maddox is recognizing it. But it's to slow down that pitch, he felt like he had to slow down his arm or drop his elbow. Now we're not tunneling the same. So now we're doing something different that the hitter's going to recognize. If I don't reach out and finish off a changeup, then it's not going to have any downward action. So I know Greinke would throw a hard changeup. Now thinking about it, he'd only have like a drop 5 to drop 7, which isn't a lot of drop from your fastball. But he's like, I don't care. I have such great movement on it. I don't mind that I'm throwing it closer to fastball speed because my movement is going to get them out more than the speed drop.
And it's interesting because, Dane Dunning's working on that pitch. We already talked about the switch and the slider that John Gray made. So you're seeing adjustments being made with presumptive members of the starting rotation.
It is a lot of fun, Kevin, to watch. Evaldi specifically is what we got to see at its peak, right? And when he's throwing his fastball and it's looking good and he's getting ahead of guys, and then they're like, I know this splitter is coming at some point. I know it's on the way. And they see fastball, and then it goes, see you later, and they look foolish. It was so much fun during the playoffs to see that.
And that's another reason, that's another person we've still been efforting on. We'll see if we can make that happen.
He's pitching today, so if we have a chance, it'll be tomorrow
for him.
Yeah.
But we'll see if we can get anybody else up here in the meantime. Coming up next, it's time for the Combo Platter Leap Day Edition. Give us a sports opinion. And then what, if anything, will you do with your extra day? We're here working. What will you do? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Expressway here on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Surprise Stadium. We will lead you right up to the G-Bag Nation. Also going on during the G-Bag Nation, you got Rangers, Brewers right in front of them. They did an excellent job with that yesterday, and we will probably jump on with them again today. Now, today is National Time Refund Day because it is, of course, February 29th. It's Leap Day.
They knocked out a few beers yesterday, by the way, just looking at their beer count.
Is that 37?
Yeah, it was down. Like
in a row?
It was like 16 yesterday when we got here.
They're counting Sprite and tequila or
vodka.
Vodka.
That thing was gone.
Do you want to call it Sprodka?
Nope.
Bite?
Nope.
No, okay. You can, I guess.
Thanks for the support, Mike. I appreciate it.
Vodka Sprite. Thank you, Alec. I appreciate that.
So it's Leap Day, also known as National Time Refund Day. I know we're all working right now, but I would like a sports opinion, and then...
Why are they refunding us time?
Because it's a free day.
No, but why don't they just put that into the clock? Why don't they just, you know what? If we gain too many seconds or whatever it is, I don't feel like we should be assessed this one day every 4 years.
Clocks would be disarray.
Yeah,
the
this is
calendar
weird
industry would be in disarray.
Fix the calendars. Everybody just needs a reset, man. Let's reboot this bad boy.
If God came to you right now and said, I will let you know the day and the time that you die, would you want to know?
Yes.
Nah, man, because I'm just gonna live like I'm.
And there's
dying
nothing
every
you
day
can
anyway.
do about it. People would say, well, I just won't be in that place in that situation, or I will eat better to not have a heart attack or whatever. Like, you can't do anything about it. He's literally giving you the day and the time that you will pass away.
I think I'd want to know.
Oh, nah, I'll rock. I'm like, hey man, I appreciate it, God. Let's but I'm gonna
They're turning
I'm
down
just do
God.
this thing. I'll probably ask for some other things instead.
Yeah.
I'll be like, hey, in exchange for that, can we do this?
I think
You know?
I'd want to know, but then there's part of me that would be like, no, because I don't know. How different would you live life when you're talking about the extra day of February 29th? If you know you have, so whether it's 5 years or 35 years left, but you know, like how much do you change your life based off of, I know I'm dying this many days away or this many years away?
But I will say this. I would probably say in exchange, instead of that, tell me why I'm here. Yeah, I will. You can keep that information.
So you're bartering with
Tell
God
me why
in
I'm
this
here,
scenario?
God. I think he might respect it, and he'd be like, you know what, that's a good deal. And then he's like, here's your purpose. And then I'm rocking that way, man. I'm gonna be like, okay, I'm taking advantage of that until I'm done. So that's my goal there. Back to you, Kevin, for a combo platter.
I was pretty fascinated with that. What would you like to do with the rest of your free day? Also, if you can give me a sports opinion to go along with this.
Is this a free day though? Like, is this really? Because I'm being paid to be here today. So.
What? This person from the 928 said the Rangers repeat, the Cowboys disappoint again, and the Mavericks lose in the Western Finals, and the Stars bring home the cup. Well, bringing on Tanev will definitely help with that. And they said this is their actual anniversary. So they're celebrating 2 leap years and 8 regular years together.
They said, I know it's not Friday, but can I get a shout out?
I feel like
and
this
it's
is
shout out Friday, not shout out Thursday. However, Mike, this is a special circumstance because it's not like we can get this every year for them. So I will allow it for this one time.
I feel like this
Shout
is
out
a
to y'all.
bad day to be born.
What would you tell everyone? You're like, I'm 11. And they'd be like, cool.
Why'd you say
I wouldn't tell you. Obviously, you don't want to tell him. Gosh, jeez, I found that out in a hurry. If you were born on February 29th, do not tell Kevin a joke about being born on February 29th.
I'm sorry.
But to your point,
that was too harsh.
Do you celebrate it 3 out of 4 years? Do you celebrate it on the 28th because you were born in February, or do you celebrate it on March 1st?
I feel like I don't know. I have no information to base this on. I feel like most people would go the 28th.
I think so too, because it's February. You were born in the month of February.
I have no facts to back that up.
Yeah, I have zero. If you're born on this day, let us know the answer to Mike's question.
So the hot sports take that they have.
Yes.
This is way too early. There's still 20 plus games to go.
Wyatt Langford is not going to be in AAA. He'll be in
This
AA.
was the Mavericks and Western Conference Finals.
Oh, my bad.
Right now, the Denver Nuggets are in the 3 seed, 2 games behind and a game and a half behind Oklahoma City and Minnesota. I would much rather feel confident saying the Mavericks can beat Oklahoma City or Minnesota.
Yes.
So in a weird way, I'd be like, can we be the 8th seed where we avoid the bracket of the Denver Nuggets? Now, that's way too early to start doing. And then would you ever take the risk of, and I don't think you should, would you ever take the risk of, oh, geez, Denver's the 3 seed. Let's just go into the play-in tournament.
No, I would take the 6 seed. I hear what you're saying, but I don't want to risk it because then I'm going to get called a farthead by you because we ended up losing in the play-in.
Could you imagine this year if the Mavs tanked the final game of the season knowing it would give them the 7 seed so they'd have home court against the 8 seed? Let's just say most likely, I don't know, it's going to be either probably Sacramento or New Orleans would be my best guess. And so you'd have to play them at home. And you need to beat them at home to be the 7 seed. But if you lose, you get another chance, and now you're a home team against the winner of the 9-10 game. It's too big of a risk. But if you did it and it worked out, and then you beat Minnesota or you beat Oklahoma City in the first round, you're like, wow, that looked really risky. But they made it out of the first round because they avoided Denver.
No, I hear you.
Matchup, man.
I'm not going that way.
Match up the best up with the best with and rock
I
it
know
that way.
You couldn't do it because there's way too much risk in being the 7 or 8 seed that you could lose.
Yeah.
Now that being said, I don't even know if I don't think a 9 or 10 seed. It's only been 2 years. The 9 and 10 seed has never made the real playoffs yet.
hold on, did the Heat not make it to the finals?
They were a 7-8 seed.
Oh,
They
did. They played the play-in game, but they were 7-8.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
So a 9-10 to have to win a do or die game on the road, and then another, or you're at home, but then another do or die game where you're 100% on the road. No team has accomplished that yet. Now, to your point, yes, the Miami Heat did make it out of the play-in situation to the NBA Finals, but they were not a 9-10 seed in that situation.
Gotcha. All right. Well, man, look at that. That's another breakdown from Mike that you love.
Now, this is, I guess, the information you were looking for, Corey. For the 903, my granddaughter is a 229 baby, and her parents' rule is the day after 228 is her birthday. That actually, now that it's portrayed to me like that, that makes sense. So 3 out of the 4 years, it's March 1st, and then another one lucky year, you get to celebrate on your actual birthday. But their birthday is the day after February 28th. That makes sense.
Yeah, that also stinks, though, because you're trying to go to a bar on your birthday, and now you have to wait an extra day.
Oh, and you have to show your driver's license.
You have to wait till March 1st.
So you can go to Nick and Sam's and get the cotton candy and everything and the big cake, and they're like, sorry, you're 2 years away.
So Ed offered us.
So if they were turning 21... technically on the 29th, and it's the 28th. You have to turn it down. You're like, you're not.
I don't think the bartender can serve, right?
Yeah, so I'd want the 28th instead. I'd be like, hey, let me have that just so I can have one night, because I've never had any drinks before. Obviously, I never drank before I was 21.
Do you think there are pregnant moms right now possibly trying to hold in that baby for just another, 11 hours and 24 minutes.
Hey, like
so
I said
that baby
earlier,
can have
their
a
bodies are
birthday
built for that.
where every year you have that date.
Maybe so.
From the 720, my wife and I got married the 29th of February in 2016, and then we get this from the 903. Why not both? From the 940, my niece celebrates both the 28th and the 1st. I could kind of appreciate that.
2 days.
And then I have never heard this before. From the 214, most doctors give the parents the option to pick the 28th or the 1st. What?
I don't think you can do that.
So you can just change the day you were born?
Can't make up a date.
Man, this is why I want to be.
You're in the hospital. They have to mark it.
This is why I want to be a birth certificate writer now.
I don't think you can do it. I don't think that person.
Dude,
there's no way you can do that. They're not telling the truth.
You want a quick story about the lady that wrote my Avery's birth certificate?
Yes.
So I was Avery was born, and I was in charge of going to get all the information put down. And I walk into the girl's office, and she used to cut my hair, and I'd also gone on a couple dates with her.
What?
Before I got married to Adrian, so it was kind of odd that I was like, "Hey, here's my baby's information. I know we went on a couple dates, and then I never called you again, but how's it going?" So that was awkward.
Okay, that's a good story.
Do you think she thought about sabotaging the birth certificate?
She told me my hair looked great, so that was kind of a pause. She was like, "Who's cutting your hair now?" I think that's what she was most concerned about. Like
she knows you can impregnate people now.
Yep, I sure can. All right, Kevin, my sports opinion. At this rate, Wyatt Langford's never going to make the opening day roster. He's just, what did he do yesterday against Yamamoto? He didn't do anything.
Dude, he smashed that double play ball hard.
He did hit it was a very hard hit
a soft
ball.
double play,
It
right?
was a very hard hit ball down the third base line. And maybe that's what it's going to take is just, find the gaps, find those places. But I feel like, when we saw him this morning, it was walk in, pick up bats, immediately go to work.
Yes.
Like he immediately left and was like, I got to go start swinging. I got to get into my groove. And that's I'm hopeful that it happens for him. I really am hopeful that it happens, but I feel like, did you get the feeling from Bochy yesterday that results is what matters to him?
No.
Or did y'all get a different feeling based on what Bochy was saying about that? Like, he's like, oh, no, he's already earned it.
Results definitely do not matter right now. It's kind of like, hey, let's see how he's handling this. And, as far as we can tell, he's handling everything good. Like, he's not overwhelmed or looking like the pressure's getting to him. I would say this was my opinion, and it doesn't mean this is the right opinion. If I had to write a report on Wyatt Langford yesterday in the 2 at-bats he got, I would say it looks like he's over swinging a little bit. His swing's a little bit too long and too big. and it just needs to shorten up a hair. But that being said, the dude batted 360 last year, in 40 games. I don't know. I need to go back. I would want to compare both swings side to side of his spring training at-bats here so far and his at-bats in Frisco or in Round Rock and say, is he a little bit long or big with his swing? He has a very violent swing. He is attacking he's not going to get cheated by just trying to tap the baseball.
He's trying to hit the S out of it.
But I'm like, is he a little long with his swing right now? That can be corrected pretty quickly. It's just right now he just might be excited and just a little bit jumpy.
Since I don't look at this as an extra day, Kevin, I will give you an extra sports opinion. My extra sports opinion is the guy in the bucket hat does not draw baselines as well as Jake, our guy.
Jake's watching him closely, though.
He is. But this guy...
Look, his hands are on his hips. Jake already looks a little bit disappointed.
It
does, actually.
It takes this guy. It took him about 10 minutes to get down that line.
Oh, look, now he looks at it. Let's see, they're both looking at it.
Third base
They shake their head, yes.
Third base line's a little iffy. All right, first base line looks a lot better. Third base line, a little shaky on that one, and it took some time. But I did see that he has a can of spray paint at the end to kind of, if it's off just a little bit, to kind of even it out and make it look okay. But that's my second sports opinion, Kevin.
They're happy. They both gave the head shake. We're good to go.
I hadn't thought about this from the 817. Because of math, you can't turn 21 on leap day if you're born on leap day. Whoa. Because it's only every 4 years. So you would be born, then go 4, 8, 12, 16, 20.
Oh, wow. You would never have your 21st birthday on leap day. That's valid.
Nope.
How excited would you be? I don't think he's here, but this is a little bit of Mike likes it. I'm sorry I'm jumping in. But we can get back to also people's sports opinions and what they do with extra time. What if Harry Doyle showed up here today?
That would be
I would lose my mind.
Obviously, his name's Bob Uecker. But that's one of the people I would love to meet in my lifetime. I know that he's getting up there in age.
He would be right next to us.
I know. I was like, could you imagine if Harry Doyle just walked in right now? I would be so pumped up. I'd be sad I didn't have a baseball for him to sign
That's
it
true.
and say.
But you'd have to just shake his hand. You can't go up and go, it's made outside. And he's like, good one. I'm sure he's heard that 50 million times, right?
Sure.
Or would you still do that?
No, I wouldn't do that, but I would just be so excited.
I would probably just beat him down with Mr. Belvedere questions.
I think he would appreciate that.
That would be, I guess, in all announcers. Let me ask you this: since Bob Uecker is obviously still the radio, I believe it's radio, with the Milwaukee Brewers, is there a person that you would rather meet that calls games in all sports?
Vin Scully. I still do have that love for listening to him talk about manta rays for about 3 innings, and I was still captivated.
I think Kevin Harlan is unbelievable. He's the best. To me, he's the best at calling football and basketball, and there's other guys that are great. I think Mark Followell's great at it too, obviously. I think Harlan is the best at listening to his calls of football and basketball.
But I think I'm going Uecker over both of them. I get Vin Scully for sure. I think I'm going Uecker, then Scully. I would kind of want to meet Marv Albert.
Okay.
Everybody like, yes!
Would you
And I'm sure he would hate that.
Thing?
Which thing? Is it the time that he wanted Larry King with a nondescript baseball hat on because I guess his wig wasn't ready, or the biting stuff?
Yeah.
I would want to know more about the hat. I'd be like,
what biting stuff y'all talking about?
He was with a
lady of the night.
There you go.
Then what happened?
I think he was like, yes.
Yes. He liked certain things that maybe weren't.
Y'all keep doing this.
Action. Yeah.
He bit a lady's hand?
Allegedly. No. I actually don't know how that case turned out, so.
Yeah, we'll stop talking.
Okay,
I'm not sure about that.
It was. I remember it being just kind of shocking. It didn't seem to fit.
So y'all don't really know. All right, I'll ask somebody else. Guys. I appreciate that.
Yes!
I'll Google it. I'll look it up. And see
I don't
what's
know
going
if
on
it's
there.
still on Google. But
Howard Cosell. I would love to
He's
talk.
Dead.
If he was still alive, though, that would be my. Are you shocked
Breaking
by
news
this,
on
Corey?
105.3
I feel like
Fan.
that's not breaking news. That would be my number one.
Okay.
Just because I love the kind of smart-ass personality that he brought to it.
All right.
I very much
I'll bring another
appreciate
dead
that.
person into the category. Would you want to meet Harry Carey now over?
Yes. Okay, man, this is tough. All right, now revised ranking, dead and alive. I'm going Howard Cosell 1, Harry Carey 2, Bob Uecker 3, Scully 4, Marv 5.
Can I throw somebody else into this mix? 'Cause
Yes!
Keith Jackson's phenomenal.
Oh, that's a good one too.
But I would also, and I know like there's some other things about this guy that people get driven nuts by.
Doctor.
But I always respected the sports casting of Bob Costas. I thought he delivered it. I thought he did a very good job in his delivery.
Do you know Sandler reminds me of Bob
He
Costas?
does.
Now,
You're
I don't know if you would take that as a compliment or not, but
the connections, the
I'm
people.
with you.
Yes, no, absolutely. I totally get that.
I think people can be upset with Bob Costas because he is also an opinion maker
He is
now
opinionated,
too.
for sure.
But I think Bob Costas. I remember reading his book, and then I brought some of his. It was a baseball book, and I remember bringing some of his thoughts on the plane to the New York Mets, and they're like, "Why don't you go work for the commissioner?" Because he was kind of talking about certain caps and all of these things. Maybe not just like a hard cap, but how much you could pay like your most talented player. There would be a cap on. You can only pay this much for the most talented player on your team.
Did he ever say no cap?
I would like to also add the John Madden into the mix for sure. John Madden would be a good one, but that's not play-by-play. That's just more color analyst.
Man.
But
I
since
did
we're
get to
talking,
meet Pat
hold on,
Summerall.
Mike. But since we're talking color analysts,
oh man, he got a crap.
there's a
all over that.
rookie color analyst that's going to be rocking this year, and his name's one Mike Bassick.
Yeah, I didn't get.
Oh yes.
I would love to meet and talk with Mike Bassick at some point. That might be pretty cool.
They wouldn't do this to me because I did it as a player. But what if, because I'm a rookie TV guy, what if they made me dress up on that road trip and I had to wear like a cow's outfit or something?
And you always have to carry around a unicorn backpack
I had to
and
wear
stuff like that.
I had to wear like a Hooters costume or something.
Oh my gosh!
I don't think they do that anymore.
What
but-
if you instituted that? What if you're like, hey, we're bringing it back,
Yeah.
and then now that's you?
And he would volunteer
Yeah.
himself to
I'll
start.
have that much power on the Rangers in 2024. This is the theme for the trip. Deal with it.
Okay, Corey, if you could talk to Mike Baskey, you'd ask him any question. What would you ask him?
Ooh. Man, I'm gonna have to think about that.
This is easy. What was the outcome of your court case? That's clearly what I would ask.
Yeah, I guess so. That would be it. But that was it was for me.
Hey.
Just as long as I feel like this is the most nonsensical segment. I promise we've been like pretty much locked in the rest of the week.
Who are you promising right now?
The listeners.
boss or
Yeah,
the listeners?
probably the boss.
Okay,
the listeners
all
are like,
right.
no, more of this.
We're having fun.
From the 940, just pulled a Wyatt Langford Bowman Chrome Auto number to 99. Let's effing go.
Mike
give
lost
you-
a bid on one number to 10 yesterday.
Yeah,
so.
it went for over $1,000. I didn't win it.
You did not.
What your bid was? What, 425?
No, 525 was my last bid, and then when I saw it get to like close to 1,000, I was just like, I can't go there.
Yeah.
I want to. but I
If you
can't.
wouldn't have bought the Evan Carter cards, would you have?
No, I Wyatt Langford. Look, that card that you just got. Congratulations. That's probably $1,000 card, if not more. His cards are so expensive. Like at this, you just kind of start looking. What is Wyatt Langford? Even like Jackson Holiday. Like Jackson Holiday cannot live up to the standard that cards that people are paying for. He could. He'd have to hit 50 home runs this year and bat 350. At that point, he would live up to what his card prices are going at.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that.
You ready for a little Mike Likes?
Well, I feel like we're in the midst of a freewheeling Mike
All
likes
right.
it already.
Well,
Wheeling.
let's see if there's a Willie on this list. These are the 10
Wheeling.
breakout candidates ready to make a leap this season in Major League Baseball. By the way, how much joy, real quick, I know we talk about this, how much joy do you have that we're at a ballpark and they're about to play a real game in front of us? It doesn't count on the standings, but like
It was so awesome yesterday. Like I'm at this where I am right now. Stop it, Kevin. Where I am right now in this is like, okay, Brewers are a bit of a different team, but they're still a good ball club too. But yes, they're getting ready to do it. It has that vibe to it. The music's going and everything, and people will start pumping in. But yesterday, Mike, the environment was it was too nuts. Like it was exactly the size of this stadium is perfect for what they did yesterday. Because if it had been more, it probably would have been a little more chaotic. But it just felt like a great setting for it. And you got to see, you got to see 3 leadoff hitters that you were like, oh wow, this is a fun. The whole lineup was a fun lineup, minus Corey Seager yesterday.
All right, so this is going to help you out a little bit in fantasy baseball. If you play fantasy baseball, this isn't a fantasy baseball article, but I'm looking at it as going, wait a second.
Okay.
Are these people that, they're not going to be drafted in probably the first, if you don't have a keeper league, these guys are not going to be in probably the first 5 rounds of a MLB fantasy draft. But once you get past there, you start looking at, hey, who do I think could be an all-star, break out, have great numbers, and people aren't thinking about them as having great numbers in 2024. The first one is C.J. Abrams. If people don't know who he is, he was the number 1 traded prospect in the Juan Soto to the San Diego Padres trade. So this was a top 10 prospect in all of baseball that was moved from San Diego to the Nationals. He's their shortstop. Key stat last year, he had 47 steals in 51 attempts. But he's a shortstop who they believe, I'm not going to stick on him too long, they believe that he could break out and have a really nice year for the Washington Nationals. Number 2, number 1 overall pick in the 2020 draft, Spencer Torkelson. He is the first baseman for the Detroit Tigers.
Who's been disappointing thus far.
He has. He had 16 home runs in his final 48 games last year, so they're thinking he can find, he has kind of, he's like, comparison so far, Joey Gallo. There's still a lot of pop there. You see the pop, but he swings and misses so much that you're just like, you got to correct that. And they believe in this article from MLB.com that Spencer Torkelson can correct that. The next one, the probably most hyped guy coming into this season,
Evan Carter.
Ellie De La Cruz.
Oh, okay.
So he was the guy last year that broke out, and everybody was just like, oh my God, the 6'6", 6'7" shortstop, what he's doing in the field, what he's doing on the bases. When he hit the ball, it was pretty spectacular. He needs to work on hitting the ball, as his strikeout rate was 33.7% last year. So, I mean, 1 out of 3 times he was going up, it was a K. Key stat, 119.2 miles per hour on his max exit velo as a rookie. That is insane. That is obviously there with Aaron Judge. Like that is crushing a baseball that very few people can hit the ball that hard. Number 4, this is where I'll stop for a little bit. Guess what? It's Josh Young. Key stat, last year an 867 postseason OPS on the Rangers World Series run. They say he was an all-star last year. That's pretty good by itself. But the full breakout is coming, they say. It might have happened already if Young's second half wasn't derailed by a broken thumb in August, the 26-year-old's postseason run. He batted .308 with 3 homers, and I already gave you the 867 OPS. This should help convince
homers
you.
In one game in that, right? It was late in one of those. Maybe it's Houston or Baltimore. He had 2 homers, and it was like one of those where you're like, "Oh man, I wish that would have been a bigger moment," because he was playing well. The rest of the team wasn't that day.
It says this should help convince you that the All-Star, who had 19 homers and a 126 OPS plus at the break, is the real deal. Especially when you see that he also hits the ball hard in the launch angle sweet spot. I'm going to have to click on that to understand that a little bit more, but obviously he's having very good launch angles, not too high, not too low, that he must hit a lot of balls in what they consider the great area of a launch angle. So that's number 4, Josh Young. Number 5, Jordan Walker, really big prospect last year. Very young, 20-year-old outfielder for the Cardinals, 21-year-old now.
Who was on fire to start last season.
And then they had to send him down to the minor leagues because he got cold, and they were like, you're not hitting for power. We get that you have a batting average, but we want to see more power. So they give his slash line last year. And real quick, I know I'm running out of time here, the pitchers that they think should break out. I agree with this one completely. Watch out for Grayson Rodriguez, the starting pitcher for the Orioles. He's from East Texas. So he's somewhat of a local product. Number 2, Bobby Miller of the Dodgers. Last year, key stat, 98.9 mile an hour average fastball. So that's his average. So you look at a guy like Paul Skeens, the number 1 overall pick. That's very close to what Paul Skeens was doing last year at LSU. Number 4, Hunter Green of the Reds, starting pitcher. He has 54 Ks on 100-plus mile-an-hour pitches. So he throws the ball over 100 on a consistent basis. Number 4, hopefully this doesn't happen. Hunter Brown. He is a starting pitcher for the Astros. And number 5 is Brandon P. Fad T, if you want to just pronounce it the way they spelt it.
Fott?
It's Fott. Obviously, you saw him last year in the World Series or in the playoffs. He was very good for the Diamondbacks. He had a 3.27 ERA in his 5 postseason starts. I have no clue how anybody came up with the last name of PFAADT. That makes no sense at any point.
Yeah, okay, Baksick.
BACSIK at least makes a little bit of sense on where the letters are placed. 2 A's in a row, and then a P and an F. I thought the PH makes the F. You don't need an F if you have a P to start off. You change the F to a H, and somehow it makes an F. Either be FADT, which makes a little bit more sense. Why PF? Have you ever... PF, that's some sort of chemical or something you lose to clean a bathroom or something.
Yeah. I don't know, Mike. I hear what you're saying, though. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Let's talk with Texas Rangers professional radio broadcaster Matt Hicks next on The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I knew Caitlin Clark broke Kelsey Plum's NCAA scoring mark earlier this month. I didn't know there was another women's record out there. Last night, Clark went past Lynette Woodard, who scored 3,649 points for Kansas before women's basketball was an NCAA-sanctioned sport. As Iowa head coach Lisa Bluter said last night, this is the real history. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles let you create your own delicious combo. Choose from a sausage biscuit, egg, and cheese.
our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you very, very much to Sonic. Go try the new $1.99 crispy tender wraps for a limited time only at Sonic. And they are also the presenting sponsor for our trip out here to Surprise, which means you get a special Arizona edition of the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much. And joining us right now is professional radio broadcaster Matt Hicks. Hicksy, how's it going, man? How are you feeling out here?
Oh, it's great to have you guys out here. We're experiencing wonderful weather.
Yes.
Basking in the glow of a World Series title. And watching these guys go about their business, it's a great time of the year.
Now, I just saw the sign up on the billboard out there that said, "Don't throw things onto the field." Now, this comes right after we saw that Texas Tech had some ejections for throwing stuff on the court. So we went back and listened to like Billy Tubbs tell people to not throw things on the field.
Yeah.
If Boach grabbed the microphone to tell people not to throw things onto the field, what do you think that speech would sound like? Would it be very short and, "Hey guys, y'all know better"?
It would be short. It would be something like, "Hey, cut it out," and then he's right back into the dugout, and everybody would pay attention and listen and heed the call because he's Bruce Bochy.
He is Bruce Bochy.
I mean, when Dad speaks, everybody listens. So yeah, it was such a pleasure working with him last year, and not just the way he relates to the players, but the way he relates to the media. And I tell you, one of my favorite things to do, because when I'm sitting in Eric's chair, I get to do the manager show, and so I get a chance to talk with Boach, and Boach is one of those guys. For me, like the day-to-day grind of baseball, what's interesting to talk about in that 5-minute manager show, sometimes you just want to get away from that day-to-day grind. And he's got such a rich history that I decided, like on Sundays when I did the show, that we wouldn't talk about the games at all. We were just going to talk about stuff in Boach's past, and I learned so much about him.
What are the give us
one of the things when we were in Washington, I was doing those games in Eric's chair. And I didn't realize that he, for a portion of his childhood, basically the junior high portion of his childhood was in the suburbs of Washington, D.C., where I grew up. And he was living in Northern Virginia, and, he was, just getting into sports and whatnot. But I didn't realize that he had a paper route in 1969 when Major League Baseball's All-Star Game was played in Washington, D.C., and he was delivering papers for a now defunct newspaper, the Washington Star, and they had a contest that whoever on this paper route deal could get the most signups for subscriptions, they would get 2 tickets to the All-Star Game.
Cool.
At DC Stadium, which later became known as RFK Stadium. And so he thought he was knocking door to door, and he thought he had put together an all-star performance, that he was going to turn in his subscriptions and he was going to get these 2 tickets to the All-Star Game. He didn't win. And I asked him, I said, "Well, did you get anything from your efforts?" And he goes, "Yeah, they gave me a new, people that delivered papers, they had this huge bag that they would have over their shoulder to carry the papers. He got a new bag.
Nice.
And that was it. But then later,
big letdown though.
A little later in life, when he was late in his teenage years, he played some industrial ball back in the D.C. area. And in order to be on these industrial teams, you had to do construction jobs. And so if you know anything at all about the geography of Washington, D.C., the Beltway there, 495, he actually worked on construction on the Beltway.
Wow.
And while he was there playing those games, he helped to build the Washington Metro system.
Really?
So he was on construction jobs where he'd show up and, "What are we going to do today?" "Well, you know what? We're going to go underground and we're going to pour concrete for the Metro."
Now, I've always wanted to do this, and this is the perfect time. And now you know
the rest of the story.
But I mean, those are just little snippets. Some of the insight into Bruce Bochy's incredible journey through life and the things that he's done and the people that he's met, the people that he knows. It's really mind-boggling, and he's a fascinating individual to talk to. And when you get him away from talking about the daily stuff and you talk about what he's done throughout his past, not just baseball. And one of the things he said about those construction jobs that he had, so much, when they looked at him, because he was a pretty big teenager, and he had these jobs where it was such physical labor. He goes, I didn't realize it, but that labor really helped to develop my forearms.
That makes a lot of sense.
Made me more of a power hitter than he thought that he was going to be. So there are tie-ins to baseball to some of this stuff, but just a fascinating individual.
Does it sound at all to you like Bob Lilly when he talked about doing stuff on the farm and how that prepared him for the strength needed to play the defensive
Bob Lilly
line?
was picking up cars off of people. He's just like, what? Well, his story is there's a lady that got run over, and he helped lift a car off of the person, and his story behind that was, well, whenever we were out on the farm, we didn't have a jack, so we just had to pick up the tractor if something was going wrong with it. So I just got naturally strong.
He's like, I am a jack, and just
picking up the tractors.
Yeah,
that is wild, and that is it reminds me of Dexter Coakley being bricklayer with his dad. He laid bricks, and then he had these massive arms for such a little guy.
Yeah,
but so that's the tease ahead. Then is, on Sundays, if you're there, you're going to not talk baseball.
I don't know if we're going to do it the same way this year, but if I have an opportunity, and I will have an opportunity to do the manager show from time to time, we are going to get off topic and just talk about things. I think only one time last year I talked a little bit about the people that he knows in the music industry, the people that he's friends with, and I think we might try to explore that a little bit more, because I know he's good friends with like Huey Lewis and the
News.
Good, and the News.
Are you kidding me?
And why am I forgetting the name of Journey's lead singer right now?
Steve Perry.
Steve Perry.
Oh wow,
he's good buddies with Steve Perry, and he lives in Nashville, so
we have talked to him about that. Yeah,
a whole lot more people in the music industry than we've even revealed to this point.
I might steal that, though. We do have him weekly, so I might steal the Huey Lewis.
I'm ready to talk Huey Lewis with him.
Well, if you get to talk to Boch, you got to get him to tell some Huey Lewis stories.
Yes, because as a kid, Sports was the album that I played all the time as a kid. So I'm totally in a conversation for that.
Yeah.
Now, we were talking about this earlier in the day. Cody Bradford is... Theoretically, this is just my editorial opinion. I think he makes more sense and is a better fit in the bullpen. But to facilitate that, you would have to have a viable option for starter number 5. Is there any group of people that you're looking at or you've already seen something from that you think could be a viable number 5 candidate? Because I know we're all hoping for the quartet of the youngsters, but maybe not yet.
Yeah, that's true. And I don't know as though we've seen enough here in spring training to say that somebody has stepped forward and has taken that lead role. But picking up from 2023, Cody's a name that stands out because of how strong he pitched in the postseason. And that, he's young, but one of the things that impresses me about him is his poise on the mound. And we've got a lot of guys that just are not impacted by the gravity of the situation, whatever that situation might be. The guy that really stands up for me in that regard is Dane Dunning. Sometimes I don't think Dane has a pulse when he's on the mound.
He's our favorite.
And he just goes about his business, and truly every pitch is just, what do I need to execute here? I'll execute it. Give me the ball back. His expression never changes. And Cody Bradford's a lot like that. And so, I think that he can handle that number 5 starter's role, but there's a lot that's going to happen between now and March the 28th. And there could be a few others that kind of step up. Usually in spring training, you always have a surprise or two, and maybe that's going to happen on the pitching side this year.
We've kind of discussed this at length. What's your feel on Ezekiel Duran's place on this team? Because the couple of hits that he got yesterday, I know you were running around yesterday a little bit, but he had a couple of really hard hits yesterday, and I'm just trying to figure out. He lost what Bochy told us was he lost his discipline on the strike zone, but whenever he has it, the dude crushes. So where is his role? Can he be a DH? What do you foresee for him?
I think he can be a DH. I think obviously, depending upon when Corey Seager gets back, Zeke filled in so well for him last year. I mentioned this stat the other day when Corey went down for that month period early in the season and Zeke got most of the starts at short. He had an 880 OPS.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
880. Basically being the everyday shortstop and really, really good defensively at short. So there is definitely a role for him on this team, but that is going to be determined by, I think, what happens with other people. But I've got no worries about him playing at short, no worries about him playing at third, or worries about him being the designated hitter. And if that's going to be in a platoon situation, fine. Where he got out of whack last year, as you mentioned, was the chase, the fastball up, the slider down and away. He's got to get back into swinging at pitches that he can do damage to, which is one of the things that, as a team, the Rangers did very well last year. Zeke did it for a while, but I think he felt like in order to be in the lineup later in the year, when he wasn't getting regular playing time, that he had to be 3 for 4 every day and driving the ball. And so he just needs to be of the mindset that he's good enough to play and just go about getting back into the zone.
Do you like doing yard work?
Yes and no.
That's quite the zig.
I like, yeah, it is. And maybe, I don't know if I've got a zag for that. But I enjoy, like, cutting the grass every now and then. I enjoy going out and pulling weeds. That doesn't sound like something a lot of people like to do. I like to get a little dirty in the yard, but I don't like to do it when it's 97 degrees.
Okay, because my buddy Jake out there right now is watering the dirt, and I was wondering if you could have one job, like you don't have to do all the grounds crew. Would you rather water the dirt, draw the lines, make the designs with the mower in the outfield and the infield? Like, if you had a job to do, what would you like to do as a grounds crew member?
You hit on it. I want to be the lead guy on the hose. I've actually wanted to do this. I would love to spray. One of the joys for me as a kid, going to see the Washington Senators play at old DC Stadium and then later going to see the Orioles at Memorial Stadium, was to be at the ballpark early enough so that you could see this going on and see the dry infield dirt then become that sort of medium brown color. And I was fascinated by that. To me, that was one of the joys of going to a baseball game, getting there early enough to see that. I would love to do that. I'd probably be bad at it, but
I did it one time for ESD, Episcopal School of Dallas, and I overwatered the mound.
Oh, no.
Because it was,
of all places for you to overwater.
It was always dry, and I'm like, we got to add more water to it. And I added more water to it, and the kids were slipping and throwing the game. That's on me.
We lost 3 kids that night, just sunk into the mound.
Anybody have the kitty litter that I can fix this with?
But there's a real art to this. And I admire guys that do it and do it well. So I'd love to have an opportunity.
Now, Hicksy, you were telling me that Scottsdale is the place, and we saw the environment here yesterday.
Yeah.
But you were telling me the Giants setup is the place to be. Can you kind of explain for people that might be venturing out here that might be a destination? For them?
Old Town Scottsdale, not like where we played the other day at Talking Stick, which is where the Rockies and the Diamondbacks train, although that's a beautiful facility and a great place to watch a game for sure. But that's in way north Scottsdale. This is Old Town Scottsdale, where the Giants play, and they've been there since sometime in the 80s. And as I was saying to you, the equivalent would be going to a game at Wrigley Field. When you go to a game, a Giants spring training game in Scottsdale, it is a party. And the Giants fans are really good baseball fans, and they know what's going on. But if the Giants win a game, it's great. Even if they lose a game, it's great. Just because of the atmosphere, it's always packed. It's a unique ballpark here to the Cactus League because it's in Old Town Scottsdale. It's in a community. There are homes in the area. It's right next to a public library. There are restaurants. It's not like these other facilities that have these huge parking lots and there's all this space and, it's right in this little neighborhood. It's a destination point for more than just baseball. And you got to go there at least once just to take in the atmosphere of a game there. And then, like I was telling you, if John Miller's doing a game.
Oh, that's another good one.
And so the radio booth there.
That's a good one.
People can walk along the last row of seats and they can poke their head in the booth. And after a game, John will sit there in the booth and sign autographs until the line goes away.
Awesome.
And that might be an hour that he's staying
That's really
extra
cool.
just to meet the fans and say hello and sign autographs. It's a very unique situation they have over there. And to have a guy like, a Hall of Famer like John Miller, it's so much fun going over there to do a game. We enjoy it. Wish we could go over there more than once.
Yeah, y'all are over there tomorrow,
in spring
correct?
training. We're there tomorrow, and that's it. But it's a real privilege to be able to go over there. And so if you're coming to Arizona and you're going to be here for a few days, make sure to check off Old Town Scottsdale as a place to go.
I just remember John Miller calling me, because I accidentally threw a ball right down the middle to the greatest home run hitter of all time. So,
well, Mike,
sorry
we
about
weren't
that.
going to bring it up, but
Yesterday,
thanks, man.
We had the opportunity to all go out to dinner together. Is there any chance you could repeat verbatim what you said about Jarrett Sandler yesterday?
No, there's zero chance.
I appreciate
He was getting
that.
on me. It was funny because I think some of you guys, I wasn't at the end of the table that you guys were at. I think some of you guys got served like before we did at our end of the table. Eric Nadell and I got served, and then we were still waiting for Gavin and Broadus to get their meals.
Yeah.
And so they finally brought their meals, and I looked down at your end of the table. I think you guys were done.
Well, we decided recently, we did a lot of studying on this.
We had a
If
segment
the
on
food's
this.
hot.
Yeah.
We did a whole segment on this. If the food's hot, you can eat.
So that was
there
it.
is
So I get served, and I enjoy dining.
I heard your story. You need an hour and a half?
Hour
Like
15
you're doing
minutes.
a feast or something?
I'm halfway through my meal. Everybody's plate is gone, and you guys are staring at me like, come on, Hicksy, finish your food.
Yeah, and Jared he's just over there just talking trash.
If Jared goes more than 5 minutes at the dining table, that's a story. That's a new story. I've never seen him take 6 minutes to eat any meal in his life.
Maybe less Chicago talk next time and more eating.
I can do eating talk.
Okay. All right. Good. Well, we appreciate it very, very much. Thanks for hanging out with us last night and hanging out with us all week. And thanks for popping on right now.
Thanks for having me on, guys. I appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Hicksy.
Ladies and gentlemen, Matt Hicks right here on your home of the Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, if we're busting people's balls, let's go after Mike just a little bit. As we interviewed Kirby Yates, and he told the story to Kirby that Jared is tired of listening to. What all does that mean? Let's dive into it next right here on The Fan.
You can hear Kevin, Corey, and Mike anytime and anywhere. Take the KNC Masterpiece wherever you go on our Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
Mike Bassick with 105.3 The Fan. You have heard about the TrustedLab.com before. It is a Texas company with the highest quality CBD products. Many people say it helps with muscle and
playing Winnipeg. It's a big game, so we'll probably dive into all of that even more tomorrow. But picking up Chris Tanev it's a big deal for the Stars. It fit what we had requested in terms of your defenseman right behind Miro, in terms of picking up a top 4 defenseman. But this is pretty encouraging right here. They come out with trade grades, right?
Okay.
The trade grade for the Stars from ESPN, A-. The trade grade for the Stars,
minus.
Well,
that means negative.
If it makes you feel any better, the Flames got a C-.
They did, because they had salary retention and everything to go along with it.
Yeah, it was an interesting deal, and
everybody thinks that if they waited a little longer, that
they would have got more.
Deal.
Yes, I absolutely believe that. And the Athletic gave the Dallas Stars an A+.
Yes,
for this deal. They were able to get another team to take half the salary by dealing off, I believe it was a 4th-round pick, and then they traded 2 other picks to largely facilitate this deal, and it's exactly the kind of player that you need. Not a lot of offensive pop, but he is a shot blocker, defender.
Yeah.
It's what you needed.
That's the line that I got, was they were concerned about holding on to him for later trade for higher value.
Yeah.
Because he's the kind of dude who throws his body out there for the sake of the team. So this dude is willing to take on pain, but he's also on the ice a lot. And so that's a big factor too. So, but yeah, Kevin, he is willing to put his body in front of a puck. That's something you need, man. You need to have you have a guy that sets the tone like that. Everybody follows. So you have some really skilled, and also this allows DeBoer to do a lot of different things with his defensemen now. He can move. He can work around with Harley and Heiskanen to have those 2 guys together. He can do a lot of different things to pair up with Tanev here. This is a really good addition for them.
In case you're curious, by the way, the Athletic gave the Flames a D, largely because of what you just, the D. Largely for what we were just talking about in terms of not impressed. If you're going to make a deal this early, you would think you would get more payoff. So
do you feel like that leaves Nil some space to go do something else, or that's good enough?
I think it could, but I think this was the primary move. Like if an injury popped up in the next few days, maybe, but I think this is the move. Now, so what was worse? Is it the deal made by the Calgary Flames, or is it this statement from the Chiefsaholic lawyer? Now, I only kept part of it. He kept going down this route, and it was ridiculous. So Chiefsaholic is the Chiefs fan that loves the Chiefs more than anything, except for maybe robbing banks.
Oh, yeah,
and
this
people
guy, yeah.
were able to use his social media presence to determine that he might well be a suspect in some of these bank robberies. And he has now pled guilty to these 2 bank robberies. What? I believe he could face up to 50 years in jail. I'm not saying that would happen, but that would be the maximum penalty. So let's go to cut number 1. And I can't stress this enough. I did not make this up. This is not me doing a parody of what a lawyer for a football fan would say. Cut number 1. This is his actual attorney actually talking to the media.
From the beginning of this case, folks, the government has been blitzing, and Xavier's pocket was collapsing. But today, Xavier stepped into the pressure. He took responsibility for his actions. He stood up in court, humble and repentant, and admitted what he had done.
Wow, that dude basically just did an entire football play-by-play on what his client did.
On this metaphor train for like another 45 seconds, and I'm like, let's just...
That's a bit. His lawyer was pulling bits.
I'm going to say this is worse because I love what the Chiefs did. I mean, I love what the Flames did. I do not love what Chiefsaholic did. I love what the Flames did. I appreciate them facilitating this trade to help us out. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We were going to hear from Kirby Yates. Maybe we're still going to hear from Kirby Yates. Do you think we should go to break in anticipation of a Rangers player or not?
Just do Kirby Yates.
Okay, we talked with Kirby Yates this morning, and here's what you need to know going into this is
Jared made a crack last night in the car first, I believe it was, is that Mike has a cool story about how he knows Kirby Yates' brother. And at one point, Jared's like, oh, my God, stop telling that story. I've heard you tell that story like 7 times. And so I understand exaggeration. But once Mike met Kirby today, he did start telling him that story about his brother. And Jared looked right over to us and he goes, is he doing it? Is he telling a story about his brother? And I just gave him a big thumbs up. And I was like, he definitely is. So here is, we didn't record that part. It was a nice little moment. But here is our conversation this morning with Rangers reliever Kirby Yates.
Got Kirby Yates hanging out with us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. You're home of the Texas Rangers. And Kirby, how are you feeling right now at this point in spring?
I feel good. Body feels good. I love where I'm at, and everything's going well so far.
Now, my co-host Mike just regaled you with stories of your brother. Had a great conversation. Do you think higher or lower of Mike after meeting him and knowing things?
No, I've once he kind of came over and introduced himself, like I remember watching him pitch when he was teammates with my brother in Norfolk, and it's kind of cool because now this is, I don't know, 15 years later or whatever it is, so it's pretty neat to be in the same clubhouse.
Did you ever wonder when you were watching me pitch and it was like 86, 87, you're like, how is this guy getting people out at this speed?
No, not really. I thought it was pretty crafty. I think you threw like a kind of like a hybrid of like a change-up split thing that kind of rolled over the ball and it kind of took a little dive from the left side. So it was interesting to see how you kept people off balance. So it was nice to watch.
One of his managers once said, keep trick-effing those hitters. Have you ever had a manager say something particularly rude to you like that you're like, I'll show you?
No, because I think if you can trick the hitters, you're doing a good job.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It wasn't an insult.
Right. I think, that's kind of what I try and do. I try and trick them and make the decision hard for them to swing. And I think if you can do that, you're probably going to be pretty successful.
Do you think any of those hitters look back at you after the fact and they're like, how the hell did he just get me out?
Yeah, a lot, probably.
That's got to be the most fun, though, is whenever you get a guy and he looks back at you like, what just happened right now?
Yeah, I mean, you got a couple swings yesterday where guys are swinging, missing fastballs, kind of shaking their head, going, how did I miss that? And I'm walking off the mound with a smile on my face, so it's all good. If they keep swinging and missing, it's good life.
Kirby, how many big league spring training camps have you been a part of now?
First one was, I think this is my 11th or 12th.
How much have maybe you changed your routine over time, or how much has baseball changed their routine on how you get ready for a season?
I think it's kind of both. Obviously, the older you get, you're going to, your routine's going to change, kind of adapt. I don't want to say it's changing. It's more of like adapting. You add things, you take things out. You realize what's more important the older you get and kind of need to do a little bit more to get your body ready. I think as far as like baseball change, I think they've kind of taken more on a step to kind of individualize spring training to everybody instead of, the teams. Every single person is doing the same thing. It's a little bit more individualized and try and make it a little easier on your body.
Have you had a moment yet where Mike Maddox walks out and puts his arm on his hand on your shoulder? And what are your thoughts when that happens?
No, I'm hoping I can stay away from that.
That means it's gone bad.
Yeah, if he comes out and puts his hand on you, you feel like you're probably getting scolded. You did something wrong. So we're trying to avoid that, but it hasn't happened yet.
Our theory has always been that he just says pitch better, and that's pretty much what goes into it when he does that.
He could be, Listen, I hope I'm not here telling you exactly what he says.
Right. You were talking about the things you added, the things you dropped. Was there anything you dropped along the way that you can tell us about that you're like, that just doesn't have a practical application to what I'm trying to do?
I mean, nothing at the top of my head. I mean, for the majority of it, it's pretty similar. I would say, there's more of an emphasis on, I would say it takes me a lot longer to get ready to go out and throw, as opposed to walking in the weight room, rolling out really quick, stretching your arms, going out and throw. Now it's about getting the lower body kind of synced up and ready to go out there, so you can be kind of effective when you play catch. It's just, and doing all these things, like the older I get and the more I do feel like, it's shockingly, but I feel better now than I did probably 10 years ago.
My last question. Do Hawaiians ever get tired of Hawaii?
Nope, never. It'd be pretty hard to.
Seems like a hard place to. My wife was like, "Hey, that's what we're doing for our 20th year anniversary. It's in 2 years." I'm like, I don't know about that. Can we take the kids? Should I take the kids or not?
Yeah. Well, they have. There's a lot of places you can go. They got Disney Resort there, Aulani, so you can knock that out. Or, I mean, there's places where you can stay on the beach and sit on the beach, watch your kids run around. You sit at a chair and have time of your life.
Mike, you said don't take my kids, right?
I said enjoy your wife.
Okay.
That's good too.
There you go.
Dude. He's a good dude.
He was excellent to talk to. And like I said, him and Mike were talking for a good few minutes before this. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live from Surprise. Now, coming up next, it could be interesting. We might chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation, or we might have Wyatt Langford on the show. We'll find out. And there's a guy with no shirt on in a barrel costume. We will get updates on all of these things. That's interesting. All of these things coming at you next on The Fan.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion, with laughs.
I love that place.
Yeah, and the only reason I would send somebody that I care for and know so well over to some people is because I know that they're going to treat them right. And that's what happened whenever Kevin showed up at Platinum Chevy. And GM Justin Rudd is always trying to make sure that he treats you right with the prices. And right now you can get pre-owned vehicles that are that Justin has on the lot for under $25,000, man. And if you're looking for a vehicle for yourself or maybe a kid like I am right now, that is the place to rock for it. And plus 1.9% APR for 72 months for Texas residents on new Silverados 1500s. So that is up today. So go check out our friends at Platinum Chevrolet right now. You got clear upfront pricing. The price you see online, that's the price you're going to pay. Shop online and let them deliver your new Chevrolet. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
There's still work to do with 4.5 minutes left of the game. 122 to 110 Dallas. Hard drive. Tough shots. What an acrobatic finish.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. We're live from Surprise. We're getting ready for some Rangers Brewers action. We're also getting ready for the G-Bag Nation. And it's possible in this segment we might talk with Wyatt Langford or Marcus Semien. All right. I believe Wyatt Langford is going to come up to the headset in just 1 second. Now, we got Brian Broaddus with us. What do you fellas got coming up on the program today?
Yes, Heggy, we've got Chris Young at some point in time here in the broadcast, and then we've got day baseball. So we'll be commenting through that. And then Krusty's Corner at 2:40. I'm going to go through some college centers that you need to figure out about. Yeah.
Are you also excited to check out Jackson Churio?
I am. Mike Bassick has given me a scouting report. I'm digging this. I'm, as always, digging day baseball, but digging a big championship banner out there on the flagpole as well.
You love to see it. You love to see it. All right, we have got Wyatt Langford on with us right now on 105.3 The Fan. Can you hear me, good sir?
Hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you very much for popping on with us. We were just talking about this with one of the guys from our afternoon show. How much do you love day baseball? I know a lot during the season you get into the routine of more night-based baseball. Do you dig the day baseball?
Yeah, I sure do, man. It's awesome. The weather here is it's beautiful right now. I mean, it's 70 degrees every day, so can't complain.
Now, we did see you at a autograph signing session about a little less than a month ago.
Yeah.
I was kind of curious, did your hand cramp up on that day, or did you make it through just fine?
Nah, I made it through. I'm getting used to it by now.
Did you feel like a robot at all? Because it's just like sign.
Oh yeah,
sign.
it's a little monotonous, but I mean it's good. You can't complain about it.
I know I told you this at the time, but I do want to say thank you again, and for everybody listening, as if they need another reason to root for you, that you signed a couple extra autographs for our charitable event, Peace-a-thon, in November, and I just really appreciate that.
Yeah, man, you're welcome. I love getting to do that kind of stuff. It's a super easy way to kind of interact and to help out.
Wyatt, we talked to Evan Carter a few weeks ago before spring training started, and he said, well, I haven't met Wyatt yet. I'm excited to get to meet him and know him. I'm wondering, obviously, since this is your first big league spring training with the guys, who are you getting to know well on the team?
I'm trying to do a good job of just trying to get to meet everyone. I mean, there's a bunch of guys that I haven't met. But yeah, I mean, I'm living with Josh for the most part, so I'm talking to him a lot. I've got to talk to Evan a lot. It was good to finally meet him.
We hear that Nate Eovaldi is a big time. Like he tries to get around to everybody at some point. Has Nate Eovaldi made his way over to your locker yet?
Yeah, he has. I've talked to him a couple of times. He seems like a super nice guy. He's very outgoing, and it's good that he makes sure to interact with all the new guys.
What's the vibe like? Not only, obviously, being in big league camp is a big deal, but how's it feel being in big league camp for the defending world champions?
Man, it's great. It couldn't be better. It's super chill. It's super laid back, but everyone's getting their work in. Everyone has their head down working, and looking forward to this year.
Is there anything in particular you're working on? Because we hear different things from different people depending on how, set your roster spot is.
I lost you there.
What have you been focusing on? Oh, okay. So one of the things that we hear is depending on how set your roster spot is, you might be able to experiment on some things in spring training. Now, as you're in spring training, what have you been focusing on?
The biggest focus has been just kind of getting back into playing right now. I mean, getting our feet back underneath us. I think it's been the longest period of time I've gone without playing. So getting back used to playing and just going out there and having fun right now for the most part.
Wyatt, I was on the backfields today watching some of y'all's outfield defense, and I thought this was interesting. I haven't played in a long time and never saw this drill before, but the coach was putting 3 balls in the fly ball machine, probably maybe 1 second apart, and then all 3 of you had to call 1, 2, or 3 and catch a ball. Can you explain maybe how easy or difficult that drill is?
I'd say it's right in the middle. It was a little fun. We were having a little fun today with it, trying not to get hit by each other's fly balls. But no, I guess it's just working on communication for the most part. We got it from Derek Hill whenever he was with one of the other organizations. He led the drill work today.
How did you do at your communication skills today?
They weren't bad.
Now, we did get a chance to talk with Boch, and I think from the fans' perspective, there's like a lot of hype, a lot of excitement about seeing you on the field, and I'm kind of curious on what your own expectations of yourself are. But Bochy told us yesterday that he already told you you're already better than Willie Mays because he went 0 for 22 in his first outing in spring training. That interaction, can you confirm that interaction with him?
Nah, yeah, but Boch has done a good job. I mean, obviously he's one of the best to ever do it, so he's super good at being really even kill and talking to guys through certain stuff.
I don't know if you've been able to see this, but on the field as the game's getting ready to start, there is a bigger shirtless fella in a barrel out there.
These barrel boys. What they call them.
What do you think about that? And maybe what's the wackiest game promotion you've ever seen?
I'm not sure about that. I'm sitting in the clubhouse right now, but now that you say that, I might have to go out there and check it out.
You should. Yeah.
It definitely is something you got to see. Hey, what was it like facing Yamamoto yesterday, getting that opportunity to get up against him? I mean, a lot of people haven't seen him. A lot of people haven't seen you. What was that? Was that a little juice going along with it?
Yeah, it was great. I mean, anytime you get to face a pitcher of that caliber is a really cool experience and really good practice, I think, going into the year. And in a setting that you can, you're just trying to work on certain things and see those pitches.
You know, it's amazing, Wyatt, is your draft class right now. It looks like obviously Paul Skeens could make the rotation for the Pirates. You might make the Rangers. I know that Cruz is having a great spring training for the Washington Nationals. You got to face those guys last year in the SEC. I was wondering what it was like hitting against Paul Skeens last year.
You know, I didn't get to face him in the SEC last year. I faced both of them and played with them in Team USA. for the collegiate national team the summer before. So it was really nice getting to meet those guys. I mean, they're both super good dudes, down to earth, hard workers. So yeah, I mean, all the success is no surprise.
I know this might be a little bit of a difficult question because it's a few days into spring training and playing games, but is there a difference between big league spring training games and, let's say, minor league games that you got to play in last year?
Yeah, I would definitely say so. I mean, this competition here is the top of the top, so it's definitely a step up, and I'm still getting adjusted to it, but it's been great.
You talked about this is probably the longest period of time you've gone between playing baseball leading into the season. I'm curious, as our Metroplex gets to know you even better, what kind of stuff do you enjoy outside of baseball?
I do a little bit of everything. I mean, I like to spend as much time as I can outdoors just because once the season gets going, it's kind of hard to get outside as much. So, yeah, really anything outdoors. I love to read. That's about it.
Are we hunting outdoors? Are we hiking outdoors? Are we boat paddling?
Yeah.
What's the next plan?
Yeah, hunting, boating, all that kind of stuff.
All right, man. Yeah, that sounds like you can do a lot of that here in Texas for sure.
And then an add-on, what's your favorite book?
Ooh. My favorite book. That's a tough one. I don't know if I have a favorite. I like to read like personal development type of books though. It's kind of my genre of choice.
Okay.
Nice.
I don't know if this can be included. Do you have a least favorite book? Like, I know people.
You read 5 pages like, this ain't for me.
I know people love The Great Gatsby. Me, overrated. Do you have a least favorite book?
I can't say I do.
I had to give it a shot.
But We'll keep reading, though.
Well, I know the game is about to get started. They're about to fire off the national anthem. We appreciate your time very much, good sir, and best of luck the rest of the spring.
Yeah, thank you all very much for having me on.
Absolutely. There you go. Wyatt Langford right there on the Blue Chew hot seat. Although, thanks to y'all, in my brain, I almost called it something different right there because of y'all's suggestion.
There's no way they would be upset with that.
They'd probably be like,
that's what they're trying to do.
Why didn't we think of it?
That is a good point. That is a good point. And for people asking, yes, there was a little bit of a delay between him.
I thought he was just a thoughtful guy.
No,
he was like, I really got to think this.
There is definitely a bit of a delay going down to the clubhouse, but very much appreciate the time for Wyatt Langford. All right, we got first pitch of Rangers Brewers coming up, but that means G-Bag Nation is coming up next. Roll home with them. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, right here, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., live from Surprise on 105 through the Fan.
Say play ball, Kevin.
Play ball!
Live from our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome into Hour 1 of the G-Bag Nation. We are waiting for the conclusion of the national anthem here in just a second.
Yes, sir. We are off and running. Day 4 of our coverage live in Surprise. It's brought to you by Sonic. Good. That is right. It's so good to be here with you as the Rangers and Brewers are about to pick up some Cactus League baseball. General at your service. We have all the top stories from the world of sports with you every day at 2 o'clock. There's Brian Broaddus, the Super Bowl champion, at Brian Broaddus on your X machine. You can follow us all at G-Bag Nation. There's Lucius Alexander back home in the Pimp Cup at Master Control 75 and Fitzhugh. Good afternoon to you, sir. You have Eric Chiafalo holding it down in Surprise with us. His nosebleed brother, Zach Wolchuk, still on family duty. The baby arrived early, sweet Eliza. Got a picture of her this morning in the inbox. That was sweet. And we'd encourage you to send the Woolly Bully some love on social media. Carter Freeman coordinating your video at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. But yeah, welcome in live and Surprise. We're going to have Chris Young on the show here today in the booth. CY is going to be out here. There's a guy with a barrel outfit on, throwing out the first pitch. What's that all about? That looks like a radio bit to me, Chief.
It does. I'm very interested here. This is a giant dude with a cowboy hat on, and he's not wearing a shirt. I can't confirm that he's wearing pants either, but he's got a big barrel that he's strapped inside of right there. That's crazy, dude. Yeah. That is, I was not expecting to see a pair of breasts like that today.
He's naked with a barrel around his whole body with a pair of suspenders. Do we have any idea what we call that?
That's a D cup.
Is that like the barrel coveralls or cover minimum? I don't know what that is, but that looks like a classic radio bit to me. And judging by the looks of him, I bet his name's Tiny.
Tiny might be the name. I think you're onto something. Dawson, you remember back in the day, the Denver Broncos had like Barrel Man? Do you remember there was a dude? I mean, he would sit in the stands with the barrel on.
Yeah.
And he'd go to all the games. And I actually feel like he got voted into the Hall of Fame as a fan for being
this
barrel.
Guy might be
It'd
picking
like
up off his bit a little bit.
But this was clearly a bit for a radio station, and might be a bet payoff type situation too.
I could see that.
Maybe you have to walk around with a barrel, and he looked like he had Crocs on. I got the Crocs.
I think it said KNIX. Maybe that's a country or a rock station, and that's the sidekick guy who does stunts for publicity.
Yeah.
These morning shows do that kind of stuff, so it was cool to witness that, and it's cool to have you listening to us as our spring training coverage continues. We are going to get a player from the dugout during the game. That seems cool. So I'm looking forward to that. Of course, Chris Young right here in the booth is going to be great to see our buddy for the first time this season. The Jordan Montgomery watch continues. If there's anything on that front, we'll deliver the news right to you. And we're going to hear from Josh Spores with the Chiefs. So we got a massive Rangers Thursday here for in the nation, don't we?
Yeah, and it's already kicked off. I mean, what an electric atmosphere we're here in, and what an electric interview that preceded us here with the KNC Masterpiece and Wyatt Langford. Man, he threw that headset on in the dugout, and that was just radio fire. It sounds like they were bummed that they had to let him go.
It might be tough to get some energy and excitement out of those guys because they're trying to play it cool. Like, I'm talking to the media over here, guys. It's kind of like a teenager when their parents show up. Is basically how the energy changes when the media arrives. If I could explain it well.
Chief, I have a question. I know you do these interviews and you've done a tremendous job.
Yeah.
But it's like you guys use golf voice. Do you have to be quiet or do you just not want people to know what's going on in the end? It seems like both you and the player are kind of using a little bit of golf voice.
It's not like a loud ruckus environment in that clubhouse. It is, it's a little bit more.
It's hard to show the being jovial and happy. And
they don't want to say anything that they're going to get made fun of for. So they're trying to keep it so quiet that nobody else can
It's
hear
almost
them.
like we're at a tournament. Like that, this is Eric Chiafalo on the 7th green today.
Yeah.
Talking to
he's just reflecting the energy the players are giving back to him.
I believe. I'm just trying to be a chameleon. You know, you walk in there, you adapt to your environment, and you just try to fit in where you can. And with some of the stuff that I'm asking these guys, you know, I don't want.
You don't want to give away your bag?
I don't want my bag to get out to the other players that haven't gotten directly involved with it yet. Then they start judging the situation. Maybe they start avoiding me, you know.
Oh, they'll never avoid you. I think you're a fan favorite down there.
But having, like, you know, Evan Grant sniffing around, something like that, these guys that are trying to get the hardcore baseballs, and I'm over here doing my conversation, you know, I don't want to come across like I'm not professional to the guys that are in that clubhouse that are covering this baseball team. So I think that's just kind of the baseball AM vibe in a clubhouse, dude.
Yeah, and you don't want to violate that.
Well, him violate things? I mean,
I have good news on that front.
We're kind of giving him a little too much credit with the violations of things. You're not afraid to violate things in the clubhouse.
I mean, saying I'm not afraid to do it, I was stepping in puddles I didn't know existed. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like I was diving headfirst into these bad boys. I got caught slipping a couple of times. Rookie year last year. Rookie mistakes happen.
But you're a champion. You were a champion.
Right. Yeah, of course it propelled us to championship victory. So I hashtag did my part, and I will explain that in more detail a little bit later on.
Okay, looking forward to that. Looking forward to hearing Sporzy with the Chief. It's just incredible the questions that he asks and get these guys to answer. And the latest edition of that's coming up at 5:20 here with you in the G-Bag Nation. Michael Gelkin of the Combine says the Cowboys have fewer scheduled meetings with agents than in years past. No hint they're on the precipice
of
a high-price free agent flurry that would resemble what most associate with the all-in buzzword. Seemed case from start. Okay, that's what Gelkin reports from the Combine. I don't know what you're hearing, Brian, but nothing.
Mike's on it.
Nothing different from that, right?
Yeah, he's on it.
I don't know that Jerry even knows what the context of all in was that the question was in on, or what he said. I think maybe he looks at it like spending 100% of the salary cap is being all in, where we need him to spend like 130 or 150% of the cap.
Stephen came out and said that, Jerry's all in all the time.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, Jerry considers what they've been doing all in. Like, of course.
Yeah.
But I did think that at one point Jerry said it'll be different than in years past as far as how much consideration we have for future years. And I think, once again, this is more evidence of, the great rant that you went on probably a month or so ago now, Brian, that won G-Bag of the Day several times, that this is Steven. I think there's what Jerry wants to do, and sometimes he talks about that with reporters like it's going to happen, but then Steve won't let it happen.
I kind of feel like that this is Stephen Jones's team. Jerry Jones, 81 years old. I think that Will and Stephen work together on how they want to build the team, how they want to sign players, who they want to go after. And then I think they keep Jerry in the loop as to say, okay, this is the decision that we've made. And Jerry's probably going to ask a bunch of questions, and Will's going to try and ensure him that, oh, no, this is the right way to do it. And then the next thing you know, then it's kind of stayed status quo.
Sometimes I think the parent who's great in their field wants their kid to be great in their field too. And what Jerry was great at was taking wild swings and misses at times that resulted in championships, And I think, he needs to bring that back to the Cowboys if we're going to win a Super Bowl. Jerry, Stephen has taken over the team, and in some ways he needed to be more of a gentle guiding hand as far as being a little bit more prudent and wise with the overall decision making. But I think that mindset took over too much, and you got to balance those, being careful with being aggressive. When you get close, it's time to be aggressive, and when you guys are getting close, you're allowing Steve to take his foot off the gas.
Yeah, I'm with you. They've gone too far the other way with it. There's a fine line here. I get you don't want to be super wildcatter. Isn't that what Jerry was? There's an extreme there that can get you in some trouble. But the Cowboys have been playing on the other side of the extremes there, and I think the proof is in the pudding. Not getting really close to a Super Bowl. I think they've gone overboard with that.
Yeah, so we'll see if eventually something happens that makes an adjustment. But right now, I'm looking at Stephen Jones being in charge of this, and if he can't see the reason to change after the massive disappointment of everything that transpired in the last decade, because this has been going on since 2014, where they keep getting close, but not anywhere close enough. If this wouldn't change your mind after saddling up to get this done with both Tony and Dak,
to legitimate Pro Bowl quarterbacks, not good enough to take the team over the top with your team building formula. I don't know that it ever will. I think we might be in for another 25 years of this. We might be looking at a Boston Red Sox or a Chicago Cubs-like run, unless something happens inside that Jones family to shake up the dynamics. We need some championship hunger.
David Hellman and I were talking about it this morning, and
on FaceTime.
No, we weren't FaceTiming each other. I thought he was at the Combine, and I actually called him early, thinking he was at the Combine. And he was still in Los Angeles.
Oh, West Coast time.
So it was an early call for Brian and Dave to talk.
Was he as equally as hungover as you were?
No, he wasn't. By the way, 3 a.m. was just a massive cottonmouth situation. I sat there with my game day cup and just continually slugged down water. But talking to Hellman, we were just going back and forth on how aggressive some of these general managers are, and it's about the desperation of keeping your job.
Yeah.
And here the Cowboys, there's no fear of losing their job, and you should be more aggressive than the guy who's trying to keep his job. We were just, because Brendan Bean from the Buffalo Bills was talking about trading up for Josh Allen, and he says, listen, if it works, I'm still here. If it doesn't work, I'm fired. And the Cowboys' level of desperation is not there. It's just not. There's other general managers that are far more aggressive because they know that they're not long for the job. And so I think that's, until the Cowboys feel desperate enough to make moves, they're going to continue to do things the way they are. And you know what? I don't believe they'll ever be a bad team because I feel like that they'll draft and they'll always find a way to be 9-8. They'll always figure out a way to be 9-8. And
that's what kind of playing safe gets you.
Yeah, that's. There's not going to be these massive swings like you're talking about, Dawson, where your team ends up 3-14 or something like that, unless you lose your quarterback. But their level of desperation is nowhere near the other general managers around the league.
They're trying to get there with perfection on budget shopping and free agency and nailing a draft perfect. Mavs get the win despite giving up a few too many points. Luka had a triple-double again. P.J. Washington, tremendous with 21. I agree with Mike. He's a player that could have a lot more points because of his skill set and his size. It's really undeniable if he wants to just be aggressive towards the rim. Dominant third quarter for the Mavs. They put in 40. And the way Luka and Kyrie are playing, they're getting very confident that they can be just an undeniable offense at times. And their defense can be rough, as I think 3 nights in a row we've seen teams over 120 on them. And this is with Luka committed, This was actually, I guess, for them a good night last night because they did manage to get some stops in the fourth quarter. And Luka was talking about his commitment level after the game, and that's exciting and encouraging. But man, I thought when they made these upgrades and got Gafford and added Washington, they would be able to hold teams under more. But it's starting to shape up now as they go through this stretch of games against good playoff teams. And last night, just a good offense. We're going to have to win with offense, guys.
Yeah, wary on the back-to-back stuff, though. I mean, that was a gut-wrenching loss the night before.
Yeah, emotional loss.
That
was just a survive and advance night last night.
I don't know, Dustin, but you're on to something.
Just one game.
Yeah,
right?
no, you're on to something, though.
Yeah.
The last couple, Cleveland, the fact that what I got encouraged by was Cleveland's one of the second best teams in the league when it comes to defensive rating.
Yeah.
And the Mavericks were able to do some good against that. That's something that will always, but man, they got beat on a 59-foot shot, but they gave up a 10-point lead too, to your point.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's some things that definitely need to be taken care of.
Stars host Winnipeg tonight. They took care of some business, but the big story is the trade, the move that could put the Stars in position to win it all. A legit defenseman, and Chris Tanev is come on over for Artem Grushnikov and a 2024 second-round NHL draft pick and a conditional 2026 third. 3-team deal that also involved the Devils. Calgary's going to retain 50% of the salary, which is clutch.
There you go.
Tanev developed a reputation as a smart, leathery player who shrugs off dings, dents, and bloody facial injuries and keeps playing. We're going to love him, boys.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, it sounds like that he will be available. They're kind of dealing with some visa problems right now and things, so they're trying to kind of get that squared up. So you'll likely get him at some time, maybe this weekend, but likely the beginning of next week.
Very cool. He is 4th in the NHL at puck battle wins, which sounds amazing. It's a great metric.
The
puck
ultimate
battle wins.
Puck battler.
and he's 10th in blocked shots per game in the entire NHL.
That's the stuff that takes courage, and that's why you
Yeah.
got bloody face and stuff like that. Blocking
You know what?
shots.
They have such a problem when they lose possession, and they can't win it back instantly, or they can't get a body in front of the shooter to stop it. It totally breaks down. And when the other team gets a little bit of rhythm and we're a little bit sloppy building out, it can be a complete disaster. This is step one. It'll be really interesting. They'll have a couple of games before the deadline to see how it goes. I'd love to see him make another move here.
I'll tell you a thing, guys, that when the Stars are bad is when they don't win faceoffs.
Yeah.
They've had some struggles the last couple of nights with dealing with some face-off situations, and when the Stars are really good, it's when they're winning those draws. And when it goes the other way, you see them give up goals and have struggles like you mentioned with the buildups and things like that, Dawson, of generating offense.
Well, we're trying to see the Rangers generate some offense here in the bottom of the first inning. There is one out, but there's a runner on, and they're looking to get another hit here from Ezekiel Duran to keep this party going, Brian.
Ezekiel Duran had a nice day yesterday, from what I can remember. He had a couple of hits and a really good defensive play, right?
Yes.
I think I had some kind of overly emotional reaction to one of his defensive plays, but it's nice to see him swing the stick well early. The thing that remember how good he was at the beginning of the season last year, and then everything kind of just became like he became a glorified cheerleader at the end. They really didn't want to play him or anything like that. So nice to see him at least get things going here in front of us.
We do have to relive some of the great moments from yesterday with Brian's bet payoff and Aaron Chiafalo joining him on the journey. If you were listening yesterday, it was just the beginning. As the show went on later and later, the BAC, it got up there. And it was a great ride, though. I had a lot of fun yesterday broadcasting with you boys. Brought back some memories of G-Bag years past.
I appreciate that.
G-Bag of the day is coming up at 2:30. 5 reasons to get excited for free agency is next in the nation.
The Fan continues to grow.
Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Rangers spring training where Eovaldi is dealing here in the second inning. And Rangers and Brewers are tied at 0. Segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to truckwreck.com. G-Bag today is coming up here at 2:30. Krusty's Corner is coming up at 2:40. And right here we have some exciting NFL offseason content. Are you guys getting excited for this free agent season?
Always excited to see what type of transactions go down, what type of big splash moves get made. Obviously, that won't be with the Cowboys, but I do think there are some really good opportunities for the Cowboys to upgrade their team, and they don't have to spend all the money to do it. So, yeah, I'm pretty fired up. I think this is going to be a fun couple of weeks here.
We go to CBSSports.com, Cody Benjamin, with the article, NFL Free Agency, 5 Reasons to Get Excited, including blockbuster quarterback moves, a deep defensive class, and more, as hard-hit ball to left field has just been secured, and there's 2 down here in the top of the second inning.
Gosh, watching Eovaldi work is so great, dude.
It's inspiring. It's nostalgic at this point because it brings up memories of Game 5 in Arizona.
Just a true alpha.
Effort. Yeah, I know he can get out of trouble of any sorts now, inning after inning after inning of trouble and threats to your clinching game. Eovaldi can pitch out of that, but today he just got it on easy mode, apparently.
Yeah, he's just sitting dudes. That first inning, he goes 1, 2, 3, pair of strikeouts, sat in the 96-mile-per-hour range, did hit 97 for a strike, and the first strikeout came on his cutter, second on a high-velo fastball. Then he sat Weimer to start inning number 2, and then he just got out whoever the other guy was.
Sit down, clown. That's what Eovaldi's saying out there on the mound, and it's a sight to behold out here. And this is only his second start of spring, Guys just getting warmed up. Okay, we go to the top 5 things of free agency here to get excited about. Super Bowl contenders are eager to reload. And there's a picture of Mike and Jerry up here. Look at this. I guess CBS Sports knows where their bread is buttered. This is where I might have to pivot to a possible media watchdog here of Mr. Benjamin. I don't know how eager the Cowboys are to reload. Benjamin writes, there are a few contenders particularly geared for a win-now approach after falling short. Bills, Cowboys, Eagles. All 3 failed to deliver on aspirations. All 3 employ debated head coaches, and all 3 are comfortable making big splashes to aid their Pro Bowl quarterbacks. I think this Cody Benjamin needs to pick up a newspaper and realize the Cowboys have not made a big splash on a player outside their system to help a quarterback probably since Joey Galloway.
It's been a while.
Yeah. Welcome Welcome to the last 20 years of NFL
Roy
football
Williams.
years. Give me a break.
Yeah, they really don't.
I mean, the trade up for Dez was nice, but we're talking free agency here.
Yeah, they haven't done anything to really help the situation. I don't think. Yeah, and it's disappointing. And you asked earlier, you asked Chief, are you excited about free agency? A couple things I'm excited about. I'm excited about the situation with Dak. I want to see where they're going to go with Dak, how that's going to end up. I want to see what exactly, what kind of, does Mike Zimmer have any influence to maybe grab a linebacker? We went through some guys that we felt like that might be available, maybe some inexpensive guys that could help. Could Zimmer influence him to go get one guy? And then other than that, I'm kind of ready to draft. I just don't feel like that. To me, it's going to be one of those things where I was excited with the all-in bit. I was initially, and then Steven got to the combine, and every Tuesday he kills my dreams on.
I like it. You got hoodwinked, man. You got bamboozled.
I mean, I felt like that maybe 81-year-old Jerry Jones got a little embarrassed by getting beat by the Green Bay Packers, and in that first round of the playoffs.
He should,
and maybe that he would have stepped up and told Steven and them, hey, let's think about this a little bit differently, and let's try to do. But it's just like I ran it on. It's a lot of the same.
Well, let me
status
ask you
quo.
this. I mean, the thing that you started with was Dak.
Yeah, I'm interested.
Yeah,
I'm interested. I
mean, everything we've seen so far is par for the course. It's status quo.
Yeah.
Do you think that could change with the quarterback?
See, that's what's interesting to me, because I don't think Gell can just write story. If this was a David Moore story, that to me is fed. That's a fed. If you start to talk about Dak and maybe his contract's not, we're not looking at it as a guaranteed deal that they're going to do it. If that's David Moore reporting that, I'm kind of like going, okay, fed deal here. Gelkin,
he's grinding, dude.
He's talking to all the people. He's talking to all the parties involved. I kind of feel like though when he posts stuff like that gets my attention. So I'm interested to see how far the Cowboys are willing to kick the can down the road for Dak Prescott. That's what I'm interested in.
Yeah, I think that's huge. And the fact that Gelkin is suggesting that they might just go, hey, the coaching staff, everybody's on a one-year deal, Dak included, this is just how we're going to go. And that's going to make some people uncomfortable, but I would say that discomfort is warranted. They've earned that discomfort.
Yeah, that is going to be interesting, and the draft I think is an opportunity to get excited if the Cowboys can nail it, get some good players. If Powers Johnson falls to them in round one, that would be very exciting. The center out of Oregon.
We'll talk about him today at 240 in Krusty's Corner.
Man, I do think Josh Smith wearing that number 8 well. He changed his number from 47 to 8. The plate discipline was just shown there as he garnered a nice little walk. So that number 8, single digit, I think it looks sharp on him.
Yeah, that's a nice base knock into center field, which is going to push a runner to third base.
Duffy got
Josh
a pitch
Smith
he can
pulls
handle.
up.
Barrel that thing up.
And we have runners on the corners with nobody out here in the second inning for the Rangers as Hill steps into the right-hander's batter's box.
Yeah, that was Matt Duffy who got it going right
Sure
there.
did. Yeah, nice job there.
Newcomer.
Yep, got a pitch he can handle, and then drove it out in center field.
This is Derek Hill. Number 2, a quarter of the NFL is starting fresh, 8 new coaches. The veteran market is loaded with defensive talent, including L'Jarius Sneed, Chris Jones, Matabuke. If they wanted to spend money on defensive line, there it is. Jalen Johnson, the corner from the Bears, they could get him. Justin Fields and Russell Wilson could be moved, and Kirk Cousins prepared to hit the market again. There you have it. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup at 75 and Fitzhugh. Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Check. How's that mic sound?
Perfect.
Sounds great.
Yeah, all right. How you doing, brother? You all right?
Me? I'm good, man. Yeah, 3 in the morning, had to get up and drink a lot of water. Yeah, it was a little bit of a struggle there. A little cotton mouth late night last night.
Glad to have you here, though, brother.
Appreciate you, man. Thanks for taking care of me yesterday, by the way.
Yeah. All right. Our winner and champ of G-Bag of the day so far, we're going to go to the Southwestern Athletic Conference, the SWAC. Mississippi Valley State, they finally won their first basketball game a few days ago. Well, the season's almost over, right? Isn't the season over?
It's pretty close. Yeah, we're about to March Madness.
Oh, man. Yeah, they are now 1-27, so they stormed the court. They were pretty excited out there.
And Andre, that's game! And that will be game! And that will be game just In the swag. What are you saying? The Mississippi Valley Devils are currently on a one-game winning streak. With that game, the Prairie View Panthers will fall to 10 and 16, 5 and 10 in the SWAC. The Mississippi Valley Devils will improve to 1 and 27. What a senior! 1 and 14 in the SWAC. Let's go! Win led by no one other than Raekwon Brown. Raekwon Brown. Why? Thank you, my guy.
Freaking awesome.
Yeah, they're pretty excited, bro.
Two-time champs now.
All right, let's see what else we got for you boys. Yesterday, our very own Brian Broaddus.
Oh, jeez.
Ah, jeez. And Eric Chiafalo.
Oh, damn. Okay.
They had a bottle of tequila. Not tequila, excuse me. Tito's.
Tito's.
Thinking for myself right there. Yeah, they had a bottle of Tito's while broadcasting and watching some day baseball. And there's just so many highlights of Broaddus just being all over the place and the vodka having its way with him.
You're not lying, man.
Yeah, so many cuss.
You're not lying.
Here's just one.
All right, 877-881-1053.
What's the top 10 today?
It is happy birthday to Luka Doncic, 25 years old.
What are you doing?
I have in
You
front
would
of
make
me
another cocktail?
I have in front of me. No, you've been overpouring the entire duration of this
I had a
program.
muscle spasm. I couldn't stop. I'm sorry.
I can't have any more Tito's today.
Yes, you can.
We in front of me right now. Okay, I have the top 10. I have the top 10.
Yes.
Third double play of the day for the Rangers is in the books.
Yes.
As they get out of the 8th inning with a lead 6-4.
I think that's over.
Oh, that's
we
the game.
win.
Nice job.
Go home, Dodgers.
Rangers win.
Yes, you're damn right we win.
World Series preview.
I see the umpires walking off the field. I know that's a win.
Dodgers.
Well, you were all over the place, boy.
Gosh, Lucius, why?
Tito had you in a headlock.
Tito was slamming.
Come with me, man.
He was just curb slamming me.
Tito's like, you're killing it right now.
Yeah, you're doing great radio.
You're doing
Keep
great, bro.
Keep it up.
Give them more. They're thirsty. Let's see what else we got. Oh, yesterday was a church day. I hope you got your blessings.
No, I did.
Shout out to my pastor, Pastor Freddie Haynes, and Reverend Ike. Yeah, two different pastors. Pastor Freddie Haynes is for your mind. Reverend Ike is for your money. I see you, Reverend Ike. You shining up there with Jesus. Shining. I know he is. Here's one real quick. How about our worship leader? Oh, listen.
Let's do this part together, right? All the earth will shout your praise. Here we go.
Whoops. What?
Oops.
Oops.
Let's do this part together, right? All the earth will shout your praise. Here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Suspense is killing me, bro. How about this one? Chief Saholic. You guys familiar with Chief Saholic?
Yeah, the bank robber.
The bank robber guy.
Super fan.
Super fan known in Chief's Kingdom. People know this guy.
Is he the wolf? Is that the wolf guy?
Yes.
He's got the wolf.
Yeah, he robbed a bunch of banks across America just so that he could
He'd go to
pay
the
for
games.
season tickets and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, didn't he rob casinos just to gamble online?
I think he might have done some of that as well.
God,
Lucius, yes.
dog, what? He's a genius.
Really is.
Listen to this man's lawyer at the press conference.
From the beginning of this case, folks, the government has been blitzing, and Xavier's pocket was collapsing.
Bro.
But today, Xavier stepped into the pressure. He stood up in court, humble and repentant, and admitted what he had done. Now, if I know anything about Xavier, and if the Chiefs Kingdom knows anything about Chiefsaholic, we know that he doesn't give up.
And take no for an answer.
We know that if he stumbled and he fell, he didn't let his knee touch the ground.
Bro, come on, man. Lori's fired. Get out of here.
What are we doing?
He's fired, bro. You
What
are
are we
fired.
doing?
Yeah, you are out of here as a lawyer, bro.
Man. Big time out of
Fighting for
here.
my life here.
Yeah.
I don't know how to hog tie nobody. What are they talking about?
The only approach I could see making sense is like you're trying to appeal to the fan base to like make sure everybody remembers him as a Chiefs fan.
Yeah.
So maybe in some sort of appeal or public opinion, if it could matter in the future, if you get some of these people on the jury, they could see things your way.
No, hopefully the judge is a referee or something like that.
Yeah.
I get it,
Chiefs
kid. I
fan.
get it.
No, I think you should get at least 20 years in jail minimum if you're putting a gun in people's face and robbing them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Yeah. Last church little clip right here. Here's a church choir. They were warming up for practice. And I'm talking about they warmed up. They hit a song that I'm pretty sure you're familiar with, but they got real church with it. Whew. Watch this. That'll move. Yeah, if that'll move, you don't have a soul.
No,
I was moved.
Yeah.
Fortunately, I still do have a soul. Life hasn't grinded it out of me yet.
Yeah, not yet.
Yeah, give it a couple more weeks. Is it Mississippi Valley State on a one-game winning streak, the two-time G-Bag of the Day champions? Brian Broaddus and Eric Giafalo were drinking vodka. Worship leader, all the earth will shart, or the Chiefs-aholic lawyer, or the moving on up to the east side number, Jefferson's. I'm gonna go with you, gentlemen. Chief, how about you?
I'll go with the lawyer.
Okay. Illusions?
Swack.
We're trying to win, Brian.
Swack.
By a score of 2-1, and still your G-Bag of the Day champions. It's your guys out there in the Mississippi Valley State. Okay, the Cottonmouth King himself, Brian Broaddus, is the king of the Crusties, and he has Krusty's Corner coming up next. Where are you taking us?
I do, General, and I'm going to talk to you about some college centers that you need to know about in this draft. We'll do that next.
Okay, I want to chat with you about
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
All righty, thank you, Lucius. We're live in Surprise. Our coverage is brought to you by Sonic. Good. NFL News today is coming up at 3 o'clock. Here's Brian Broaddus, Crosses Corner.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Thank all the people yesterday that were hanging out with us while that was going on. The craziness that we had.
It was terrific, and I want to let everybody know Chris Young is going to join us here at the top of the 6th inning.
Okay.
So we're probably an hour, maybe an hour and 10 minutes away. It could be less, of course, if they start working and playing fast. But right now, on the Blue Chew hot seat, BlueChew.com, use promo code RJ to get your first month free with only $5 shipping. It's the KMC Masterpiece joining us in Krusty's Corner, Brian.
Yeah, it's nice to have the boys along here. We got baseball going on right now. Rangers and Brewers are tied 1. We got the Combine going on. People have been texting me about guys running at the Combine, the workouts and stuff like that. So a lot of things happening in the sports world that we kind of need to keep our attention on. All week long since I've been in Surprise, I've been working on whether it's linebackers, defensive linemen, running backs. Well, today I'm going to focus in on some centers. I feel like that to me, and Corey and Kevin, chime in if you want.
For sure.
Do you feel like, though, that the number one position that the Cowboys need to have at some point, whether it's a draft, free agency, whatever, is a center?
Center definitely. I didn't think you got the best out of that position the last couple of years, even though it was making some progress, but I just don't think it's quite what you need it to be to control the middle of the offensive line the way you'd like to, especially in the run game, and to keep Dak from seeing that pressure up in his face immediately.
Right.
So I absolutely am down to try and replace that. We kind of took for granted what Travis Frederick did
he
for
was
us for so
really
long.
great. How about you there, Kevin?
I was curious, are we all positive about what they're going to do at left tackle?
See, that's the thing that I wonder as well. To me, if I'm going to draft left tackle, if I'm not signing Tyron Smith.
Yes.
I'm not going to use a first round pick on an offensive lineman and have him sit.
Yeah.
I'm just not. And the one thing that I know is that with this group, when they draft offensive linemen in the first round, they're usually plug and play guys.
Yes.
So if you tell me the intention is not to have a left tackle with Tyron Smith, I'm sure looking at that position. I still think center, though.
Okay.
I think that position held them hostage a little bit last year. I think there were some things in the running game. Lack of a point of attack blocking tight end and a center that was ability to secure down linemen and to also play in the second level. So,
but we're all in agreement that we're good with moving on from Biotish.
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. Now, it's going to be close here when we start to talk about these college centers, and I think there's several good ones that we need to address here. We always Dawson likes to throw the name out there, Jackson Powers Johnson from Oregon at 6'3", 320 pounds. This is the best center in the draft. And he's got, for that size, he really does have rare athletic traits. He's got the right attitude to play offensive line. I see a mean, a nasty player to his game. He's a problem to deal with defenders in space. He's a road grader. He started his career as a guard, and then he moved to center. But he's a lateral player, and that's some of the things with Biotish. You didn't see that ability to secure the 3 technique or to secure the 1 technique. You got to be able to play laterally. And I think the thing when you talk about Powers Johnson, that's what he really does a nice job of. He gets the second level. He could get 2 blocks on 1 play. He's that type of a player.
I was a little late to this party, Brian, but I'm such a big fan. The other day I was talking about starting Powers Johnson to the Cowboys campaign, and I was informed shortly afterwards on X there already is one.
Oh, yeah.
Cowboys fans love the guy.
Yeah,
As the Rangers push across another run here, RBI double from Kisner.
Yeah, nice job of putting the ball in play there.
2-1.
Yeah, there we go. But I think Cowboy fans, they know what the issues are with their team when they watch their team, and they know what the issues are with their inability to run the football. and they saw that. And guys like Powers Johnson, I think, it is going to be close. You're going to have to tightrope with the Dolphins ahead of you, with the Eagles ahead of you. Those are two teams that could definitely use center help. So the Cowboys might have to kind of keep an eye out on what goes on in front of them there. The next player I'd like to talk about is Graham Barton, and he's the starting left tackle for the Duke Blue Devils, but he's likely to be projected inside the guard. Maybe, like I say, he should be a center. This is one of the meanest players that I've studied this draft season. He is relentless in the way he attacks the defender. He's one of those guys that's always playing beyond the whistle. And so that's what you like about him there. He's an outstanding run blocker. He could drive defenders off the ball with some super impressive leverage and power that he plays with. Once he gets his hands inside, he'll sink his rear, he'll run his feet, and he'll climb that defender. And those guys have a difficult time getting away from him. He's like that Velcro to the defender. There's several snaps where I was watching where he just completely drove his man into the ground. And it's not like finding a leg and then burying the guy. He just drove the guy into the ground. Now you're saying, well, Broadus, all these things you like about this guy and this power and everything else, why do you not have him higher? I mean, why is he not better than Powers Johnson? I haven't seen him play center. I've only seen this guy play tackle. So the projection for him, as he's played guard, can he play center? That's the projection. I think Powers Johnson, I know what I have in him.
Yeah.
Graham Barton is a tough SOB, and he would be great on this football team. But I haven't seen him play the center. I know he's a projection there, so we'll see where the Cowboys have him.
I'm not into projections at this point. Sorry, Hagee.
Yeah. No, you're good. Y'all show. I just wanted to ask, particularly at offensive and defensive line, how much do you like having that player with a mean streak to him?
Oh, no, you absolutely. That's the one thing. I mean, give me the player that's got some nastiness to his game, the way he likes to finish. To me, I've seen too many of these young linemen that one-shot blockers into them, and then they kind of lose that, and then their guys off to making a play. So give me the guy that's out there willing to finish.
Yeah, I absolutely love dudes with that kind of a mean streak. And I go back to Travis Frederick.
Yeah.
One of the things that people, he's such a nice guy. But then when he got on the football field, he had this streak in him that was just very different, and that helps you finish. Those guys don't want to go up against a guy like that.
Okay, the third guy I want to talk about is Zach Frazier from West Virginia. He's 6'3", he's 310 pounds. By the way, guys, heights and weights are probably going to be, we're going to get fresh ones come from the combine when these guys get measured, and we can kind of incorporate them into what we're doing. Now, Zach Frazier, to me at West Virginia, this is a potential trade back situation. If the Cowboys feel like that, we could pick up an extra third or fourth round pick and maybe go back a few spots, I think Zach Frazier might be a guy that you want to do this with because those first two guys, Barton, Powers Johnson, probably go a little bit higher. But if you're sitting there and both those guys are gone and you look at Zach Frazier, I think you could kind of move back in this draft and grab him as well. He's a really coordinated athlete that can win at the point of attack in the running game and the passing game. He does a great job of playing on his feet. I don't see him getting knocked off balance. I don't see him on the ground. He's in good football position right off the snap. The thing that he does is he's able to get those hands quick inside, and he can control. There's some finish to his game. You see him kind of toss his guy aside, and then all of a sudden he's just kind of like, looking for another block, or maybe the guy's kind of wrestling with him a little bit, and he kind of knocks him a little bit off balance, and he's quickly back into balance. And I really do like this guy because when you talk about down blocks, and this guy is able to get that head across, that's the thing, the ability to get his head across the defender, not allow them to go upfield. He can get his head across and then turn his body to seal those guys off. So if you're looking for centers, in this draft, especially in the first round, I think the Cowboys are in pretty good position to grab one of the three guys that I mentioned today there, Dawson and guys.
I love it, Brian. And you think all three of those guys step in and are
plug
a
and
huge
play,
improvement year one?
All three plug and play guys.
That's what I'm talking about, baby.
Yeah.
I love it. Okay, we are live at spring training. Rangers and Brewers now the top of the fourth inning. We are going to get Chris Young on the show at the top of the sixth. So stick around. We'll be talking with the Rangers GM here before too long as the Nosebleed Boys are in here with us. Kevin and Corey from the KMC Masterpiece. The KMC Masterpiece Boys, 10 to noon. Of course, you only have one Nosebleed Boy all week long. Send some love to Wolchuk. He's back there at home with his wonderful family.
How's Eric been doing this week?
Great.
Having his running buddy.
Yes, we've been very impressed. Actually, we were talking about that last night, that even without Wolchuk, he's been down in there mixing it up with these guys and having a great time. So we have the Josh Spores interview coming up at 5:20. Coming up next, it's time for the NFL news of the day, and Eric Chiafalo will get you all your pro football headlines coming up next on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat with you about my friend.
both studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 2, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We're watching the Rangers winning once again. 2-1 here in the fourth inning. Time now for some NFL news of the day. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very, very much. You have Owen White now in for the Rangers pitching after Evaldi pitched the first couple of innings there. So that is something to monitor here. We need Owen White start making some plays for us, please. At least be an asset that we could trade at some point. If not, be a monster in this very organization one way or another. Hopefully Owen White gets cranking here. Now, and some NFL news of the day. We, yesterday we got the NFLPA, the report cards from each team, and we discussed the Cowboys. But yesterday was a whirlwind. I mean, my gosh, with Bruss just absolutely in his bag and in the bag, and the the game, the watch party yesterday, because we had a great lineup of Rangers in the mix of the game. We didn't get to a lot of the funny stuff that was revealed in this year's report card here. So the NFL has a survey that they give every player in the league, and anybody who wants to take the survey and grade different aspects of the team that they're on and the organization that they're in, they can go ahead and do that anonymously, and they can be very, very honest about it. And one of the big things is, huge congratulations to the Jacksonville Jaguars, because, they've actually removed the rats from its laundry hampers. And that's something that's something that made an appearance last year. And the Jaguars, they got a hold of that rat problem, man. So kudos to them. They dedicated themselves to.
It's going to help in free agency, I feel like.
Yeah, 100%. You got to think that helps to some extent. But kudos to them getting that done. They actually had the biggest glow up. They finished 5th. On their in the league for their overall report card. Last year they came in 28th. So the Jaguars got this that thing cleaned up.
Stuff done there, yeah.
Yeah, Jacksonville opened up a new training facility last season.
Oh, there you go.
So well received.
No more in the stadium.
Yeah, but the fact that it's all rodent free, I think, is huge. Mm-hmm. Now the Bucks, on the other hand, they come in 24th. My goodness. Unclean and smelly, the players described the locker room, and said they regularly saw bugs in the showers. That's what's coming out of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, which is really inexcusable. I don't understand how that's between rats and bugs. That's something that as soon as you get any type of inkling that's going on in your $1 million facilities, you're going to go ahead and nip that thing in the bud real quick. Showering with bugs.
Yes, I don't think that's something you can overlook for any amount of time at all. You jump on that within the first 24 hours, and you are working your way towards a solution. And it's an embarrassment, for everybody involved. So you want to clean that up as quickly as possible, Chief.
Bucks are also not big on the perks for travel or families. Younger players on the team must have roommates on away trips. Unless they're willing to pay about $2,000 for their own room each season. And Tampa does offer daycare on game days, but they charge $90 a kid.
Okay, that's not bad. I wouldn't mind a daycare option in the job.
Yeah,
Drop the kiddos off.
It would be. I mean, it would be pretty cool. I wonder how many jobs actually offer something like that, where I can bring my kid, know that my kid's going to be okay. Yeah. And I can still go to work, and I don't have to commute, drop off, all that kind of deal. But the Bucks and the Bucks were lowly graded. The worst, of course.
That's the problem when you own other sports franchise too. I think that you they're owners of Manchester United.
Yeah.
And you wonder how much money is funneled from the NFL side of things into their EPL team. And I know Manchester United is one of the most popular franchises in the world, but they have huge losses. And you wonder how much of because the NFL is a cash cow, as we all know.
Yeah.
Billions of dollars in business, and so is EPL. But man, to the point where they pay their players, you wonder how much money is taken away by the Glazer family and put in their operation or their soccer program. that takes away from what the Bucks go through.
Yeah, that's interesting. If
I mean, it's
they're
just
playing
a thought.
Yeah,
It's just a thought. There's some of these teams that, like, I mean, the Commanders are the Commanders were the team last year. I think they got all Fs.
Yeah.
Everything they did was F, and now you're in a situation where, where that's they're trying to kind of do things.
I like
around.
that this article is putting pressure on the different teams to step their game up, though, and hopefully this ends up being better. Is this article saying that most teams would give you like free childcare?
Yeah, a lot of teams would do the free childcare. I believe for the teams that do it at least. But the Commanders, as you mentioned, Broadus, they were dead last year, and they followed up with it back to back. They're if they go for 3, I think we can call it a dynasty.
Well, see, and here's what's funny. We were talking about Man U, and Reggie, I believe, is a Man U fan. Reggie Atatula. And he's telling me that they sure don't funnel money into Man U because he's thinking that that they're probably
they've gone cheapskate on.
They've gone their cheapskate because he says they cash out there.
Yeah.
So I just wonder. It was something that kind of crossed my mind. But Reggie knows Man U pretty well, so I will take his word on that one for sure.
Yeah, Dan Snyder left just a full-on dumpster fire in his wake there, exiting the Commanders as their owner, and it's just Fs all over the place. F minuses. Wow. I mean, the F minus is an interesting one. I thought it just you get to F and that's it. I didn't think there was a seller below F to make it just add more insult to injury. Not only did you fail, you failed in epic proportions here. You didn't stand a chance. And that's basically what the Commanders got for their treatment of families and for their training room and their locker room and the way the team travels them and everything. So that was definitely not good. Let's see here. The Broncos have a bit of a car theft problem potentially. Players feel like they lack an individualized workout program from their strength coach. And in Denver, there were multiple cars stolen from the parking lot of the mandated team hotel during training camp.
Oh, that's bad.
That is not a good look, dude.
You want to get security in there. The Cowboys can help them out on that, actually. They were slipping for a while in Oxnard. You could get in and out of that thing pretty easily by just like asking repetitively, please let me in here. Now they got that thing locked down, dude. I've been chased out of there twice in recent seasons.
Wow. Yeah, see, they're going to need to step their game up there in Denver a little bit. Having players get cars stolen.
Yeah, that's bad.
I mean, if it happens to like a Brian Broaddus in a parking garage, it's one thing. But when it starts to happen to like important NFL players, we got a problem on our hands.
What was that all about?
I don't know. I just remember that you got your car stolen.
How about you and I standing there like, where'd it go?
We're looking like
where'd it go? And then they tell me like, yeah, I saw some people, and I'm like, well, wait a minute, what are you doing letting them do it?
No way! I can't believe you guys let that happen.
Oh, jeez,
Poor
my truck.
Broaddus.
She
said, "Oh, that was your truck."
Exactly. It's exactly what she said, Lucius. Oh, and I'm like, no, you're supposed to like watch.
It's pretty incredible, man.
Gosh,
really, really unfortunate.
Yeah.
Maybe she, I don't know if I've seen her in a while. Maybe she pivoted. Maybe she's running security over there in Denver now. Let's see here. The Chargers get an F for quite a bit of things. They provide a family room at the stadium, which is cool. They provide a daycare as well, but it's not on site, and the players also have to pay for that. So not very convenient there, I think. But my gosh, the Chargers cafeteria is the one that's really laughable. The way the Chargers feed their players, apparently, it's second to last. It's an F, and it's 32nd overall in food taste, 32nd overall in food freshness, and only 55% of players feel like they have enough seating in the cafeteria. So apparently, I mean, the Chargers, they just moved to Los Angeles a few years ago. You think they would have top-of-the-line facilities?
I don't think they built one yet. Really? I don't think they built it. I don't
like
think
a practice facility.
I don't think they have one. No, I think that's something they're kind of working on or thinking about doing.
That's
I don't think
embarrassing.
they built that. No.
That's extremely embarrassing. Now elsewhere, I saw. Did you guys see the 40-yard dash from Brady at 46 years old?
Yes.
Tom
Very
Brady.
impressive.
He ran faster than when he was a kid.
Yeah.
Yes, his 40-yard dash at 46 years old. Tom Brady's is faster by a smidge, but faster by like a full tenth of a second. He's faster at 46 years old than he was at 22 years old when he ran the combine.
Putting us all to shame, and that's with an ACL mid-career. That's just crazy.
Yeah, I mean, he's just I think he's running with a little bit more anger and vengeance these days, too. You know, with all the reports that have come out about Mr. Jiu-Jitsu guy sliding in. I feel like he's got even more of a chip on his shoulder.
Jiu-Jitsu
than
He's got something to prove.
Yeah.
He's running angry.
Yeah, I think he is. I think he is running angry. I imagine he was growling the entire time that he was running that 40. Speaking of the Patriots and quarterbacks and things, Patriots plan, their plan reportedly is to draft a quarterback at number 3. And then sign a veteran, potentially sit the rookie if need be. So they might try and slow cook one of these first-round dudes. They sit there at number 3. They're an interesting sort of pivot point. Teams don't know if the Patriots want to draft a quarterback. Do they want to trade down? I think it's a no-brainer. You're sitting there at 3. You got to draft a quarterback.
I got Elliott Wolf running that draft now in New England. Ron Wolf's son. Yep. So that'll be different.
Interesting.
It'll be different there.
Well, we'll see if they end up drafting the quarterback. I know Dan Orlovsky thinks it's your guy Jaden Daniels, the Heisman winner, that should be the first quarterback off the board. He thinks he's QB1, even though he's got a little Johnny Knoxville to his game. You know, he just runs like a jackass, and he just takes cartoonish.
He does, and
explosive hits.
He does. He takes some really explosive hits. But you look at him the last 2 years, he's accurate, he's mobile, he's tough. There's a lot of things to like. He reads defense as well. He goes with the ball to the right. Now, he plays with pro receivers. You know, if you look at where where the program that he's been in, LSU's done a great job with their wide receivers. So, you know, wherever he goes, his receivers might actually be worse than what he played with in college.
Yeah,
that's a fact.
Yeah, that's a little bit. That's one of those tough deals, man. When you're grading these guys, you have some Josh Allens playing with a bunch of nobodies at Wyoming, and you're like, oh my gosh,
ranchers and pharmacists and stuff like that.
Yeah, and then you get the LSU quarterback who's got just dominant receivers and probably a decent offensive line. I would imagine.
Neighbors, yeah.
Saw an interesting article from Mike Silver, your buddy.
My buddy.
Covers the NFL, has for a long time, especially with those San Francisco 49ers. And he writes for the San Francisco Chronicle. And he's probably, I would have to imagine, he's the single best source for what's going on with the Niners. He's known John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan in this organization for forever.
Yeah.
And he's talking about how tough decisions are going to be coming and possibly involving veterans who played a big role in the franchise's recent run of success. And he name drops guys like Trent Williams, George Kittle, Juszczyk, Deebo Samuel, Eric Armstead. I mean, he's naming a bunch of dudes, even Christian McCaffrey, that he's like, according to organization sources, many tough conversations are already being contemplated about, you know, what guys they might need to be moving on from here. So San Francisco, he's kind of putting out there that there's a legit opportunity that they don't necessarily blow it up. I think it would be moving on from guys to acquire new ones. It's not like they're in super cap hell at the moment. They still have the cheap quarterback in Brock Purdy. But I think there's a chance that we see some, you know, the San Francisco 49ers as we know them, they might have quite a new look coming into the season.
They're in a situation where they're not afraid to move on from players. So whatever tough decision that they have to make, to them it's probably not going to be tough because they're willing to move on from a quarterback that they drafted super high. You know, they're not afraid. You know, they'll trade guys, get guys. That's a good front office to kind of evaluate because they'll do what they have to do to build their team the right way.
And Brian, I feel like that's been the case for a long time in the NFL. Like usually the best teams have that mindset about moving on.
Yeah, you can't fall in love with your players. You know, you can't. And Dawson, you say it all the time, and I believe you're absolutely right. Again, another thing that me and Hellman were talking about this morning. You got to be willing to move on from guys. You know, you got to be if you can't afford them and you're in cap hell and all these things, you know, and you need to get draft picks. You can't fall in love with your players.
Yeah.
You got to move on.
I mean, you can trade them, get draft picks, clear cap space all in one move and kind of like acknowledge maybe this isn't our year. But the Cowboys never do that from a team building perspective.
Nope.
Yeah, and I don't know that the Niners are going to do that this year. Silver alluded to they feel like they can at least go hard in the paint one more year and really try and win the Super Bowl. So I think they will still be trying to acquire some great talent. They'll be aggressive potentially in the draft, moving up and trying to get a premium player maybe in the first round. But you could maybe see them move on from some of their big name players, and that would be interesting. That'd be interesting to see how this. Brock Purdy, we know that
Yeah.
he's benefited from just having immense talent around him, but maybe they see the decline on some of these players that we haven't been able to necessarily see yet, but they're going to move on a touch early from. But a new look
That's
Niners
the
team
big
would be
one. I
interesting.
think it would be interesting in a year if they're ready to move on from him, or are they going to saddle up?
Yeah, are they actually going to pay Purdy is going to be a huge question. And then, big man, how about the Texas defensive tackle at the Combine? Old Tavondre Sweat.
What'd he go?
366 pounds.
Did he run already?
I don't think he's ran yet. I think he's just weighed in.
Okay.
Second heaviest defensive lineman in the last 25 years of the NFL Combine.
You want to try again at 24?
Is that a guy?
Where
are you at with this kid?
He is rare.
Really?
Like he's the real deal?
Yeah.
You think he's going top of the first round?
I don't know if he'll go the top of the first round. When people talk to him, when you watch his tape, he'll probably test really, really, really well. I mean, he just makes so many plays, and it's like he's a 318-pound guy moving around out there. So, yeah, I know he's not getting to Dallas at 56. I know that.
Okay.
So it's either going to be the bottom of the first or the top of the second is where that thing is going to go.
Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank
you,
you.
Chief.
Yes, sir.
NFL News of the Day every afternoon, 3 o'clock. You'll also have football's finest for you coming up at 5 o'clock. Chris Young is going to join us at the start of the 6th inning. We are currently in the top of the 5th, with the Brewers now leading the Rangers 3-2. They pushed across a couple there in the 4th. So we'll hope for a Rangers rally as Chris Young joins us here, maybe 45 minutes or so on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. 5 interesting storylines for the Cowboys in 2024. That's coming up next right here, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat with you about my friends at Twin Peaks, though, because it's your ultimate sports lodge with a menu to match. And right now, you can pair any of their made-from-scratch menu items with a frosty 29-degree draft beer served by a beautiful Twin Peaks girl. You're in for a legendary sports-watching experience whenever you get into Twin Peaks. Now, some big doings coming up at Twin Peaks. The Twin Peaks girls are gearing up for Miss Twin Peaks 2024. It's hitting this summer, live from Arlington, Texas. Get to Twin Peaks, Fossil Creek, or Plano. I'm sorry, that was yesterday. Now you want to get to the other Twin Peaks locations, because the Twin Peaks girls are gearing up for Miss Twin Peaks 2024, hitting the summer live in Arlington. Get to Twin Peaks Grand Prairie today from 5 to 9 for an in-store photo shoot of the contestants. You do not want to miss this. This is tonight from 5 to 9 at Twin Peaks Grand Prairie, as they get that annual tradition unlike any other underway. Now, speaking of that, the March Madness Bracket Challenge is right around the corner. This is, something you want to get on top of at TwinPeaksBracketChallenge.com through the 21st. Happy hour every day, 2 to 7. $1 off all wine, liquor, cheap shots, and I'll see you there soon. It's my favorite spot. I know it is yours too. Twin Peaks, eat, drink, scenic views.
Quality sports takes with laughs along the way.
Sounds like a show to me.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Did you hear? Petco has great low prices on all the brands your pet loves, like Fancy Feast, Blue Buffalo, Hill's Science Diet, and more. Stop by for food and everything you need for your pet, and see what your trusted neighborhood spot and their knowledgeable employees have to offer. From low-cost vaccinations to full vet services, to grooming, training, and supplies for dogs, cats, fish, birds, and small pets too. Visit Petco today.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want? Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. JD Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. Save 40% on the Sleep Number Special Edition smart bed and Sunday. For JD Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Hi, this is Dan Patrick for AutoFlex Leasing. And did you know that leasing your new car is cheaper than buying it? Did you know that you could save 30 to 50% by leasing as opposed to financing? And finally, did you realize that 95% of all cars on the road have a monthly payment? Now think for a minute. Wouldn't it be nice to save $100 or $200 or maybe even $400 per month? Well, you can by making one phone call to AutoFlex Leasing. You can lease any make or model and do it over the phone.
234-1234 is the number to call, and either the 817 or 972 area code to get in touch with the AutoFlex leasing office near you. My friends at AutoFlex call it the Flex Lease. You'll call it the best deal anywhere. AutoFlex Leasing is the largest independent auto leasing company in the country. Their sheer volume allows them to purchase for much less than you can, and they pass the savings on to you. Call AutoFlex Leasing today at 817 or 972 234-1234. Tell them Dan Patrick sent you. You'll be glad you did.
I was taking shot after shot, got in the car, and just started driving. Saw those red and blue lights, and I knew I was going to jail. I've had to spend a couple grand for a lawyer. I wasn't able to find a decent job for 4 years. From one DWI, I could have got on the road and killed somebody. You can always think of a better option. Just don't drink and drive. It's not worth it.
Drinking and driving isn't worth the cost. Get a sober ride. Sponsored by TxDOT.
Find organics for less at Whole Foods Market. Get organic asparagus for $3.99 per pound with Prime through March 5th. Tossed in lemon and butter, they make the ultimate side dish. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles let you create your own delicious combo. Choose from a sausage biscuit, egg and cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, and a medium hot coffee. But it's obvious which combo's the best. Sausage biscuit and small seasoned potatoes. Well, maybe it's the fresh cracked egg and cheese biscuit with a medium hot coffee. Or 2 savory sausage biscuits. Whichever you pick, you can't go wrong. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Brakes? We can save you 15% on that. We have OE quality Duralast brake pads and rotors in stock, ready for pickup or delivery. We also have calipers, brake fluid, tools, and anything else you'll need to do the job right. When you get Duralast pads and rotors together, you'll save 15%. It's just part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
Hey Tolos, RJ Choppy here for the best Ford dealership on the east side of the Metroplex. In Terrell, it's Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist, GM Adam Vinci. They're both Tolos, taking care of the Tolos each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford truck or SUV. Adam's got everything from Super Duties on the ground to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, the all-new Ford Lightning. All you need to do is get over to Terrell to see him right between I-20 and Highway 80. You can start the process online at PlatinumFord.com and drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the United Boat Dealers of North Texas.
Dreaming of life on the water? Dive into the boating life at the Dallas Boat Show, March 7th through the 10th. With flexible and long-term financing options available on site, owning a boat is more affordable than you think. Visit the DallasBoatExpo.com for tickets. Your dream boat is waiting.
We have the 5 most interesting storylines for the Cowboys offseason. I got a question for you. Do you think the Joneses might actually be considering making a long-term move? You saw the story today, Michael Gelkin in the morning news, that we have all your major pieces, the head coach, the coordinators, and the quarterback going into this season basically in a lame duck contract situation. At 877-881-1053, go ahead, text in. Leave your name and city you're texting from. We'll make you famous right here in the G-Bag Nation. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to truckwreck.com. And as I jump online to bloggingtheboys.com, gentlemen, I do see there are 5 interesting storylines for the Cowboys season, and we start with Dak Prescott's contract. They say it's one of the most polarizing topics in the NFL. You can see that clearly, whether it's a local or national discussion. There's a lot of battling going on in these conversations about, Dak, and do you reward what he does in the regular season, or do you move on based on what happened in the postseason? And that's a debate we can have, guys. But what I want to know from you is based on what we saw here at the Combine this week with Stephen Jones saying it's business as usual, why should we believe it's going to be anything different with Dak Prescott? It was business as usual with Tony Romo's contract until he started to get so hurt in his mid-30s that they had to draft somebody in the fourth round. They weren't really even trying to move on. They were trying to give themselves like a contingency plan or maybe a long-term 2 or 3 year plan. But then Tony got hurt again, and Dak was amazing, so they did move on. But they weren't trying to move on from Tony until it just came and found him. You agree with that, Brian?
Yeah, I absolutely do. Every once in a while you take those fourth round picks and you go for the golden ticket. You know, and they actually, Wade Wilson did a tremendous job of selling the staff on the fact that what he believed in with Dak Prescott, and it worked out for him very, very well.
I just don't think they want to move on from a Tier 2 quarterback. They're happy with it. They don't need Tier 1 to stay satisfied with the Cowboys.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to find a way if they don't want to do anything in free agency. Maybe if they don't want to go and out and get the linebacker we talked about, or a defensive tackle or something like that. Maybe they're just comfortable with saying, you know what, we'll extend Dak, we'll kick the can down the road a little further, and then go from there. And maybe they're not interested in, I was kind of thinking that they were going to find a way to give themselves some space and then be able to go out and get some free agents. But the more that we hear what's going on from the Combine, the more I don't believe that's going to happen at all.
I think the longer I cover this team, Chief, the more I just believe that if you're trying to decide which way they're going to go on something, believing that the status quo is what they ultimately decide on is going to make you right over 95% of the time.
Yeah, I think that's a fair way to approach it, and you're. The reason why this one's a little bit different is, Jimmy Johnson talking about how after the season he talked to Jerry after that Green Bay game, and because Jerry wanted to ask him about his coach and his quarterback. Maybe there's some the door is open on, okay, maybe we're not fully committing to this guy. I want to hear from smart people like a Jimmy Johnson. I think that's something. And then when you get guys like Gelkin reporting these type of things, I think that this is well sourced, and this is when you see the coaching staff, everybody being on that 1 year deal from McCarthy on down, even the newcomers, Zimmer, everybody's on a 1 year deal. Why not also do the quarterback? I think that Green Bay loss was so disgusting that even the Joneses who want to remain status quo, you have to understand that maybe that's not the right move here.
Duran with the right move, an RBI double, possibly triple down the right field line. He is going to pull up at second base, but the Rangers have drawn even here with the Brew Crew in the, fourth or fifth inning, something like that.
Yeah, nice job by Jankowski drawing a 4-pitch walk and then getting over to second base and then getting himself in scoring position. And Durant continues to hit the ball well from what we've seen the last couple of days.
Yeah, he's dominating, and now Kisner's back up there at the plate with the game tied at 3 here in the fifth inning. Dak's contract, the truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053.
I don't know. There's a side of me to think that they'll let this thing ride, and then there's a side of me now that's like, you know what, they're going to try and extend and maybe get some money. I don't know. I'm kind of – I pride myself on having a little bit of an understanding of what they might do. In this case, I'll tell you what comes into my mind is Jerry Jones at times questioning if Dak Prescott was the right guy. I remember days like that when I used to work for DallasCowboys.com, and then so you wonder if those thoughts have once again creeped back into the front office's mind.
How could they not? How could those thoughts not be creeping into your mind? How can you feel 100% confident that this is our guy? Like, what can make you feel that unless you are just Mr. Positivity? You're so glass half full that you can't even be fully aware of what you're looking at.
Maybe they're very nervous about having to evaluate a quarterback.
And that's understandable.
They did have a second round grade on Trey Lance, and maybe that's their way of saying, wait a minute, now we have a chance to get a guy that we really, really liked. That maybe if we do something at quarterback, we could play this guy. I I don't know why you would offer a 4th-round pick for Trey Lance unless you felt like that you really might be doing something with your starting quarterback.
It is interesting, the presence of Trey Lance. Jerry kind of did that clandestinely.
On his own.
Yeah, he went out there and made that. So who knows what could be in the back of Jerry Jones' mind on this. I just, the farther we get along here into this decade, it just seems like Stephen Jones' influence over what the team is going to do is significantly louder than Jerry Jones.
Much louder.
And, Jerry still has the ability to do something like that and maybe add a quarterback in a smaller trade. But I think for something bigger, you're going to have to get Stephen Jones signing off, and he loves stability. He's status quo guy. Yeah. Jerry Jones likes volatility, and that's what, along with Jimmy Johnson's decisions, allowed them to reach the highest points this franchise has ever seen in the 90s. And I'm still waiting for that kind of a mindset to get interjected back in there. As long as it's this Stephen Jones status quo mindset, I don't think you can win in this NFL like that. I mean, you have to be very aggressively looking for the best roster and the best coaching. And they're settlers, and they cave to demands. A lot of the text traffic here, Chief, I don't know if you saw anything interesting, but a lot of people just saying move on from them. They're just and I think more than 50% of the fans would vote in that direction now, but I don't know if it's realistic at this point. McCarthy's last stand is number 2. Is that the way you guys see this upcoming season? What if he does it again with 12 wins and he's out in the wild card or divisional round?
I think he's done then. But my thought is 12 wins, get into playoffs. I think Mike Zimmer then steps in and saves his job. I think Mike Zimmer finds a way to get you maybe a playoff win or 2 that kind of gets things go in the right direction. I believe that much in off
the wall.
Josh Smith.
He is raking today against this Brew Crew, and the Rangers now have the lead at 4-3 here in the bottom of 5.
Well, I tell you what,
Scores Duran.
Man, he squared that one up and drove it right into the alley, right at the 379 sign. One hop off the wall, and my LSU guy standing on second base. Wearing that number 8 now, right, Chief?
Yeah, he's rocking that Aikman, dude. He's trying to go get all the championships. That's a great guy to model yourself after. This has been great. I mean, it's beautiful. There's like a little bit of a cool air that keeps blowing in, and then you get the gusts of the concession smells. I keep getting just pelted with this funnel cake smell. And I am.
Tell me about it.
I'm gonna have to run down there. I think I'm gonna have to run down there, bro. I know. Broadus is.
I've got to do a food review coming up of a hot dog.
You're ready to hammer home one of those hot dogs.
I'll tell you, the breakfast we had was massive. It was a lumberjack breakfast this morning.
Yeah, Broadus did the buffet breakfast this morning.
I needed it,
and
it's a $high buffet.
The amount of potatoes, it was a potato stack with bacon, and then this is his hangover meal. Obviously, he was dragging.
It was all grease.
He was dragging rear end this morning. I don't think he had a single bite of egg. But no. he dumped like a pound worth of yogurt on top of what looked to be Raisin Bran.
Yeah, that was
I guess.
Yeah. I don't use milk.
And then he doesn't use milk or a spoon. He just picks up that bowl and just puts it right up on his mouth, and he just drinks it like he was drinking yogurt Raisin Bran cereal.
He's just a caveman.
And then he was taking his bagel and wiping the yogurt off of his face with it, and then biting his bagel.
Wow.
he was using the bagel as a napkin, but then it's an edible napkin. Now I've combo plattered my bagel with my yogurt that was hanging off my lip, and awesome. Boom. Like, it was really cool to witness.
Why do I even go to breakfast with you?
Because I was just sitting there. I was letting you do your thing. I wasn't judging you. I'm singing your praises right now.
Well, you paid for the omelet meal. Or actually, I bought your breakfast this morning.
Yeah, you went ahead and bought that.
I paid for your omelet meal.
It was a damn good omelet, too.
You did. And then
I saw you eyeball my omelet.
And then what happened, Dawson, they asked him, they're like, hey, sir, by the way, the buffet is being closed down, but if you'd like to go over, Chief didn't even hesitate. He pushed the dude out of the way. He pushed the guy out of the way like an arm shiver and like, what? What do I have to do? I get free eggs and potatoes. Yes, count me in.
Good potatoes.
I just want to know that, a hotel like that really has the goal to charge for a continental breakfast. I'm not hating. I just want to know, was it better than like the standard free continental?
Yes.
Okay,
it was.
It's worth it if I go back in there. If I go in and
absolutely is. But but like I said, make sure you go with Chief so he can make sure he gets the omelet. That matter of fact, they have like 17 things you could put in that omelet. He put 15 of them in there.
Nice.
You get the bang for your buck with the omelet, dude.
The dude goes, okay, what do you not want? That's what he should have done.
No mushrooms, sir. That'll be it.
I'll take the chorizo, the regular sausage, the bacon,
The turkey
ham,
sausage.
the turkey sausage. Yeah,
Man.
he hit it all.
It's making me hungry.
972 says yogurt as milk is genius, Broadus. And the
Yep.
469 says that's a great idea. I don't know if that's to the yogurt as the milk to the Raisin Bran or if that's the bagel as a napkin situation.
I've done
but-
that with the granola before, and I do like that.
That's how I started it.
Really?
That's how I started it,
and then you branched out.
And then with the raisins and the Raisin Bran and all, and you just mix it up with. And I usually do it with strawberry yogurt, and then just mix it all up, and it tastes really, really well.
All righty, CeeDee Lamb's contract number 3, running back to the future number 4. We need a couple of runners and going all in at the draft. This all in just nauseates me now.
I'm
Every
so
time I
annoyed
see
with it,
Cowboys
yes.
all in, I'm just like, oh, jeez. It's making me sick here. These guys don't know a championship opportunity if it was slapping them in the face. This is the equivalent, Jones boys, of you guys standing out in the field and being like, oh, gee, where's the oil? And there's like this gusher, just it's out there like 50 yards from you, and it's going blub, 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 blub. And you guys are like looking off in the other direction still. Two decades later, you're still looking in the direction. You can't see the blub, blub, blub behind you. And it's really starting to drive me crazy. You know, these guys, they don't want to really win a Super Bowl. You don't care about winning. You know, you're winning it going to the bank, and you're laughing at us. You're hustling. Now there's a play at the plate. He is out, but the Rangers push across another run here, and now they have put themselves back into a tie in this game, I believe. Right? That makes it 5-5.
I think they went ahead. I think they went ahead here.
Okay, it's the end of an inning, and I believe CY is about to join us. We'll get this sorted out on the scoreboard, but some very exciting action. That saved me from another Jerry Jones rant. We're back with the 340 segment. I believe Chris Young's going to jump in with you next right here, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Take your Turn It On, Leave It On fan experience everywhere you go with our Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
Mike Bassick with 105.
sixth inning, and now we're in the bottom of the sixth, and the Rangers and Brewers are tied here at 5 at Surprise Stadium. Here's Eric Chiafalo with your trip around the bases.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Just learned that John Gray is scheduled to make his spring debut for the Rangers on Saturday against the White Sox. He'll actually be starting opposite Dylan Cease. So that'll be quite a nice pitching matchup there for the folks in Arizona. Adrian Sampson will start tomorrow's game against the Giants. So there's a little update for you. But we're in the midst of some action right now. We got Nathan Eovaldi starting this one earlier today. Looked super, super sharp in his 2 innings. Didn't allow a base runner. Struck out 4. 2 swinging, 2 looking. Was hanging 95 to 97 miles per hour on the stadium gun. So, and he got Joey Ortiz swinging with an 89 mile per hour cutter to end the second. So those first 2 innings were really, really good. And then at the end, once it was all said and done, 3 innings for Eovaldi, 1 run on 2 hits, a single, and a double with 5 Ks. So that was the day for Eovaldi, looking pretty sharp for the most part. Owen White stepped in, allowed 2 runs on 4 hits in the 4th. Some hard contact, but got unlucky on an infield hit that took a weirdly high hop, and he was sitting 93, 94 miles per hour, froze Brock Wilkin for strike 3 with his fastball to end it. So that's a little update for you. We have Jose Leclerc on the bump right now. Is he getting pushed around?
He's been awful. Every we're in break. I mean, it seems like every pitch that he has thrown has been just smashed. Give up a home run, a 2-run homer. Every hit has been a hard hit ball. So he's not had a very good day. Just had a visit from the mound from Mike Maddox there and trying to kind of settle things down. But boy, he is not. He doesn't have his A game today for sure.
Did Mad Dog make contact with? Did he put the
hand
on
the
shoulder?
shoulder?
Yeah.
And I thought maybe he was going to go towards the throat with it too. But
you're embarrassing me out here, Jose.
No, I mean Jose is a big part of what the Rangers did in the World Series, and but man, today. He really doesn't have it.
Man, you keep talking about Ezekiel Duran. It seems like every time he's at the plate, he's doing something, making some plays defensively as well. But when you pull it up, game-tying RBI double like 15, 20 minutes ago in this game.
Yeah.
He's hitting .462 this spring with an OPS of almost 1,200. So he's really been crushing. I know our buddy Sean McFarland for the Morning News says future first ballot Cactus League Hall of Famer Ezekiel Duran.
Ooh,
that's they're already throwing the Cactus League Hall of Fame stuff around when you start talking about Ezekiel
Might have
Duran.
a plaque inside the stadium here. You know, when we walk out, they'll have all these plaques of all these people.
Yeah, if he keeps this up, he's getting a plaque.
He's getting a plaque over here somewhere.
Every time I look up, just killing it.
Yeah. There's something about this time of year for him. And the first few months of last year were unbelievable, man. If he can channel what he was through the first half of last year, my goodness, dude. I mean, that's your assuming health elsewhere, because he's such a utility piece, bouncing around with the versatility. But if everybody's healthy, to me, Ezekiel Duran, that's a DH monster right there. And they got options, so that's a great thing. We're still obviously waiting for General Manager Chris Young to join us. See why? Could be any time now. Could be any time. So we look forward to that moment. But
he
in the
won't
meantime,
sneak up on us. He will never sneak up on you, right?
He won't be able to do it. What was that? Clandestinely? Clandestinely.
Yeah,
I nailed it.
Pretty much.
I thought that was really nice.
If you just said that yesterday, I would have went right along with you.
Yeah, clandestinely.
Clandestinely, sure. Why not?
I like the way you clandestinely brought that Tito's in the. This was about the moment where it got real live yesterday.
It was the tipping point.
Can I ask you guys an evaluation? Will the bat boy for the Brewers? Well, okay, we have a pitching change here.
By Jose.
Yeah. Okay. Watch our bat boy run. Maybe pull a muscle. Maybe.
Oh man.
Maybe.
I mean, that's a dude who's trying. That's a dude
that's way more effort than I would be given as a bat boy.
He runs on his toes quite a bit. Yeah. I've
been noticing him the last several innings.
You can see him going as he's running. Shout out to the Brewers ball boy, man, or bat boy.
Yeah.
Okay, Shohei Ohtani announcing that he hard launched his wife. He got clandestinely married. Apparently in this off season, and so
their parents appreciated that.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't know. I would love to know what the festivities looked like, how lavish it was. especially if it was after his big money deal with the Dodgers was already concluded. But that got announced today, so congratulations to Mr. and Mrs. Ohtani. Definitely a lucky lady. Now, how about this, dude? Philadelphia, be better. Another reason to hate the sports town that is filthy. Looks like they're doing away, for the first time in 27 years, doing away, the Phillies are.
With the Fanatic?
No, with Dollar Hot Dog Night.
No.
What the hell?
No.
I don't mean, hey, listen.
They don't have a
do something
sponsor.
like
That's
that.
probably what's going on right there.
We don't want this idea to pick up any steam.
No.
This is unsettling.
It is.
Yeah.
I'm glad you guys feel the same way I do about this. This is extremely disappointing. I mean, 27 years running, and now they're going to bust out some level of twice on the season, it seems like. No. They're doing a BOGO night, so you can buy one dog and get the other dog half off, but the original dog is going to be $5 now.
Yep.
So this is pretty troubling, and here's the reason why. And this is on them. This is a scheduling error. Last year, the rabid nature of Philadelphia fans, on one of their Dollar Hot Dog Nights, things got a little out of hand, and these fans started launching dogs onto the field, and they were throwing dogs around. It was like a food fight situation.
It's like you're constantly hanging out with ninth graders with the Philadelphia people.
Kickoff at second.
It's their first time drinking. It's their first time at a Dollar Dog Night. It's their first time at an NFL game. That's how you guys act. How pathetic.
Yeah, it's really, really embarrassing. It's disrespectful to the sport. But what they did, this is the Phillies' fault. Because the night that this happened last season, Dollar Dog Night, everybody's fired up. They start throwing dogs around. But it was the busiest the stadium had ever been. Somebody described it as feeling like it was at 200% capacity. And it was college Greek night.
Ooh.
You can't couple listen.
They got all those colleges there in Philly.
All
right there by each other. Yeah.
These college kids don't have the ability to, be some level of just respectful citizen. You can't combine as much as you want. Hey, it seems like Dollar Dog Night, college night, probably a good marriage there. College kids love free and or cheap food. But you can't combine Greek college night and Dollar Dog Night and expect things to just go swimmingly.
Especially not in Philadelphia.
No.
It's just ill-conceived.
It's in their DNA to be jerks. So I still ultimately I think it's sort of equal blame to the Phillies fans and to the organization, but mostly on the organization. Like, just understand, have the self-awareness. You put Greek college night the same night as Dollar Dog Night, the night got away from you. Okay, let's try to clean that up a little bit from a scheduling standpoint. Be better. Dollar Hot Dog Night goes away at Globe Life Field, and what are we going to do?
Cry.
We're gonna cry, and then we're probably going to put our foot down. And we're going to make sure that doesn't happen.
Did we determine last year that when we had an interview, right? We did an interview this year, right, with the business manager of the Rangers, and they said they lose money on Dollar Hot Dog Night.
Is that what he said?
I thought he said they'd lost money on Dollar Hot Dog Night.
God, I don't remember.
I'm sorry if I'm getting that wrong, but I thought it was one of those. Yeah, it's not the most profitable thing we do here at the stadium.
Okay, maybe he did say that. You probably have a better memory on that one than I do. You weren't drinking that day, so I'll take your I'll take your word for it. Now we do have a baseball bleep hole of the week before we get to CY, the championship general manager for your Texas Rangers, coming up in 6 minutes.
Nice.
But there was a professor at a D3 college that sent an email out to the baseball players on his team, D3 Athletics.
Wow.
He says the midterm exam or whatever. This was just the other day. He sends this out. Bleep hole of the week, this teacher, this professor. He says, some of you will be traveling to Florida with your sports teams. As a former D3 athlete myself, I disagree entirely with sports at this level interfering with academics. I hope your coaches have impressed upon all of you where D3 athletics will get you in life and where they will not. I hope your college education presents opportunities for you upon graduation, and I am quite confident that you will not make a living as an athlete. Sorry. And then spacebar, new paragraph. Nonetheless, I have adjusted my schedule for the midterm to accommodate those of you D3 athletes who will be traveling. We will still review the first half on Tuesday, but the exam is up and available for you. Have a safe trip and have fun, but keep things in perspective.
My goodness, what an academic blowhard buzzkill.
Oh, that's great,
I
dude.
guarantee the person that wrote that went to Cal Berkeley.
Yeah.
Freaking disaster.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I mean, come on,
to
dude.
West Coast
What was
local knowledge.
It sounds like
Rodney
being a D3
Dangerfield?
athlete gets you to be a D3 professor.
Well,
that's sort of where it takes you.
I guess.
So
yeah, hey, no having fun here, trying to live out your dreams and compete for the fun of competition in your sport.
Otherwise, you're going to be sitting in the chair I'm sitting in now, and trust me, you don't want to be doing that.
Don't worry, it's not D2, which is a far cry from D1, which ain't getting you to the NFL usually either. So you guys are at least 4 steps from being good enough to make a paycheck out of this. Make sure you're paying attention in class, kids. You know that. You knew that when you were 14 or 15 years old, like every teenager that looks around and says, dang it, I'm not built like the really amazing players at this sport. Looks like I'm not going pro, you know?
Yeah.
What is it, usually 13, 14? You know, some guys that, you know, like Broadus, they're still massive. They're like, well, hey, maybe I could be an offensive lineman. Maybe it doesn't hit Broadus till he's 17, 20. Maybe you step on the practice field at LSU. It happens to everybody, and every player knows it.
The minute I stepped foot at LSU my freshman year, I knew I wasn't going to play college football. I knew I had to become a deep snapper or something else if I wanted to keep on scholarship.
Need a backup plan.
I couldn't. I was not big enough at all.
Okay, we got to run. That's my bad on that timing, boys, because Chris Young is set to join us. The Rangers GM is next to the nation.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from 2-time Stanley Cup. from our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, sir. It is hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and another exciting Rangers spring training game is going on in front of us as we're about to talk with our favorite weekly guest of the baseball season here, the World Series champion, general manager of your Texas Rangers, Chris Young here. CY, it's great to see you. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys, I'm well. Thanks for having me. Good seeing you guys. Welcome to Surprise.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Man, and it has been great. The game yesterday was awesome. Today is awesome. So we are just having an absolute blast. I want to know from you right out of the gates, do you feel like the hunted at this point, being the champ?
You know, I've been asked that a few times this spring, and really, I think just given the makeup of our group, we don't feel like the hunted. We don't feel like we have to do anything different in terms of what we did last year. We know we're a good baseball team. We go out and play our style of baseball, and I don't think, that's for really external pressures, I think, that really don't factor into our group. We just want to play good baseball, inning by inning over the course of the season, and we believe if we do that, things will take care of itself.
I feel like Corey Seager embodies that maybe better than any player.
Well, it's Corey.
Stoic.
It's a number of them, but Corey certainly does. I mean, you see how stoic he is, how poised he is. The highs don't get too high, the lows don't get low, and I think that's characteristic of this team. It was one of the things that impressed me the most of last year's season was just the resilience, the perseverance. Again, they never got down when things seemed at their toughest, and I think that speaks to the character of the group, and I think that's why I have a lot of confidence they're going to come back this year and keep the same steady makeup and go out. They're very businesslike. I think that's the best word to describe this group of players. And for me, I love watching them do it because day in, day out, they go out and play the game the right way.
So when you're scouting that, are you looking for that as a mandatory checked box? Or are you thinking, wow, this guy's super talented, but he's a loose cannon, just can't do it? How do you evaluate that?
Well, there's a lot of factors that go into it. I wouldn't say like a loose cannon. I'm not sure is the right term for, certainly that would raise some eyebrows for us. Yeah. But I think what we look for are players who can handle adversity, that when things get tough, they have the frame of mind to really push through and persevere in those moments. And when you put 26 of those together, they lift each other up, and they don't get negative, they don't get down, they don't pout when things aren't going well. There's just a steady poise and demeanor to the group that allows them to succeed day in, day out. And I think the opposite is true when things are going well, they don't get too high and they just stay right there. They know, hey, it's a tough game. We're going to just approach it the same way. Very business-like is how I describe it.
Davis Wenzel coming up here, bases loaded. This is fun.
This is fun. We're looking like we may make it a pitching night, maybe a mound visit here. No pitching change yet, but this is a great opportunity for Davis. He's had some good at-bats early in camp here, and certainly someone who's been in AAA. He's close to he's been in consideration a couple times for being called up, and really, really good infielder. And these moments in games like this are good for us to evaluate, to see how he handles it, see if he stays true to his approach and how he can get the job done here with, bases loaded, one out. We want to see him hit a fly ball or hit the ball hard somewhere and hopefully drive in a run.
See why when you sat down with your legal pad after the season, and here you are a championship team, you built a championship team, what were the challenges for you? Did you have to go out and say, okay, maybe some things I learned along the way that I wanted to change? Even though you were a championship team, is it tempting to do that, or is it I want to kind of keep things the same, or you just trying to keep developing as the general manager?
Oh, well, in terms of, I'll always be developing. I have said this before, by no means do I think I have this job mastered, and nor will I ever. And if I do say that, then I probably need to be out of this position.
Sure.
I think that's the beauty of baseball. I felt that as a player too, that there was always room for growth. And even in my age 37, 38-year-old season, there was still development taking place. And the best players continue to get better, and I think the best executives also continue to get better. And so, I'm very grateful for the group I have around me. We have wonderful people in the front office, and really last year's success was an org-wide effort. We had so many contributions from so many people, really everybody in the organization, and that was reflected in our Baseball America Organization of the Year award. And I think that speaks to really the health of the organization, the trajectory of the organization, and how much everyone collectively has contributed to our success. So it's been a lot of fun.
How do you decide what you want to get better at?
Yeah.
Well, it's a long list. So. It really, I think the needs of the organization will determine a lot of that year by year. 1 year it may be more in player development, it may be more in international, it may be in our research and our research and development department. It could be in our pitching development, our hitting development. I mean, it could be with our major league team. It could be coaching development, leadership development. There's so many areas year in, year out. And really just trying to keep an eye on each area and making sure that I have my finger on the pulse of what the needs are, what's functioning well, what may need a little more maintenance and improvement. And then, dedicating my time accordingly. And that is one of the hardest parts of this job is time management and determining where the biggest areas of needs are. But this spring, what a great at-bat. That's a tough pitch to take right there.
Boy,
and
really tough pitch.
Davis just saw it out of the hand. It's one of the things he can do and just really laid off a tough slider there. I mean, that was a borderline strike, and he was able to lay off. That's impressive. Those are things we look for when evaluating a young hitter like that, and to see the poise in that at-bat was impressive.
Rangers general manager Chris Young with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Speaking of impressive, we've been kind of marveling at what Ezekiel Duran's been doing in the time that we've been out here. Who's been turning some heads for you?
Well, there have been a number of guys. I think one of the neat parts of this spring for me, it's the first spring that I've been able to really come out and, I'm not going to say relax, but just be a little more hands-off. I've been able to step back. And some of that speaks just the continuity of the coaching staff and our player development staff. And we haven't had a lot of turnover over the offseason, and everybody knows each other and everybody knows what the standards and expectations are. And so for me, it's been a really enjoyable spring to sit back and watch everyone do their jobs and to see this camp function very, very smoothly. It feels like a well-oiled machine right now, and Boch and his staff have been tremendous, and really, really excited about that. And one of the things that's been fun is getting a look at some of these young guys. We're easing some of our veterans into camp. Obviously, Josh Young is out right now. Corey Seager's out. Adolis Garcia has not appeared in a game yet. Intentionally, we're easing him into camp. But seeing guys that are either first year on the 40 or close to being on the 40 and getting some early innings or at-bats has been impressive. So, Abimelech Ortiz on second base right now is or minor league player of the year last year. I think he hit 29 homers, if I'm not mistaken. And, we hope he's primed for another big season. And so seeing guys like him, Davis Wenzel, Jonathan Ornelas, and many others. Emiliano Teodo, who was the Arizona Fall League reliever of the year last year. We saw him come in a big spot last inning and get that punch out on a 100-mile-an-hour sinker. It was pretty impressive. So the future looks bright.
You talk about the young guys. One of the positions that everybody's been very interested in is the DH spot. And some young guys have a chance to maybe secure that role. How difficult is it to be a youngster and get put in that spot that seems like it's a little bit more like a veteran position?
Well, I think it's really part of the big leagues is that you have to perform. It's a performance-based game, and when you get the opportunity, whether you're a veteran or a young guy, you're expected to perform. And if you don't perform at a certain point, somebody else is going to get those opportunities. So I always say that we want to put our young players in positions to succeed, recognizing that they're going to go through struggles. They're going to go through ups and downs, and they're not fully developed when they get to the major leagues. There's no way to finish off somebody in AAA. There's development that still takes place at the big leagues. That said, I think oftentimes it's the intangibles or sort of the mental side that allows a young player to succeed and have early success and then handle that success. So it's one of the main things we look for in our younger players is that really that mental toughness, that poise, that mental stability, so to speak, that's going to allow them to step right into a big environment with pressures that they've never experienced against the best competition in the world and perform. And we saw that last year with Evan Carter. We saw it with Zeke Duran, Josh Smith. There have been a number of young players that have been key contributors over the last year. And, I think this year's team, in some ways, we may be a little bit younger than last year. Oh, almost. A little bit younger than last year, but I think we have the right makeup of young players to help us win.
Ornelas nearly had a base hit down the left field line, but it just went foul. So the bases remain loaded here in the sixth inning with the Rangers now leading the Brewers 6-5. We're chatting with Rangers GM Chris Young. Okay, how much did your fame go up this winter? I mean, you're already recognizable, DFW athlete and all that. Was it hard to make your way through a grocery aisle?
My wife would attest that I don't make it to the grocery store often, so I can't take credit there. But I'll say this, that one of the best parts of this experience for me has been our fan base and just the DFW community. Everywhere I have gone, I have run into fans who have come up to me and thanked me, and I feel the exact opposite. I thank our fans because the support that they have provided and really the weight that they've been through to experience this championship. Seeing so many people so happy and celebrating the Texas Rangers has made me happier than I could have ever imagined professionally, and I am just still so thrilled for all of our fans, and I'm thankful to every single one of them for the support and the love that they've shown us, and I am excited about what's to come too.
Yeah. I mean, and it's so cool that you get to come home and bring a championship. You have this great line that will be defined by what we do from here. But at the same time, there's got to be some recognition that you made history. You blessed DFW in a way that will never be forgotten. You were absolutely defined by what you did last year as well, CY, at least from my perspective.
Well,
Mine
look,
too.
I appreciate that. And certainly I am very grateful for everything that we accomplished last year. And yes, thrilled, but I don't want to sound content or complacent. And I think that's the characteristic of successful organizations, is that they don't rest on their laurels. They come back and they find a way to win again. And it may mean a championship. It may not. It's going to be super hard. I get it. But this team wants to continue winning. They don't want to do it one time. They want to continue winning. And I think that's the goal of our organization, is to be continuously successful and do this year over year, because that's what the best organizations do, and we want to be one of the best.
Is the door still cracked open a little bit on a Monty return?
Well, I'll never close it. As long as he's out there, I'll never close it. That said, the group we have in camp is our group right now, and that's what we're focused on, and that's probably the extent to which I can give you an update.
Totally understand that. How about updates? How about Seager and Young?
Yeah, they're both doing great. Corey's been a little under the weather the last couple days, but still recovering very well. Josh Young is doing phenomenally well, and I think we're expecting Josh hopefully back mid-camp, at least DHing, if not playing third. But he's on the right trajectory, as is Corey, so I think those two are doing really well. Like I said, Adolis we've intentionally slow played him. There's no injury reason whatsoever, aside from he just played a lot last year, and we want to make sure we ease him in. He's had some live batting practices where he's torn the cover off the ball, so he looks like he's midseason form, but I think he'll make his debut some here in the next week. And then we'll be ready for opening day. And the pitchers, Jacob deGrom continues to do well. His throwing program has increased, which is great to see. I talked to Jacob this morning, and he's feeling great. Tyler Malley is doing wonderfully. Hopeful that he'll still be back midsummer. And then Max, we got a very favorable report on Scherzer last week, and continues to progress well. And we're hopeful that he's, we'll start ramping up baseball activity here in the next 10 days to 2 weeks, and at which point really starting to go through a spring training, which will, put him back around hopefully June 1st, maybe a little later, probably not earlier, but nonetheless, things are on track there too. So we're excited.
CY, what advice do you have for us wannabe general managers that want to get all the young players on the 25 on the opening day roster and stuff like that?
Oh, you want Langford on the roster. I know you do.
I'm an LSU guy, but he's a Florida guy. I approve of a Florida guy there for sure. But what advice do you give to, because we talk about that so much with you guys do, and everybody's like, oh, no, get this guy up. But, you are the model of patience. And so what advice could you give to all of us that want to continually push these players?
Well, the biggest thing I say with the young players is that they'll show us when they're ready. They show us, and you can't put them out there too early because the game's hard, and if they're not ready, it could really hinder their confidence. It could really detract from their development. So they'll show us when they're ready. And the other thing regarding the opening day roster is, I would say everybody gets fixated on the opening day roster, and then by day 3, you've made 3 roster moves, you've optioned 2 guys and DFA'd someone else. So it's a one moment in time roster, and the roster continues to evolve over the course of the season. And a player may or may not be ready by opening day, but it doesn't mean he won't contribute, whether a week in, a month in, 2 months in, at some point in the season. So it's a long race.
Well, okay, and you used quite a few players last year. How deep would you say that you have to go to get through a season? How deep? We talk about your 25 player, whatever, but how deep do you honestly feel like I've got to have 35 guys, or I've got to have? Is there a number, a formula you use on this?
I mean, it's a really interesting question, and one that I look back over the last 4 years, and the state of our 40-man has been in different positions when we were in a rebuild, so to speak, when we're in a win now mode, and right now we are in win now mode, and I think for me that means that we want a very functional, usable, deep 40-man roster. We want everybody at this point to be close to contributing to the major leagues. That said, you're always going to hold a few spots for development, but by and large, we need players who are close to contributing, because every game matters, and the difference in calling up a player who can contribute that night or having a fresh arm may be the difference between winning or losing the wild card or the division, as we saw last year. So it's really important to have a functional 40-man roster when you're trying to win, and if you could be 40 deep, you'd prefer to be 40 deep. That said, there will be a couple spots held for development players who we will not see in the big leagues this year, although I never put limits on guys. But, going into the season, we added Jose Corniel to the roster. Jose has looked phenomenal this spring. It's been a lot of fun watching it. He's really opened eyes. If you get a chance, you should ask Boch about him. Boch is just raving about how mature this kid is at 20 years old, coming into his first big league camp. Jose will likely start at AA this year, and he may or may not be an option for us at some point during the season, but we know that he's got a bright future, and so we were willing to save a 40-man spot for him so that we didn't lose him.
See why I've been going through the clubhouse each and every morning. It's been the best part of my trip, getting to hang out with these players and get to know them a little bit, and just kudos, 2 thumbs up, the chemistry, the camaraderie. This is a championship clubhouse you got there. Some of the best I've seen, CY, to be honest with you.
Well, it really means a lot that you say that, and I've heard that from a number of fans and media. And I said this today. I was talking to Jacob deGrom and just complimenting him and his teammates on, I love watching our guys play the game. I love the way they go about it. I mean, even right now, watching every single player at every position, when the pitch is thrown, they're coming into a ready, set position where they're anticipating the ball being hit. And sometimes you look out there and players are distracted, or they're not engaged, they're not involved, but every single player out here on our team plays the game the right way. These guys run the bases hard. They do the little things, and we have one of our core values that we call dominate the fundamentals, and those are the fundamentals that we talk about. And when you're willing to do the little things, their talent is going to allow them to do the big things, and so that's what the championship culture is. And I'm very proud of our guys and our coaching staff for the standards that they have provided and that our players have lived up to, and it just speaks to the character of all of them. And I feel like a proud dad sitting back and watching these guys play the game, but it's so true day in, day out. These guys do it the right way.
I've been asking these guys every day who they believe has the bigger championship finger. Is it CY or is it Bochy? Bochy's got the giant dome. I was going to see you're a multi-time champ now, so where are you going? Which finger are you going for the new jewelry?
I'm going with the same finger, my right ring finger, because I've never wore my Royals championship ring, and I don't know if I can pull off this championship ring either. As much as I'm going to admire it, I think it's more of a display than it is a wear around ring. So I can't pull that one off.
We got to guess. We got to figure out the ring size here. So let's go around here. Broadest Dawson. Let's guess the ring size of CY. I will start the bidding. I think you're
going to be disappointed, honestly. I think I have like skinny fingers here, but I don't know.
I'm going to go 11.5.
11.5's on the board. Can you go up, Dawson, on that? I'm going to go 14.
Yep.
14 says Dawson. I was going to go a strong 13.5, CY.
Well, I measured as a 13, but yeah, so you guys are all right around. Yeah.
Okay, very
Except
good.
for me, I just threw it out there so
Larger
I could give
gentleman.
you guys that.
Yeah, championship hands right there. Champion as a player and as a GM. Last question for me. If Bochy would step away from the game, do you think he could go down there and complete the trifecta as a skipper? I mean, chances are, right?
That's a hypothetical I've never thought of, and I can tell you this:
right?
Boch has a big head, but his shoes are even bigger, and I would want no part of filling those. So he's the best of the best, and I absolutely love working with him day in, day out. Spring training has been so much fun coming in there, and the laughs we've had in his office. He just puts a smile on my face every day, takes things off my plate. He makes everybody around him better, and we're champions because of Boch. I love him, and I'm so happy for him and thankful to him, and we'll keep it going. I want to keep Boch in that manager's chair.
Definitely don't want him to retire anytime soon. Thank you so much, Chris.
Guys,
it's always great
you.
to get to chat with you.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
You betcha. There it is as the Rangers continue with the Brewers here at Surprise Stadium. There he goes, the World Series champion 2 times over here in the sport. And speaking of big heads, man, if I'd have made as quick work of winning that World Series as he did, I think I'd be convinced I could do anything in the sport. And I'd be ready to GM a football team or a basketball team after winning the World Series that quick if I was Chris Young. Maybe go down to into the dugout, win one as a skipper. I mean, it's just a proper sporting champion. Winners win. And that's what we got right there walking out of this room right now, taking the pictures with the guys, is the straight-up best winner in DFW sports, Chris Young. Okay, when we come back, it's time for a top 10 at 420. Where are you taking this, bro?
Yes, sir. In honor of the Woolly Bully becoming a father this week, the top 10 lies parents tell their kids next year in the nation.
I love it. I want to chat. Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here, 105 through the Fan, live at spring training. And our coverage is brought to you by Sonic.
Good.
Yes, sir. Thanks so much to Chris Young for joining us there on the BlueChew.com hot seat. Use promo code RJ to get your first month free with only $5 shipping. As we're just having a blast here, and a chance to talk with Chris Young just reminded me of all the great reasons that we believe in him so much as the top executive in DFW sport. I mean, Nico's given a run for his money recently, but we need a ring. The ring's the thing. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels. 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to truckwreck.com. Now here he is with Zach Wolchuk's broadcast responsibilities. Eric with an E and a C.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. Top 10 list of the day. Lies that our parents told us. The top 10 lies parents tell their kids. What are some that you say to your kids or that your parents maybe perhaps said to you in honor of the Wooly Bully, who generally mans this segment like an animal savage that he is, became a father this week. And I got a little update. He got to... baby Eliza, born month and a half early in the NICU. So the amount of holding and being together is a little bit less than maybe the average birth situation. So he texted me yesterday, Walchuk did, and said that he finally got to have his first one-on-one skin-to-skin time with the baby.
Oh, cool.
And he texted me afterwards, and he just said it was
beautiful.
It was the greatest moment of his life, is the way he described it. So I was super fired up for my boy right there. And baby Eliza officially opened up her eyes fully and completely by herself. He sent us pictures today, beautiful big eyes and rocking and rolling, and almost got all the jaundice out and everything like that. So all is good in the Woolly Bully land, man. Just wanted to give you a little baby Eliza update as we welcomed a new G-Bag National this week. All right, 877-881-1053. Broadus just got handed the Kansas City hot dog here from Hometown Dogs inside of Surprise Stadium. I believe we're going to get a nice social media review of this particular hot dog. Can you describe it as a Kansas City dog?
It is a Kansas City dog. I didn't want to go with the Texas dog.
Because the chili.
I
just going to tear you up.
So what we got on this, it looks like we've got a pickle, a beef dog. We've got, it looks like brisket on top of that with slaw. And then Ruben got me some mustard to put on this. So
good.
Yeah, we're going to review the Kansas City dog this afternoon for our fans out there.
I'll tell you right now, the best it could possibly be is the second best dog in any ballpark in America, because the Oaxaca dog is going to hold it down for here to infinitum.
Yeah. That's probably the only disappointing thing about being here in Surprise is not having a Brandon Hurtado smoker going there.
Exactly.
Oaxaca dogs and whatnot. That would have been a really, really nice touch. Okay, I think the lie that I tell to my kids all the time right now is whatever place they want to go to is just simply not open.
Oh, okay.
And this is a lie that I'll be able to get by for, I don't know, man. My oldest is about to turn 4. So I would imagine already kind of nifty with the phone, surprising me a little bit with the way, she opened it up. Whoa, did she actually make a call? That was crazy. Yeah. She's going to pull up those Google Maps. I'm guessing probably before she turns 5, I will be no longer able to tell her at 9:30 in the morning that the donut shop's closed.
Yeah, it's clever. And as they get older, you have to sort of start scaling out of your lies. Which is unfortunate because they gain the ability to research you, to fact find you, and it can be tough. You got to swallow your pride there a little bit because, in the early days it's great because you're the complete authority, you're their hero. Okay, but now you got to transition into being credible,
right? Yes,
which becomes important as they reach the double-digit ages.
That's what I'm nervous about myself.
Yeah.
Just the credibility factor for me is not quite going to be there. The other one is just how late it is. I'll talk to him about it's time to go to bed. It is so late.
So late.
Oh, yes.
It's 6:40.
Yeah, and you can get by this time of year before we get the time change again. The darkness allows at 6 o'clock.
There you go.
All of a sudden, they think it might as well be 10 p.m.
Dude, as a kid, especially living in the north, and we're in Washington State, where it can stay lighter until maybe 9:30, 9:45 there in those late June days, we would be livid that we had to go to bed when it was still light out. livid.
Yeah, that's one of the most miserable things, dude.
We got 45 more minutes of hoop out here.
Yeah, like what do we do? I'm just gonna lay in bed staring at the ceiling, just thinking negative things about my parents, making me have to go to sleep right now.
Yeah.
Okay, 877-881-1053. I like what Tim Carthage says. I never drank until I went to college. That was his lie to his kids.
There you go.
Lucius, any lies that stick out to you that maybe you were told or that you passed on as a father yourself?
Yeah, my parents would say, just tell me who did it. You won't get a spanking. We both end up getting a spanking.
Yeah, it ends up being both.
Yeah, it ends up being both. My mom told me before, if you sneeze with your eyes open, your eyes will pop out when I was real young. Yeah.
Is that actually not true?
You never risked it.
I've tried. I think it's like your body won't allow you. Like your body just it forces you. I've tried to do the eye open thing, and your body just can't help but close its eyes. So
you can't.
But maybe that's a lie.
Bro, at 4 years old, though, it scared the hell out of you every time you got to sneeze. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. And you're holding your eyes and everything.
Yeah.
A whole lot of paranoia when you get sick.
Yeah. Did any of you guys ever have to deal with, after you ate and you were swimming, that you were going to get cramps?
Oh, yeah.
They were always the
30-minute rule.
30-minute rule. Like, you were just wanting to get back in the water and continue to play water volleyball. But no, like they're telling you, no, you can't do that. You can't. You're going to get cramps.
Yep.
If you just ate, you get back in the pool. That's a lie, right?
It's daddy's medicine, I think, is a common lie that might be told. Different parts.
What's that smell? That's daddy.
Daddy's
He's meditating back there.
He's become very spiritual.
Yeah, stay out of grown folks' business.
And outside looking in here, if you pee in the pool, the watercolor will change.
Yes, that's true.
That was a lie for sure.
Yep.
Let's see here. If you cross your eyes too much, they'll stay that way.
Yeah.
If you pop your knuckles, it'll turn arthritic.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
About to get to that one.
That one's outside looking in as well. But number 10 here, if you swallow gum, it will stay in your stomach for 7 years.
7 years.
7 years.
Yeah.
I don't know where the 7 came from there.
Number 7 was just kind of thought of.
It was a bunch of bull.
See, I might have perpetrated that one on my own, but that wouldn't have been a lie. That would have just been like, I believed it. You know?
You just actually thought. Yeah.
I was just ignorant to the fact.
Number 9, drink your milk and you'll be big and strong.
Oh, geez. I drank so much milk.
Thinking you were going to be tall.
I did.
And athletic.
Yeah. I did, man. I was like, okay, cool. Sounds great. You know, I'll drink all this milk. Probably four glasses of milk a day.
That's way too much.
Yeah. Number 8, four glasses is pretty phenomenal.
You drank a gallon that one time.
Yeah, but that was not by choice. That was
how miserable were you during that?
Not as bad as the boomstick. That one got me worse.
I might do the boomstick this year.
Yeah, I can see that. Let's see here. Number 8, you'll poke someone's eye out just as soon as any type of horseplay gets a little bit too aggressive. It's like, hey, no, we can't have eyes popping out here. It's like,
yeah, I still believe that one.
Yeah. I mean, certain sticks, I get, if you're playing with sticks in the yard or whatever, there's obviously a chance of that. But outside of that, not really seeing a lot of eyes getting poked out these days.
I was about 9 years old. I was horsing around with my brother in the driveway of what was about to be our new house. It was nearing completion. There was a nail on the garage floor.
Ooh.
And I don't know what he said to me that ticked me off, but I winged it at him. No. And actually hit him like right next to the eye.
Oh, my God.
One of those where he's so hurt and scared that he didn't even kick your ass.
Yeah.
You know your older brother's terrified when he's not chasing you.
He considers himself almost fortunate to still have his eye. He's like,
I'll deal with you later, man. That was a near-death event.
Number 7, telling the kids that you have eyes in the back of your head.
Hey,
I can
what
see
a
everything.
lie. Yeah, but they will tell you that.
You got to feel bad if you're still pulling that lie off on your kid and they're like 10 years old, 12 years old. Like, come on, kid, you should know better. Number 6, if you keep making that face, it'll stay that way. That frown. Number 5, it won't hurt. Yeah, my dad used to do that thing. You get like the shots, or you got like some level of a turf burn or a scrape, and it's time to shower, and this is going to suck. But dad's like, no, it's not. No, it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt for about at least 5 seconds.
How about you ask for something, and they tell you, I'll think about it.
I'll think about it.
Yeah, that's basically a no right there. I'll think about it. They're not going to think about it.
That's a hard no right there. Yeah.
Yep, that's definitely a hard no right there. Number 3, we'll come back another time. I've hit my kids with that plenty. Yeah, we'll come back here again soon. We're not coming back.
We're not coming back.
Maybe ever. Definitely not soon.
Six Flags was that way for me.
Number 2, we're almost there. Oh yeah, you just got to keep these kids alive on these car rides and stuff. And my kid's already almost, she's 4 years old, and now it's like 20 minutes away, and 10 minutes in, she's asking. Her patience levels, I feel like dropped.
You know what I did around that age? Abby was in preschool. She would be asking that, are we close? I'd be like, yep, we're right here. And I'd pull off to the side of the road and be like, get out.
Oh, my God.
That'll end that back and forth pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of turned it into a joke.
Just on the shoulder of the highway, honey.
No.
She just look at you like, what are you doing, you wild man?
She would. I'd be like, hey, when we're there, I'm going to pull over and stop. Okay, and we won't be at a red light.
The number one lie.
My dad back in the day.
She's gonna be on a couch telling that story.
Honey, you ready for a road trip? I don't know if I want to do that.
I don't know about this.
If you sit too close to the TV, you'll ruin your eyesight. That's the number one lie parents tell their kids.
I think it's true.
You think that's true?
I think it's true.
If you sit too close?
I've watched so much tape in my life, my eyes are gone. Yeah.
Maybe that is.
You're just old.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, too.
601, eat your spinach. You'll be strong like Popeye.
Hey.
I love spinach now.
I love spinach, bro.
I do.
Either of you guys strong like Popeye?
Lucius actually
Lucius is strong.
Sometimes.
I was a huge Popeye fan as a kid, too. I really wanted to eat the spinach, but I tried, and it was not good. I was like, oh, my goodness.
You'd probably be doing at least one pull-up right now if you ate that spinach.
Eat all the spinach and have 4 glasses of milk. You'll be better.
What was up with Popeye, though? Because Olive Oil really, she wasn't that banging. No. And Brutus was like, they were fighting over that girl. She was, I don't know.
He was super blue collar, He's probably one of the prettiest girls around.
Oh, I guess.
But it was like a very industrial depression time.
West Virginia Popeye.
Malnourished. Olive Oil, she obviously was not getting much protein as a child.
No, at all.
Depression, olive oil.
Yeah. Yeah, you see the animated show. Now, that paints one picture, but you see the real life Popeye, the sailor man that came out with the real action acting.
Yeah.
Robin Williams.
Yeah.
Robin Williams.
Depressing. Yeah. All righty. Well, thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
We got to run. Look at this. We got a rim session coming up next. Get the very latest on basketball and where the Mavs go after a nice dubski. That's next. The G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
Coming up Friday morning.
So many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
Well, thank you. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Just got word Matt Hicks is going to join us coming up here at the top of the hour at 5 o'clock. We'll have a baseball conversation with the radio play-by-play man of your World Series champion Texas Rangers. You missed CY back there at 4 o'clock. If you're just jumping in the vehicle now, you can go back with the Odyssey app or Twitch or YouTube and jump to any part of the day that you might have missed. But, yeah, CY was with us there at the top at 4 o'clock. Matt Hicks coming up at 5. Here's Eric with a little afternoon rim sesh.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed. And the G-Bag Nation, live from Surprise, Arizona, is going all 56 inches around that rim.
Oops. Hold on.
Oh, it's all good.
Well, not really, because it wasn't supposed to happen like that. Here we go.
All right.
There it is.
There we go. I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when the Mavericks win on the second night of a back-to-back, and on Luka's birthday, Luka tallies his 39th 30-point triple-double of his career, passing LeBron James for the third most such games all time. Congratulations, Luka Doncic. That was quite the way to ring in year number 25. But he had some haters in the building last night on his birthday, did Luka Doncic. Let's go to the Toronto Raptors play-by-play crew on the television side of things. Early in the game, first quarter, they steal the ball from Luka, and I don't know, it just seems like this commentator was on one.
In one of those spots where you get to the line, things aren't working out. Scotty working out there. With a vicious slam dunk. I'm taking it from you, Luka, on your birthday. And I'm going to slam it home. Give me that piece of cake.
Wow. Really leading into the birthday bits there. I do like the energy, though.
Yeah. Man, sometimes play-by-play guys, especially in basketball, hockey, and they homer it up so much, they can be like a pro wrestling announcer sometimes, but it's hilarious.
Man, I'm really being made sad by everything I'm seeing from the Damian Lillard side of things. Like,
what happened? With his friendship with Giannis?
Well, his quotes and just like...
He sounds like he's miserable.
They haven't been doing that good. You guys informed me about his divorce that I didn't know the details on, which are scathing and really
no life, he
sad
says.
and disappointing. Yeah, he's quoted...
Watches boxing?
Well, remember, this is the guy who wanted to go to Miami.
Yeah.
So, he knew divorce is on the horizon. Miami's probably the place for new single me. And I think he was right about that.
Yeah, I think you're onto something.
Unfortunately, they ship him off to old Milwaukee, which even Broaddus had... troubles trying to find somebody that was, a smoke show out there.
Yeah, that is a problem.
So Damian Lillard admits life in Milwaukee, a bit lonely. He says, you go to practice, you go home. I watch boxing, play video games. He says, man, I type in a Fight Hype. That's a boxing website. He says, I type in Fight Hype on YouTube 100 times and be praying for something new to be on there.
Me too.
Well, how about this one? Lucius says, seriously, I don't have much of a life. I'm like, man, this is I don't know. Maybe if they were winning more, it wouldn't be as it seemed like as much video, but the fact that they're not doing as much winning as he thought they were going to be doing, he said, I came here and thinking we were going to be like the Boston Celtics because the Celtics are just tearing through the league right now. And that's not the case. I feel a little bit sorry for our guy Damian Lillard. He's the loyal guy. He waits it out in Portland. Finally, it's like, okay, I have to go somewhere, but it's not the desired place. It's like, that's a bummer.
And I would feel isolated at this point, I think. It's dark. It's cold. My family is gone. I don't really have any friends here. My buddy C.J. McCollum is in New Orleans, so playing with the Pelicans. There's so much weird going on with his life. And, I think it's, kind of a tough thing. If you're not a big party guy, if, you're an older dude in a young man's league.
And you have trust issues now because your best friend and your old lady.
Yeah.
You got trust issues.
Even regularly, even if you had your entire supporting cast around you, divorce is depressing. Even if you don't have all those factors, you can't see your kids regularly. Like, I wonder if he was going to go back and do it. He just just leave me in Portland. I'll mentor Anthony Simons and Scoot Henderson and try to get us to the playoffs. At least I have my what's left of my friends and my family around me.
Sometimes it is that I look back on my life, and I'm not trying to put myself in a professional basketball player's shoes, but you feel like that I got to leave. And I wish I'd have never left Green Bay. Mm-hmm. I had it really, really, really good in Green Bay, and I thought, you know what? I can go do this somewhere else. I can recreate what we're doing here. I can, and it's really not the case. I ended up in Dallas, which was my home. But, man, every one of those guys in Green Bay ended up being a general manager somewhere. Yep. And if I just waited it out, I think that we learned that sometimes it's best just to stay where we're at.
I think so, and certainly you want to be bold. You want a sense of adventure, but there's regrets, and now it's up to him to make the most of it. I don't know what you do. I don't know what that would be like. Certainly I try to manage my whole deal where, I think I put my kids first, but if you're a professional athlete, you don't necessarily have that choice of where you work, especially if you're getting up there and you really want to prioritize a championship. And looking around the Trailblazers organization, you're like, these guys wouldn't find a championship if it came up and slapped them in the face. So I got to get out of here. Okay, speaking of getting out of here, it is time for a little football's finest, Chief. What kind of football stuff do you have for us?
We're going to go baseball's finest.
Let's go.
With a championship broadcaster by the name of Matt Hicks, who unfortunately, not on his own accord, had to sit next to a drunken Brian Broaddus last night. Did Hicksy know that Broaddus was hammered at dinner last night? Find out next in The Nation.
We will. From our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and joining us now is a familiar voice and a familiar dining partner with us as we took in dinner last night with he and Eric Nadel, as the great Matt Hicks joins you now here, coming on the heels of victorious Rangers game this afternoon. He called it with Jared Sandler just right next door here in the press box. And a good afternoon to you, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
We are doing awesome. And it seems like the Rangers are just picking up right where they left off. They're just winning. It's gone viral in that clubhouse, no matter who's on the diamond.
It doesn't matter who's pitching. It doesn't matter who's up. They're making the plays. And today, we got to see Nathan Eovaldi make his second start of the spring, and he was strong over 3 innings. If my pitch count was correct, he threw just 39 pitches in his 3 innings. And quite the difference today compared to his first start, where he went 2 shutout innings, but didn't strike anybody out, and he struck out 5 guys today. And it looked like all of his stuff was really sharp. And he faced this wasn't, a complete A lineup that you would see from Milwaukee, but we saw some of their younger players, but guys that are going to play for the big league club this year, guys like Sal Frelick and Jackson Chourio, the young phenom. So
$60 million man, right?
Yeah. So you're talking about it. It wasn't completely the B team, but boy, oh boy, did he look sharp. He looked crisp. His velocity was there, and that was really good to see. And then we got to see a couple of innings of Owen White, who had some trouble in his first inning of work, gave up a couple of runs, but then he bounced back in the second inning with a 1-2-3 frame with a little bit more luck. Maybe he doesn't give up those 2 runs. There was a high chopping infield grounder that he got the ground ball he wanted, but they couldn't record the out, which would have ended the inning. And Owen White's a guy I think at some point you're going to see here in 2024.
One of the things I always like talking to play-by-play guys about is the best places to eat, because you guys do know that. We'll talk more about that. But I like asking you guys about expectations, because you're around the teams all the time and you consider so many things when it comes to this. And I'm just wondering, obviously we're excited. We're talking repeat, but this is also a team that came from just a couple of runs from not even being in the playoffs. So which of the 2 extremes is it closest to that who the real Rangers are right now?
Well, I'll tell you this, from a team perspective, I think that the confidence is there. The knowledge that you're one of the better teams in baseball is there, and that maybe didn't exist at this time last year. A lot of people were still picking the Rangers to finish 3rd or 4th in the division, and given what the roster was going to look like, maybe a team that can compete but not really be a serious threat to go deep into the postseason. I remember being asked what I thought would be the over-under win total for the team last year, and I believe I said 85, and people looked at me like, that high? Really? When a lot of the prognostication houses had the Rangers at anywhere between like 76 and 79 wins last year. So I think that the expectation level has been lifted for sure. The Rangers won 90 games in the regular season last year, but I don't know anybody like in Vegas or anywhere saying that the Rangers over-under is 90 this year. I think it might be more along the lines of like 85 or 86, and a team that, again, could potentially make the postseason, but that, there are questions certainly with the rotation because of all of the guys that aren't in the rotation right now that if things go properly in their rehab could be back in the second half, which makes a healthy and vibrant and effective Nathan Eovaldi all that more important for the club in the first half of the season.
Hicksy, should the rest of the league be worried about when Chris Young figures out this general manager stuff?
I think he's already got it figured out.
Well, he will tell you, though, there's always things of him evolving and learning and all that, but you can't say enough about the approach that he took. Maybe when he was not the general manager, stepping back, evaluating, looking, kind of having an idea of where he needs to put his fingerprints on this roster and in the front office.
Well, I think that CY brings a variety of perspectives to what he does. First of all, having been a player and a successful pitcher for a long period of time in the big leagues, the contacts that he made, what he feels is the right way about going about putting together a team, and clubhouse chemistry. And there's a lot that CY takes into account. And I think that, the marriage of him with Bruce Bochy, when you say Bruce Bochy, you think old school, right?
Right.
Obviously, he's one of the older managers in the game, and he's been one of the more successful managers. And a lot of that success came before the recent wave of analytics and how we're doing things now in baseball. But one of the things about Bochy is that he gathers all of that in and uses all of the information to make the best decision he can possibly make. Sometimes it appears to be an old school decision, sometimes it doesn't. But CY took that into account. And so I think that being the former player that you say and talk about clubhouse chemistry, and sometimes it's like it's just a phrase. It doesn't really mean anything. But I think with the Rangers that it really meant something, in that there are guys that absolutely love being on this team and guys that want to be here. Right. And that's not always the case with every team. But it's a team where, to a man, they look at one another in the clubhouse. They expect to win. And that's something that, runs throughout the team. And guys look to pick up one another. They know that not everybody's going to be good all the time. And when guys are down, there are other guys there to pick them up. And that's what this team did last year.
And my one question, another question for you here. Had the Rangers Hall of Fame asked you for your slacks?
No.
That made it through the playoffs last year.
All
your slacks were 11-2, you said?
Yeah, my lucky pants were 11-2 in the postseason last year. All of those things that got sent to Cooperstown
were not
the
your
different
slacks.
Caps, the jerseys, the gloves. Eric's headset got auctioned off for a crazy amount of money. It didn't go to the Hall of Fame.
Oh, wow.
But all kinds of stuff went to Cooperstown. Nobody asked me about my lucky pants. Which, by the way,
that is an incredible story.
Which, by the way,
way,
we're 7-0 from the outside. I wore the same pair of pants for the first 7 games.
And almost got lost, right? The pants ended up with the Mavericks on the road.
Well, not really. That's another part of the story. My luggage actually got lost momentarily on a charter flight after Game 2 of the World Series out here to Phoenix. And for almost 24 hours, I didn't know where any of my clothes were.
Wow.
And I was going to go to Game 3 of the World Series wearing the clothes that I wore completely the day before. But about noon on the day of Game 3, they found my luggage. But I didn't have time to look for my lucky pants. The first thing I pulled out, I got to put it on because I got to catch the bus and I got to get to the ballpark. So the lucky pants didn't make it to Game 3. But, because of the way we traveled at the end of the regular season.
Crazy.
And we were on the road for a week. We get to Tampa, and I had the opportunity at the hotel they put us in because we had a washer and dryer. I washed some clothes, and I put on these khakis, which I wear khakis a lot, and but we won, and I'm like, well, I just felt like I need to wear those pants again tomorrow.
Yes.
And we won again, and then we fly to Baltimore, and I'm like, well, I'm not going to change pants now. I'm not one to mess with a winning streak,
right, baby.
And then we win Game 1 in Baltimore. And then later that day, going back to the hotel where I was going up to my room, I actually bumped into Billy Joel. That's another story altogether.
Well, you didn't say that last night.
No, I know, but I'm saving the good stuff for on air here, Broadus.
Okay.
I actually bumped into Billy Joel,
right here,
who was on his way to give a concert in the Ravens Stadium.
Okay.
I'm going back to my room after Game 1 of the series of Baltimore. He's going to perform with Stevie Nicks.
Yeah.
And I couldn't believe that I actually had a literal brush with greatness. Our arms hit one another. And then I'm like, well, I'm definitely not changing my pants now. Billy Joel just...
Wow.
So then I wear the lucky pants. We win Game 2, come home, Game 3, lucky pants. First 2 games of the series in Houston, lucky pants. And then they ran out of luck in Game 3 of that ALCS. But
Hell of a run,
if somebody from Cooperstown calls, I'll send them those pants. They did go 11-2.
Where are they now? Are they in safekeeping?
No, they're
are they
here.
part of the rotation?
They're here in surprise. I wore them for the first game against the Royals, and we won.
Of course.
So lucky pants really are 12-2.
Thank you, Hicksy, for doing your part, man.
I am.
That's the kind of stuff.
Everybody has to do their part.
Thank you. Everybody's got to pull their weight a little bit.
Yeah.
Now, Matt Hicks with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Do you wash these pants or only after a loss? like to sort of like redeem them, and now.
So day to day, I didn't wash them, but when we between series and whatnot, or of an off day, I did wash them.
Okay, all right. Now, last night, you had the opportunity to sit, I believe, somewhere in between, to an extent, Bruss and Dawson.
Yeah, I was sitting next to Gavin, and Bruss was across the table.
Okay, fantastic. Now, yesterday we did. It was sort of it was an in the bag G-Bag Nation.
It was a bet payoff.
In the bag nation with the with the Tito's and the beers and whatnot. And Bruss polished off quite a bit.
Okay.
And so then we went right over, bam, to dinner.
Right.
And he's sitting next to you guys. I'm curious, like, did you feel like maybe this guy is hammered, or did he hold his own like a professional?
I had no idea. I thought he was a professional. I thought that he was just very energetic.
Yeah. Okay.
And,
yes.
And he was very eager to talk. He was asking questions. I'm sitting next to Gavin.
Yeah.
And Gavin and I were having our own conversation from time to time about music, but Gavin would speak up, and then Bruss would cut him off.
Yeah.
And then
I do that for 5 hours a day.
Yeah. And I'm like,
I just feel right at home.
At some point, Gavin is just going to go, hey, let me finish my thought. Gavin he would start talking again, and then Bruss would he might stay on topic, but then he might go to a different topic. And I'm sitting here like, Gavin can't let this go on. But Gavin was a really nice guy.
Oh, for sure. He was a sober one.
But I really didn't have any idea. I was
hammered.
I just thought this guy was coming with 100%. We're going to go. We're going to do. The best part of the night, though, which I don't know, we haven't talked about it here, but of course, everybody was finished with their meal, and I'm only halfway through with mine. Because I like
patient
eater. But you guys are just like scar. And you guys both had steaks. Gavin and Bruss both had steaks.
And I was trying to eat slower because I noticed you were eating slow.
Yeah,
I was like,
but you
wow,
still were ahead of me. But anyway, we're sitting and we're talking and we're having a good time. And I'm like, well, clearly, because the waitress asked, does anybody want dessert? Well, she wasn't going to do anything about it because I'm still plowing through my meal, right?
Yes, you were.
So I'm like, you know what? Give me a box. I'll take this home so guys can have dessert. Nobody orders dessert.
Yeah.
We're still having conversation. The conversation's great. I thought it was going to last for a few more minutes. It's straight up 8 o'clock. Bruss looks at everybody. All right, time to go.
I was like, that was kind of abrupt myself.
I'll tell you what happened.
These guys on later in the day?
I'll tell you what happened. Eric was sitting next to me.
Yeah.
And he was trying to work on, he was enjoying his salmon. He got through it, but he was working on a concert. He was meeting friends out. So I was feeling like,
got a concert to go to?
You're great at telling us you were having ribs. You had the towel out. You're wiping your hands. You're eating a rib. You're telling a story. Everything about it's just perfect. I was feeling the pressure from Eric about
pressure.
I was feeling the Eric pressure of like, you are talking way too much, and I've had enough, and I've got to go see this band from Arizona.
I'm proud of your self-awareness there,
So Bruss stood up as the adult in the room.
Yeah.
And said, hey, time to go. Let's go.
Wrap it up.
Yeah.
All right. I don't get to see you guys very often. I thought maybe a little more conversation.
I'm good.
You're right. You were doing Eric's dirty work.
You know what, though? Sometimes you got to read the room, and I didn't read the room well of cutting you guys off from conversation, but I had a feeling of some vibing going on to my right.
Oh, so you were
when he was looking at the phone and I saw like the blue line that was running through the city, like he was trying to how to get to the venue. I said, all right, Hicksy, I realized that you are eating the perfect number of bites to choose. You're just immaculate the way
really
you
classy.
eat. You're using the hand towel to wipe off your hands. So you're not like rib grease is not flying all over the place.
Right.
So yeah, but I was feeling Eric, and that's the problem that I was dealing with.
So you were dealing with two different dynamics, and you handled it well.
I didn't handle your dynamic well.
But
I'm
that's all
sorry.
right. No, that's okay.
I'm envious of his ability to be well beyond legal limit for driving and can still conduct himself professionally.
Yeah.
I think that's a talent right
I
there.
was fascinated by your guys' story about the hip hop stuff. And all the different the funkadelic and all that stuff.
Yeah.
That was fascinating.
It was great conversation, Matt, and we look forward to doing it more often if we can. Maybe make a tradition out of it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if it's possible, Hicksy, maybe you'll get the correct answer here. If you want to, we can start a game today that will go until you get the answer correct, and it's called Name That Ranger.
Okay.
Now, Lucius is going to play 3 seconds of a hint from Jared Sandler. This is Jared on with us a couple weeks ago talking about a current Ranger. This is your hint. Can you tell us the Ranger that Jared is explaining here?
Okay.
You know, what he's got working there between the knee and the waist is pretty impressive.
Wow.
I mean, it's sound analysis, baseball stuff.
And nobody has guessed this?
We've had a couple people guess it right. Dave Raymond is 0 for 1, so we'll circle back on Dave, see if he can get it. Sean McFarland of the Morning News nailed it the first time. A couple players in the clubhouse have nailed it when I've brought it up to them, but it's kind of a coin flip on who gets this right.
You need to hear it again?
This is a Ranger in the past, or could be a current Ranger.
Current Ranger.
Oh, it's a current Ranger.
It's a current Ranger, yes, sir. Yeah, current Ranger.
Oh, wow.
Impressive from the waist to the knee.
Okay.
According to Jared Sandler.
Well, Adolis Garcia comes to mind.
Okay, and that's a great guess, and that's not going to be correct this time, and that's fine because we're going to hopefully play this game throughout the season until you nail it. That was Dave Raymond's guess as well. It's a different Ranger, and next time you join us, we'll tee that up again. Thank you so much, Hicksy.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you. There he is, the great Matt Hicks here with you. Max?
Yeah.
Max Hits.
Max all the time.
Max Hits would be a pretty cool alter ego.
Yeah, it would be.
You sound like me talking last night.
Yeah, the House of Hits we were talking
Just
about.
interrupting him as he's telling stories.
Well, there he
He's not
goes.
wrong.
Matt
He is
Hicks,
not wrong.
live in surprise radio play-by-play man of your World Series champion Texas Rangers. We're back with the Expressway. We'll take it commercial-free to the top and talk about everything that's been developing in the world of sport. Plus, we'll go into the clubhouse. Eric Chiafalo with Sporzy. That's next here in the nation. I want to chat D&M Leasing.